Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Future Time and Space, the Gods of Destruction World of the 7th Universe. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! The two figures were constantly colliding, and every collision caused the entire ground to vibrate crazily. Huge deep pits appeared on the purple ground. The two were fighting so fast that they could only clearly see two black lines intersecting. Boom! Another low crash sounded. Call out! Boom! A figure flew out directly, and then hit hard against the wall of the Hall of Gods of Destruction. The entire wall was immediately shattered into rubble. Giggle! Master Carlo, are you okay? After stopping, Whis walked towards Carlo with a smile and asked. Carlo is the young man who fought with Whis just now and was knocked out. It's okay, just kidding. Carlo patted his Gods of Destruction exclusive suit and said calmly. Such a fight would naturally not hurt him, and Whis didn't fight seriously either. Master Carlo's 4th Super Saiyan form is indeed much more powerful than before. Your current strength has indeed reached the level of Gods of Destruction. Looking at Super Saiyan 4 Carlo with red body hair in front of him, Whis said with a smile again. That's right. Carlo is a Saiyan, and at this time he has been able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 form. However, he also has two secrets that Whis doesn't know about. That is, Carlo is actually a time traveler. A year and a half ago, he inexplicably traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. Moreover, after traveling through time, you will go directly to the Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe. And this world belongs to the future time and space of Dragon Ball's main time and space. Just 2 years ago, Supreme Kai Xian in this time and space was directly killed by Babadai's subordinate Demon King Dapura in order to prevent the birth of Majin Buu. The Gods of Destruction, who were connected to the same fate, also fell at the same time in the dream. As an angel, Whis lost his angel abilities after the death of Gods of Destruction. Until the next Gods of Destruction takes office. Exactly half a year after Gods of Destruction disappeared, Carlo appeared inexplicably in the Gods of Destruction world. So Whis found a way to make Carlo the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th Universe. As a God of Destruction, although there is no hard requirement for strength, it cannot be too stretched, so Carlo trains day and night. Within a year and a half, Carlo's strength reached Super Saiyan 4. Of course, there is another reason for this. That is the secret that Whis doesn't know. In Carlo's body, there is a check-in system. And he was able to reach Super Saiyan 4 in just 1.5 years, and the system also played a major role. Don't comfort me. I know that with my Super Saiyan 4 strength, I'm still far from the other Gods of Destruction. I guess my last Gods of Destruction was very powerful, right? Carlo said with a smile. As a time traveler, he is well aware of the power of Gods of Destruction. Even the weakest Gods of Destruction are not comparable to the Super Saiyan 4. Especially Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 7th Universe, he is known as the strongest Gods of Destruction. That guy's strength is even more unmatched by Super Saiyan 4. You mean Lord Beerus? Whis said without hesitation, yes. Lord Beerus is indeed very strong. He is firmly in the top 3 in Gods of Destruction. Of course, Whis's statement is still very conservative. Although he knows that Gods of Destruction Beerus is very strong, even the strongest among Gods of Destruction. But after all, the 12 Gods of Destruction have never actually faced off together. Therefore, it is impossible to make a conclusion as to who is the strongest. Especially in this time and space, there is no plot like Gods of Destruction melee. So, as the Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe, my goal is to surpass the previous Gods of Destruction as soon as possible. That's Beerus. Carlo smiled slightly, and then said very firmly. As a time traveler with a body system, he also has the blood of Saiyan. Beyond the Gods of Destruction Beerus, it's only a matter of time. With Master Carlo's potential, this will definitely be no problem. Whis said without hesitation. He said this not to please Carlo, but to tell the truth. Carlo was able to improve his strength to a quasi-Gods of Destruction level within a year and a half. This kind of potential and talent is definitely not possessed by all Gods of Destruction. You must know that among the 12 Gods of Destruction, Lord Vermit, the 11th universe Gods of Destruction, has the shortest time to become the Gods of Destruction. He has also become the Gods of Destruction for tens of millions of years. In other words, it took tens of millions of years of practice for them to reach the level of Gods of Destruction. As for Lord Beerus and Lord Compa of Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe, they have trained for hundreds of millions of years to achieve this level of strength. Although all Gods of Destruction have reduced their training difficulty after becoming Gods of Destruction. But that doesn't mean they never train. And Carlo has reached this level in just this year and a half. It is no exaggeration to say that his potential exceeds that of all Gods of Destruction. Chapter 2. Thank you for your trust, Whis. Carlo said with a smile. Whether he said it to make himself happy or if he meant it, he was grateful to Whis. After all, he has really paid great attention to his training in the past year and a half. Without his help, I would have reached this level within a year and a half. Not an easy task. You must know that training with him not only turned him into Super Saiyan 4. It also made a qualitative leap in his basic combat effectiveness. For a Saiyan, basic combat power is the most important thing. Because all transformations increase based on basic combat power. Master Carlo is so polite. Whis also said with a smile. He felt more comfortable getting along with Lord Carlo than with Lord Beerus. Because Lord Beerus usually likes to sleep besides looking for delicious food. Sometimes it takes 1,000 years to sleep, or even longer. During this period of time, it was very boring to stay alone in this empty god realm. But Mr. Carlo is much more motivated than Mr. Beerus. He only sleeps 8 hours a day, and then he trains seriously. In this regard, Lord Beerus is completely incomparable. Moreover, the way he spoke and the level of politeness and awe he showed towards me also made me feel more comfortable. Of course, getting along with Master Beerus in the past also made him feel very good. It's just that in comparison, Carlo has the advantage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 547th battle with Whis. The sign-in was successful. The reward, the perfect Super Saiyan 5 form. Just when Carlo was about to speak again, the system's electronic synthesis sounded in his mind again. What? Super Saiyan 5's form? Hearing the electronic synthesized sound in his mind, Carlo's body trembled violently. Excited, unparalleled excitement. Unexpectedly, the reward given by the system this time was actually the form of Super Saiyan 5? And it's still perfect Super Saiyan 5. You must know that in the Dragon Ball fan works, whether it is Son Goku or Son Gohan, they have 5 Super Saiyan forms. You have to control and manage your emotions to increase the duration of your transformation. But now the system rewards a perfect Super Saiyan 5. As the name suggests, the Super Saiyan 5 form rewarded by the system should not need to control the duration of the transformation through emotions. It will not cause any side effects or burden on the body. Awesome! It's actually the reward for Super Saiyan 5. In this case, my current strength may have truly entered the realm of Gods of Destruction. That kind of excitement made Carlo's body tremble uncontrollably. In the past year and a half, although the system has also given many rewards. But usually it's some key blast, or a Super Saiyan transformation or something. The reward this time was definitely the most surprising and the best for him. Sir Carlo, what's wrong with you? Master Carlo. Sir Carlo. Seeing Carlo's trembling body, Whis immediately shouted in confusion. But after 3 calls, Carlo seemed to have not heard Whis's voice at all. Sir Carlo. Whis called out again, and this time Carlo was brought back from his excitement. Hey? What's wrong, Whis? Seeing the confused Whis, Carlo immediately asked. I should ask you this question, right? Your body was shaking just now, and you looked very happy. It's broad daylight, Master Carlo, isn't he just having a sweet dream? Whis said teasingly. But he had seen Master Carlo in this situation several times before. But when I called him, he answered. This time he was in such a serious daze. Haha. I did have a sweet dream just now. Carlo also smiled generously, nodded and said. Really, it seems that Master Carlo's sleeping skills are even better than Master Beerus. After complaining and giving Carlo a roll of his eyes, Whis continued, Sir Carlo, this is the end of today's training. The two of them have been training for 7 consecutive hours, and it's time to take a rest. Let's fight again. Whis. When I had the sweet dream just now, I seem to have realized something again. While you still have the feeling, let's consolidate it. Carlo stared at Whis and said. At this moment, he felt the blood in his body begin to boil. Super Saiyan 5's transformation, I don't know what level of power it can reach. He couldn't wait to feel the power as vast as the universe. Oh? Is there such a thing? Master Carlo, aren't you joking? Or are you talking in your sleep? Whis looked at Karen suspiciously. Although I know that Carlo is extremely talented and has amazing understanding ability. But after a few seconds of daze, could he have an epiphany? Are you kidding me? None of the mysterious angel family has this kind of talent. Do you think I'm talking in my sleep? Carlo looked at Whis seriously and continued, come quickly. Chapter 3. Fine. Since Lord Carlo likes training so much, then I will naturally satisfy Lord Carlo. After a brief moment of surprise, Whis nodded seriously. After all, it is Angel's responsibility to train the Gods of Destruction well and make them stronger. But yes, he didn't believe that Lord Carlo could realize anything in such a short period of time. I guess it's still the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, right? After all, he had only mastered this transformation in just 2 months. Good. Carlo nodded. Then he clenched his fist and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4's form again. Not much has changed from before. Whis feels this very clearly. There is no improvement in basic combat effectiveness. After all, it was only 2 or 3 minutes. If the basic combat power can be greatly improved, then he will be surprised. It seems that there is no change from just now. Master Carlo. Whis looked at Carlo and said with a puzzled expression. Because I haven't started to transform yet, so naturally there is no change. Carlo smiled. Then his face straightened, and he said seriously, look at Whis next, Super Saiyan 5 that surpasses Super Saiyan 4. With a serious voice falling. Carlo clenched his fists tightly and then formed a stance. Hey-ah! A low roar instantly erupted from his throat. Brush! Almost at that moment, a huge cyclone formed under Carlo's feet. The airwaves were like ripples, growing from small to large, spreading out in all directions in circles. Buzz! The calm god realm began to shake violently, and clear cracks appeared under Carlo's feet. It spreads around like a spider web. What? How is this possible? The strength has increased so much in just a moment. Did Mr. Carlo really have an epiphany in these few minutes? Are you kidding me? Even we, the Angel Clan, can't do this kind of thing. After feeling Carlo's rapidly increasing aura, Whis, who was originally calm, suddenly showed an extremely surprised look on his face. This really surprised him. Just a few minutes ago, Carlo was not so strong at all. But only a few minutes later, after a so-called epiphany, his strength has actually improved qualitatively and is constantly expanding at the moment. There seems to be no limit at all. Ha! Ba-la-la! Along with a low roar, golden lightning penetrated the clouds and then swirled around Carlo's body. Ba-la-la! The crackling golden lightning became more and more turbulent and crazy. And Carlo's aura is constantly improving. Brush. At this moment, a silvery white light suddenly flashed around Carlo's body. It's just that the light is gone in a flash. Then, Carlo's hair began to grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black hair that was originally just hanging on her shoulders grew straight down to her waist. Her hair was even more messy, and 2 long silver bangs appeared in front of her eyebrows. Almost at the same time, the originally black hair and red body hair turned into silver white at this moment. Super Saiyan's 4 gold pupils also turned directly into red. It's really changed. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 5 that Master Carlo just mentioned? This kind of power is simply not comparable to the Super Saiyan 4. Seeing the completely changed Carlo, even Angel Whis, who had the mentality of an old well, was surprised at this time. In just a few minutes, Master Carlo's strength has undergone such earth-shaking changes. It can be said that the same words as a few minutes ago are simply not the same. This change is really incredible. Saiyan actually has such great potential. At this time, Carlo has truly reached the level of Gods of Destruction. Although it is still not comparable to Lord Beerus of Gods of Destruction, it has surpassed most of the weaker Gods of Destruction. Balala. After transforming into Super Saiyan 5, golden lightning is constantly swirling around his body, crackling. The power is constantly moving through the body, and that feeling is indeed very good. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 5? This power is really amazing. Slowly opening his clenched fist, countless tiny arcs of electricity instantly gathered in his palm. These arcs seem to be their own power, constantly swirling around the body. One word: strong. This power is too strong. After a moment of surprise, Whis quickly recovered his emotions, and then said to Carlo, "Oh! I really didn't expect that Lord Carlo actually had an epiphany. I didn't quite believe it just now, but now I completely believe it. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 5? Chapter 4. That's right, Whis, this is Super Saiyan 5's form. I have never understood this form before, but now I know very well that the power and speed mastered by Super Saiyan 5 are far beyond what Super Saiyan 4 can compare with." Carlo nodded seriously and said, "After the transformation, the power that almost bursts out is indeed not comparable to Super Saiyan 4. Yet, I can almost feel it. The power you have now has indeed surpassed some of the Gods of Destruction. If you strengthen your basic training, you will definitely be able to surpass most of the Gods of Destruction and stand at the top of the Gods of Destruction." Whis nodded and said with a smile, "I'll have to worry about the training, Whis." Carlo also said very politely, "After all, if I want to improve my basic combat effectiveness, sparring with Whis is absolutely essential. Well, training and mentoring the Gods of Destruction is Angel's duty. To be honest, Master Carlo's current strength makes me feel a little curious. Then let's train hard." Whis nodded, and then said with a curious look on his face, "As an angel, there is indeed a rule that an angel cannot fight with all his strength. But Angel's job is to train and mentor the Gods of Destruction. Therefore, when training with Gods of Destruction, you can use most of your strength, and even use your full strength. Will not be restricted or punished by rules. And although Master Carlo is now very powerful, he may even surpass some of the Gods of Destruction. But compared with Angel, there is still a big gap. Well, come on." After nodding, Carlo clenched his fists, and the lightning around his body became more turbulent. Then his body flashed, leaving wisps of golden arcs in place. The body has arrived in front of Whis. Then he punched him without mercy. This punch was full of power, and he had no reservations. Because he wanted to feel what level his power had reached at this time. However, in the face of this powerful and heavy punch, Whis's face did not change at all, and there was not a trace of ripples on his face. With a slight flick of his body, he easily dodged Carlo's attack. Obviously, Whis still has a big advantage in terms of speed. The blow missed, but Carlo's expression didn't change at all. Because he knew very well how unfathomable Whis' strength was. The moment he stabilized his body, he once again launched the storm attack. Boo-hoo-hoo! The shadow of the fist is like the wind, constantly whistling in the air. Each punch seemed to be able to tear the air apart, causing ripples to bloom in the air. But Whis' body was like a light butterfly, just constantly dodging, seemingly not very fast. But every time he was able to dodge Carlo's attack with great accuracy. Whis, you don't have martial ethics. This is a bit unfair. If you keep using Ultra Instinct, I won't be able to touch your body at all. This battle will also become very boring. After attacking countless times, Carlo said with some indignation. This guy's Ultra Instinct has reached its peak. Even if I transform into Super Saiyan 5's form, I can't touch his body at all. It's not really a fight at all, but a slightly annoying game of peekaboo. Oh. Okay, I also think this is very boring. Then let me feel the strength of Lord Carlo. Whis also nodded and said. In fact, regarding Ultra Instinct, I have already guided Mr. Carlo. Although his comprehension ability in other aspects is very strong. But for Ultra Instinct, there is still no sign of understanding. Maybe this has something to do with Lord Carlo's state of mind. After all, training is extremely comfortable and requires very high demands on a person's character. You must achieve an extremely peaceful state of mind with no distracting thoughts before you can train Ultra Instinct. This is also the reason why out of the original 12 Gods of Destruction, only Lord Beerus reached the entry-level level. This time, Whis isn't going to use Ultra Instinct. Carlo smiled and then launched another attack. This time he raised his strength to a higher level and even exerted all the strength in his body. He punched Whis directly. I saw Whis lightly extending his staff to meet Carlo's attack. Buzz! The moment the fist made contact with the gem of the staff, a harsh buzzing sound instantly sounded throughout the Gods of Destruction world. Along with the deafening buzzing sound, a powerful air wave spread in all directions. The surrounding trees and forests were destroyed in an instant, leaving the ground bare. That's right. Master Carlo's power now is indeed countless times stronger than before. Whis still said in an understatement. Obviously, such power is still insignificant to him. TCH. Is this the power of Angel? Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Carlo frowned tightly. I didn't expect that I would charge up a blow with Super Saiyan 5. He was actually blocked by this guy so lightly. This is simply a lack of martial ethics. However, Carlo never thought about giving up so easily. Instead, he clenched his fists, and golden flames mixed with lightning shot directly into the sky, forming a golden pillar of light. In an instant, it pierced the sky. The aura surged again, and Carlo launched another attack. Chapter 5. Bang bang bang. Buzz. After hundreds of attacks, the attacks still had no effect. Carlo could only let the battle end here. The gap between himself and Angel is still unfathomable. If he wants to defeat Angel, he probably has to break through to a higher level. Perhaps only by breaking through Super Saiyan 5 and reaching Super Saiyan 6 or even higher can we defeat Angel. Okay, Whis, that's it for today. You angels are so ungrateful. After stopping, Carlo could only say helplessly. The power of these guys is really too much. Oh. What Mr. Carlo said is really unfair to us. Why don't we talk about martial ethics? You can reach this level in less than 2 years, so you are cheating. Whis retorted with an aggrieved look. Although their angel's strength is indeed very powerful, the angel family is even more unfathomable. But their angel family has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even I have forgotten how many billions of years I have lived. That's why we have the strength we have now. But now, Mr. Carlo actually said that their angels do not have martial ethics. This is really unfair to them. Speaking of which, he himself is the real bug. Cut. Carlo curled his lips. Anyway, he decided that Angel was going too far. He actually has such powerful power. Sir Carlo, you must make it up to me. What you said today really hurt me. Whis joked with a serious look on his face. How to compensate? Do you need my body to pay for it? Carlo stared at Whis and asked calmly. This guy is usually really good, but occasionally he does something mean. The girls chirped. But he quite enjoyed spending time with Whis. If one is in the world of Gods of Destruction, it is indeed very boring. Forget it, I'm not interested in Mr. Carlo. But if you definitely want to compensate me, then help me find a planet with delicious food and let me enjoy the delicious food. Master Carlo also knows very well that this is what I like. When he said this, Carlo didn't know why this guy was so shy. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If you look like this, if you go outside, people will definitely think you are gay. When you go out in the future, you'd better keep a distance of more than 10 feet from me. Carlo looked at Whis with disgust. But in the end he said, I broke through the boundaries of Super Saiyan 5 today and I am in a very good mood, so I will make you some of my signature dishes today. It will definitely make you bite your tongue after eating it. Carlo had a confident smile on his face. As a time traveler, although my cooking is not top-notch, I can still make some home-cooked dishes. For a foodie like Whis who has never seen the world, it's just a matter of tinkering around. It is definitely considered a top delicacy for him. After all, a pack of instant noodles can make a foodie scream with deliciousness, so how high can his requirements for delicious food be? Hey? Hey! After hearing Carlo's words, Whis had a look of surprise on his face. But he immediately refused, I think it's better to forget it. I'm afraid I don't have the taste for the delicacies made by Mr. Carlo. While waving his hands and shaking his head, he also had a look of disgust on his face. To be honest, he didn't believe Carlo could cook at all. How could a god of destruction know how to cook? Moreover, I have been with him for a year and a half. He only sleeps, eats lunch, and trains every day. Don't do anything at all. And he has never cooked once, and has never even been in the kitchen. So if he can cook, sows will climb trees. Hey hey hey! What's your expression like? You don't believe in my skills, do you? It seems I have to show you my skills today. Carlo's temper is a bit out of control. This guy can humiliate his own strength, but he must not humiliate his cooking skills. Of course, the main thing is that he wants to make 2 side dishes for Whis. After all, Whis is now his serious master. After training for more than a year, it's time to give him some comfort. Ouch! It looks like the ingredients are going to be wasted again. Whis still had a look of disgust on his face, and even started to feel pity for the ingredients. He really couldn't imagine what the food cooked by Master Carlo would taste like. Will he eat his angel to death? Horrible! The risk is too high. Looking at Whis' disgusted look, Carlo felt that he had to show off his real skills today. After walking to the kitchen, there were some scattered meats and vegetables. Whis went to some surrounding planets to get these. On the decorative planets around the Gods of Destruction world, Whis actually grows some vegetables himself. After all, when the former Gods of Destruction Beerus was sleeping, he had nothing to do. So I can only use this method to pass the boring time. After 10 minutes, Carlo made 4 dishes. One is braised pork, I don't know what kind of meat it is anyway. Just follow the braised method. There is also a stir-fried seasonal vegetable. Then there is a fish that cannot be named, which is directly made into a chopped pepper fish. Although these ingredients are fresh, the quality of the meat is definitely incomparable to those on Earth. Hoo! After smelling the fragrance emanating from the kitchen, Whis immediately sniffed hard. Then a look of extreme surprise appeared on his face. Looking at Carlo, I didn't expect that Carlo could actually cook. And the fragrance is really too fragrant. I have never smelled such a good smell. Chapter 6. Smell good. After being an angel for hundreds of millions of years, this is the first time I smell such a good smell. Whis closed his eyes and seemed to be immersed in the strong fragrance. Little did they know, Ron had already brought 4 dishes to the dinner table. Hey! Stop thinking about life there and come over for dinner. Have a good taste of my craftsmanship. Seeing Whis closing his eyes, intoxicated by the fragrance, Carlo said with a look of disgust. Speaking of which, Angel is quite pitiful. Especially Whis. He loves food so much and is a typical foodie. I have never eaten anything good. Forward. After recovering from his intoxication, Whis immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then he ran to the dining table in small steps. A tall man of over 1.8 meters, with these small steps, Carlo almost pushed him over. This guy Whis is really too damned sometimes. Sometimes he even wonders, is Angel a hermaphrodite? Is this really the delicacy made by Master Carlo? Just this fragrance, I've never smelled it before. After sitting on the table, Whis couldn't help but lay on the dishes and sniff them vigorously. Fragrant. So delicious. Just by smelling the aroma, it can definitely be called the best delicacy. Of course. This is the delicacy of my hometown. When I have time, I will take you to my hometown to see more delicious food there. Carlo looked at Whis' hillbilly cuteness and said with a smile. Then let's get started. After rubbing his hands, Whis immediately started devouring it. At this time, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he was afraid that Carlo's delicious food would poison him to death. After eating a piece of braised pork, Whis suddenly screamed. The sharp cry immediately echoed throughout the Gods of Destruction world. This immediately startled Carlo on the side. I said, you are not seriously ill, are you? It's okay. What do you call your blind DK? Are you in high court? Carlo said again with great disgust. This guy's performance was really exaggerated. His expression and facial features were completely ferocious. There were crystal tears in his eyes. If someone didn't know about it, they would think that they had done something worse than a beast to Whis. It's so delicious. It's so delicious that it's so delicious. Really great food. Whis ignored Carlo's disgust, covered his cheeks, and made another sharp sound. Then he just lay down on the table and started devouring it. In just a few minutes, the 4 dishes and 1 soup had been wiped out. Belch. After burping and touching his belly, Whis still looked unsatisfied. How was it? Whis. Seeing Whis' unfinished expression, Carlo asked knowingly. It's amazing, the best food I've ever had. I take back my doubts about Mr. Carlo. And I sincerely apologize for my previous words. Whis smiled and said with a flattering look on his face, Master Carlo, can you do a little more? He really didn't enjoy eating just now. It felt like I had finished all the delicious food in one go. It's so shameless, I haven't even eaten a bite. Wait until next time. Carlo gave Whis a big eye roll. I just made these foods to reward Whis for taking care of and training me. But I am not a person who likes to work in the kitchen. Okay. Don't eat too much delicious food at one time. Whis also said quickly. At this time, the way he looked at Carlo obviously changed. Because he really didn't expect that Carlo was not only extremely talented in training. He's actually so good at cooking delicious food. This is simply the best candidate for Gods of Destruction and his best partner. By the way Whis, I think I still need to practice Ultra Instinct. The joke is over, Carlo said seriously. Although he is very strong now. But if Ultra Instinct becomes his normal state, his basic combat power will become stronger. He always had a very bold idea. That is to cultivate Ultra Instinct into your normal state. If this Super Saiyan transformation is carried out on a normal basis, the strength will definitely be qualitatively improved. Sir Carlo, you have now mastered Super Saiyan 5's form. In fact, the power and speed displayed by this form are no less than the perfect Ultra Instinct. Whis also said seriously. Even if a human mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, he would never be able to match Master Carlo now. Why is he still obsessed with Ultra Instinct? After all, this realm requires very high levels of mental calmness from the trainer. You must reach a state of complete peace of mind with no distractions before you can master Ultra Instinct. But it is obvious that after more than a year of training, he found that Master Carlo was not suitable for training Ultra Instinct. Just like the Gods of Destruction in other universes. Who would dislike being stronger? Hurry up and wash the dishes. After cleaning up, we will continue training. Carlo said seriously. Although he has now become Super Saiyan 5, it can be said that the strength is quite strong. Among humans, it is almost impossible to have a rival. Even Jiren, the most powerful person in the 11th universe, probably cannot be his opponent. But you must not relax your training because of this. Because I still have Gods of Destruction that I can't defeat. On top of the Gods of Destruction, there are even more powerful angels, Grand Priests, Zeno's guards, and Zeno himself. I want to live carefree in this world and control my own destiny. Then you must surpass them. This is not easy, but I will continue on this path unswervingly. Chapter 7. In the process of training Ultra Instinct, time passes day by day. Another half-year has passed in the blink of an eye. But Carlo still hasn't mastered Ultra Instinct, which makes him feel that Ultra Instinct is really not that easy to understand. You must know that in Dragon Ball, Son Goku only realized the basics of Ultra Instinct and reached the level of Ultra Instinct when his life was hanging by a thread. And Vegeta, no matter how hard he practices, cannot master Ultra Instinct. Maybe he and Vegeta have similar mentality. I was too eager to master Ultra Instinct, too eager to surpass, to become stronger, which led to the opposite. So that I can't really calm down my mind. This is really a taboo for practicing Ultra Instinct. As for Whis, since he tasted Carlo's delicious food half a year ago, he has been pestering Carlo all day long to make him delicious food. This gave Carlo a headache. Sir Carlo, what shall we eat today? As soon as training reached noon, Whis couldn't wait to say. After eating the food made by Carlo, other food was tasteless to him. There is no appeal at all. It's even completely hard to swallow. Oh my god! If I had known better, I wouldn't have been so helpless and would have cooked delicious food for you. Carlo looked helpless. This guy is really addicted to Whis. Hee hee. Whis smiled shamelessly. How about this? Today we will go to my hometown. There are many delicacies there, which are more exquisite and delicious than what I make. After thinking about it, Carlo said with a smile. It has been 2 years since I came to this world. He also went from a Saiyan with less than 100 combat power when he first crossed over, to the level of Super Saiyan 5 now. But he has never left the world of Gods of Destruction. Nor have I been to Earth. Now is the time to take advantage of this opportunity to visit the Earth. It is estimated that after discovering the delicacies of the Earth, Whis will not pester him so much and make him cook delicious food for him all day long. Really? That's great! I can't wait! Whis said with excitement. The food prepared by Mr. Carlo is so delicious and delicious. Then his hometown must have richer food. Carlo nodded, and Whis quickly began to search for the coordinates of the Earth. From the world of Gods of Destruction to the Earth, it only takes half an hour to reach the world at the fastest speed in the Whis universe. The two of them prepared and set off immediately. Half an hour later, Carlo and Whis appeared above the Earth. Master Carlo, is this the planet you lived on before? It looks like a planet with beautiful environment and habitable environment. Whis looked at the light blue planet below and said. Generally speaking, This kind of light blue and emerald green planet shows that the environment is very beautiful. Very suitable for human habitation. However, the technology on this Earth does not seem to be very developed. And this is already the edge of the universe. As for Carlo being a Saiyan, Whis never mentioned it. Yeah, indeed. Carlo nodded. The Earth in the Dragon Ball world, viewed from the universe, is indeed very similar to the Earth I lived in before. It is also a blue planet covered by a large area of ocean, but they are two completely different worlds. Let's go. After Carlo said something, his body instantly swooped down. Whis also caught up immediately. After arriving on Earth, Carlo just felt a relatively powerful aura. This aura must be Trunks's, right? Carlo thought to himself. Because this is the future time and space, during this time period, Trunks is the only warrior left on the Earth. Son Goku died of a heart attack more than 10 years ago, and the Z warriors Vegeta and Piccolo were all killed by the evil androids 17 and 18. Even the surviving warrior Son Gohan was killed by androids 17 and 18 a few years ago. So for now, Trunks is the last warrior on Earth. And the moment Carlo and Whis appeared on Earth, Trunks, who was training in the gravity chamber, suddenly felt a very strong sense of oppression. Then he immediately stopped his training. What's going on? Suddenly there was a very terrifying sense of oppression. Did an enemy appear? Trunks' expression suddenly became serious. This sudden sense of oppression made me feel scared. Even more terrifying than the Demon King Dapura more than 2 years ago. Damn it! The Earth has just returned to peace. Trunks clenched his fists tightly. The Earth has been severely damaged in the past few years, and it has not truly recovered yet, and it can no longer withstand the torment. But at this moment, a new enemy seems to have appeared. And this time, the feeling of oppression was ridiculously strong. Although I can't feel the breath. But he was absolutely sure that a very powerful opponent had appeared just now. Years of cruel life have made him more vigilant and sensitive than others. Think about it. Trunks immediately changed his clothes. Then he put on his sword and walked out of the gravity room. Trunks, what's wrong with you? Did something happen again? After walking out of the gravity room, looking at Trunks with a heavy face, Bulma, who was hanging clothes, asked. Yeah, Mom. Without much explanation, Trunks just nodded firmly. He knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden from his mother. Then you must be careful. Bulma's heart skipped a beat. This was the thing she was most afraid of happening, and it happened again. But she also knows that Trunks is the last warrior on Earth. I can't stop him, and I have no reason to stop him. Yeah, I get it, Mom. Trunks nodded immediately and said. Then his body flashed, turning into a point of light and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 8. Oh! Lord Carlo, we seem to have been discovered. It's really strange. How can a human feel our breath? Whis said suddenly in surprise. Because he felt a human breath approaching them. And it's a purposeful approach. It was obvious that the humans seemed to have discovered them. How is this possible? Both myself and Master Carlo are gods. Only gods can feel Lord Carlo's aura. As for his own aura, not even gods can feel it. But now a human aura is approaching them with purpose. Apparently they have been felt. But Master Carlo didn't release the human aura just now. It's really surprising. Perhaps this is the charm of Earth warriors. It seems like a lot of incredible things can happen to them. While surprised, Carlo smiled and said. The aura rushing towards them must be Trunks. Because there is only this relatively powerful chi on the entire Earth. In the future time and space on Earth, only Trunks is the only warrior left. As for why Trunks could sense their presence, he was also surprised. Logically speaking, humans cannot feel the breath of God. Trunks are no exception. After a moment of effort. Call out. along with the sound of breaking through the air and the appearance of a point of light. Trunks appeared in front of Carlo and Whis. After stopping in front of Carlo and Whis, Trunks suddenly showed a surprised look on his face. Because he had never seen the two people in front of him before. And the clothes are very strange. The tall man next to him with a staff in his hand has some similarities to Supreme Kai. I can't feel their breath at all, but I can feel the overwhelming pressure. Are they gods too? The moment they met, Trunks immediately confirmed their identities. Because he has been exposed to Supreme Kai before. So he knew very well that humans could not feel the breath of God. But the bodies of the two people in front of them did not release any breath at all. This shows that they are 100% gods. But in this universe, except for the dead Supreme Kai-sama and Gabit. Are there other gods? Has this little guy in front of me ever had contact with God before? He seems to already know the identity of our God. Looking at Trunks' extremely surprised expression, Whis also thought to himself. If the human being in front of him hadn't discovered the identity of their God, he wouldn't be so surprised. It seems that the little guy in front of me is indeed a bit extraordinary. After all, in this world, few humans know about the existence of gods. While being extremely shocked, Trunks looked at Carlo again. When he saw the furry tail suddenly sprouting from Carlo's right waist, the whole person was suddenly struck by lightning, with a look of horror on his face. He was so shocked that he was speechless. Saiyan. Shock. Extreme shock spread through Trunks' heart. That tail is Saiyan's most obvious feature. Although he is a mixed-race Saiyan, he does not have a tail, and he has never seen his father or their tails. But he also knew very well that only Saiyan had such a tail. And judging from the hairstyle of the person in front of me, it's definitely Saiyan. And like his father and Uncle Goku, he is a pure Saiyan. Not a mixed-race Saiyan like myself. Ouch! Mr. Carlo, there seems to be something wrong with the way this little guy looks at you. Did he discover your identity? Whis looked at Trunks and asked curiously. Isn't this little guy too weird? It feels like I know Mr. Carlo. Could it be that he was someone Carol-sama had met before? But it doesn't look like it. That just made her a little too confused. That's normal, because he's a Saiyan too, albeit a half-blood one. And I'm a pure Saiyan. Through the tail behind me, he can easily determine my identity as Saiyan. Naturally, Carlo wasn't too surprised by Trunks' reaction. Because this tail is an obvious symbol of Saiyan. Trunks is a mixed-race Saiyan. Naturally, we also know this Saiyan signature characteristic. Just when Whis was surprised, Trunks asked even more surprised, Are you a Saiyan too? In fact, he was extremely convinced in his heart. I just want to hear the other person admit it personally. While he was surprised, he was even more worried. Because he knows very well that Saiyan is a violent and cruel nation. Dad and Uncle Goku are the exceptions. To be more precise, Uncle Goku is an exception. Dad was just influenced by Uncle Goku and the others. Suddenly a purebred Saiyan appeared in front of him. This made him feel even more uneasy. Because what Saiyan did before was to invade other people's planets and then take them as his own. The Saiyan in front of me was ridiculously strong. If he has the same hobby, then the Earth will be more dangerous than before this time. It can be said to be despair. As you can see, I am indeed Saiyan. Carlo smiled and nodded and said. Chapter 9. It's really Saiyan. Trunks lowered his head, his expression extremely solemn. But he quickly raised his head firmly, looked at Carlo and asked, What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Are you planning to invade Earth? This is his biggest concern. These two people stood in front of him, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. It made him feel that if a battle broke out, he had no chance of winning. But if they really plan to invade the Earth, they will never compromise even if they die. Invasion. You are thinking too much. The person standing in front of you is Master Carlo. He is the Gods of Destruction of our 7th universe. If he wants to, he can wipe out this planet or even a galaxy in an instant. So there is no such thing as aggression. After hearing Trunks' childish question, Whis answered from the side. Gods of Destruction are the supreme gods who stand at the forefront of the universe. He controls the life and death of all planets in the entire 7th universe. It only takes a tiny bit of destructive power to destroy a universe. What? Gods of Destruction. Although Trunks has no idea about Gods of Destruction. But listening to this name, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. Let me first ask you two adults, what is your relationship with Supreme Kai? Trunks' tone suddenly became more respectful. Since the other party is a god, he is not an existence that he can provoke at all. Moreover, the pressure released from their bodies is much stronger than that of Lord Supreme Kai. It can be said that it is not on the same level at all. This kind of identity and strength are far beyond his own existence, and he must not take the initiative to provoke him. Hoo ho ho! Whis covered his mouth and smiled, then said, no wonder you can feel us and know the identity of our god. It turns out I met the Supreme Kai from before. Then let me explain to you simply. Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai are both the most advanced gods in this universe, but they are responsible for different things. Supreme Kai is responsible for creation, and his main ability is to be responsible for creation and repair, but the main ability and responsibility of the Gods of Destruction is to destroy. In terms of strength, I think you can feel it. Gods of Destruction is naturally more powerful. Why Whis talks so much today and explains so seriously? Just to make it faster and explain everything clearly to him. Then you can eat the delicacies of the earth quickly. To be honest, he was already a little itchy now. After all, Master Carlo said that there are more exquisite foods on earth than the delicacies he makes. And Whis' explanation shocked Trunks beyond measure. In other words, Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction are completely different gods. One represents peace, the other destruction. These are completely two extremes. Master Carlo, are you planning to destroy the earth when you come to earth this time? Trunks asked nervously. If this guy is a god, then his destruction is justified. Don't worry so much, Trunks. We are just here to have fun on earth this time and have no intention of destroying the earth. Looking at Trunks, who was extremely worried, Carlo said calmly. In fact, Trunks from the future time and space is a character that I like very much. Use your own efforts to protect the safety of the earth. So he couldn't bear to see Trunks' frightened and uneasy look. This is definitely not the height that Dragon Ball Chronos Trunks or Nobihan can achieve. I like Trunks so much that I can even say that I have surpassed the protagonist's son Goku and Vegeta. Because of his charisma and style of doing things, he is indeed more likable than Son Goku and Vegeta. Really, really. Very good. Trunks let out a long sigh of relief, and the stone hanging in his heart relaxed. It can be seen from Master Carlo's eyes that he has no murderous intention. This shows that what he just said is true. He really has no intention of destroying the earth. But why does Master Carlo know that his name is Trunks? I have never seen Master Carlo before, and he has never seen himself. And I didn't introduce myself just now. So your name is Trunks. By the way, Master Carlo said that your planet has a lot of delicious food. Can you take us to taste it? Whis finally couldn't help but said. You must know that this time he came to such a remote planet. But just for the food on this planet. Gourmet food. Trunks was stunned for a moment, then immediately said respectfully, of course, you two, please come with me. As long as they don't do anything harmful to the planet. He can naturally do something as small as eating something. Later, under the leadership of Trunks, they returned to the newly reorganized capsule company. 2.5 years have passed since the incident between Babadai and Demon King Dapura. The Earth has also recovered from that devastating blow. Skyscrapers are also rising from the ground. Capsule companies have also slowly returned to the grandeur they had more than a decade ago. The humans who have been killed by the cyborgs and Demon Lord Dapura cannot be resurrected. After walking to the capsule company, I quickly spotted Bulma. Trunks, they are. Bulma called Trunks, then looked at Carlo and Whis warily. Because their costumes are too different. It was immediately obvious that he was not from Earth at all. And Bulma was surprised to find that one of them was actually a Saiyan with a tail just like Vegeta and Goku. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Master Carlo, the Gods of Destruction. This. Trunks immediately introduced Bulma. The main purpose of the introduction is also a reminder to Bulma. These two people in front of you must not be messed with. But when he was introduced to Whis, he realized that he didn't know Whis' name. My name is Whis. Whis smiled and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Bulma, I'm Trunks' mother. Bulma also immediately introduced himself very respectfully. If it were Bulma from another time and space, he would definitely have maintained his arrogance and aggressive side. But Bulma in this time and space has experienced too many cruel things. So her arrogance and shrewdness as a mechanical genius and the eldest lady of a capsule company have been completely worn away. At this time, she was more like a frightened bird, terrified of these strange and powerful men. Because she knew very well in her heart that the earth could no longer withstand any torture. Carlo also looked at Bulma at this time. At this time, blood wrinkles appeared in the corners of Bulma's eyes, but this still could not hide her beauty. In Carlo's opinion, Bulma has always been more beautiful than Android 18 and more in line with his own aesthetics. Even though Bulma is already showing his age at this time. But the charm still remains. Chapter 10. Time and miserable experiences have added a bit of vicissitudes to her face, and at the same time, it also has a bit of mature charm. Mom, the purpose of Master Carlo and Master Whis coming to Earth this time is just to taste the delicacies of Earth. If it's convenient for you, could you go get ready? Trunks said to Bulma immediately. Because the longer his mother stays here, the more unstable factors he feels. Bulma was also smart and immediately understood what Trunks meant, then nodded and said, then you two have a good chat, and I'll prepare some food. Then he quickly walked into the kitchen. She was also very uneasy and panicked at this time. Judging from Trunks' attitude towards those two people, you can tell that they are very powerful. I guess Trunks is no match for them. It's really exciting. I wonder what kind of delicious food Ms. Bulma can make. Would it be more delicious than Master Carlo's? Whis rubbed his hands with anticipation on his face. Please don't worry, Master Whis. Mom's food is delicious. Trunks said quickly from the side. Trunks, you don't need to call me Lord from now on. I'm just Lord Carlo's servant. Just call me Whis from now on. Facing the polite Trunks, Whis also acted very politely. He didn't have any grudge against a title. He felt a little uncomfortable being called an adult. Yes, Mr. Whis. Trunks stood straight and nodded immediately in agreement. At this time, Trunks was as frightened as a primary school student meeting his teacher. Trunks, do you want to become more powerful than you are now? Looking at Trunks who was standing tall and respectful, Carlo suddenly asked. He has always liked Trunks from the future. As a fighting race Saiyan, Trunks kills decisively in battle and will never be like Son Goku and Vegeta. This kind of character is really likable. And Trunks is the only warrior in this universe. He intentionally wanted to develop Trunks. This isn't purely about helping Trunks improve. Because Carlo doesn't know if there will be a Dragon Ball Superdimensional Power Conference held in this time and space. If it were to be held, then Universe 7 would have no contestants at all. Trunks' talent is good and deserves to be cultivated. After all, his current strength is too weak. Of course. Yes, Master Carlo, I want to become powerful. After being stunned for a moment, Trunks answered loudly without hesitation. Because he has experienced too many life and death, and has experienced too many enemies that are difficult to deal with. So he expects greater strength than anyone else. Because he knows that only strong strength can protect what he wants to protect. Now that Lord Carlo of Gods of Destruction actually asked such a question, he naturally had no hesitation. Whis, what do you think of Trunks? Carlo looked at Whis and asked. Not bad. With my own training, I can reach this level. He can be regarded as the best among human beings. Whis nodded and said. But he quickly understood what Carlo meant and asked, does Lord Carlo mean to cultivate Trunks into a candidate for Gods of Destruction? That's not what I meant. Just asking. I've only been working on Gods of Destruction for 2 years, so I won't retire so soon. Carlo smiled and said. He simply felt that Trunks could become stronger. That's right. Whis nodded, it was a very relaxing and pleasant thing to work with Mr. Carlo. He also didn't want to switch to Gods of Destruction so soon. Trunks, if you want to become stronger, just tidy up a little. We will take you to the God realm for training in a few days. By the way, remember to bring more dry food. The food cooked by that guy is terrible. Carlo said calmly. Helping Trunks improve his strength now is actually paving the way for his future self. If a power conference between universes is really held, the 7th universe does not have any good candidates. Trunks are a good choice. Yes, Lord Carlo. Trunks immediately nodded excitedly. He could feel that Master Carlo was very powerful. If I can train with him, my strength will definitely improve qualitatively by then. When encountering a strong opponent, he can handle it with his own strength. At this moment, Bulma also walked out carrying several dishes and some snacks. Sir Carlo, Mr. Whis, please use it. Bulma said to the two with a smile. Bulma had actually heard their conversation just now. If the two people in front of him intend to cultivate Trunks, it can be regarded as Trunks' blessing. Because the stronger the Trunks become, the safer the earth and them will be. Thank you. Carlo thanked him. During the past 2 years, Whis cooked every day. The taste is really hard to describe. Finally I can eat a more normal meal. Being a Saiyan, he also has a huge appetite. Within a few minutes, the food had been wiped out by the two of them. Bulma and Trunks weren't surprised either. After all, they didn't know about Saiyan being a big eater until now. Bulma also hurriedly went to prepare food again. After a few hours, the two of them were finally full. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Ms. Bulma. This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in hundreds of millions of years. Whis thanked him sincerely. Compared with the food on Earth, what I had eaten before was really not even garbage. The food made by Bulma is even more delicious than the food made by Master Carlo. Hundreds of millions of years. Bulma was shocked, but it was right to think about it. After all, the other person was a god. After a moment of surprise, he said with a smile, "You're welcome. If you two like it, you can come and eat at any time. I just hope that the two adults can help me take good care of Trunks." Chapter 11. This is also her wish. If Trunks can train with these two adults, he will definitely improve his strength a lot. After eating and drinking, Carlo and Whis returned to the Gods of Destruction world with a large amount of earth delicacies and Trunks. Trunks, you can train with us from now on. Actually, Whis is not only the servant of Gods of Destruction, but also the master of Gods of Destruction. So he has more power than I do. After arriving in the God realm, Carlo told Trunks truthfully. With his current combat effectiveness, there is still a big gap between him and Whis. This gap cannot be made up in a short time. What? Is Mr. Whis your master? Trunks was clearly shocked. He always thought that Mr. Whis was Lord Carlo's servant, because Whis seemed to have a very gentle personality. And when he treats Carlo, he is always polite and obedient. I didn't expect that he was Master Carlo's master. This really shocked him. As long as you train with him for a period of time, your basic combat effectiveness will definitely improve tremendously. I think you know it very well. The most important thing about Saiyan is his basic combat ability. Carlo nodded, and then said seriously. Trunks is naturally very clear about this. Because every transformation of Saiyan increases suffering based on the normal state. The higher the basic combat power in the normal state, the stronger it will be after transformation. If the normal combat power is strong enough, Super Saiyan's form is enough to defeat Super Saiyan 2. Trunks nodded quickly. Then the three of them started training directly without wasting any time. Carlo continues to train his Ultra Instinct. Although he found it difficult, he would not give up. Because he must use Ultra Instinct as his normal state. In training, time passes day by day. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe. Vados, is lunch ready? I'm so hungry. Gods of Destruction Kampa shouted loudly at the top of his voice. Vados's cooking speed is really getting slower and slower. Lord Kampa, after thinking about it for a long time, I decided to tell you a very important news. Vados said with a very serious face. In fact, she has been struggling with this matter, whether to tell Master Kampa or not. This tangle lasted for more than 2 years. And this important thing is about Lord Beerus, the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. And Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa, the Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe, are twin brothers. Stop talking nonsense and cook for me quickly. Kampa immediately shouted. He felt that Vados must have deliberately made up this bad excuse because he didn't want to cook. It's about Beerus-sama and the 7th universe. It's a very important thing, are you sure you don't want to listen? Vados asked again with confirmation. In fact, Lord Kampa doesn't know what's best. Although they don't seem to have a good relationship on weekdays, and they always quarrel when they meet. But both he and Whis knew that the relationship between their brothers was still very deep. This is also the reason why I have been hiding Master Kampa. Cut. Kampa curled his lips with disdain on his face. However, he was obviously still curious about Beerus, and then he said, that skinny thing. Tell me about it. If it was Beerus who suffered a loss, hearing about it would make him feel happy both physically and mentally. Master Kampa, please be mentally prepared. This matter may still be very serious for you. Vados reminded him again. After all, they are brothers and blood is thicker than water. The usual petty fights are nothing compared to this kind of blood relationship. Simply insignificant. Why are you so lazy today? Vados. If you fart, hurry up. Kampa said angrily. As a fat person and a foodie, I do tend to become irritable when I'm hungry. All right. Vados nodded, made up his mind, and then said very seriously, just 2.5 years ago, your brother Lord Beerus died. Vados' voice was soft. But these simple words made Kampa suddenly startled. The irritability and impatience on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Then he immediately raised his head, looked at Vados very seriously and said, Vados, can this kind of joke be allowed? Vados must be kidding. It must be. That skin and bones are the gods of destruction from the 7th universe. The supreme god who stands at the tip of a universe. And among all the gods of destruction, Beerus's strength is among the best. Neither humans nor the gods of destruction can kill Beerus. If it was Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest who were executed, then as the gods of destruction, I would definitely get news of the execution. But I have never heard of this. So Vados must be kidding himself. But this joke is a bit too much, right? Lord Kampa, I am not kidding you. Lord Beerus has indeed disappeared 2.5 years ago. Now the gods of destruction in the 7th universe have also been replaced. In the past 2 years or so, I have not told you about this matter out of consideration for your feelings. Vados said again with an extremely serious expression. After struggling for so long, she felt that she could no longer hide it. One day, Lord Kampa will also know about this. Chapter 12. Stop making such boring jokes on me, Vados. That BD Beerus is the most powerful gods of destruction, how could anyone possibly kill him? Kampa immediately shouted loudly. Although he didn't believe Beerus would be killed at all. But as an angel, Vados obviously wouldn't make such a joke with himself. Although they may bicker at ordinary times, this kind of joke will never be made casually. That means that what Vados said is probably true. Oh! Master Kampa, I'm not kidding. Master Beerus is indeed very powerful, and the humans of the 7th universe cannot kill him at all. But please, Master Kampa, please don't ignore a very important issue, that is, Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai are connected by fate. It is not difficult to kill Gods of Destruction, as long as you kill Supreme Kai, you can do it. And the only East King Kai left in the 7th universe is very weak. There are many people who can kill him. This time Lord Beerus was killed, it was precisely because East King Kai was killed, so Lord Beerus was implicated. Looking at Kampa who didn't believe it, Vados continued to explain. In fact, Whis told himself this matter 2.5 years ago. It's just that I never told Lord Kampa. No, I cannot. How could BD Beerus die? How could he die? Kampa's eyes turned red instantly. It's obvious that Beerus' position is quite important in his mind. But no matter how much he didn't believe it, he knew that Vados was telling the truth. But he still had to verify it. He wants to go to Universe 7 to see for himself. Was Beerus really killed? Vados, come with me to the 7th universe. I'm going to see it with my own eyes, otherwise I won't believe your lies. Kampa immediately spoke loudly. His brother was killed, and he only knows now. But, damn it! Who did it? I will never let him go. All right. Vados could only nod in agreement. Before she made up her mind to tell Lord Kampa about this, she had already considered that such a thing would happen. I just hope that after arriving in the 7th universe, Master Kampa will not conflict with the new gods of destruction in the 7th universe. Because according to Whis, the new gods of destruction in the 7th universe have only been on the job for 2 years. He is very weak and cannot be the opponent of gods of destruction. Vados then took Xiang Ai across the universe. A few hours later, it had appeared in the 7th universe. The moment he reappeared in the 7th universe, Kampa felt like a deflated ball. Because after appearing in the 7th universe, he didn't feel any aura from Beerus. This also means that Beerus may have really been killed. Otherwise, even if he is sleeping, it is impossible for him to not feel his anger at all. Afterwards, the two headed to the 7th universe gods of destruction as quickly as possible. At this time, in the gods of destruction world of the 7th universe, the training has just ended. Carlo and Whis are getting ready for lunch. But suddenly, Whis seemed to feel something, and his face changed slightly. At that moment, Carlo also felt a strong divine energy. Such a strong breath of God. Whis, you should know who he is, right? After feeling the powerful breath of God, Carlo looked at Whis and asked. In fact, he already had a guess in his mind. In the entire 7th universe, it is absolutely impossible for any god's aura to reach this level. That means this aura does not belong to the 7th universe. It's obviously the aura of other universe gods of destruction. The one closely related to the 7th universe should be the opposing 6th universe. Moreover, the Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 7th universe and the Gods of Destruction Kampa from the 6th universe were brothers. Although I like to compete and bicker on weekdays. But the two of them are also the Gods of Destruction who have the closest relationship. It seems that my sister has told Master Kampa about that matter. But there's nothing we can do about it. We can't hide this matter after all. We have to tell him sooner or later. Whis said to himself. Then he looked at Carlo and said truthfully, Sir Carlo, this aura belongs to Lord Kampa, the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Master Kampa is the twin brother of Master Beerus. It is estimated that this time, he got the news that Master Beerus was killed, so he came to the 7th universe specially. I just don't know what Mr. Kampa wants to do when he comes here this time. With his irritable personality, he might do something stupid. So this is It seems that the gods of destruction from the 6th universe are here to avenge their brothers. It's just that the person who killed Beerus has disappeared long ago. Carlo's expression did not change at all, and he spoke in a very calm tone. The gods of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe does not pose any threat to myself now. The power he has now should be no worse than him. And more importantly, combat is not allowed in the world of gods of destruction. In the event of an all-out battle, both universes will collapse. This is a responsibility and consequence that all gods of destruction cannot bear. Call out. And while talking, suddenly, a sound broke through the air. Accompanied by a bright stream of light, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Carlo and Whis. Amazingly, they are gods of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados from the 6th universe. The moment the two people appeared, Carlo's eyes were immediately attracted to Vados. Like Dragon Ball Super, Vados wears an angel uniform that is mainly dark green. Holding the staff in his hand, his silver-white ponytail was raised high and tied behind his back. His expression was calm, slightly indifferent. The front is curved and the back is curved, and the figure is quite amazing. Chapter 13. And after meeting the real person, Carlo felt even more amazing than in the comics. Is this Angel Vados? It's really pretty. Carlo thought secretly in his heart. Although it has been 2 years since Gods of Destruction. But this was the first time I saw Angel Vados. The Vados in front of me is considered to be the best in terms of appearance, body proportions, and cold temperament. The only shortcoming might be Angel's light blue skin. But I spent 2 years with Whis. Carlo no longer cares about skin color. However, the face of Gods of Destruction Kampa next to Vados was extremely gloomy, and he looked like pig liver. Hey sister, Master Kampa, I wonder what you two are doing in the 7th universe. Whis took a step forward and then asked straight to the point. Although he knew very well in his heart why they came this time. Whis, who are these two guys? Why can two mere humans appear in the world of Gods of Destruction? And why is that guy wearing Gods of Destruction exclusive clothing? Where is Beerus? Call him out quickly. Gloomily, Kampa asked Whis loudly. In fact, the moment he appeared, he saw the guy wearing the Gods of Destruction costume. He already knew that everything Vados said before was true. But he still couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that his brother died like this. I'm so sorry, Lord Kampa. Lord Beerus disappeared 2.5 years ago when Supreme Kai was killed. Looking at the extremely gloomy Gods of Destruction Kampa, Whis also said apologetically. Because he knew that although the two brothers Beerus and Kampa didn't seem to get along on weekdays, but in each other's hearts, the position is still very important. Beerus' death was also a heavy blow to Kampa. After saying that, Kampa suddenly turned pale. Now it has been confirmed by Whis himself. My brother Beerus is indeed dead. Damn it. Damn it. Beerus, UBD, how could you die without my consent? A hole. Kampa's emotions instantly burst out like a flood from a dam. The roar spread throughout the Gods of Destruction world. A terrifying wave of air spread directly in all directions. Trunks quickly put his hands in front of him and kept retreating. This huge pressure is still very powerful for him. After all, his current strength is still too weak. Especially in front of Gods of Destruction, it is simply not worth mentioning. Carlo just squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Kampa. In fact, when I was watching Dragon Ball Super, At first he felt that the relationship between the brothers Beerus and Campa was not good. Because the two of them always laugh at each other, exclude each other, and provoke each other. Until the end of the Dragon Ball Super Power competition and the 6th universe was eliminated. He knew that the relationship between the two brothers was still very good. So Carlo can completely understand Campa's grief at this time. As Campa's mood stabilized little by little, the crazy cyclone swirling around him also began to disappear little by little. The airwaves on the ground also began to calm down. Then Gods of Destruction Campa looked at Whis with extremely cold eyes and asked, "Who did it, Whis? Who killed Beerus? There is no resurrection for the dead, especially the Gods of Destruction. After death, it is absolutely impossible to be reborn unless you get the consent of Master Zeno. He couldn't save his brother. But you must tear the person who killed your brother to pieces with your own hands. Lord Campa, people cannot be resurrected after death, so please forgive me and obey. My heart is as heavy as yours about the disappearance of Lord Beerus. As for the person who killed Lord Beerus, he was killed by Trunks after Supreme Kai was killed." Whis looked at the angry Campa and comforted him in a calm tone. "To be honest, this is the first time I have seen Master Campa so angry. This also shows that Lord Campa still has very deep feelings for Lord Beerus. It's just that Lord Beerus has been dead for 2 years now. The new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe have also appeared. So there is no room for maneuver on this matter. And after spending these days with Trunks, he also knows that Lord Beerus disappeared because the guy on Earth called Demon King Dapura killed Supreme Kai. So Lord Beerus also disappeared with him. But in the end, Trunks also eliminated the guy named Demon King Dapura." "Trunks? Who is it? Is it him?" Campa pointed at Carlo and asked in an extremely cold tone. "No. This is Mr. Carlo. They are the new Gods of Destruction in our 7th universe. I mean Trunks, that's him." Whis shook his head, then pointed at Trunks and said, "Because after Lord Beerus disappeared, his ability as an angel also disappeared. At that time, it was impossible to find out what happened and why Lord Beerus died. Many things were only figured out later. That is to say, did this human brat take part in the battle that led to Beerus' death? Or I can think that this BD brat was also an indirect factor in Beerus' death." Campa stared at Trunks angrily, clenched his fist, and purple destructive energy instantly burst out of his body. As long as he has anything to do with Beerus' disappearance, he will never let go. "This." Trunks looked at Campa with horror on his face. "Didn't he just kill Dapula and protect the peace of the earth? Is this considered a problem?" At this moment, Carlo stepped forward and stood directly in front of Trunks. Then, he looked at Campa with cold eyes and said calmly, "Put it away, Campa, this is the 7th universe, not a place for you to be arrogant." Chapter 14. The reason why he remained silent just now was not because he was afraid of Campa getting angry, but because he felt that Campa, who had lost his brother, was indeed a little pitiful at this time. I can understand his grief and anger. But that doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants in his own universe. Now he is the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. If he wanted to hurt Trunks in his own universe, his own divine realm, then I will beat him to the ground without hesitation. This is a matter of face and dignity. "Thank you, Master Carlo." Trunks behind him saw Master Carlo standing in front of him and said with a grateful face. After these hours of contact with Master Carlo and Whis, he also knows how powerful and invincible the Gods of Destruction are. Since the fat man in front of him is the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe, it means that he also possesses terrifying strength. If Master Carlo hadn't taken action, he might have killed himself in an instant. "Don't be so polite, Trunks. You are from my 7th universe. Even if you do something wrong and need to be punished, I will punish you. Who are the Gods of Destruction from other universes? What qualifications do they have?" Carlo glanced at Trunks first. Then he looked at Gods of Destruction Kampa with cold eyes and said indifferently. The reason why I give him 3 points is because he has lost his brotherly love. But if he doesn't know what to do. So sorry, I won't spoil him. After hearing what Carlo said, Trunks was naturally very excited. Who wouldn't want to have a boss like this? But the face of Gods of Destruction Kampa, who had just softened, once again turned into the color of pig liver. Obviously, in his opinion, what Carlo just said was a huge humiliation to him. A whole. Does a mere human bug think that he has truly become a god after he has been Gods of Destruction for 2 years? Are you really qualified to challenge Gods of Destruction? You idiot, I'm so angry right now. Do you know what your words just now mean? Kampa was angry, this time he was really angry. The news of his brother's death made him extremely angry. But this BD in front of him actually dared not to take him seriously. Just been Gods of Destruction for 2 years. Do you think this can really be compared with the real Gods of Destruction? A smug little bug. I must teach this BD a lesson today. Let's see if he has the qualifications to inherit Beerus universe. TCH. Self-righteous. I still say the same thing, just mind your own business. If you want to run wild in the 7th universe, stop daydreaming. Looking at Gods of Destruction Kampa's self-righteous and condescending expression, Carlo said without mercy. You can hear it in this guy's words. Although now he has become the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. But he never took himself seriously. There is no need to give respect to this guy who doesn't respect himself. Master Kampa, everyone is sad that Master Beerus disappeared, but it has become a fact. Please stop messing around here. This is a matter for the 7th universe. It will do neither of you any good if you continue to act like this. Whis naturally heard the disdain in Kampa's tone. He didn't regard Carlo as the Gods of Destruction at all, just as a weak human being. But Carlo is the Gods of Destruction of his own choosing. Over the past 2 years, my relationship with Carlo has been very good. Gods of Destruction Kampa's tone, although he didn't like it a little. Whis has a point, Lord Kampa. No matter what, Master Carlo is now the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. Have you forgotten that Gods of Destruction cannot fight each other? If the battle becomes too fierce, it will cause the collapse of both universes. Vados on the side also reminded him. He thinks the new Gods of Destruction Carlo from the 7th universe also has a good temper. At least before, it seemed that he could understand Master Kampa's grief. But what Mr. Kampa just said was indeed a bit too unreasonable. And he wants to punish the humans of the 7th universe in the 7th universe in front of the 7th universe Gods of Destruction. This is obviously a huge disrespect to the 7th universe Gods of Destruction. Shut up, everyone. A fierce battle between the Gods of Destruction can literally lead to the collapse of the universe. But do you think that little insect is qualified to fight fiercely with me? I will completely eliminate him in an instant. Obviously, Kampa didn't want to pay attention to Vados and Whis' reminder. He was already furious, but now he was ridiculed and humiliated. If he doesn't vent properly, he feels like he will explode. And this kind of arrogance now made Whis frown. Master Kampa is indeed too self-righteous. Although it has been eons since he became the Gods of Destruction. But look at his current size. It's obvious that there has been no systematic training for a long time. In this case, there is no way he can be Carlo's opponent. Even if they really fight, he won't be able to take any advantage. This condescending and arrogant tone is really annoying. Want to fight? Kampa. Carlo asked directly and coldly. This guy wants to provoke himself, so let's teach him a lesson today. Why should a salty fish who doesn't know how to practice and has no dreams become his opponent? Chapter 15. You're just a little bug, you're a little too arrogant. Silence. Because I will vent all my anger on you today. Gods of Destruction Kampa's pale yellow eyes have turned completely red. No human being has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Even if he becomes the Gods of Destruction. He has only been a Gods of Destruction for 2 years. In his own eyes, there is no difference between him and those little human bugs. Even with Whis guidance, so what? Could it be that in just 2 years, he could reach the level of a true Gods of Destruction? This is nonsense, absolutely impossible. He looked at Kampa, who was already furious and could not stop the destructive form. Whis could only glance at his sister Vados. Vados nodded towards Whis. It can be regarded as acquiescing to this battle. If you don't vent your anger today, Master Kampa will definitely cause more troubles and cause trouble. And this matter will never end so easily. Vados can feel that the new Gods of Destruction Carlo of the 7th universe also contains very powerful power in his body. This power seems to be completely beyond the reach of ordinary humans. If there is a real fight, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. So let them have a good release. Whis agrees with this result. Although Lord Carlo has been training with him. But he has never experienced such a close battle. The 6th universe Gods of Destruction before us is a very good practical opponent. Perhaps in this kind of battle, Master Carlo can also improve his strength. Anyway, as long as I and my sister are here, the battle between the two of them will not destroy both universes. At that time, some destroyed planets can be fully restored by using the ability to look back in time. Prepare to die for me. You little insect who doesn't know how to live or die. Kampa roared angrily, and purple energy suddenly released around his body. He didn't show his true strength. Because he felt that the guy in front of him was not worthy at all. And Trunks is standing behind Carlo. He looked at Carlo with excitement on his face. Because he wanted to see how strong Lord Carlo was. Although they are training together these days, Master Carlo has been training his basic combat ability. I have never seen Carlo-sama in his Super Saiyan form. Today I can finally get a glimpse of it. Trunks, watch carefully. A powerful Saiyan should have no limits. Next I will show you Saiyan's powerful transformation and power. Carlo said to Trunks behind him. Trunks' talent is actually quite good. In the Dragon Ball Super manga, Trunks from the future time and space is able to surpass Son Goku from Super Saiyan 3 with the strength of Super Saiyan 2. This is enough proof of his talent. And his desire to become stronger is more determined than Son Goku and Vegeta. Because he has to protect the entire Earth on his own. Ha! While Trunks was still in a state of excitement, a low roar suddenly came from Carlo's throat. At that moment, a golden flame surged out of his body. Boom! Rusty! In an instant, the ground in the entire Gods of Destruction world began to tremble violently. The air was rustling as streams of golden flames hit it. And under Carlo's feet, circles of air waves spread out in all directions like ripples. Brush! The next second, Carlo directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4's form. Since Super Saiyan 2, Trunks has been able to achieve that. As for Super Saiyan 3, there's no need to show it to Trunks. Because Super Saiyan 3 is a form that consumes quite a lot of energy. Even Son Goku who achieves this form doesn't use it very often. It's because he consumes too much physical energy. Therefore, Carlo became Super Saiyan 4 directly. A red tail swung flexibly behind him. His hair is rougher, his whole body is covered with red body hair, and his muscle lines are more obvious, giving him a strong sense of strength. The facial features and contours are also firmer. This is the form of Super Saiyan 4, a completely new form. Carlo introduced lightly. But behind him, Trunks opened his mouth in shock. I didn't expect Saiyan to look like this. This overwhelming power seemed to fill the entire universe in an instant. It's really too strong. Gilu. Trunks swallowed hard, and then murmured, it's so strong. It's not just Trunks. Even Gods of Destruction Kampa and Angel Whis were shocked. Are you kidding me? How can this little insect be so powerful? Although it is still not as good as Gods of Destruction, but human power can actually reach this level. Kampa blinked, obviously very shocked. Because in his opinion, a human being who has only been Gods of Destruction for 2 years. Absolutely weak and pitiful. I can crush him completely to death with just one finger. But now it seems that is not the case. Although I can also deal with this guy, it is definitely not as easy as I imagined. Oh! This power is really powerful, and it's also very domineering. Vados also had a surprised look on his face. But calm soon returned. After all, she had felt incredible power from Carlo's body before. Then he looked at Whis and asked, "Whis, is this really just the result of your 2 years of training?" He was curious. What kind of human being can reach this level in 2 years of training? Even under the guidance of Angel Whis. Isn't such an improvement too terrifying? Yes, sister. When I first borrowed Master Carlo, he was not much different from ordinary humans. Whis said with some pride. After all, Lord Carlo is his apprentice. The strength he possesses now was cultivated by himself. That's really a gift. The Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe seem to be quite strong. Vados said with a smile. Chapter 16. That's true, sister. But my sister also knows it very well, whether it is Lord Carlo or the former Lord Beerus. None of them are considered the strongest Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Whis nodded, and after thinking for a moment, the others spoke to Vados. Because before Lord Beerus, the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe were even more powerful. It can simply be described as terrifying. Because that adult's strength completely surpassed his own. You know, this is the first time in history that Gods of Destruction has surpassed Angel. Only the former adult could reach this level. It's just that his intentions are not right, every time before destroying the planet. All creatures on this planet must feel unprecedented fear. And the reason why he became so powerful was by absorbing the negative energy of fear to enhance his strength. Regarding this evil cultivation method. In fact, I am quite disgusted with it. Although Gods of Destruction is not a positive character, few Gods of Destruction use such evil methods. Lord Zeno and Lord Grand Priest had actually discovered this matter a long time ago. It's just such a small thing, Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest don't bother to pay attention to it at all. Until one day hundreds of millions of years ago, that adult did something very outrageous. He did Gods of Destruction, things not to be a part of. So it was sealed directly by Master Zeno. Hundreds of millions of years have passed since then. Who says it isn't? If there is a ranking in Gods of Destruction, then even if you look at the 12 universes, no one can surpass the previous gentleman. Vados nodded. Sister, I think Lord Carlo's potential is very terrifying. Even without using such evil methods, he can become the most powerful scion, even surpassing the previous master. Whis said very firmly. Because he knows Carlo's talent better than anyone else. As long as you give him enough time, he can definitely surpass Angel. Even to a higher level. Oh? It seems that you are quite confident in Mr. Carlo. Vados just smiled slightly. And now this human being does have potential beyond ordinary people. Then the two stopped discussing the matter. Because this is a taboo thing for all the Gods of Destruction and Angel. At this time, Carlo has completely transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Looking at Kampa who looked shocked, and Vados who looked slightly surprised. Carlo said calmly, "Are you surprised by this little strength? If that's all, then you don't have the capital to get carried away in front of me. What are you talking about? Damn you kid!" After hearing Carlo's words, Gods of Destruction Kampa was furious again. Although this guy's sudden burst of power surprised me. But with such power, I want to fight the Gods of Destruction. Still no chance of winning. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can be arrogant. The power of Gods of Destruction is something you can never imagine, as you just said, if you only have this little strength. Next I will beat you half to death without any courtesy. Surprised. But with such little strength, how could he be his opponent? Then I'm really sorry, my strength is more than this. Carlo said to Campa with a provocative smile. Then he turned to look at Trunks and said, look out for me, Trunks. Next, I will become Super Saiyan 5, which will surpass Super Saiyan 4. Strength and Super Saiyan 4 will undergo a qualitative change. In fact, Carlo knew it very well. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is very powerful though. But if you want to fight the Gods of Destruction, Super Saiyan 4 is still not strong enough. Only after becoming Super Saiyan 5 can you truly fight the Gods of Destruction. Of course, you need to know the rewards before going through the system and the 2 years of training with Whis. Carlo's basic strength has undergone qualitative changes and improvements. If it's Son Goku or Vegeta, they become Super Saiyan 4. There is still a big gap between it and Gods of Destruction. What? Sir Carlo, can you perform a more powerful transformation? Trunks was completely shocked. My mouth was wide open and could not be closed for a long time. The aura released by Super Saiyan 4 was so powerful that she couldn't believe it. But he didn't expect that Lord Carlo would actually tell him now that above Super Saiyan 4, there is actually a more powerful Super Saiyan 5. You know, this is something he has never thought about before. Even my father and Uncle Goku from the past time and space have absolutely no idea about these powerful Saiyan forms. Are you kidding? That BD must be bluffing. The aura he is releasing now is no longer the power a human being should have. It has only been 2 years since I became Gods of Destruction. I don't believe that he is really that perverted. Gods of Destruction Campa from the 6th universe also said in great shock. If this guy only relied on 2 years of training. If it can achieve greater power than it currently has. Then he is too evil, right? In this regard, it is estimated that no Gods of Destruction can compare with him. Master Campa, I don't think Master Carlo is joking. Vados on the side said very seriously. But at the same time, I was extremely shocked. From this point of view, perhaps Lord Carlo of the 7th universe can really reach the level of the Lord who was sealed hundreds of millions of years ago. Ha! At the same time, a deep roar also emanated from Carlo's throat. Almost at that moment, the entire God realm and even the entire 7th universe trembled with the roar. Chapter 17. The entire 7th universe Gods of Destruction, and even the entire 7th universe began to shake violently. Like a huge catastrophe, for ordinary humans, this is simply a scene like the end of the world. Ha! The low roar continued. The originally sunny world of Gods of Destruction suddenly turned into dark clouds. Ba-la-la! Immediately afterwards, crackling sounds exploded throughout the God realm. Rays of golden lightning passed through the clouds of the God realm and fell from the sky. Extremely sharp lightning surrounded Carlo. Like little snakes, blooming with dazzling light. So scary. This is Lord Carlo's strength. It's so strong that it's unimaginable that there could be such a terrifying existence in the world. Under the huge pressure and terrifying aura, Trunks' body shrank back uncontrollably. If it weren't for him, he would also be battle-hardened. It is estimated that this strong sense of oppression can directly make him lie on the ground and dare not move. Moreover, Master Carlo's aura is not directed at him at all. Otherwise, it would be just a wisp of breath. You can also tear yourself apart in an instant. Ouch! I haven't seen Master Carlo transform into Super Saiyan 5 for several months. I didn't expect that his power has improved again in the past few months. Whis was also surprised to find that after these few months of basic training, Carlo transformed into Super Saiyan 5, and his strength has been qualitatively improved. After all, he already fully understands that all Super Saiyans transformation forms increase the basic combat power. So the higher the basic combat power, the stronger it will be after transformation. The higher the level of the transformed form, the higher the multiple of this increase. So even Master Carlo's basic combat power has only increased by 1. But after becoming Super Saiyan 5, it will be improved countless times. At this time, he looked at the changes in the surrounding environment. And the crazy aura that surges like a tide. Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th Universe's eyes were as white as copper bells. Shock, unparalleled shock filled his heart. The power Carlo released at this time has completely exceeded Kampa's imagination. Oh! No wonder Mr. Carlo is so confident. It turns out he has the capital. The power Lord Carlo currently controls should be no less powerful than the Gods of Destruction in other universes. Looking at it this way, Lord Carlo is really a genius in cultivation. Angel Vados also said in great shock. In just 2 years, one can reach the level of Gods of Destruction. And Whis has said it very definitely before becoming Gods of Destruction. Master Carlo's strength is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary humans. This means that it is only 2 years. Lord Carlo has grown from an ordinary human to a true Gods of Destruction. And Master Kampa has not conducted systematic training for many years. At this time, his body was seriously out of shape due to his greed for food and long-term lack of training. Maybe at this time, if he really fights, he is no match for Master Carlo. And amidst everyone's surprised expressions, the shock in the entire 7th universe gradually returned to calm. All the clouds in the sky also completely dispersed. Golden lightning all circled around Carlo's body. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 5? Too strong. Trunks was completely dumbfounded. Staring at Carlo, who was covered in silver white hair and his shoulder-length hair had also turned silver, he said to himself in a daze. Master Carlo's current power is completely beyond his imagination. It can even be said that it has completely exceeded the dimension he knew. Hey! Is this the transformation of the so-called Super Saiyan 5? You seem to be more handsome than before. And he looks very strong, too. Vados had a strange look in his eyes, looked at Carlo and whispered to himself. Silver hair, silver waist-length hair. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his whole body exuded a cold temperament. This kind of temperament is not possessed by other Gods of Destruction. Looking at people now, among the 12 Gods of Destruction. In terms of appearance, no one can compare with Lady Carol. Even if the 11 of them put together, they can't even equal a fraction of Carlo's. After getting used to seeing those crooked melons and cracked dates, and suddenly seeing such a cold and handsome Carlo, Vados would inevitably feel emotional. Sister, your appearance seems to be telling me that you are very interested in Mr. Carlo. Whis on the side quickly discovered that something was not normal about Vados. Especially the look he gave Master Carlo just now. It doesn't seem to have happened at all before. It was a look of great interest. It's as if I can't wait to catch Carlo and study him carefully. Yes. Whis. Vados actually nodded without hesitation. Then, he continued with a smile and said, how about this? Let's apply to Master Grand Priest and Master Zeno to exchange the universes where we help each other. Maybe this is Angel's character, he doesn't hide his inner thoughts at all. She is indeed very interested in Carlo. Not just because she showed great fighting talent. Moreover, Carlo's facial features also happen to be very consistent with his own aesthetics. Especially after turning into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5, they are really cool. In comparison, Master Kampa can only be regarded as a crooked melon and a cracked date. Hey! After hearing Vados' unabashed words, Whis was stunned. Unexpectedly, I dug a hole for myself. But soon, he replied with a smile, no, sister, Mr. Carlo and I have been living together for 2 years, and we are already familiar with each other. That's why I don't want to leave Lord Carlo. Besides, I have served Lord Beerus for only 1 year. I think my sister knows better than anyone else how difficult the two brothers are to take care of, and now they want me to take care of Mr. Kampa. This is not okay. Whis's words were full of disdain for the brothers Beerus and Kampa. Because both siblings know it very well. How tiring it is to serve these two brothers. Chapter 18. You must know that you and Master Carlo get along very happily. Moreover, the reason why I can eat the best food and know the existence of the food kingdom on earth is all because of Master Carlo. It is definitely impossible for him to leave and take care of Master Kampa now. Of course, if it was an order from Grand Priest and Zeno, he would definitely obey it. But now it's just my sister who simply wants to exchange with herself. That is definitely impossible. Oh. Are you too stingy? Whis. Can't you sacrifice yourself a little for your sister? Vados changed his face slightly and said, pretending to be angry. He would have mentioned this kind of thing casually. I didn't really intend to ask Whis to agree. After all, if you really want to change the Angel of the Universe, these things must be approved by Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama. It is absolutely not allowed to change a universe's guide angel without their consent. It also completely goes against their angel standards. Isn't this okay, sister? By the way, let me tell you secretly, Master Carlo is not only extremely talented in cultivation, but he is also an expert at cooking delicious food. Whis shook his head, and then said with a showy look. This move is obviously shrimp and pig heart. Sure enough, Vados's face became a little ugly again. Another serious look at Carlo. Not only the cultivation talent is so terrifying, and also make delicious food. This is simply what humans call a high-quality man. Just the last sentence of Whis. It made Vados even more itchy. If I was just joking before. Well, Carlo knows how to cook delicious food, so it is very attractive to her. After all, Vados, as angel, is also a typical foodie. Like Whis, he loves food. Follow me. One day I will get him here, or I will get him there myself. Vados thought secretly in his heart. No matter what, you have to taste Carlo's craftsmanship for yourself. The two chatted nakedly without deliberately lowering their voices. Because for Angel, there is no need at all. Even if they say something that the Gods of Destruction don't like to hear, they can't do anything about it. Because Angel's strength was originally superior to them. And their status is also more noble. After all, he is Grand Priest's child. Faced with the two people's unabashed dislike, Kampa, who was already furious, felt even more uncomfortable. So now only the new Gods of Destruction can completely defeat the seventh universe. Only then can I feel a little better. BD. The anger in his heart and the humiliation of being compared made Gods of Destruction Kampa roar. Then the body rushed directly towards Carlo. It has to be said that although this guy is bloated, his speed is not affected at all. It turned into a purple beam of light and rushed towards Carlo. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Carlo. Then he punched out directly. Call out! The fist wind was extremely terrifying, and the air made a roaring sound. Even the space was shaken with ripples. Although Gods of Destruction Kampa did not use all his strength. But at this time, he had already used 70% of his strength. Although he was extremely shocked by the strength of the new Gods of Destruction from the seventh universe. But shock is still shock. There is simply no way to change the disparity between them. 70% of the strength is enough to completely defeat him. Humph! How dare you preserve your own strength? Are you looking down on me a little too much? Feeling that Gods of Destruction Kampa did not use all his strength, Carlo snorted with a cold tone. The next second, his body stretched out like lightning. Faster than Kampa. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. What's more, we are facing the real gods of destruction at this time. His strength is not weaker than mine. At the moment when the body flashed out, all the strength of the body was contained in this punch. A golden aura like a flame suddenly swirled around the fist. Call out! Snapped. Before Kampa could react, Carlo's fist had hit him hard in the face. Boom! Boom! The moment he was hit, Kampa's ball-like body flew backwards. It directly smashed a dozen mountain peaks and dragged out a deep trench of several hundred feet on the ground before stopping. When he stood up again, a purple blood streak appeared on the corner of Gods of Destruction Kampa's mouth. What? What? Lord Kampa! The three people watching the excitement were instantly shocked by the sudden scene that happened in front of them. Trunks was petrified on the spot. I originally thought that Gods of Destruction from Universe 6 was also ridiculously strong. This is definitely an evenly matched battle. But I didn't expect that in just 0.001 seconds, the Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe was knocked away by Lord Carlo's punch. Because he didn't know what happened specifically, and he couldn't sense the power of God. So he thinks at this moment that this is definitely a huge disparity in strength. The Gods of Destruction in the 6th universe are nothing compared to Lord Carlo. Vados and Whis were also very shocked. But the two of them knew it very well. The reason why Carlo was able to knock out Kampa with one punch was mainly because Kampa was too careless and believed too much in his own strength. If he uses all his strength, I guess the ending won't be so miserable. Oh! Mr. Kampa is a little too confident. Can't he feel how strong Lord Carlo is? Vados raised his eyebrows slightly and said to himself. Logically speaking, Lord Kampa should be able to feel Lord Carlo's strength. But why is he still so conceited? I just used 70% of my strength. It doesn't have to be a sister. Master Kampa must be able to sense Master Carlo's strength. Maybe it's his pride that's at work. After all, you can defeat Master Carlo with only 70% of your strength. This is much more honorable than using all your strength. Whis on the side explained calmly. No matter what, in the first round of the battle, Lord Carlo had already gained a suppressive advantage. But at the same time, Master Kampa is even more angry this time, right? Chapter 19. Vados thinks what Whis said does make sense. If you use all your strength to deal with Master Carlo from the beginning. In Lord Kampa's opinion, this should be considered a humiliation to him. Although he was a little confused about Master Kampa's thoughts. At this time, on the other side, Gods of Destruction Kampa has stood up again. He only looked slightly embarrassed, and there were obvious scratches on his face. There was a trace of purple blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head vigorously. Because Carlo's punch just now was so hard that it blinded Kampa. My head is still buzzing to this day. You must know that the strength of the two people is evenly matched. I was hit head-on without any preparation, so I was very lucky to be able to stand up. Damn ants! You actually, how dare you do such a thing? Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Ah! Angry, heart-wrenching anger made Kampa scream out. That roar like a wild beast echoed throughout the god realm of the 7th universe for a long time. At this time, anyone could feel the anger in Kampa's heart. If looks could kill, Carlo would have been killed hundreds of millions of times. While making a roaring sound. The breath of Kampa has also been greatly improved. The purple flames around the body became even more turbulent. Like Wang Yang, the sea is boiling crazily. Even so, there is the bonus of anger. But the injuries he suffered before were also very serious. So it still caused a lot of harm to him. Ha! Carlo is naturally not to be outdone? While roaring, the golden flames directly formed a beam of light rising into the sky. Instantly pierced the sky. Tiny golden arcs flashed around the body and on the tips of the hair. It was as if the silver-white hair was coated with a golden halo. The whole person's breath also reached the extreme in an instant. You know, Carlo didn't receive any estimate just now. So at this time, he is still in peak condition. Oh. It doesn't seem like the situation will be good if this continues. Both adults showed their full strength. And the intensity of this battle will obviously exceed our imagination. Vados frowned slightly and said to Whis. To be honest, Carlo's strength has completely exceeded Vados' imagination. The power he unleashed was no weaker than Master Kampa at his peak. After several years of rest, Master Kampa has not trained well. So his physical fitness and energy have declined. And he had just received a heavy blow. In this case, Master Kampa has absolutely no chance of winning. Don't worry, sister. Anyway, if there are two of us here, there won't be any problems. Whis looked relaxed and said disapprovingly. Today's battle was brought up by Lord Kampa on his own initiative. In this case, let him feel the feeling of hitting a wall. It is estimated that after this experience, he will not come to the 7th universe to cause trouble in the future. Fine. Vados could only nod. Anyway, their angel has the ability to go back in time. As long as the battle is within their control, there won't be any problems. Anyway, both he and Whis have the strength to stop this battle instantly. If this game is stopped now, it is obviously impossible. Because Lord Kampa is already red-eyed. Even if I forcefully take him back today, this matter will never end. It will also cause yourself a lot of trouble at that time. Call out. After raising his breath to the extreme, Gods of Destruction Kampa flashed his body and was in front of Carlo in an instant. Then, he used all his strength to punch out. This time, he didn't dare to be careless at all. He was angry, but he also knew that Carlo was much stronger than he thought. It would be very foolish to have any reservations now. Cut. Seeing Gods of Destruction Kampa exerting all his strength, Carlo also used all his strength in an instant. Then he punched it out. In a head-to-head confrontation, I am not afraid of him. Seeing that both of them have shown their full strength. Vados also subconsciously touched the ground with the staff in his hand. Then, a huge grass-green light circle enveloped their bodies. If the impact of this punch spreads, the entire God realm will be destroyed. It will even affect more planets. Although they are capable of recovery. But if you can avoid this happening, it's better to avoid it. Boom. Buzz. Boom. 3 voices sounded almost at the same time. The moment the 2 fists touched, the entire energy barrier was shaken by a terrifying shock wave and made a buzzing sound. The energy barrier is also trembling crazily. It seemed like it would explode at any moment. After a punch, Kampa's body was knocked away again. The strength of the two is already evenly matched. After the punch just now, Carlo already had a clear advantage. The body hit the energy barrier hard and then bounced back. Kampa felt as if his internal organs had been displaced instantly. His eyes were even more solemn. Even if you really don't want to believe it. But the power Carlo wields has clearly surpassed him. It is already very difficult to win this battle. A hole. I am going to kill you. Destroy. A low roar came from his throat again. Then, a purple energy ball instantly condensed from the palm of his hand. Destroy energy. This is the energy exclusive to Gods of Destruction. Contains the power of law. Can destroy an entire universe in an instant. This is the horror of Gods of Destruction. It is also the capital that keeps Gods of Destruction at the top of the universe. Snort. Don't think that you are the only one who can do this, but don't forget, I am also the Gods of Destruction. Looking at Gods of Destruction Kampa's destructive energy, Carlo sneered at it. As a god of destruction, he has no destructive energy at all. Because he himself also masters the energy that contains the law. Then he raised his palm slightly, and the same purple energy ball condensed in his palm. In an instant, the breath of death was also released. Phew! In the next second, the destructive energy of both men was released from their hands. Chapter 20. At the moment when the huge energy balls collided, there was no explosion. Instead, they cancelled each other out and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Hateful. Seeing this scene in front of him, Campa's face became even darker. Perhaps he was so angry just now that he even forgot that the guy in front of him was now also the Gods of Destruction. He also masters the supreme rule of breaking the universe. Therefore, he has the power of destruction and all the Gods of Destruction skills have no effect on him. Because he also mastered this ability of Gods of Destruction. But it doesn't seem that simple to defeat this guy with strength. Hateful. He clenched his fists and let out another angry roar. He never thought that one day he would be in such a mess. And it was because of a little bug that I didn't pay attention to at all. Having only been a Gods of Destruction for 2 years, he could actually make himself so embarrassed. This was something he never dreamed of. This feeling of not being able to get rid of the bugs in my own eyes is really uncomfortable. Call out. But Carlo wasn't prepared to give him too much time to vent. Because he must resolve this battle quickly. The body flashed and appeared directly in front of Campa. Then, a violent attack was launched. The fists and kicks kept moving towards Campa's vital parts. Faced with this stormy attack, Xiang Pan obviously found it difficult to adapt. After all, even if he has great power, after hundreds of years of laziness, there was no systematic training and no good exercise of the muscles and bones. Therefore, it is simply impossible to exert its full strength. In contrast, Carlo is overloaded with training almost every day. Every inch of skin on the body can perfectly release the power in the body. Whether it is speed or reaction ability, it is far from being comparable to the lazy Campa. Oh! Lord Campa seems to be weaker than he was thousands of years ago. Whis was a little surprised to find out. Under Master Carlo's stormy attack, Master Campa could only parry and had no power to fight back. I remember thousands of years ago, at that time Master Campa and Master Beerus would often fight. At that time, Master Campa was still very powerful. The responsiveness and agility are far from what they can be compared to now. However, after thousands of years, I didn't expect that Lord Campa's strength has not improved but has become weaker, and his reaction ability is even worse. There were several times just now that I almost failed to dodge Carlo's attacks. Yes, it is. Vados nodded, and then said with some complaint, Master Campa has been fighting and competing with Master Beerus thousands of years ago, so he did not neglect his training, because at that time he was afraid that Master Beerus' power would surpass him. But since the two of them were banned from fighting, this kind of fighting was changed into a competition between gourmets. Master Campa has lost the motivation to train. Over time, not only has Master Campa's body shape been completely out of shape, but his strength has also been declining. Vados told the truth. As Gods of Destruction in a universe, in your own universe, you don't need training at all. Because he has mastered the power of the laws of the universe. You can eliminate any unpleasant creature in the universe. There's no need for that at all. In the past, Master Campa's motivation for training was to defeat Master Beerus. At least he can't let Beerus defeat him. But since the two of them stopped fighting, it became a competition between food. He just completely ignored his training. So today's ending is completely expected. That's it. That's understandable. But Father and Zeno have clearly told all the Gods of Destruction. Even if they become the Gods of Destruction of a universe, their training cannot stop. Whis said. Although Lord Beerus likes to sleep very much and also likes to look for delicious food. But I still train very hard when training. So he was able to become the most powerful Gods of Destruction in the 12 universes. This is not just luck, it also has something to do with his hard training. Alas! I have tried to persuade Mr. Campa before, but he is already used to being lazy. Training seems to be a very painful thing for him. Vados could only say with a sigh. Sure enough, the good gods of destruction belong to someone else's universe. Why did I end up with the gods of destruction like Master Kampa? Boom! While the two were talking, a low collision sounded. Carlo punched Kampa hard in the face, sending him flying. Aha! At the same time that the punch knocked Kampa away, Carlo followed up with an energy attack. Boom! The moment the energy ball exploded, Gods of Destruction Kampa's body exploded directly from the explosion wave. A plume of green smoke suddenly rose from his body. His face was already covered with scratches. His breath became wilted, and he was panting heavily. It was ideal. Even if he hadn't seen it just now, his blind avoidance caused huge problems in his physical fitness. Even for Gods of Destruction, prolonged periods of non-training can cause the body to become rusty. The vulnerable Gods of Destruction still think you are so powerful. What an embarrassment to Gods of Destruction! Looking at Kampa with purple blood on his face, eyes completely red, and gritted teeth, Carlo said coldly. Kampa's strength is not bad though. But his physical fitness is too poor, and his reaction speed is even more outrageous. Even if he has the same powerful energy as himself, I can defeat him easily. Kampa's body was shaking. At this point he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Angry, so angry. Chapter 21. Ah! With a roar that was completely irrational, Gods of Destruction Kampa rushed towards Carlo again. But after the consumption just now and 2 heavy blows. At this time, Kampa's physical fitness has obviously been greatly tested. There is also a huge gap in speed compared to before. Whoosh! The moment he rushed in front of Carlo, Kampa launched a violent attack. Every punch and every kick seemed powerful. It seems that one kick can easily shatter a planet. But his attack at this time was completely out of order. In this case, even Carlo's body could not be touched. Not to mention hurting Carlo. Whoosh! But at this time, Kampa had completely lost consciousness due to anger. How can you manage so much this time? He just increased his strength and speed to the extreme. Carlo kept swaying his body from side to side and dodged all attacks. Don't realize it yet? Kampa. The gap between us has long been widened. You can't possibly be my opponent now. Facing Kampa's violent attack, Carlo said with an extremely calm expression. Originally, he had a big problem with his physical fitness. Coupled with this disorganized attack, it does not pose any threat at all. Even if he were the Gods of Destruction. Stop talking like that to me, damn bug. Kampa was completely crazy at this time. After roaring angrily, he then launched this rhythmless attack. If that's the case, then let's eliminate you completely. Carlo shook his head. This guy is really stubborn. They have reached this level, haven't they realized the gap between them? It is simply irreparable. No matter how much he struggled and resisted, the final result will not change in any way. He, the bottom of the Gods of Destruction, is no longer his opponent. The moment the words fell, a sharp light suddenly burst out from Carlo's eyes. Then he punched out without reservation. This attack seized the opportunity for Kampa to punch. Quick and accurate. Boom! There was no time for Kampa to escape. In fact, he no longer knew how to avoid this matter. A very clear punch hit him directly in the abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth immediately. Call out! Buzz! The moment his body flew out, it hit the energy barrier heavily. Click! A crisp sound sounded. Everyone saw that cracks appeared on the solid barrier. Kampa's body is right in the middle of the crack. The cracks continued to spread in all directions. At the moment of being hit, Kampa's entire aura suddenly became extremely weak. It was obvious that the punch just now was not fatal to him. But he was definitely seriously injured. At this time, he had completely lost his fighting ability. And because of Carlo's punch, some planets in the 6th universe began to collapse. The 7th universe was also greatly affected. Because just now, both of them had already used all their strength. If Gods of Destruction directly engages in an all-out battle, it will cause the universe to collapse. It's just that in the situation just now, the two of them would no longer consider such a thing. Although he has basically lost the ability to fight at this time. But Kampa's gaze can still kill. Just lie down and leave this universe, Kampa. Seeing the seriously injured Kampa, Carlo was not ready to let him go so easily. You must know that this guy just had murderous intentions towards him. If you don't teach him a lesson properly, it is estimated that this guy will regard himself as a soft persimmon. As he finished speaking, his body rushed towards Kampa. Clenching his fists, showing no mercy. This punch is enough to seriously injure Kampa again. Call out. But, just at this time, Angel Veto's body suddenly appeared in front of Carlo. Then, with the tap of the staff in his hand, Carlo's attack was directly blocked. Then, he said to Carlo with a calm face, "Sir Carlo, enough is enough. Lord Kampa has lost his fighting ability. You don't want to kill the Gods of Destruction, do you?" Veto's tone was very calm. But obviously, he will never allow such a thing to happen. In addition to supervising and assisting the Gods of Destruction, Angel also has the responsibility of protecting the Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction will never be allowed to be killed in front of him. After seeing Veto's calm gaze, Carlo retracted his fist. Then he smiled lightly and said, "Since Angel Veto's has spoken, I must give him face. After all, we have to deal with him in the future, so let's forget about it. But if this guy dares to mess with me again, the ending won't be so easy." Even though he says so. But Carlo knew very well, in front of Veto's, if you want to kill Gods of Destruction Kampa yourself, that is impossible. Saying this at this time would naturally give him a step down. But this is the first time, if there is a next time, I will try my best to completely eliminate this guy. Let him know that offending him is not a wise thing to do. And after seeing Carlo's expression and what he just said, Gods of Destruction Kampa's blood immediately surged up, his anger attacked his heart, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out from his mouth. Damn it! I didn't expect that I, the mighty Gods of Destruction, would need Bados's intercession to save my life today. Damn you BD! How could such a BD thing happen? Kampa was roaring hysterically in his heart. But at this time, his defeat has become a foregone conclusion. It cannot be changed no matter what. I can't defeat this guy today, and I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Chapter 22. Kikik. Carlo's words made Veto's laugh like a silver bell. You know, in the past, the 12 Gods of Destruction were all big bosses. No words could make her feel comfortable. As for his appearance, except for the Gods of Destruction from the 2nd universe, which is slightly humanoid, the rest is simply indescribable. But the Lord Carlo in front of him seemed different from the other Gods of Destruction. He knows what to say to please himself. Then I would like to thank Mr. Carlo for giving me this face. Then, Veto said with a smile. You know, living with Master Kampa all the time. No matter how much she did, she would never be polite to herself. On the contrary, I feel that everything I do is a matter of course. So when I occasionally hear such kind and polite words, I will naturally feel happy. After all, the angels are also sentient beings. No thanks. If you have time in the future, you can come to the 7th universe to play. As Whis said before, I'm good at cooking. You can tell me what you want to eat when the time comes. Carlo naturally smiled and said. First of all, Veto's is indeed a beauty in her own eyes. And she is a beautiful woman who is excellent in all aspects. Secondly, Veto's is angel after all, and the daughter of Grand Priest. The bloodline of the angel family must be very powerful. It is always right to have a good relationship with her. Really? Sir Carlo, you are serious about what you said? You are not trying to make me happy, are you? Vados immediately asked seriously. You must know that you also like to enjoy delicious food. And food that can be recognized by Whis must be very good. Master Carlo actually took the initiative to invite him now. This was indeed completely beyond her imagination and beyond her expectation. In an instant, a different emotion spread in my heart. After all, neither Lord Beerus nor Lord Compa would ever say such a thing before. Of course it's true. I am also the gods of destruction of a universe. Can I fool you with such a thing? Besides, cooking a few dishes is not a piece of cake for me. Carlo continued to smile slightly. For themselves, the delicacies in their mouths are just a few spoonfuls. Then I'll thank Mr. Carlo in advance. If I have time, I will definitely come to 7th Universe to taste the delicious food. Seeing Carlo's serious look, Vados said politely. But she didn't notice that Compa beside her was already livid with anger. Is the temptation of delicious food more important than yourself? And Whis behind Carlo was obviously a little unhappy. Then, he immediately said to Carlo coquettishly, Master Carlo, I am your angel, okay? You invited my sister to the 7th universe in front of me like this. Didn't you consider my feelings? And Whis's expression almost made Carlo sick to his stomach. This guy is very normal sometimes, and even very serious during training. But sometimes, this character is really hard to figure out. From time to time, a sentence comes out that can directly turn people off. Whis, don't be so stingy. Maybe one day after I become the angel of the 7th universe, I can let you come here to eat. Vados said very grandly. But her words made a few people stunned. After a few simple greetings, Vados left the 7th universe with Compa. This is just a small episode. Carlo didn't take it to heart at all. Gods of Destruction Compa is not his opponent today, so from now on, he will be even less qualified to be his opponent. Or to put it more directly, from now on, he will no longer be qualified to compare with himself. Sir Carlo, I didn't expect that your strength has become so powerful. Even Master Compa can be defeated easily. It seems that if you practice for a few decades, your strength will be able to catch up with our angel. After Vados and Compa left, Whis spoke. This is not meant to be a joke, but the truth. Lord Carlo is so powerful that even he didn't expect it. I said before that his strength reached the level of Gods of Destruction, but I just wanted to comfort Lord Carlo. But I didn't expect Master Carlo to be so powerful. Decades. Carlo smiled and did not continue talking. I can't wait for decades. Because I am not sure what will happen in these decades. You know, Zeno can make the entire universe disappear in an instant. There is no need for any reasons or excuses at all. He can eradicate the entire universe with his single-minded likes and dislikes. Although Beerus and the others have spent a year safely. But you absolutely cannot bet with your own life. I definitely can't wait for decades. And if after a few decades, his strength only reaches the level of angel. That was a result he couldn't accept. Hey! Master Carlo looks a little dissatisfied with this result. Being able to surpass angel in a few decades is something that many gods of destruction dream of. And there's almost nothing the gods of destruction can do. Except for some gods of destruction who go astray. Looking at Carlo, who was a little unsatisfied, Whis asked in surprise. You must know the strength of gods of destruction. Even if you look at the entire world, it can be regarded as a top existence. Except for Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama, there are not many people who can surpass angel. I didn't expect Master Carlo to be unsatisfied. It seems that his ambition is not small. Chapter 23. But Trunks has been standing at the edge, dumbfounded at this time. The battle just now and the power Carlo released just now completely shocked him. Although I have always known that as the god of destruction, Carlo must be very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan 5. That was a form I had never heard of. I guess even my father and Uncle Goku have never heard of Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan 5. Trunks! Whis yelled, bringing Trunks out of his shock. The battle just now was for an ordinary person. It's indeed shocking enough. It was expected that Trunks would be so surprised. Yes. Trunks nodded immediately. Then the gaze he looked at Carlo changed from the previous admiration to one of fanatical admiration. The same Saiyan, I didn't expect Lord Carlo's strength to reach that level. It's simply ridiculously strong. I estimate that I will never be able to reach this level in my life. Train hard, Trunks. I guess it won't take you a few years to reach this level. I told you before, Saiyan has no upper limit. Looking at Trunks with a look of adoration, Carlo smiled and said. Trunks' talent is also very powerful. Especially Trunks from the future. On top of his good talent, he is still training hard. It is impossible for such a Saiyan to be hopeless. Can I, really? Trunks doubted himself. He felt that he simply could not reach Master Carlo's level. Certainly possible. Carlo said very firmly. Now that he is ready to train Trunks well, there is no doubt that he will reach the 5th level of Super Saiyan. After returning to the temple, a few people simply ate something. Then get ready to continue training. Gods of Destruction Compa is just a small episode, so there is no need to take it to heart. What's more, Carlo's goal has never been as simple as surpassing Gods of Destruction Compa. Whis, I heard you and Vados chatting before. I seem to hear you talking about a great man. He seems to be the 7th universe Gods of Destruction before Gods of Destruction Beerus, right? During training, Carlo couldn't help but asked curiously. Because when I fought with Gods of Destruction Compa before, I did hear them mention this matter. In fact, he is also very curious, who are the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe before Beerus? What about strength? I didn't expect Master Carlo to hear me. We thought you were fighting seriously at that time and wouldn't be distracted by those words. Whis was slightly surprised, but then explained seriously, Master Carlo is right. The master I mentioned to my sister before is indeed the previous Gods of Destruction in our 7th universe, which is Beerus. Your Lord Senior. In fact, this happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Originally none of their angels were willing to mention this matter. Oh? That's really interesting. Tell me about him. I'm very interested. Carlo asked with a smile. Trunks on the side was also full of curiosity. After coming into contact with big names like Gods of Destruction and Angel, he was naturally more interested in the affairs of these big shots. Okay. If Master Carlo wants to know, then I will tell you. Whis nodded, even though they never wanted to talk about it. But it's not impossible to say. Then he explained, that adult's name is Nobu, and he is the 7th universe Gods of Destruction from the previous session. He is the only demon Gods of Destruction among all the Gods of Destruction. Because of his powerful magic and talent, he was spotted by Lord Zeno and made him the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. I have to say that Lord Norbu's talent is indeed very strong. After becoming the Gods of Destruction, he has the power to surpass all the Gods of Destruction. After a period of training, his strength has far surpassed that of us angels. Even if he is a demon, Lord Zeno admires him exceptionally. It's a pity that he later became too ambitious and created many things that should not belong to this world, so he angered Lord Zeno. However, even so, Lord Zeno was not willing to kill him completely, he just sealed him. Whis is introducing it very seriously. After hearing Whis' introduction, Carlo and Trunks both gasped. A Gods of Destruction can actually far surpass Angel in a very short period of time. This can no longer be described as powerful talent. It's simply a perverted existence. As a Gods of Destruction, Carlo is even more aware of Angel's power. If he can surpass Angel, he will definitely be considered the top powerhouse in the universe. It is estimated that the only ones who can punish him are Zeno and Grand Priest. Even Master Zeno admires him. It seems that this Norbua Gods of Destruction is indeed very extraordinary. By the way, I'm curious, do you know how he trains? Being able to surpass Angel in such a short period of time really makes me extremely curious. Carlo looked at Whis and asked seriously. He knew very well how difficult it was to surpass Angel. Even though he has been able to become Super Saiyan 5, there is still a huge difference between him and Angel. After hearing Carlo's question, only one's brows instantly frowned. Is there something unspeakable? Or is it a secret? Carlo asked as he saw Whis' wrinkled doorway. If it's a secret, you don't need to know it even if you are very curious. Because knowing too many secrets that you shouldn't know is not a good thing for you. It's not really a secret. It's just that Master Nobu's training method is really a bit too cruel. Whis' face returned to normal and his tone returned to calm. Chapter 24. Cruel. I would like to hear the details. What kind of cruel law is this? Even you Angel seems to be a bit disdainful. Carlo smiled slightly and asked curiously. Angel's state of mind is very peaceful. Gods of Destruction destroyed several planets and killed tens or even hundreds of billions of creatures. For them, it's something that goes by in the blink of an eye. It can't even stir up any waves in their hearts. Even Whis said that the previous Gods of Destruction training method was cruel, so it is conceivable that it should not be at an ordinary level. This made him even more curious. Trunks on the side was also very curious. Could it be said that they can be more cruel than artificial humans? Crazy rampage, killing innocent people. Even for Gods of Destruction, this level should be enough, right? Seeing the curious eyes of both of them, Whis said, Master Nobu's training method is to swallow the fear, despair, and all negative emotions of all living beings, especially fear, which can greatly increase his strength. After swallowing all the negative emotions, his strength will be qualitatively improved. That's why we were able to improve our strength beyond Angel in just a few decades. I even think his strength is comparable to Master Zeno's bodyguard. When he said this, Whis had a somewhat fearful expression on his face. You must know that in the last few years of assisting Lord Norbu, I could feel the fear in his body. Sometimes this fear can lead to feelings of fear. You must know that Angel level is much higher than Gods of Destruction. The divine position is not comparable to Gods of Destruction at all, but an angel can feel fear in the body of Gods of Destruction. This is already a very outrageous thing. Fear and all negative emotions that consume living things. This doesn't seem to be cruel at all. Although this way of improving strength is indeed not the right way, after all, in a universe, negative emotions are inevitable. Carlo didn't think there was anything cruel about it. Just absorb their negative emotions. Why would Whis say this is cruel? Master Carlo doesn't know something. As the Gods of Destruction, Lord Norbu does not just passively absorb the negative emotions of living beings. More often than not, he will plunge the planet to be wiped out into endless despair and fear. Notify the people on that planet sometime in advance and tell them that all living creatures will be wiped out within the specified time. So you can imagine how desperate and scared they must be when they learn the specific time of their death. And when everyone's negative emotions reach an extreme, they will be completely eliminated. And this method will make Master Nobu's strength improve faster. Don't you think this method is cruel enough? Whis said very seriously. When he said this, his brows were already frowning tightly. No one else has experienced it personally or seen it with their own eyes. So it may be impossible to feel the cruelty, the despair, and fear of all living things. But I saw it with my own eyes at that time, and I could clearly see their faces of fear and despair. That kind of negative emotion is still hard to forget. Hiss. After hearing Whis' explanation again, both Carlo and Trunks took a deep breath. Just now, they felt that absorbing negative emotions was not such a cruel thing. But listen to Whis say this. Then things are completely different. Before destroying another planet, tell all the creatures on that planet in advance that they will be destroyed within the specified time. Then, everyone's negative emotions will expand infinitely. Fear, despair, and the process of waiting for death can be imagined how difficult it is. Even for some extremely vicious people, facing such a situation, every minute and every second is suffering. How could there be such a god? Too cruel. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, veins starting to appear on his face. From such a comparison, it seems that the previous gods of destruction were even more hateful than the androids. As a survivor of Earth, he can understand Whis's feelings very well. Because he is just like Whis, watching all the people on Earth fall into fear. Every minute and every second is spent in despair and fear. That feeling, I am both a witness and a person who experiences it myself. He knows that cruel method better than anyone else. Demons are demons. Carlo also frowned after hearing this. This kind of training method is indeed too cruel. Even if he could become stronger, he would never do it in this way. No wonder even Whis feels cruel. But since Zeno could even tolerate such demons, he just sealed them away. It seems that guy does have his merits. Okay, let's not discuss this matter now. Lord Norbu was sealed in the void space hundreds of millions of years ago. If nothing else happens, he may never be able to leave that place. Whis's face returned to calmness, and then he spoke. Fortunately, it doesn't matter whether it's Mr. Beerus or the current Mr. Carlo. None of them have such cruel training methods. So when I get along with them, I feel very comfortable. I hope Master Nobu will never come back again. Speaking of which, I really want to meet that guy. The strongest gods of destruction. Pursing his lips, Carlo said with some expectation. Sir Carlo, I think it's best for you not to have such thoughts. Whis said lightly. Because that guy is so awesome. Billions of years have passed now. I wonder if the place where he was sealed can still improve his strength by absorbing the negative energy of all living things. If possible, it would be a huge disaster for the entire dimensional space and time. Billions of years are enough for him to grow to an unimaginable level. Chapter 25. Time passes day by day. Another half-month passed in the blink of an eye. During these half a month, the three of them have been training continuously. And Carlo also transforms into Super Saiyan 5 form from time to fight Whis. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 6th battle with Whis, the System Awakening Combat Power Template. Just as the battle ended, the system's metallic synthesized sound rang in his mind. Only this time, Carlo was not as excited as before. After all, the previous time he directly awakened the form of Super Saiyan 5. But this time, the so-called combat power template is definitely incomparable to Super Saiyan 5's form. But he was used to this kind of thing. Because after 600 training sessions, he has also received countless awards, large and small. Some rewards are very useless, and some rewards are very fierce. Like Super Saiyan 4, and the transformation of Super Saiyan 5. It is a very fierce reward. But things like Chi Yuan Slash and Chi Bombs are relatively useless rewards. Although Chi Yuan Slash can be considered a good skill. The cutting ability is real damage. However, when the strength reaches his level, Chi Yuan Zhan is said to be able to play its full role. It's not that huge anymore. Note, the combat power template can accurately see your own combat power and the opponent's combat power. You can also make judgments by hiding your combat power. The obvious comparison allows the host to make accurate data analysis of a game, thus make the right judgment. Perhaps sensing Carlo's confusion, the system immediately provided an explanation. A row of small blue characters appeared in my mind. So that's it. Is this the so-called combat power template system? It seems pretty good. After seeing the annotation, Carlo also felt that the reward this time seemed pretty good. Although there is absolutely no comparison with Super Saiyan 5's form. But being able to clearly see the opponent's combat effectiveness in advance is also crucial to the outcome of a game. If the opponent's strength is ridiculously strong, it is far from being comparable to him. Then there is no need for this battle to break out. You can also judge the crisis for yourself in advance. And the combat power template can not only judge the opponent's current combat power for yourself. It can even determine the hidden combat effectiveness. Let's see the fighting power of Trunks and Whis first. Verify whether this thing is really useful. Carlo glanced at the person. Trunks and Whis were beside him, ready to test this combat power template immediately. At this time, neither of them burst out their breath. If all their strength can be detected, it means that this combat power template system is indeed useful. Looked at Trunks first. With a thought, Trunks' combat power instantly appeared in front of Carlo. Name, Trunks. Race, Mixed Race Saiyan. Energy, Normal. Combat power, 75.4 billion, 3 units. Soon Trunks' information appeared in front of Carlo. Just like an illusory projection. It has Trunks' name, race, energy, and combat power on it. It does seem to be quite accurate. After seeing Trunks' combat power, Carlo also felt that the combat power template was quite accurate. Because Trunks has been trained at this time, his combat power has indeed reached a level of more than 70 billion. Of course, this combat power is based on the premise that he becomes Super Saiyan 2. Because the combat power template takes into account all hidden combat power. But the Unit 3 at the end made Carlo a little confused. Because in terms of combat effectiveness, he has never heard of the word unit being used to describe it. But Carlo didn't pay too much attention. Anyway, I can see Trunks' very accurate combat power. Look at Whis. Whis is a real angel. If I can see through his combat power, it means that this combat power template is indeed useful. If you can't see through the power of God, then this is a useless thing and has no effect. Carlo thought to himself and looked at Whis. You must know that every enemy you encounter in the future will definitely have power beyond Gods of Destruction. If this combat power template has no effect on strong men above gods and can only test the combat power of humans, then you won't be able to use this thing at all. The moment Carlo looked at Whis, a thought came to his mind. At that moment, Whis information also appeared in front of him. Name, Whis. Race, Angel Clan. Energy, Angel's Power. Combat Power, 9,999, 10 units. It is exactly the same as the Trunks information template just now. It's just that the other information and values are completely different. What? Has the combat power of Angel Whis actually reached that of a terrifying unit like Jian? After seeing Whis fighting power again, Carlo was instantly shocked. The above races and energies are to be expected. But Angel Whis fighting power is simply outrageous. You must know that Trunks' combat power is only over 70 billion. But Angel's combat power actually uses Jian as a unit. And it is a terrifying 9,999 stream. In other words, he was just one step away from breaking through this unit. To achieve positive units, Trunks' 70 billion plus units are 3. Angel Whis has a combat power of 9,999, and the unit value is 10. Carlo soon fell into thought. From this point of view, the unit values are likely to follow a pattern. A combat power of 1 to 10,000 units is 1, and a combat power of over 10,000 to 100 million units is 2. The combat power exceeds 100 million and is less than 1 trillion, and the unit value is 3. By analogy, Whis has a combat power of 9,999. His unit value is exactly 10. I see. After arriving here first, Carlo felt instantly refreshed. This is how the units are converted. From 3 to 10 units, it seems that the gap is not very big. But after tens of billions, there are still hundreds of billions, trillions, jing, Guy, Zi, soil, ditch, stream. And each unit value is divided into hundreds, thousands. In this conversion, the gap between Trunks and Whis. It is estimated that the dimensional gap cannot be described. Chapter 26. Then, Carlo couldn't help but look at his combat power template. Because he wanted to confirm how big the gap was between his current strength and Whis. You must know that you now have the power of Gods of Destruction. Among all the Gods of Destruction, few can defeat me. But what kind of gap will there be between Angel? With a thought, his combat power template instantly appeared in front of him. Host, Carlo. Race, Saiyan, Gods of Destruction. Energy, normal, destructive power. Combat power, 1006 soil, 8 units. Information about his own combat power appeared in front of him instantly. After seeing his fighting power, Carlo was naturally very shocked. Unexpectedly, his unit value has reached 8. The combat effectiveness also reached 1006 soil. At first glance, the gap between myself and Whis doesn't seem to be very big. After all, the difference is just more than 2 units. But if you think about it carefully, the gap in combat effectiveness is still huge. After thousands of soils, there are still ditches, 10 ditches, hundreds of ditches, thousands of ditches, streams, 10 streams, hundreds of streams, thousands of streams. The gap between this can be clearly understood by just thinking about how terrifying it is. It can be said that even if he becomes Gods of Destruction, the gap between him and Angel is already ridiculously large. But fortunately, my bloodline is that of Saiyan. As long as you continue to enhance your basic combat effectiveness, his own strength can be continuously improved, and it has doubled countless times. Surpassing Angel is Carlo's top priority next. Sir Carlo, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze again? Whis and Trunks both looked at Carlo in surprise. He had been in a daze for several minutes. Whis is actually used to this situation. But Trunks has never seen it. Naturally, I am a little confused about the form. Forward. After coming back to his senses, Carlo shook his head and said, "It's okay, let's take a rest and continue training." He could clearly see the gap between himself and Whis just now. There is still an unfathomable gap. You must train yourself well. You must know that after surpassing Angel, there are still countless strong people waiting for you. Now that the former 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Nobu was able to surpass Angel, then I can definitely do it. Trunks and Whis both nodded. Speaking of which, Trunks seems to be more motivated than Carlo. His strength is also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye under Whis training. You know, when I first came to the world of Gods of Destruction, he just broke through Super Saiyan 2 in just over a year. Because I only train by myself and don't have a mentor. Even if he becomes Super Saiyan 2, he only has a few billion fighting power. In just a few months, Trunks' combat power reached more than 70 billion. If you train here for a year, Trunks is likely to make a morphological breakthrough. In the evening, after dinner, Whis looked at Carlo seriously. There is one thing that must be dealt with as soon as possible. Sir Carlo, I have something very important to tell you. Whis said seriously. Carlo was stunned for a moment, and he knew from Whis's face that it must be something more important. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "What's the matter?" "About our 7th Universe Supreme Kai. You have been the Gods of Destruction for more than 2 years now. During these 2 years, the position of Supreme Kai has been vacant. This matter must be resolved within 3 years of the new Gods of Destruction taking office, otherwise Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest will definitely be punished if they find out." In fact, Lord Carlo was planning to talk about this when he first became Gods of Destruction. That means it must be within 3 years of Gods of Destruction taking over. Find the right Supreme Kai. If the previous Supreme Kai is not dead and the Gods of Destruction is replaced, the Supreme Kai can also be retained. But now, the Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai of the 7th universe have disappeared together. So they have to find a new Supreme Kai. If the 3-year period expires, it is very likely that Grand Priest and Zeno will discover it. Things will get a bit bad then. It's just that Master Carlo has been busy practicing since then, so he ignored this matter. Now 3 years are coming soon, and the matter of electing Supreme Kai cannot be delayed any longer. It is indeed a difficult problem. Carlo rubbed his temples. He had actually thought about Supreme Kai many times before. If a universe has Gods of Destruction, then it naturally has a corresponding Supreme Kai. But he is very reluctant to have Supreme Kai appear. Because if there is Supreme Kai, his situation will be very dangerous. Beerus is the best example. Even if he has the ability to protect himself, Supreme Kai may not have such ability. Once Wang Shen is killed, he will also disappear. The end is exactly the same as Beerus. He has never spoken about this matter, and in fact he has been avoiding this problem. Because in this universe, he feels that no one person is qualified for the position of Supreme Kai. Even the Trunks in front of him was extremely weak. If you meet a strong person, it is possible to kill Trunks. I brought Trunks to the God realm for training. Part of the reason is that I like the character of Trunks. Especially Trunks in the future time and space, I appreciate it even more. There is also a more important reason why I never told Whis. Didn't even tell Trunks. That is, he plans to train Trunks to become the Supreme Kai of this universe. When his strength grows, he will be qualified for this position. In this way, your situation will be much safer. When Whis didn't talk about it, he naturally wouldn't say it first. Now Whis is bringing this matter out in the open. Then it must be solved after all. Do you think this is okay? Whis. I can be the Gods of Destruction of this universe, and I can also be the Supreme Kai of this universe. Let me have both identities at the same time. Carlo looked at Whis and said seriously. If this is possible, then your destiny is in your own hands. It will be very safe and secure. Oh! Master Carlo, what are you thinking about? If this is possible, do you think Lord Beerus is that stupid? Would he disappear so simply? Whis gave Carlo a big eye roll, as if to say, you seem to be thinking about shit. Although Lord Beerus usually doesn't look very smart. But if this is possible, how could Lord Beerus allow Supreme Kai to have the same destiny? Chapter 27. Faced with Whis's big eyes, Carlo also knew that this method would definitely not work. Otherwise, why would other universes allow Supreme Kai to exist? Isn't this just waiting for someone to kill Gods of Destruction? Sir Carlo, don't we have a ready candidate in front of us? Whis glanced at Trunks, then smiled. Obviously, Whis still has a very good impression of Trunks. This guy is very kind and very humble and gentle. I used to think that Sir Carlo brought him here because he wanted him to be a candidate for Gods of Destruction or something. But now it seems that Trunks is a bit unsuitable to become Gods of Destruction. After all, when the Gods of Destruction destroy the earth, they may sometimes destroy billions of creatures in an instant. This kind of thing is obviously a bit impossible for the kind-hearted Trunks. If it were Supreme Kai, Trunks' character would be very suitable. Because Supreme Kai is the god responsible for restoration and creation, Trunks should be more willing to do this. If he had to choose between Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai, Trunks would definitely choose Supreme Kai without hesitation. Carlo glanced at Trunks. He had the same idea. Me? Can I? But my strength is still so weak, can I really become a god? Trunks doubted himself. Because his strength is too weak compared to Gods of Destruction and others. Especially after seeing the battle between Master Carlo and the 6th Universe Gods of Destruction, he felt even less confident. Trunks, don't be so presumptuous. You've seen our Supreme Kai from Universe 7 before, and his strength is just like that. And it's not as good as you are now, right? Hearing Trunks' unfounded self-doubt, Carlo said with a smile. Whis is right, Trunks is really suitable for Supreme Kai's position. And there seems to be no one better suited for this position than him. Because he understands human suffering. He has experienced things that many people have not experienced. Even Son Goku and Vegeta in the main time and space experienced far less than Trunks. And Trunks' talent is pretty good, at least it's much stronger than ordinary humans, or even other races. If trained, his strength can reach a very strong level. This way you can more or less guarantee your own safety. So he thought it would work to make Trunks the Supreme Kai. Indeed. Supreme Kai-sama's strength and Jobit's strength are both average. With the strength I have now, I can easily defeat them. This time, Trunks was not modest, but told the truth. Because Supreme Kai-sama and Jobit are both weak. Jobit was instantly killed by Demon King Dapura. And Supreme Kai-sama is also vulnerable to Demon King Dapura. At that time, after I reached the Super Saiyan 2 form, I was able to easily defeat Demon King Dapura. After this period of training, he felt that his strength had also improved qualitatively. So it must be far more than the previous Supreme Kai-sama and the others. If I'm not mistaken, before Supreme Kai died, he made you a candidate for Supreme Kai. Right. Carlo continued to smile. Because it is recorded in the Dragon Ball Super manga plot. Trunks in the future time and space did receive guidance from Supreme Kai. And became a candidate for Supreme Kai. Trunks made this clear when he faced Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super. So he also has some abilities that can help others restore their physical fitness. How do you know about this? Only Supreme Kai and I should know about this matter. Trunks looked at Carlo in surprise. Because that incident happened in the Supreme Kai world, and only myself and Supreme Kai were there at that time. There is absolutely no third person. But why did Master Carlo actually know about it? And judging from his appearance, he seemed to be very aware of this matter. Don't forget my identity, I am the Gods of Destruction. This kind of thing is no longer a secret to me. Carlo could only take a careless look. He can't say that he knows these things. In other words, you know the development trajectory of future time and space, as well as what happened in the past. Whis gave Carlo a big eye roll in response to Carlo's careless attitude. That expression obviously said, you are bragging. All you do is train and sleep all day long. How is it possible to know what is happening in the world of Supreme Kai? I don't even make a draft when I'm bragging. But Whis naturally didn't expose Carlo, although he was surprised how Carlo knew about it. Oh. That's right. Master Carlo possesses power and abilities that I can't even imagine. It's indeed normal to know this kind of thing. Trunks nodded immediately and replied. You must know that in his mind at this moment, Carlo is the real Gods of Destruction. The all-knowing, all-powerful Gods of Destruction. How about it? Just be the Supreme Kai of our 7th universe. Carlo said. Since Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis both think highly of me, it would be a bit uninteresting if I didn't agree. I promise. From now on I will definitely fulfill my duties as Supreme Kai. Trunks no longer hesitated and nodded directly in agreement. Master Carlo and Mr. Whis let themselves become Supreme Kai, that is what they are doing. If you continue to refuse, it will obviously be a bit uninteresting. And after becoming Supreme Kai, he can also save more humans who have suffered the same tragic experiences as himself. Okay, that's settled. From today on, you are the 7th universe Gods of Destruction who share the same destiny with me. So you must cherish your life and never die. Carlo nodded and said with a very serious expression. This guy is the Supreme Kai who is bound to him by fate. If he loses his temper, he will suffer as well. If it's possible without Supreme Kai, Carlo is the one who doesn't want Supreme Kai. But obviously there is no way. In front of Zeno and Grand Priest, he was as weak as a small insect. There is no qualification to resist them. Chapter 28. Yeah, I understand, Master Carlo. I won't die at any time. I promise. Trunks nodded firmly and said with determination in his eyes. I never thought I could die. Because after death, only the mother is left alone to survive in the world. And I have to protect the earth, and I must not let the earth fall into crisis. Now he is shouldering a sacred mission and is connected with the gods of destruction Carlo. If this happens, I will be even more unable to die. To be honest, this kind of pressure is actually quite great. Maybe no one can understand my own pressure. But this huge pressure will all be converted into his own motivation. Let yourself continue to improve your strength and make yourself stronger. It's a really good result. Master Carlo is my favorite gods of destruction, and Trunks is also my favorite Supreme Kai. Whis said happily. For hundreds of millions of years, I haven't had any friends. Only Lord Beerus himself regarded him as a friend. Because when I was assisting Lord Beerus, there were often quarrels. But it is undeniable that he has feelings for Lord Beerus. So when Lord Beerus disappeared, I felt uncomfortable for a long time. But things are fine now. I have become friends with Carlo and Trunks, and I quite like them. From now on, my life should not be too boring. Trunks, you are just secretly the Supreme Kai now, the one with whom I share the same fate. But one Supreme Kai is definitely not enough, because my safety still cannot be perfectly protected. So I have to find a Supreme Kai on the surface, just to prevent me from making enemies in the future. Carlo thought for a while and said. If only Trunks were a Supreme Kai. Gods of destruction from other universes, or some enemies you may provoke in the future, when they cannot deal with you. There's a good chance the finger will be pointed at Trunks. In this case, his situation is still very dangerous. Because even if Trunks can reach Super Saiyan 5 or even higher one day. But it would take a long time, and even if he reached that form, Trunks wouldn't be able to possess such a powerful force of his own. In the face of gods of destruction, there is still no chance of winning. And the enemies he makes in the future will definitely be more powerful than gods of destruction. Oh. Sir Carlo makes sense. This approach can indeed better protect Lord Carlo's safety. Whis also strongly agrees with this approach. And this approach is not illegal. It's just a universe. With one more Supreme Kai, it won't have any impact at all. You must know that during Lord Beerus's tenure, there were 5 Supreme Kais. And there's an old Supreme Kai that's been sealed away. Trunks also agreed, feeling a little less stressed. Then only the 3 of us know about this matter. Maybe Zeno-sama and Grand Priest will know about it in the future, but other than that, no one else can know this secret. I think you all understand the importance of this matter. Carlo looked at Whis and Trunks, and then said very seriously. I have already died once, so I cherish my life very much. And now I still have such great strength. So he is more cautious and careful. Because this world is more dangerous than my original world. Please don't worry. Master Carlo. Whis also nodded seriously. Master Carlo is the gods of destruction that he likes very much. So I don't want him to disappear like Lord Beerus. So he will definitely not disclose such news to anyone. As for Trunks, he would naturally not talk about this matter. But where are we going to find another Supreme Kai? Whis asked. To be honest, even though I am an angel of the 7th universe. But we still don't know much about most of the planets in the 7th universe. Especially for some planets with combat capabilities, he was even less clear. After all, the universe is so vast. It is impossible for me to know every planet thoroughly. Now it would be a huge task to check them one by one. Don't worry about this, I already have a candidate in mind. Carlo was confident, and it was obvious that he had already thought about this issue. Before Whis said he would choose Supreme Kai, He had already made two preparations in his mind. First, you need a Supreme Kai on the surface. Everyone thinks that he is the Supreme Kai who is connected to the seventh universe in himself. Then, it is about finding a relatively powerful Supreme Kai who is connected to his fate. Although this still cannot guarantee your life safety 100%. But at least this approach also gives you more security. Oh. It seems that Lord Carlo has already thought about this matter. Whis said with surprise. It seems that Lord Carlo has more to do than he thought. He has probably already thought about these things. Yes, I've thought about it. Let's go to Namek and find a Supreme Kai there. Carlo nodded and then said. First of all, every resident of Namek is a peace-loving person. Their character and temperament make them more suitable to become Supreme Kai. After becoming Supreme Kai, they must be very serious and responsible. It turns out Lord Carlo was thinking of the Namekians. Not bad. Although the Namekians are relatively weak, they are kind-hearted and love peace. He is indeed the perfect choice for Supreme Kai. Whis nodded and said seriously. Letting them become Supreme Kai seems to be a good ending. Chapter 29. Whis, you should be able to directly give Trunks the power of Supreme Kai. Carlo looked at Whis and then asked. You must know that Supreme Kai also has special abilities. Probably creating planets and restoring planets, as well as instant transmission and healing. These are the abilities possessed by Supreme Kai. Of course. Master Zeno has already given Angel this sacred mission. Whis smiled and nodded. The staff in his hand was gently waved towards Trunks. Then, he muttered, ouch. The next thing is to see Trunks change. The battle uniform on his body has disappeared and turned into Supreme Kai's unique clothing. At the same time, a light yellow Padala earring appeared above Trunks's ear. At the same time, a silver ring also appeared on his hand. Obviously, this is the unique configuration of Supreme Kai. Padara earrings, and time and space rings. And at that moment, Trunks suddenly felt that many abilities appeared in his body. The abilities of telekinesis, healing, instant transmission, creative abilities, etc. instantly appeared in my mind. And it's very clear. This is amazing. Is this what Supreme Kai is capable of? Trunks' face was filled with excitement. Each of these abilities is extremely useful. But he didn't know that the Padara earrings had the greatest effect. Because this kind of earring can be combined to create a powerful combined warrior. It's just that even East King Kai doesn't know about this matter, and Trunks certainly doesn't know about it. If they had known, they would not have died tragically at the hands of Dapura. Forward. Mr. Whis, this outfit doesn't seem to fit me well. Can I be like Mr. Carlo and not have to wear such strange special clothes? Trunks looked at Carlo, then at Whis, and said with a wry smile. Because Supreme Kai's clothing does not fit my own aesthetic. Master Carlo is the Gods of Destruction, but he doesn't wear those weird clothes. This is just an additional golden Gods of Destruction earring on the ear. Trunks was right, Whis. Take his clothes back. Wearing clothes like this, even a fool would know he is Supreme Kai. Carlo said calmly. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that this suit is obviously from Supreme Kai. Keek, okay. Looking at Master Carlo's resentful eyes, Whis chuckled like a barbell. Then, the staff in his hand waved gently again. The Supreme Kai exclusive clothes on Trunks have disappeared and he has once again changed back into his own clothes. Trunks, as Supreme Kai, you should also have mastered the ability of instant transmission by now. Use your ability well and take us to Namek. Carlo said to Trunks. There's a guy around who knows instant transmission. This is indeed a very convenient thing. No matter where you want to go, you can reach it in an instant. And Supreme Kai's instant transmission is not like Son Goku's instant transmission, which requires sensing the opponent's breath in advance before he can move. Sir Carlo, Mr. Whis, please hold my shoulders. Trunks said something, and then began to locate the location of Namek. After positioning, the bodies of the three men swayed a few times, and then instantly disappeared into the world of Gods of Destruction. When it appeared again, it was on a green planet. The original Namek had exploded into cosmic dust during the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. This planet is the new home that the Namek people found themselves. It was originally a barren planet. But after decades of cultivation, this planet is completely different from before. The whole planet is a green scene. Their Namekian special ring tree is overgrown. What a beautiful planet! Even more beautiful than the Earth. Trunks looked at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but praise. This is simply a paradise-like existence. Whis agrees. In the entire universe, there are probably not many planets with such a beautiful environment. And just when the three of them appeared, several Namekians have already gathered around. Then, more and more Namekians came over. Finally, an older man looked at the three of them and asked, "I don't know where the three of you came from. What's the matter with us?" As they spoke, everyone looked wary and slightly worried. Because few people from Namek come to them. There haven't been any guests in recent decades. The sudden arrival of strangers can indeed make them wary and nervous. Please allow me to introduce it to you. This is Lord Carlo, the Gods of Destruction of our universe, and this is Mr. Trunks. Whis was very polite and introduced everyone in front of him with a smile. What? Gods of Destruction? Obviously, this nation seems to know the existence of Gods of Destruction. Or maybe you heard some legends somewhere. So several old men suddenly had looks of horror on their faces. Then he quickly pulled the child in front of him behind him and looked at Carlo in fear. Don't worry, everyone. Although I am the Gods of Destruction, I can't do anything to such a beautiful planet. And I know that the Namekians have always loved peace. It is impossible for me to destroy such a universe. Looking at the nervous old men, Carlo said calmly. He had never had such thoughts about destroying Namek. And this is a very mysterious nation. It was explained in the comics of Dragon Ball Super Season 2. Namek does not exist in this dimensional universe, but came from other worlds a long time ago. So, may I ask, Lord Gods of Destruction, what are your orders when you come to our Namek? The elder of one of the villages asked quickly and tremblingly. It's nothing big. I came here mainly for two purposes. First of all, select a Namekian with good character and strong talent from you to be the Supreme Kai of this universe. Secondly, I just want to borrow your wishing beads. Carlo directly stated his intention. Now that we have come to Namek, we naturally have to use the Dragon Ball here. Otherwise it would be a bit too wasteful. Chapter 30. The old man was obviously a little surprised by the two purposes Carlo mentioned. It wasn't the Gods of Destruction's search for the wishing beads that surprised him. This was originally a normal thing. Because the wishing beads were targeted, this is understandable. Many people in many planets and universes want to make wishing beads. It's just that they can't find their planet. He was surprised that Lord Gods of Destruction actually wanted to find a Supreme Kai from their planet Namek. This really surprised him. Lord Supreme Kai and the others naturally know it too. But they don't know what happened to the previous Supreme Kai, so why should they choose the new Supreme Kai? Lord Gods of Destruction, please move. This matter must be approved by the Great Elder. I don't think the Great Elder will refuse. The old man said with great respect. You must know that standing opposite are the legendary Gods of Destruction who can destroy planets at a moment's notice. If any of them show disrespect, it is very likely that the Namek clan will fall. Naturally, I don't dare to slack off even a little bit. Good. Carlo nodded, and then followed the old man into a room. I met the Great Elder, and there were two young people beside him. Carlo looked at their combat power template casually. One has a combat power of over 8,000. And one of them has a combat power of just over 2,300. The combat power is 8,000, which is already considered an extraordinary thing for a Namekian. You must know that the genius Neru in Namek is the genius Namek who was killed by Frisia before. His highest combat power is only 42,000. As for the average combat type Namekian, the combat power is generally between 3,000 and 4,000. With a combat power of 8,000, he is already considered a very good Namekian warrior. And it's obvious that he is the new Great Elder's personal guard. After a brief introduction, the Great Elder was naturally in awe of Carlo. Because as the Great Elders of Namek, they naturally know more about the legend of Gods of Destruction. I didn't expect to see the real Gods of Destruction today. He also took out all the wishing beads without hesitation, and promised Carlo that Carlo could choose a Namekian as the Supreme Kai of this universe at will. Because this is an honor for the Namekians. It is their duty to contribute to the peace of the entire universe. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Both of them seem to be talented Namek people. One of them is a fighting type, and the other should be a descendant of the Dragon Clan. I will take both of them, one as Supreme Kai and the other as Supreme Kai's guard. Carlo was also ready to take the two young men away without any politeness. Judging from their appearance, they should be a few years older than Trunks. If Son Gohan was still alive, perhaps the two young Namekians in front of him would be about the same age as Son Gohan. Okay, Lord Gods of Destruction. Dende, Cat, did you two hear that? This is a blessing for you too. After becoming Supreme Kai, you must benefit this universe. Do you understand? The Great Elder said to the two people behind him. His words surprised Carlo. I didn't expect one of them to be Dende. Yes, Great Elder. Although they were extremely reluctant to leave, they still spoke respectfully to the Great Elder. They also know that some things are beyond their control. Good boy. The Great Elder gently stroked the heads of Dende and Kot, with a look of doting on his face. Know that these are his children. It's an honor for all Namekians that they can become Supreme Kai. Lord Gods of Destruction, those are the wishing beads you need. Then, the Great Elder said to Carlo respectfully. As for what Carlo wants to do with these Dragon Balls, he won't ask. This was a matter of Gods of Destruction, so naturally he didn't dare to ask. Okay. Thank you then. Carlo nodded in thanks. Even after becoming a Gods of Destruction, he did not become arrogant like other Gods of Destructions. For people like the Great Elder of Namek, you still have to be polite. He walked outside with the wishing beads. Dende and Carter followed behind. Carlo looked at Trunks and asked, Trunks, do you remember if you had a tail when you were born? Forehead. This, I can't remember. Trunks touched his head and said with an embarrassed look. How could I remember these things when I was just born? It's just that as long as he can remember, he has no tail. But Brother Gohan said he had a tail when he was a child. It's just that I haven't asked my mother about this. Because to him, without a tail, he is more like a pure earthling. Oh. Carlo just nodded slightly. He felt that even though Trunks was a half-blood scion, he should also have a tail. Most likely when he was born, I was usually removed by Bulma or Vegeta. Because when Son Goku was a child, he saw Son Goku transform into a giant ape due to the full moon. It is estimated that even after more than 10 years, that fear still remains in her heart. She certainly didn't want her son to turn into a giant ape every full moon. So I had my tail plucked off after I was born. This possibility is very high. You must know that Son Goku was born with a tail, but Son Goku and Vegeta did not remove it. The most important thing is that at that time, neither Son Goku nor Shishi knew the magical power of this tail, which was that it could transform into a giant ape on a full moon night. Son Goku only learned this news from Vegeta. So they didn't care about Gohan's tail. But when Son Goten was born, they all knew the secret. So it is very possible that Son Goten's tail was plucked out by Shishi after he was born. Of course, this is all speculation on my part. As for whether this is the case, it still needs to be verified later. Dende, help me summon Shenron from Namek. Carlo said to Dende in front of him. Dende also immediately nodded respectfully. Along with Yolora's Namek words, Shenron Palunga was also summoned. A green Shenron in the form of a toad. It's a bit ugly, but fortunately it's quite useful. Shenron Palunga also seemed to feel the destructive power in Carlo's body, so a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. Although in front of other people, it behaves arrogantly enough. But Shenron is more aware of the power of Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction if it completely disappears in an instant. Lord Gods of Destruction, what kind of wish do you want? Just tell me. Dende asked looking at Carlo. Let Trunks' tail grow back. Carlo said calmly. This is his plan. Let Trunks' tail grow back. Being a Saiyan is as long as you have a tail. Trunks can quickly turn into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 31. Yeah, okay, Lord Gods of Destruction. Dende nodded quickly, and then said something to Shenron Palunga again. This wish is very simple, because he already has Saiyan's blood in his body, and his tail was also removed the day after tomorrow. Shenron Palunga said in a rich voice. After saying that, scarlet light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Then Carlo looked at it and said, Your wish has come true, please tell me your second wish. Shenron's tone was obviously one of great awe. This surprised all the Namekians. Did you know that someone had made a wish to Shenron Palunga before? But his attitude was as arrogant as a god who was completely indifferent to the world. I didn't expect that after seeing Gods of Destruction, I would have such an expression. But it's right to think about it. A higher creature naturally has the ability to predict dangerous things. Shenron Palunga can naturally feel the danger of Gods of Destruction. After the voice fell, Trunks was surprised to find out. Like Mr. Carlo, he actually had a furry tail growing out of his back. But this was my wish just now. Surprised, he didn't ask any more questions. He still doesn't quite understand why Master Carlo must let his tail grow. Because he feels that without a tail, he looks more like an earthling. When walking, it always feels very awkward to have a tail trailing behind you. After all, he has had no tail for as long as he can remember. This second wish is for Trunks to become immortal. Carol said calmly. He knew that the wishes Shenron of Namek could fulfill were limited. Even for so-called immortality, the upper limit is very low. In other words, a strong opponent can still kill Trunks. Dende continued to translate. Soon after, Shenron also got his second wish. However, he also directly stated that the immortality it achieved was only immortality in a relative sense. If the opponent is too strong, or uses powerful divine power, Trunks can be destroyed easily. At that point, so-called immortality simply won't work. Carlo naturally knows very well about this kind of thing. He also doesn't think that Shenron from Namek can achieve true immortality. You must know that even the immortal body granted by Super Shenron's wish can be destroyed instantly by Zeno. Even the power of destruction cannot be resisted. As for the third wish, Carlo didn't think about it well. Originally, I wanted to let Shenron help Trunks develop his potential, but thinking about it, this method of promotion by pushing the seedlings to encourage growth does not seem to be particularly wise. This last wish can only be given up. If you don't have a third wish, then I'll take my leave first, Lord Gods of Destruction. Shenron Palunga said with great respect. Go. Carlo just nodded lightly. It seems that Shenron is quite good at everything. In the Dragon Ball Super animation, Earth's Shenron was almost scared to death by Beerus. The moment we met, I broke out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Shenron of Namek was also a master who was equally capable of flattery. After Shenron Palunga disappears, Carlo spoke to the great elder of Namek, and then returned to the Supreme Kai world with Dende and Carter. Although Supreme Kai they have disappeared for more than 2 years. But the Supreme Kai world is still in order. Dende, Carter, you two will live in this place from now on. After speaking to Dende and Cat, Carlo said to Whis, the two of them are now the Supreme Kai, and they are also given the abilities of the Supreme Kai. After all, they are now Supreme Kai on the surface. If there is no Supreme Kai ability, then how can it be called Supreme Kai? This will definitely arouse others' suspicion. Besides, the ability given to Supreme Kai is nothing to Angel. He has licensed Zeno and Grand Priest. Okay, Master Carlo. Whis nodded quickly and then executed it immediately. After gaining new powers and abilities, Dende and Carlo were naturally very excited. The two of them have always felt that they could become Supreme Kai and serve the entire universe. This would have been a very glorious thing. Sir Carlo, actually I have been very curious right now. Why did you have to let my tail grow? Trunks finally couldn't help but asked out of curiosity. A tail cannot give oneself great power. Why did Lord Carlo use Namex Dragon Ball to make a wish to grow his tail? It's simple, because if you want to reach Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan 5, you have to have a tail. With your current strength and your newly grown tail, you already have the conditions to become Super Saiyan 4. Carlo answered calmly. Trunks' current fundamental strength is very strong, and was able to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2. In this case, it is fully possible to become Super Saiyan 4. However, if you want to master Super Saiyan 5's transformation, no easy task. Without the right opportunity, it would be difficult to break through to that level. But for now, it would be good to let him break through Super Saiyan 4 first. Because as long as he transforms into Super Saiyan 4, not many humans can compete with him. So, it turns out to be like this. Trunks understood instantly. It turns out that Master Carlo allowed his tail to grow in order to transform himself into the Super Saiyan 4 form. That form is so handsome. And the strength is particularly strong. To be honest, he had long wanted to ask Lord Carlo for advice on how to become Super Saiyan 4. I just never had the nerve to speak. Unexpectedly, Lord Carlo would actually take the initiative to help him become Super Saiyan 4. Then now, I will help you break through the Super Saiyan 4 form. First, transform into Super Saiyan 2's form and raise your aura to the limit. Carlo said to Trunks. Trunks immediately did so. Instantly transformed into the second peak form of Super Saiyan. The power that Trunks exploded instantly shocked Dende and Carter beyond measure. This power is really too strong, they have never felt such a powerful force. Whis, just one artificial full moon comes out. After seeing Trunks transform into Super Saiyan 2, Carlo said something to Whis. The full moon is also a prerequisite for becoming a giant in Saiyan. Yes. Master Carlo. Whis immediately did so. For an angel, this is a very simple thing. With a slight wave of the staff in his hand, a full moon hung in the sky above the god realm. Trunks' eyes immediately turned to Kai. The moment he saw the full moon, his eyes suddenly froze. Then, his eyes instantly turned red. The heartbeat also suddenly accelerated. Even Carlo and the others around them could hear the thumping of their heartbeats. His chest was rising and falling, and a violent expression instantly appeared on Trunks' face. Chapter 32. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, Trunks' heartbeat became faster and faster, and his voice sounded more like a drum. Lord Gods of Destruction, is he okay? Dende and Cat said with fearful expressions on the side. After all, they have never seen such a scene. And at this time, Trunks' eyes did become very fierce. Like a completely irrational beast. Carlo didn't answer them, just looked at Trunks calmly. This guy is Vegeta's son. As a Saiyan prince, Vegeta has the blood of the Saiyan royal family in his body. So after he turned into a gorilla, he was able to completely control his consciousness and not lose his mind like Son Goku. Trunks is his son. I don't know if he has inherited the blood of the Vegeta royal family. If you inherit it, it may save you a lot of trouble. What if Trunks couldn't control his consciousness after turning into a gorilla? It's still somewhat troublesome. Roar. Just when Carlo was thinking, accompanied by a beast-like roar, Trunks transformed directly into a golden gorilla. It's as tall as a hill. His hands kept hammering his chest. It seems to be venting the excitement in his heart. Dende and Cat were so frightened that they quickly moved closer to Whis. You must know the horror of Trunks' body at this time. Dende and Carter are in Trunks' eyes. It's like a small insect that can be crushed into meat patties with one foot. Trunks? Looking at Trunks, the giant ape who kept hammering his chest, Carlo let out a faint cry. In fact, he wasn't sure if Trunks was still sane. Looking at his appearance at this time, he looks a bit violent. But after hearing the cry, Trunks stopped beating his chest and quickly lowered his head. Master Carlo! I saw Trunks also shouting Carlo's name. This shows that he did not lose consciousness at all due to turning into a gorilla. Yes, you have inherited Vegeta's royal blood very well. Carlo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Trunks can stay conscious, which saves a lot of trouble. Then he continued, now use your own thoughts to exert all your power. In fact, it has reached this level. Trunks can definitely feel the signs of his breakthrough. As long as he improves his aura, it will be easy to break through Super Saiyan 4. The giant Trunks nodded. Then he clenched his fists fiercely, and golden flames burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards, the golden flames directly formed an energy protective shield. It completely covered Trunks' body. Several people looked at the golden light group in surprise. Time passes by second by second. After a full minute, the golden disc began to dissipate little by little. Trunks' body once again appeared in everyone's sight. It's just that at this time, Trunks' appearance has changed dramatically. The upper body is covered with red hair, and the hair stands up like a Super Saiyan. But it's still black. A red tail swung flexibly behind him. And his breath also changed drastically at this moment. Oh my god, oh my god! What's going on? What a terrifying energy fluctuation! Dende and Cat began to tremble with fear. They had never felt such powerful aura and energy fluctuations before. Even Son Goku and Frieza from before. Compared with Trunks at this time, he was not on the same level at all. Oh! Trunks actually turned into Super Saiyan 4 just like Master Carlo. Although there is no comparison with Master Carlo, he has completely mastered this form. Among humans, there are only a few who can reach his level. Looking at Trunks, who had now transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Whis said calmly. You must know that when Master Carlo became Super Saiyan 4, he realized it all by himself. He didn't turn into this gorilla. It seems that Master Carlo has a very thorough understanding of Saiyan. But what he didn't know was that Carlo's fourth Super Saiyan form was also rewarded by the system. Although he is fully capable of reaching Super Saiyan 4 on his own. But since the system has already rewarded you, there is no need to risk becoming a gorilla. At this time, the one who was most surprised, shocked, and excited was naturally Trunks. I really turned into Super Saiyan 4's form. That's right, it's exactly the same as when Master Carlo became Super Saiyan 4. Trunks looked at his hands, then quickly checked his body. Looking at the body covered with red hair, Trunks became extremely excited. I originally thought that if I wanted to become Super Saiyan 4, I had to become Super Saiyan 3 first. But I didn't expect to jump directly to Super Saiyan 4. This was simply something he had never dared to think about before. That's great! This power is simply ridiculously strong and unbelievable. He clenched his fists and felt the power in his body that was as vast as Wang Yang's. Trunks' body trembled with excitement. He had never even expected such a powerful power. But now, he actually has this power. Of course, Master Carlo helped him with all this. For him, improving your own strength is actually nothing to be excited about. But when I think that my strength has become so strong, my relatives and the earth will become safer in the future. He can't help but be excited and excited. After suppressing his excitement, Trunks immediately said to Carlo, "Thank you, Master Carlo. If it weren't for you, it would have been impossible for me to reach the level of Super Saiyan 4, let alone know that there is such a powerful form above Super Saiyan 2. Then he turned around and looked at Whis, and said with great respect, "Thank you too Whis, you are all my best teachers." Trunks' tone and expression are extremely sincere. Chapter 33. Okay, train well to improve your own strength and don't get killed. This is the best reward for us. Looking at Trunks who was full of excitement, Carlo said calmly. Because Trunks turned into Super Saiyan 4, this was originally expected. So there are no surprises or surprises. Yes. Master Carlo. Trunks immediately stood up straight, and then said to Carlo with great respect. All right. Then you two will stay in the God realm from now on, and I will let Whis tell you everything Supreme Kai has to do. Perform your duties as Supreme Kai well and help me manage this universe. Carlo looked at Dende and Cat on the side and said. Yes, Lord Gods of Destruction. The two of them nodded quickly, their expressions still very respectful. They felt that although the Gods of Destruction in front of them looked more serious, they felt that he was still quite nice. In the following time, Whis told the two of them what Supreme Kai should do. Afterwards, the three of them left the Supreme Kai world. Back to the world of Gods of Destruction. Whis, I have to improve my own strength now. I remember you once told me that there are 3 levels of destruction skills in Gods of Destruction, right? Carlo looked at Whis and asked. Because he had just arrived in the God realm and had just become the Gods of Destruction. Whis once told himself that Gods of Destruction has 3 levels of destruction skills. The Gods of Destruction skills mastered by the 12 Gods of Destruction only stay at the first level. Yes, Master Carlo. Are you ready to start training? Whis nodded and said seriously. The 12 destructive skills of Gods of Destruction all stay on the first level. Even Lord Beerus is like this. Well, my current strength is still too weak. Although it is slightly stronger than the Gods of Destruction Compa from the 6th universe, I know that I am still not the strongest among the Gods of Destruction. Not even better than my previous 2 Gods of Destruction. Carlo smiled to himself. Although he has now mastered Super Saiyan 5's form. But after all, this is fighting as Super Saiyan. So you must master the powerful Gods of Destruction skills. Actually, Mr. Carlo, there is no need to belittle yourself. You are already very strong. But if you want to become stronger, then I will train you well. Whis continued. What if Lord Carlo becomes stronger and can even crush the Gods of Destruction from other universes? There's a good chance he'll get a higher position. That is the leader of all Gods of Destruction. When the time comes, I, as an angel, will also be very proud. Well, train me well. Carlo also nodded very seriously. Now he must improve his strength. Good. Whis readily agreed. Next, a month passed quickly. During this month, Whis has been training Carlo seriously. Trunks is also constantly improving his strength. Because the training place this time is not in the world of Gods of Destruction, but in another space similar to a spiritual time room. Although the flow of time inside is not as slow as the spiritual time of the earth, but the conditions inside are very harsh. Training in this environment is very good for Saiyan to improve his basic combat effectiveness. After careful guidance from Whis, Carlo also mastered the 2nd level Gods of Destruction skill. This also makes Whis feel very incredible. I admire Master Carlo's talent. It can be said that it far surpasses Lord Beerus and the others. In fact, the potential of Lord Beerus and even every Gods of Destruction is very strong. Without great potential, one would not become the gods of destruction of a universe. It's just that after they became gods of destruction, training seemed to be irrelevant to them. Because no one in the universe can compete with them. As for those above them, they cannot be surpassed no matter what. So all of Gods of Destruction never had that kind of idea or goal. This also leads to the reason that in the billions of years since Gods of Destruction, the strength of Gods of Destruction has not improved much. Sir Carlo, I didn't expect that in just a few years, you would have reached the second level of Gods of Destruction skills. It is no exaggeration to say that your current strength has definitely surpassed all the Gods of Destruction. Only a month has passed outside, but inside the space where they trained. Several years have passed. For Angel, who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, a few years is like a blink of an eye. A second layer of destructive skills that can be mastered at the snap of a finger. Master Carlo's talent is truly incredible. It's actually not as difficult as you think. Why don't the other Gods of Destruction reach this level? Carlo asked with some confusion. At this time, he has completely mastered the form of Gods of Destruction. And reached the second level. It is no exaggeration to say that his current Gods of Destruction form does not require the addition of Scion's transformation. Absolutely not afraid of any of the Gods of Destruction. It's actually very simple. All Gods of Destruction can achieve this level. It's just that after becoming Gods of Destruction, they don't feel it's necessary anymore. Because no human in the universe they govern can defeat the Gods of Destruction. And those who are stronger than them are existences that they can't surpass even if they break through the second and third levels, so they don't think it's necessary. Whis explained lightly. I see. Fine. Carlo nodded. He clenched his fist gently, and flame-like purple destructive energy instantly burst out from his body. At the same time, two purple diamond-shaped logos appeared on Carlo's chest. What a terrifying power of God! Trunks looked at Carlo in horror. Because he has become Supreme Kai, he can clearly feel Lord Carlo's powerful divine power. That kind of overbearing and destructive aura cannot be compared with any energy. Chapter 34. Go out and have a good rest, come back and continue training, Whis. Carlo does not feel satisfied with the strength he has now. Even though his strength has improved in the past few years, there is still a gap between him and Angel. He took a brief look at his current combat power template. The combat effectiveness has reached 9,999 soil. In other words, Carlo's current combat power is likely to break through the trench units at any time. In this case, the gap between him and Whis has indeed become a little smaller. But this gap has only become smaller. In essence, there is still a big gap. Okay. Whis also felt that it was time to take a good rest. Because training inherently emphasizes the balance between work and rest. Training blindly and squeezing your body is actually a bit counterproductive. Especially Whis, as an angel, he felt that such training would be of no benefit. Completely opposite to training Ultra Instinct. Time passes bit by bit. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction world of the Fourth Universe. Gods of Destruction Quitella also heard the news that Beerus had disappeared. I didn't expect that the most annoying guy in the Seventh Universe, Beerus, would actually disappear. It's really great. What a shocking and happy news. Gods of Destruction Quitella of the Fourth Universe was sitting on the sofa in the temple, tapping his knees with his index and middle fingers. He said with a happy face. He has always hated this BD Beerus. Maybe it's because they are natural enemies. I remember the last time Master Zeno asked them to play a hide-and-seek contest. That guy actually hid and slept for 50 years. Master Zeno was so angry that he almost wiped out all 12 universes. After that time, the other 11 universes and Beerus were completely at odds with each other. None of the Gods of Destruction like Beerus. I hated that guy even more. He always says something like he is stronger than me. But didn't he still lose to himself in the last arm wrestling competition? I didn't expect that guy to disappear like this. Although this is happy news. But I still feel a bit regretful that I didn't defeat him head-on. Lord Quitella, Lord Beerus is your colleague no matter what. It doesn't really matter if you are so happy. Angel Canik on the side said calmly. He had just learned the news not long ago. Because he usually pays attention to the fourth universe. Moreover, in recent years, Lord Zeno and Grand Priest have not called them to the temple of his king. So he doesn't know much about other universes. What does it matter? I always hate that guy Beerus, he always has an arrogant attitude. Feeling like the most powerful gods of destruction. TCH. I really can't stand such a self-righteous guy like him. Quitella curled her lips and said casually. He and Beerus are not friends at all, they can even be said to be competitors. After all, that guy is indeed very strong. Possibility of promotion if you play Gods of Destruction in the future. Then Gods of Destruction Beerus is a big obstacle standing in front of him. Now this guy is asking for his own destruction. For him, it was very happy news. That's right. Beerus has disappeared, so does the seventh universe now have no Gods of Destruction? Quitella continued to ask. After all, it is not that easy to find a new Gods of Destruction from a universe. The Gods of Destruction in the universe also have extremely high requirements for talent. Without strong talent and basic strength, you cannot become Gods of Destruction. Not. The seventh universe has new Gods of Destruction, and I heard that they seem to be very hard-working and very strong. Angel Cornic continued to answer. Able to find new Gods of Destruction half a year after Beerus disappeared. It seems that Whis' ability is beyond doubt. Oh? Really? How strong can a God of Destruction be who has only been in office for 2 years? It just so happens that there isn't much work to do these days. We are going to the seventh universe now to celebrate, no, to mourn Beerus. Hizzy. An evil arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Gods of Destruction Quitella let out a cold laugh. Let's go and see what happens to Universe 7. He always felt a little uncomfortable. It should be quite fun to dance in the world of Beerus. This. Sir Quitella, it's not necessary. Living with the Gods of Destruction Quitella for eons. Angel Canik naturally understands Quitella's personality. This time he is going to the seventh universe, obviously to add insult to injury. Condolence is just an excuse. And he just let it slip. How could it be unnecessary? Didn't you just say that that guy Beerus was also a colleague of mine before? It's really uncomfortable to disappear suddenly like this. Hizzy. Quitella made that annoying rat noise again. Naturally, Angel can only obey the instructions of Gods of Destruction. After all, their duty is to assist Gods of Destruction and cannot influence any decisions of Gods of Destruction. Oh! Angel Cornic could only sigh. Now that Quitna has probably made a decision. Then that's all. But this time, I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause. I heard from angels from other universes that the new Gods of Destruction in the seventh universe are not good at all. In the face of provocation, he is not one to swallow his anger. After a brief tidying up, the two headed to the seventh universe. And in the Gods of Destruction world of the seventh universe, Carlo and Whis are enjoying the food they brought back from the earth. Chapter 35. I have to say, the food on earth is really delicious. This pudding has a refreshing and chewy texture. It's really delicious. I didn't expect that I had lived in the seventh universe for 10,000 years and didn't know about a food kingdom like the earth. I used to be a frog in a well. Whis commented intoxicatedly while enjoying the earth's delicacies and desserts. If Lord Beerus is still alive, he can eat the delicacies of the earth. It should be a very good thing. But Lord Beerus has now disappeared without the consent of Lord Zeno or Grand Priest. Lord Beerus will never come back. Yeah, the food on earth is indeed delicious. Trunks nodded in agreement. At this moment, Carlo and Whis' expressions were slightly stunned. Then, a serious expression appeared on his face. Sir Carlo, you feel it too, right? Then, Whis immediately looked at Carlo and asked. Because at this moment, I felt two powerful divine auras. One of them belongs to Angel, so the other breath of God must be Gods of Destruction. It's not Sister Vedosa's. It seems that Gods of Destruction from other universes have arrived. Well, a very powerful aura of God. It's not Kampa, it seems it's the Gods of Destruction from other universes. I don't know what's the point of Gods of Destruction from other universes coming to my 7th universe. Carlo nodded, and then his expression quickly returned to calm. No matter which universe's Gods of Destruction came, he didn't think anything good would happen. You must know that when Beerus was in power, the relationship between the 7th universe and other universes was not good. And besides Gods of Destruction Kampa, he doesn't seem to have much to do with other Gods of Destruction. So I wonder which universe's Gods of Destruction are coming this time? I do not know. Master Beerus is too arrogant and unsociable, and because he has done some wrong things in the past, the relationship between the other Gods of Destruction and him is not very good. In these billions of years, only Master Kampa will come to the 7th universe a few times. Other than that, no Gods of Destruction have ever visited the 7th universe. Whis also looked curious. He doesn't know which universe's Gods of Destruction are coming this time? What is the purpose of his coming? Could it be? After thinking about it for a while, Whis suddenly had an idea pop up in his mind. Lord Beerus had a bad relationship with all the Gods of Destruction before. So now Lord Beerus has disappeared. Could it be that because of this incident, the Gods of Destruction from other universes deliberately came to add insult to injury? The possibility of this is very high. Because in Gods of Destruction, there are also things that must be repaid. At this time, Trunks also felt the power of God. Quickly approaching the world of Gods of Destruction. And the distance is already very close. After a few minutes. Suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky. Call out! With the sound of breaking through the air, it fell directly in front of Carlo and the others. The ground suddenly stirred up dust and gravel. This guy seems to have deliberately made his symptoms bigger, probably just to show off his power. I have to say that this approach is indeed low. Wait for the dust and silvery white light to dissipate little by little. Then two figures appeared in the sight of Carlo and Trunks. Carlo recognized the person immediately. A small mouse with light yellow fur. Yes, this guy is the Gods of Destruction Culinary from the 4th universe. According to the description in Dragon Ball Super, the relationship between this guy and Beerus has always been very bad. And the two seemed to have competed before. It was an arm wrestling competition, and it seemed that the little yellow mouse in front of me had won. Beside him, there was a man with silver white hair splayed in front of him. Wearing an angel uniform similar to Whis. You don't need to think too much, this guy is Angel Conic from the 4th universe. Judging from his appearance, his face is full of flesh, so he should be older than Whis. Are they Gods of Destruction and Angel from other universes? Trunks also recognized the two guys in front of him at a glance. One of them is wearing the uniform of Gods of Destruction and the other is wearing the uniform of Angel. Like Whis, he holds the angel staff in his hand and has the same silver white hair. It's definitely Angel, that's right. And the moment they appeared, Whis took a step forward, and then asked calmly, it turns out it's the elder brother and the 4th, the Gods of Destruction of the universe. Mr. Culinary, I don't know what's the reason for coming to the 7th universe. Whis' tone was quite polite. After all, the conic in front of him is his brother. Yo! Long time no see, Whis. By the way, why don't you see Beerus? Is he still sleeping? Culinary took a step forward, with an extremely cold smile on his lips. It was obvious that he was asking questions knowingly. This. Is Lord Culinary asking questions knowingly? Don't you mean that you don't know that Lord Beerus has disappeared? After hearing Quitella's question, Whis's face changed slightly. Then, he asked in an indifferent tone. If Lord Beerus was still here, Quitella would never come to Universe 7. He doesn't have the guts either. Oh? Beerus actually disappeared. Oh, this is really unfortunate news. When did it happen? Quitella continued to pretend to be crazy and said stupidly. That kind of proud expression is simply too much to be beaten. Whis' face looked ugly. However, he did not continue to explain. Because it was obvious that Quitella knew about this and deliberately came to add insult to injury. And just then, Carlo also took a few steps forward and was at shoulder level with Whis. Then, he looked at the little mouse in front of him that was no higher than his waist and asked Whis, "Hey Whis, who is this annoying little mouse?" Chapter 36. Nanny. Gods of Destruction. Quitella and Angel Nick were both stunned when they heard Carlo's straightforward question. Then, a flash of anger suddenly appeared on Quitella's face. This BD, look at him wearing a Gods of Destruction uniform. He should be the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, that's right. He's really brave and he's only been working as Gods of Destruction for a few days. How presumptuous! It seems that the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe are still as annoying as ever. Even if the person is changed, the level of disgust has not decreased at all. Quitella was also surprised. Logically speaking, even Gods of Destruction had only been in office for 2 years. You should also know the Gods of Destruction Quitella from their 4th universe. After all, Whis would definitely teach him about this kind of thing. But in his mouth, Lord Quitella turned into a little mouse. This is obviously naked disdain and provocation. Hoo ho ho! Lord Carlo, this is Lord Quitella, the Gods of Destruction of the 4th universe. Whis covered his mouth and smiled, obviously very happy about what Carlo just said. Because he knew that the purpose of Quitella's visit this time was to add insult to injury. Then give a good taunt to the 7th universe. As Angel from the 7th universe, naturally he wouldn't be happy about this kind of thing. But they don't know that Master Carlo is not someone who is easy to bully. Gods of Destruction. Quitella's face turned dark. Then, he said in an indifferent tone, "Is this the new Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe?" His arrogance is no less than that of Beerus. It seems that every God of Destruction in the 7th universe is very annoying. If it were Beerus, even saying such a thing wouldn't surprise him. But the guy in front of me has only been a Gods of Destruction for 2 years, and he is already so arrogant. It seemed like he didn't take himself seriously at all. If he is allowed to be the Gods of Destruction for a few more years, this guy will probably be really crazy. Do you hate me? If you hate me, get out of my universe. My universe does not welcome an eyesore rat. After hearing Quitella's indifferent tone mixed with anger, Carlo said calmly. This guy actually found his own universe to cause trouble. I really think of myself as a soft persimmon. Are you kidding me? I won't spoil him. You. What did you say? Quitella was instantly furious. This guy is just too arrogant. Are you deaf? Or is there something wrong with your understanding? Carlo said coldly again. If they were friends, I would definitely say hello nicely. But this guy is obviously not. Agreed that if Gods of Destruction came here to get lucky, Carlo would not spoil him. Oh. It seems like the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe are even more angry than the previous Lord Beerus. Angel Nick from the 4th universe also thought in surprise. Damn thing, it's really infuriating. Quitella's face was livid and he clenched his fists tightly. Now he wanted to rush forward immediately and beat the arrogant guy in front of him until his teeth were all over the floor. But between Gods of Destruction, you can't do it directly. If Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest find out, this is a very serious matter. After all, they clearly stipulated that the world of Gods of Destruction is not allowed to be touched. If he takes the lead in launching an attack in the 7th universe, it will obviously become an invasion. As long as this guy comes to complain in front of Master Zeno, he will definitely be unable to eat and walk around. Hey kid, you seem to be quite strong. Do you dare to compete with me? Culinary was humiliated and was naturally unwilling to go back like this. You know, originally he came here to see a joke. Unexpectedly, he himself has become a joke now. Of course Culinary couldn't bear this kind of thing. Although there is no way to fight this guy openly. But he must be punished properly. Even if one of his arms is disabled, it is considered a punishment for him. Oh? Fighting. That's my favorite thing. Carlo raised the corner of his mouth and said with disdain. He had just seen Culinary's fighting ability. This guy's combat power is 2310, which can be said to be quite strong. You must know that Gods of Destruction Compa's combat power was about the same as his own at that time. That is 1006 soil up and down. This magnitude will not be very large. But this guy is actually so much stronger than Compa. Seeing that he can tie with Beerus, and even defeat Beerus Gods of Destruction in arm wrestling, his reputation is not in vain. This little mouse should not be underestimated. But that's all. TCH. You are not allowed to take action without permission among the Gods of Destruction. Culinary snorted coldly. If he could, he would beat this BD to pieces without hesitation. Let him know what kind of posture a newly appointed Gods of Destruction should maintain. Then he continued, but we can have a simple arm wrestling match. The Gods of Destruction Beerus before your 7th universe, your predecessor, lost to me at that time. But don't worry. I will show mercy to you. Although he said this, he had already made a plan in his heart. Even if it's just an arm wrestling, this will take away one of this guy's arms. Let him know that arrogance comes with a price. Especially a novice who has just been a Gods of Destruction for 2 years, how should he talk to his seniors? Arm wrestling. Although it's boring, I promise you. Carlo also nodded casually. This guy obviously wants to teach himself a lesson. It's just that his calculation was wrong. Because the power he possesses now is definitely not something he can compare to. Compared with the combat effectiveness of 2000 soil, there is still a big gap between the combat effectiveness of 9999 soil. Chapter 37. Master Carlo, be careful. Culinary of the first universe has great strength, but he is famously powerful in Gods of Destruction. After Whis saw Carlo agreeing, he reminded him. You know, Lord Beerus's overall strength must have surpassed Lord Culinary. But in arm wrestling, he lost directly to Lord Culinary. And he's very powerful, something that all the universe is famous for. If we just talk about arm wrestling, it is estimated that no Gods of Destruction can win him. Don't worry, it's just a little mouse. No matter how powerful the power is, how powerful can it be? Carlo looked calm and said disdainfully. If this guy was able to defeat Beerus, that means he's really strong. But the gap between him and himself is too big. No matter what kind of battle or match it is, he has no chance of winning. Looking at Carlo who was full of confidence, Whis also nodded. Whis still has great faith in Master Carlo's strength. After several years of training, Lord Carlo's power now is no less powerful than Lord Beerus. Moreover, the 4th universe Gods of Destruction Culinary's method of coming to provoke him also made him feel very unhappy. Take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, Universe May 7th be viewed as a weakling by all the universe Gods of Destruction. TCH. It's so overestimating and self-righteous. It seems that even breaking one of his arms is a bit too much for him. Seeing Carlo who was so calm, he didn't take himself seriously at all. Gods of Destruction Culinary's expression became even more gloomy. If Gods of Destruction couldn't fight each other, I really wanted to kill this guy directly. Let him know that even if he is also the gods of destruction, he is just a younger brother. Compared with the old gods of destruction like them, it is not worth mentioning at all. Then, Whis waved the staff in his hand gently. A stone table appeared between the two of them. This stone table is strong enough to withstand the strength of Lord Carlo and Culinary. Hurry up! After the game, go back to your own universe. Don't disturb our appetite here. Carlo looked at Culinary contemptuously and said impatiently. The disparity in strength prevented him from being very interested in Culinary. It's hateful. Seeing Carlo's impatient look, Culinary almost broke his teeth. Then he sat down directly and stretched out his right hand. It's not a good day to show this guy the difference between gods of destruction. His hundreds of millions of years of gods of destruction have been in vain. Carlo also sat down and directly held Quitella's hand. Holding a rat's hand made him somewhat queasy. And the difference in body shape between the two looks very funny. If you two adults are ready, let's begin. Whis also acted as a referee the moment the voice fell. A purple halo suddenly appeared around their bodies. It's clear that Quitella hasn't retained her power either. Carlo suddenly felt a huge force. This arm also bent downward uncontrollably. This rat's power is indeed ridiculously great. There is no comparison to Gods of Destruction Compa. It seems like if you don't transform, you won't be able to win against him. After feeling Quitella's power, Carlo also thought in his heart. Quitella, who had a slight advantage, looked at Carlo provocatively. It seems to say, look. This is the power of the true gods of destruction. You are just a young brat. What can you do to compete with me? That provocative look caused Carlo's expression to change immediately. Then a thought came to my mind. Immediately afterwards, golden flames burst out from the body in an instant. The originally black hair turned directly to silver, and grew crazily, hanging straight down to her waist. The pupils also turned crimson in an instant. Shockingly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 5. N.A. Nanny. The moment I saw Carlo transform, whether it was Quitella or Angel Conic on the opposite side, their faces suddenly showed expressions of extreme shock. This BD can actually transform. Quitella looked at Carlo with straight eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. He had never heard of gods of destruction being able to transform. None of the 12 gods of destruction can transform. And the moment Carlo transformed, he directly felt an overwhelming power. Ridiculously strong, he became as solid as a rock in an instant. The original advantages disappeared directly. What a powerful force! It seems that the gods of destruction from the 7th universe are really arrogant. The power he has unleashed now is no weaker than Lord Quitella. Angel Cornic also murmured in shock. From this point of view, this Lady Carol is indeed ridiculously strong. It makes sense for him to be valued by Whis and become the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. Lord Quitella seems to have hit the iron plate this time. Chi chi chi. After Carlo became Super Saiyan 5, his power has reached a very terrifying level. Quitella bared his teeth and cracked his mouth, instantly bursting out with all the power in his body. The purple arrogance suddenly surged. But even so, it was impossible to move Carlo's wrist. I said, "What's the matter with you? You were yelling so loud just now. Is this all your power?" Whis just said that your power is the strongest in the gods of destruction, but don't tell me that's all you have. Looking at Quitella, who was grinning and his face was red due to excessive exertion, he mocked coldly. What a hateful thing! Don't get carried away. After roaring, Quitella increased his strength again. But the ending is still the same. It was impossible to shake Carlo's wrist. This disparity in strength simply cannot be bridged. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What a disappointment! Next, I'll show you what the power of gods of destruction should be. He shook his head towards Quitella. As soon as the words fell, the golden arrogance suddenly surged. Terrifying power instantly gathered on his right arm. Then pull hard. Click. There was a crisp sound of bone cracking. I saw Quitella's entire arm suddenly completely deformed. Boom. The extremely solid stone table was instantly destroyed by the powerful force. Quitella's right hand, which was in close contact with the stone table, was completely deformed and somewhat bloody. Purple blood spurted out instantly. Ah! A scream like a slaughtering pig suddenly came out of his throat. Chapter 38. Gods of Destruction. Quitella's little arm was completely deformed, and the entire palm was bloody, making it look a bit scary. But Carlo's face was still very calm. Although when watching Dragon Ball Super, he didn't like this self-righteous little mouse. But if he didn't take the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't deal with Quitella. Because Gods of Destruction is now simply vulnerable in his eyes. And his current goal is no longer Gods of Destruction. But this guy actually took the initiative to provoke him today. Then the situation is different. If he is provoked by others on his own territory, if he does not teach him a lesson, he will appear like a soft persimmon, allowing others to ravage him. Lord Quitella, are you okay? Angel Cornic ran over quickly and asked. At this time, he was still in deep shock. Why do the 7th Universe's Gods of Destruction possess such powerful power after only being in office for 2 years? The power has completely surpassed Lord Quitella, it can even be said to be crushing. This guy is really too scary. No wonder Whis didn't stop this at all just now. It seemed like they had a sure chance of victory. Hey, Sir Quitella, everything is okay, right? Whis also asked with a pretended concern. He still remembers the proud look on his face after Quitella won the arm wrestling match with Lord Beerus last time. At this time, he actually felt a little secretly happy. Although this shouldn't be Angel's emotion. Bah! Hateful! Quitella held her arm tightly with her other hand, obviously suffering from heartbreaking pain. Even though it's Gods of Destruction, one arm is completely deformed. One hand was even more bloody, which was no different from the pain experienced by ordinary people. Besides, after becoming Gods of Destruction, he hadn't suffered pain like this in hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, their pain nerves are more sensitive than ordinary people. It's just a rat that can't stand on the stage, and it deserves to run wild on my territory. Get out of here before I'm angry. Looking at Quitella, who was grinning in pain, Carlo said in a cold tone. If this guy still dares to be an eyesore here, I don't mind giving him a good deal. You! A hole! Quitella glanced at Carlo fiercely. But there was more or less fear in his eyes. Because just now he clearly felt that Carlo's power far exceeded him. If they really fight, he won't get any advantage. And this time the provocation was initiated by himself. Even if something does happen by then, he will have to bear the outcome himself. Conic, let's go. Gritting his teeth tightly, Quitella finally gave in. Yes, Lord Quitella. Then we'll see you later, Whis, and Master Carlo. Angel Cornic nodded quickly and then said hello to Whis and Carlo. The staff in his hand tapped the ground gently, and his body instantly disappeared into the world of Gods of Destruction. Carlo's expression was calm from beginning to end. Because defeating a Gods of Destruction or bullying a Gods of Destruction does not give him any sense of accomplishment. There are many people in this world who are more powerful than Gods of Destruction. Let's continue training after eating, Whis. Carlo said to Whis. Okay, Master Carlo. At this time, Whis seemed to be in a particularly comfortable mood. After all, he also felt that what Master Carlo had just done was very relaxing. If Lord Beerus knew about this, he would probably feel very relieved. Training time is always short. 10 days passed almost in a blink of an eye. The three of them are still training continuously. And just after a day of training, he was ready to take a good rest. The gem on the Angel Whis staff suddenly flashed. Whis took a closer look, and then said to Carlo, Sir Carlo, this is a call from Angel Vados from the 6th universe. I don't know what it is about. Do you want to answer the call? He knew very well that his sister would never nag him for no reason. Call yourself now. It is obvious that Lord Compa wants to find Lord Carlo. Well, put it through. Carlo nodded. After the video was connected, it was Compa's big fat face that appeared in the camera. Master Carlo, this is Master Compa. As expected, Whis handed the staff in his hand to Carlo. Hey, isn't this about accepting the defeated Compa? If you have anything to say, tell me quickly, my time is precious. Carlo said in a cold tone. Hey Carlo, do you dare to compete with me again? Compa's mouth curled up with a cold arc, and then he said to Carlo. Since losing to Carlo last time, he couldn't sleep or eat well all day long. Every day I think about how I must vent this bad breath. Although he admitted that with his strength it would be impossible to defeat Carlo. But I can defeat this guy through other methods. No interest, you are too weak. But I do admire your courage. You actually dare to challenge me. Carlo refused outright. Because this guy is too weak. After this period of training, his strength has improved qualitatively. So Compa is even more unlikely to be his opponent. It is no exaggeration to say that with the strength he now possesses, he can kill Compa within 3 moves. After all, the tenfold difference in combat effectiveness is no joke. Carlo's words clearly made Compa very angry. But he quickly controlled his anger. Then he continued, do you dare to accept the challenge? This time, we selected 5 humans from their respective universes to fight. If you lose, you should voluntarily give up your position as the 7th universe Gods of Destruction. Compa had a provocative, confident, and determined look on his face. That expression made Carlo quite unhappy. Then you lose. Carlo became interested. Mainly because looking at this guy's sullen face, he couldn't help but want to go over and slap him twice. It's up to you. Compa said without hesitation and with great confidence. Chapter 39. Oh? Are you so confident? Since you want to seek death, I agree. Carlo glanced at the extremely confident Compa in surprise, and then nodded in agreement. It seems that the lesson I taught this guy last time was not enough. But this time, he will definitely make Compa never have the courage to challenge himself again. Then, Carlo hung up the chat directly. Master Carlo, this decision is a bit hasty. So far, except for Trunks, I have not found that our 7th universe has any warriors with strong fighting talents. Furthermore, Compa's big rule requires 5 players to participate in the competition. I'm afraid we won't be able to find a suitable candidate for a while. Looking at Master Compa's appearance, it is obvious that he came prepared. It's very possible that he has already found 5 players. Whis frowned slightly and said to Carlo. He felt that Lord Cardo's decision this time was indeed too hasty. He absolutely believes in Master Carlo's power. Now in Gods of Destruction, no one can be Lord Carlo's opponent. But he has no confidence in the humans in the 7th universe except Trunks. Because he knew very well that according to the ranking of human comprehensive strength, Universe 7 was second to last. It is only slightly higher than the Earth universe. The comprehensive human strength ranking of the 6th universe is much higher than that of the 7th universe. This is probably why Master Compa is so confident. Don't worry Whis, I know exactly what the 6th universe has. I think you should know that I'm not the kind of person who does things rashly. Carlo still said calmly. Among the humans in the 6th universe, the most powerful is Hit, the killer. His strength can only be said to be on par with Super Saiyan Blue. With the power that Trunks currently possesses, he can compete with Hit as long as he tells him a little bit and prevents a little dodge. You can even defeat him. So there is nothing to worry about at all. And in this time and space, in addition to Trunks, there is also Saiyan who is extremely talented. That is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly who lives on the planet Vampa. He possesses a terrifying talent beyond all Saiyans. To know in Dragon Ball Super Broly Theatrical Edition. Broly's strength improved from being unable to defeat normal Vegeta to being able to compete with Super Blue Gogeta within an hour. Although he lost to Super Blue Gogeta in the end. But this is enough to prove his strength. Two Super Saiyan Blue and even Gold Frieza can only serve as sandbags in front of him. Just develop Broly a little bit. Not to mention a mere 6th universe, even the 11th universe with the highest overall strength, Carlo was not afraid at all. I know Lord Carlo is not the kind of person to be hasty. Do you think you already have a good candidate in mind? Whis asked quickly. He and Lord Carlo get along so well. And after only being together for 2 years, he was not willing to replace Lord Carlo. Well, I do have an idea in my mind. But I still need your cooperation and help. Carlo nodded, then looked at Whis and said. Because Whis is an angel, he has many weird superpowers. These superpowers are not possessed by gods of destruction. For example, the ability to bring people back to life. After the Dragon Ball Superpower Tournament, Whis resurrected Frieza directly. This is Angel's incredible superpower. Oh? My help! Stop joking, Master Carlo. Do you think Master Compa will let Angel participate in the competition? Whis curled his lips and then rolled his eyes. If he can participate, doesn't it mean that his sister can also participate? You must know that thousands of years ago, he was no match for his sister. Even now, I probably can't beat my sister. What are you thinking about? Who asked you to participate in the competition? As far as I know, you Angel should have the ability to resurrect the dead, right? Carlo also gave Whis a big eye roll, and then asked. Because after the Dragon Ball Superpower Tournament, Angel's ability was clearly stated. I didn't expect Master Carlo to know our Angel quite well. Whis glanced at Carlo in surprise, knowing that Angel's superpower is a secret. Only the Gods of Destruction can know this secret. However, it seems that I have never told Mr. Carlo about this. Because there was no proper opportunity to tell him before. After a moment of surprise, Whis nodded and replied, that's true. Angel does have the ability to bring people back to life. It's just that even Angel can't use this ability often, because resurrection from the dead is against God's rules. Once a dead person is resurrected, it means that countless future time and spaces may be born. Whis' tone was very serious. This shows that this matter is very serious. Every time and space is actually moving forward according to its own development trajectory. If a dead person is suddenly resurrected, there will obviously be more time and space in the future. And this kind of thing is indeed against God's rules. Under normal circumstances, Angel will not be used easily. Unless approved by Gods of Destruction. That'll be fine. I need you to use this ability of yours to resurrect a few warriors. Carlo said to Whis. And after hearing the conversation between Carlo and Whis, Trunks' expression changed on the side, and he clenched his fists tightly. It seemed that he wanted to talk to the two of them, but he hesitated. If Mr. Whis had the ability to resurrect from the dead, he really wants to resurrect Brother Gohan. Because of this incident, he still feels very guilty. Because the person who really saved the world was Brother Gohan, not himself. If Brother Gohan hadn't given him the last fairy bean, or if Brother Gohan hadn't knocked him unconscious and challenged the artificial man alone. It is estimated that they have been killed by artificial humans long ago, and this Earth may no longer exist. Brother Gohan saved him and the entire Earth with his own life. Therefore, the guilt for Son Gohan has always remained deep in his heart. Chapter 40. But now it is Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis who are discussing important matters. Now even if he desperately wanted to resurrect Brother Gohan, he didn't dare to bring it up directly. And Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis have taken enough care of him if he asks again. It seems a bit too greedy. Okay. If Master Carlo says so, then I will just do it. Whis nodded. Then he looked at Trunks, who was in a daze. He asked, Trunks, what are you thinking about? No. Nothing. Trunks immediately shook his head. Still haven't said what I want to say most. Now that things have become like this, so be it. Looking at how worried you are you afraid of the match with Universe 6? Whis continued to ask. Looking at the way Lord Compa was swearing just now, it was only to be expected that Trunks would be scared. No. I'm not afraid. Trunks said firmly. Although he doesn't like fighting. But he is not afraid of fighting either. After all, he has lived for so many years and has experienced countless battles, large and small. I have also been on the verge of death countless times. He is not afraid of fighting. And this is the battle started by the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe. Even if he dies in battle, he will definitely try his best. Trunks, I know what's going on in your mind. You have lost the person you admired and admired most on Earth. So you just heard the conversation between me and Whis. You want Whis to help you resurrect. The person you admire is Meng. Carlo naturally knew what Trunks was thinking. In fact, in Trunks's heart, there is probably no one other than his mother Bulma. The person closest to me is Son Gohan. Because in the most desperate time, it was Son Gohan who was protecting them. And it was Son Gohan who taught him fighting skills. So even if Vegeta is his biological father, his status may not be comparable to that of Son Gohan in his mind. After all, a father who has never been masked is compared to a big brother who has protected himself and the earth for countless years. There really isn't much comparison. Really. After hearing Carlo's words, Trunks' expression suddenly changed. It felt like I had seen a ghost alive. Incredible. Why does Master Carlo know what he is thinking? Could he be able to peer into people's inner thoughts? Obviously he has never said anything about Brother Gohan in front of Master Whis and Master Carlo. Why did Mr. Carlo hit the nail on the head? Hey! It looks like I was guessed. Master Carlo, are you really amazing? You know exactly what Trunks is thinking. Whis on the side also said in great surprise. You know, even if he is Angel, he can't know what Trunks is thinking. But look at Trunks' surprised expression. It was obvious that Master Carlo had completely guessed his idea just now. Isn't this amazing? When did Master Carlo possess this magical ability? Mr. Carlo, how did you know? Trunks asked in great shock and curiosity. This was indeed what he had in mind. Because I am the omniscient god. Carlo said jokingly. Naturally, he would not say that he knew everything about the plot. Even if I say it, they probably won't believe it. So just be casual and fool them. What's even more outrageous is, this guy Trunks actually believed it. Whis just rolled his eyes at Carlo. He didn't believe that the Gods of Destruction had this magical ability. After all, even Angel doesn't have this ability. Sir Carlo, please, and Mr. Whis, please resurrect Brother Gohan. Having said this, Trunks immediately plopped down and knelt down in front of Carlo and Whis. He begged with extremely sincere feelings. If Master Carlo hadn't said this just now, he was too embarrassed to speak. But now that Master Carlo has said so, he cannot miss such a good opportunity. Whis looked at Carlo, seemingly seeking his advice. Looking at Trunks with a sincere face, Carlo said, Son Gohan has really good potential, and he will definitely become a powerful warrior in the future. And in this competition between universes, he is indeed qualified to get a spot based on his strength. In fact, Son Gohan was already in his budget. Although the strength of Son Gohan in this time and space is average. But that's because there was no serious guidance. So their powerful talents are completely untapped. If you train with Whis for a period of time, Son Gohan's potential will definitely be perfectly developed. By then, even within a short period of time, the strength will be qualitatively improved. Did you agree? Thank you. Thank you, Lord Carlo. After getting Carlo's approval, Trunks' excited eyes filled with tears. Brother Gohan can actually be resurrected. Marvelous. After 5 years, I can finally see Brother Gohan again. Carlo nodded, and then said to Whis, let's go to Earth. Okay, Master Carlo. Whis nodded immediately. Under instant transmission of Trunks. In almost a moment, they had arrived on Earth. And Bulma also prepared a lot of delicious food to greet Carlo and Whis. When she heard the news that Son Gohan could be resurrected, Bulma was naturally extremely excited. You know Gohan died to protect the entire Earth. He is the true savior of the Earth. If he can be resurrected, this is also the wish of all survivors on Earth. Carlo had some dessert. Looking at Trunks and Bulma, who were extremely excited. Then he said, seeing that you are so happy, I will tell you another piece of good news. This time, in addition to Son Gohan being resurrected, Son Goku and Vegeta can also be resurrected. Buzz. Carlo's words were like muffled thunder on the ground. Bulma and Trunks were stunned. Then, a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his cheeks. Chapter 41. Sir Carlo, are you really able to resurrect both Dad and Uncle Goku? Trunks asked with excitement on his face. Although the person he most wants to resurrect is Brother Gohan, it would be the best outcome if he could meet his father resurrected. And if Uncle Goku can be resurrected, he will not be the only one fighting to protect the Earth in this time and space. As for Bulma, she was so excited that she was speechless. Carlo and Whis in front of me are gods. They would never make such a joke. That means they can really revive Goku and Vegeta. This is indeed a very exciting thing. I'm going to tell Shishi the good news now. He will also be very happy. Bulma wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes excitedly, and then rushed out of the door. Although being able to revive Vegeta makes me feel extremely happy. But Shishi will definitely be even happier after hearing the news that both Goku and Gohan can be resurrected. You must know that in this world, you just lost your husband. But Shishi is much more pitiful than him. Not only had he lost his husband, but just 5 years earlier, he had also lost his son. This is definitely a fatal blow to a wife and mother. And since he was killed by an android 5 years ago, he has never visited Shishi. Because she didn't know how to comfort her. Now there is such good news. So the first thing she wanted to share most was Shishi. If Shishi knows this news, she will definitely be very happy. After simply enjoying some delicious food, Carlo asked Whis to go to the underworld to find Son Goku and the others. Angels' abilities are really useful. In this dimensional universe, they can go anywhere. Whether it's Zeno's temple or the underworld. There is no place the angel can't go to. 10 minutes later. Whis brought back Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta directly. Satoru, Brother Gohan. Trunks looked at Son Gohan in front of him excitedly. His weathered face and his missing left arm. Trunks? What the hell is going on? Why are we back on Earth? Son Gohan and Son Goku both had puzzled faces. Because they had died long ago and had never expected to be resurrected. But now, they are not dreaming. But it has actually appeared on the Earth. Trunks is right in front of him. Besides Trunks, there were 2 strangers in front of him. It was this handsome hidden danger man who brought them back from the underworld just now. Brother Gohan, this matter is a long story. Wait a moment, I will explain to you slowly. It's great that you all can be resurrected. Trunks was extremely excited, and after finishing speaking, he looked at Vegeta. Dad, Uncle Goku. Because in another time and space, he had already met his father and Uncle Goku. So I didn't feel any sense of unfamiliarity. However, Vegeta and Son Goku were a little uncomfortable with it. Are you Vegeta's son? That's amazing. I can feel extremely powerful power from your body, even far beyond Vegeta and me. Son Goku pointed at Trunks and said with the same surprise. I didn't expect Vegeta's son to be so powerful. The strength completely surpasses Gohan. Yes, Uncle Goku, my name is Trunks. Trunks nodded and said. At this time, he was still surrounded by that full sense of excitement and happiness. This was something he had fantasized about and dreamed of countless times. Unexpectedly, it was completely realized today. TCH. Stop talking nonsense here, Carlo. How can this brat's power surpass us? Vegeta folded his hands on his chest and said with a proud look on his face. At this time, their appearance has not changed at all from Dragon Ball Z. He does look very young. Gohan, on the other hand, may have experienced too many things. So it seems to be a little more vicissitudes of life than them. After all, Gohan in this time and space has endured too many hardships and painful experiences. Hey. Seeing Vegeta's arrogant look, Trunks also scratched his head in embarrassment. My father's temper is like this, he is extremely arrogant. Even if others are better than him, he will never admit it. Besides, he is his own son, and he will never allow his son to become more powerful than him. Anyway, it's great to be able to return to Earth again. I really want to see my mother soon. Son Gohan also said very excitedly. After all, he had never thought about such a thing as resurrection from the dead. You must know that the Earth's Dragon Ball has lost contact with the disappearance of the gods. As for Namek, they couldn't find it at all. By the way, Master Carlo, Mr. Whis. Why do Brother Gohan and Dad still have that halo on their heads? Trunks pointed at the circle of light above the three of them and asked curiously. Oh. I was a little too anxious just now and forgot about this matter. Whis also looked at the halo above the heads of the three people, and then waved the staff gently in his hand. The halo of light above the heads of the three people disappeared without a trace in an instant. And at that moment, Son Gohan and Son Goku felt like they were completely resurrected. I can clearly feel my body. This is something completely impossible to do in the underworld. Master Carlo. Vegeta and Son Goku both looked at Carlo and Whis in surprise. It seemed like these two guys had resurrected them. And Trunks actually called them adults. The moment they looked at Carlo, Son Goku and Vegeta had extremely shocked looks in their eyes. Saiyan. Chapter 42. Yes, that tail is the most obvious symbol of Saiyan. Son Goku and Vegeta know that tail better than anyone. The guy in front of him, whom Trunks calls Master Carlo, has a Saiyan tail. And judging from his appearance, it was obviously Saiyan. You're Saiyan. This is absolutely impossible, how could something like this happen? The only pure Saiyans left in this world are Carlo and I. There can be no third one. Who are you? Vegeta immediately stepped forward to question. He would never allow such a BD thing to exist. There are only two pure Saiyans, him and Carlo, and there is absolutely no possibility of anyone else. This guy must be a fake. Vegeta walked up to Carlo, only to find that he was a head lower than Carlo. All he could do was look up at Carlo. And this feeling made him quite unhappy. After all, height is a flaw, and he can't change it. Wow! How surprising! I didn't expect him to be a Saiyan, just like me and Vegeta. Son Goku also pointed at Carlo in surprise and said. You know, according to Vegeta, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, there were not many Saiyans who survived. In addition to himself and Vegeta, there are also his brothers Raditz and Nappa. Except that both of them had been killed. So pure Saiyan should be the only one left to deal with. But now another Saiyan appears. And I couldn't feel any breath from his body at all. Isn't this too strange? Even ordinary people should have breath. Dad, please stop your rude behavior immediately. This is Master Carlo, the Gods of Destruction. He is definitely a powerful being that you cannot imagine. Seeing Vegeta actually running up to Master Carlo and questioning him loudly, Trunks was suddenly frightened and broke into a cold sweat. You must know that Dad and the others can be resurrected, but it is all under the orders of Lord Carlo. Now Dad actually talks to Mr. Carlo in this tone. It's simply asking for death. If Master Carlo is made angry, they might be sent back to the underworld. I'm sorry, Lord Carlo, please forgive my father's ignorance. He doesn't know that you are the gods of destruction. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to say such disrespectful words. After reminding Vegeta, Trunks immediately apologized to Carlo. Trunks knows better than anyone how terrifying Master Carlo is. If he gets angry, the whole earth will be destroyed in an instant. Not to mention Dad? He is so weak that Lord Carlo can crush him to death with just one finger. Gods of Destruction. How come I've never heard of this name? But looking at Trunks, he seems to be afraid of this guy. Is he very strong? Son Goku and Son Gohan were both very surprised. Obviously, he couldn't feel any fluctuations of breath from his body. He was also completely unable to sense the aura of the strong man. Why is Trunks so afraid of him? You must know that Trunks' current aura is very powerful. Or are the two people in front of me hiding their auras? Broken. Gods of Destruction. After hearing the name, Vegeta was also stunned. Because he always felt that this name was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But now I can't remember why. However, Trunks's attitude made her feel extremely angry. As the son of Saiyan Prince Vegeta, how could this guy be so cowardly? It's okay to take the initiative to call others adults, but now I have to apologize for myself. He simply lost his face. It's okay, Trunks. I know this guy's temper very well. He is arrogant, has a strong self-esteem, and is self-righteous. I have no strength, and I like to show off, but I always get slapped in the face. Carlo was not angry, but thought Vegeta was quite funny. Speaking of which, the Tower of Tragedy deserves its reputation. Almost every time it ends in tragedy. Every time, his strength slaps him in the face. The legendary Supaya Silver. Seeing that Master Carlo was not angry, Trunks' expression softened a lot. It seems that Master Carlo knows his father quite well. What did you say, UBD? After hearing Carlo's words, Vegeta instantly became furious. Although this guy is telling the truth. But actually saying it in front of him really made him angry. This guy in front of me must be punished properly. Even if they bring themselves out of hell, they are absolutely unforgivable. Hey! I didn't expect that Master Carlo to know Vegeta quite well. Son Goku was sincere and said directly. Because Vegeta has this kind of personality. It's just that I don't usually say it. Dad, please be polite and stop your rude behavior. If it weren't for Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis, you would still be in hell. Seeing the angry Vegeta, Trunks immediately yelled at him. Normally, he would never dare to talk to his father like this. But what the situation is now, my father has no idea at all. If he is allowed to continue to mess around. If you make Mr. Carlo angry, the situation will be very bad. UBD kid, how dare you talk to your own father like that? It seems that in the years since I died, you lacked the proper education. Now I will make up for the education I gave you. Vegeta was already very angry, but Trunks' words made him feel even more embarrassed. How dare his son talk to him like that? If you don't teach him a lesson, you might not take yourself seriously in the future. After saying that, Vegeta punched Trunks directly. Snapped. But in the next second, Trunks easily caught Vegeta's fist. His body remained motionless and his expression did not change at all. Vegeta's current power is nothing compared to Trunks. Chapter 43. Wow! Trunks seems really powerful, being able to catch Vegeta's attack so effortlessly. seeing that Trunks actually raised his hand and completely neutralized Vegeta's attack. And his body didn't move at all, Son Goku looked surprised. You know, Vegeta's power was very powerful just now. Even without turning into a Super Saiyan, he is still incredibly powerful. What's more, Trunks has not turned into a Super Saiyan, which means that Trunks is likely to have a power that is not weaker than Vegeta. Yes, Dad. Trunks' talent is indeed quite strong. I already felt it when I was training him when he was a child. It's just that there may have been some problems with my training methods at the time, so I never let Trunks break through the boundaries of Super Saiyan. Son Gohan on the side nodded and said. Trunks was like his biological brother in his heart. During the past 10 years when artificial humans were raging, the two of them could be considered dependent on each other and supported each other. Therefore, the relationship between the two is very good. This is why he insists on sacrificing himself but keeping Trunks alive. Because he feels that the height Trunks will reach in the future will definitely be stronger than himself. Trunks can't turn into Super Saiyan yet. But I feel that his aura seems to be ridiculously strong. There is a very powerful power hidden in the body. Son Goku asked in surprise. How could he have such great power if he couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan? Well, at least Trunks can't turn into a Super Saiyan until I'm killed by an android. Son Gohan replied. But now it seems that Trunks is likely to be able to become Super Saiyan. At this time, for Vegeta, the person involved. This was obviously something that surprised him. Nanny. The moment the fist was struck, Vegeta's expression suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, the kid Trunks could accept his own fists. It seemed that he was worthy of being his son, and he really didn't embarrass him. Just the next second. Accompanied by a roar. Haha! Golden arrogance instantly burst out from his body. Vegeta directly transformed into Super Saiyan form. During these years in the underworld, they never stopped training. At this time, he can become more than just Super Saiyan. The moment he turned into Super Saiyan, Vegeta's fist suddenly became stronger. Trunks' body was blown away more than 10 meters. You brat, let me show you my power now. What gods of destruction, I'm totally vulnerable to Vegeta. After the arrogant voice fell, Vegeta jumped up again. Then, there was a crazy attack on Trunks. Whoosh! Vegeta kept attacking, but every attack he made was easily dodged by Trunks. And from the looks of it, Trunks is still doing well. As for Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Son Vegeta, their hearts were filled with shock and waves. Unexpectedly, Vegeta has turned into Super Saiyan. Trunks was still able to evade all his attacks with ease. This is something they can't believe at all. Even Son Gohan, who knows Trunks best, expressed disbelief. Because the power of normality and the power of Super Saiyan are simply incomparable. How on earth did this boy Trunks do it? Oh! Trunks is really good. Although he hasn't mastered Ultra Instinct, his dodge ability has definitely improved a lot. Whis looked at Trunks with a small sense of accomplishment. After all, Trunks has been training with him during this period. At the same time, I will also explain some Ultra Instinct theories to Trunks. Didn't master Ultra Instinct though. But it was clear that Trunks had learned something from it. Make his body more flexible. Whether it is offense or defense, it is all carried out within a very small range. In this case, his physical energy consumption will be very small. Well, it does look good. Carlo nodded in agreement. Trunks' talent does work. Maybe one day he'll be able to master the real Ultra Instinct. And the other side. After transforming into Super Saiyan, he still can't beat Trunks. This made Vegeta instantly feel that he couldn't hold on to his face. You know, there are 8 pairs of eyes looking at the two of them now. If he couldn't defeat his son in his normal form after becoming a Super Saiyan, it would be a shame to embarrass him. You're a smug brat. Please stop your arrogant behavior. Vegeta suddenly roared and stretched his arms into a stance. The terrifying golden arrogance surged again. The golden arrogance directly turned into a jet shape. Ba-la-la! Along with a crisp sound, blue lightning began to circle around Vegeta's body. It is obvious that Vegeta at this time transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form in an instant. Because just now he exerted his strength to the limit of Super Saiyan, but he couldn't hit Trunks' body. So I had to turn into Super Saiyan 2 to completely end this battle. Super Saiyan 2. Dad, it is true that he is a Saiyan prince with a powerful talent. Even in the underworld, he can break through to this level. Trunks also said a little surprised. I just don't know if he is praising or ridiculing. If Vegeta understood it, he would definitely take it as a taunt. You know, he has been able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. And Vegeta can only transform into Super Saiyan 2's form. Get down here, you brat! After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta punched Trunks directly. This time, Trunks didn't hide. Instead, he was hit firmly in the abdomen. His feet scraped the ground, and his body suddenly retreated a few dozen feet away. Chapter 44. After enduring Vegeta's heavy punch, Trunks only retreated a few dozen feet. It could be seen that he was not seriously injured. This surprised Son Goku and Son Gohan even more. You know, Vegeta is now in Super Saiyan 2 form, a gravity strike in this case. Unexpectedly, Trunks managed to carry it, only to fall back a few dozen feet. Judging from his appearance, he was probably not injured. Trunks' power at this time seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations. Are you kidding me? That BD brat took a punch from me and nothing happened. You can still stand there fine, damn it. Vegeta frowned tightly. So he felt that he was severely humiliated. Unexpectedly, after transforming into the Super Saiyan 2 that he was proud of, a punch would only knock back Trunks. Dad, enough is enough. I don't want to fight with you. Trunks looked at Vegeta and said firmly. After all, Vegeta is his father. And he is a man with strong self-esteem. Stop talking nonsense to me and quickly use all your strength to fight me. Because from now on, I will never show mercy to you just because you are my son. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said angrily. Because he felt that Trunks would be the biggest humiliation to him if he didn't fight with all his strength. After fighting with his own son, he was actually let go. He absolutely cannot accept this kind of thing. Trunks, since your father wants to accept the results of your training, then show off your current strength. I think it's also humiliating for Vegeta that you hide your strength like this. Let's have a good fight with him. It might be a good thing to suppress his arrogant character. Seeing Trunks who didn't want to take action, Carlo on the side spoke. It turns out that this guy Vegeta wants to be abused. Then let his son torture him properly. Let him know that Super Saiyan 2 is nothing in this world. There are many people who can transcend this mentality. Oh. Even though you are annoying. But you still understand me. Use all your strength, Trunks, or I might kill you. Vegeta glanced at Carlo coldly. I didn't expect this guy to know his character quite well. If Trunks doesn't fight with all his strength today, he felt that he would be greatly humiliated. Good. I understand, Lord Carlo. Trunks nodded. It seems that I have to have a good fight with my father today and defeat him completely. Otherwise, this game will be endless. Since Dad wants to see his most powerful force, then he can only use all his strength to fight. Perhaps this is also the greatest respect for Dad. It looks like Trunks is going to fight with all his strength. It's really exciting. What level can he reach? Super Saiyan 2? Or is it beyond Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku looked at Trunks with curiosity and said. But he is indeed very curious, what kind of power does Trunks have? You know, in the underworld, his and Vegeta's training did not fall behind. Vegeta has been able to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2. The strength is also quite strong. Although he didn't tell anyone, he was able to become Super Saiyan 3, which surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Now that I can feel the power of Trunks. That means his strength is at least as strong as Super Saiyan 2, or even stronger. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't believe you are capable of strengthening Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta looked disdainful. You have to know that I have trained hard in the underworld for so many years before I reached Super Saiyan 2. When he died, Trunks was just an infant. So it is absolutely impossible for him to surpass himself. I'm also curious, how far has Trunks trained? But even if he can only reach the level of Super Saiyan, he is already very powerful with his own power. Son Gohan looked at Trunks and said fondly. After all, he and Trunks have lived together for more than 10 years. And he is the only warrior who fights alongside him. The kind of feeling between them may not be experienced by others. That's right, Gohan. Trunks is really awesome. Son Goku also said sincerely. Protecting the earth by one person is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. Even I have to admire Trunks' perseverance. The only thing that made him feel aggrieved was that he didn't participate in the battle with those artificial humans. At this time, Trunks also began to accumulate strength. The moment he clenched his fists, terrifying golden flames instantly burst out from his body. The entire body was completely enveloped in golden aura. Buzz! As Trunks' aura increased, the entire earth shook violently. The ground was constantly vibrating, and small pebbles were suspended directly in mid-air. And this earth-shattering momentum completely shocked Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. His mouth opened wide in surprise, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Are you kidding me? How could this kid's aura reach such a powerful level? Vegeta was shocked and speechless. Indeed, the power that Trunks exploded at this time was really amazing. He is no longer comparable to Carlo. In just over 10 years, what kind of training has this kid received? Only then could he have such a big breakthrough. Chapter 45. So powerful. Is this really the power that Trunks unleashed? Even in the entire underworld, I have never felt such a powerful chi. Son Goku was also instantly shocked by this aura. This aura is simply ridiculously strong. In the underworld, the most powerful opponent he encountered was pork rib rice. But compared to Trunks' aura at this moment, it's simply a world of difference. And he was almost certain that even if he transformed into Super Saiyan III's form, his aura would never be able to surpass Trunks. Oh my god! What happened to Trunks? What kind of training has he gone through in the past 5 years to make his strength reach this level? Son Gohan also opened his mouth wide, feeling extremely shocked. It's simply unbelievable. You know, 5 years ago, Trunks couldn't even transform into Super Saiyan. But in just 5 years, he has undergone earth-shaking changes. This change was so drastic that he couldn't believe that the Trunks in front of him was really the Trunks he knew. Oh! It seems that they are very surprised by Trunks' current strength. Whis said calmly. However, Super Saiyan like Trunks is indeed ridiculously strong for an average human. Ha! That's to be expected. After all, their current strength is a bit too weak. If we want them to participate in the match against Universe 6, they will have to train hard in the coming days. Carlo smiled slightly, then looked at Trunks who was smiling. I have to say that Trunks has now become a Super Saiyan, which is a very powerful motivation for Son Goku and Vegeta. When they learned that on top of Super Saiyan 3, there was Super Saiyan 4. They will also know the direction they should go in. Boom! This turmoil on the entire earth lasted for a full minute. Then it slowly stopped. Trunks, who was originally completely covered by golden aura, reappeared in everyone's world. But at this time, Trunks has changed dramatically from before. This change has made Vegeta and Son Goku open their mouths in shock again. So, what's going on, Gohan? Why is Trunks covered in red body hair? Have you seen this before? Son Goku looked at Son Gohan in shock and asked. I never knew that Saiyan could become like this. No. No, Dad. I've never seen Trunks look like this before. And I just discovered now that Trunks' tail actually grew. Could this have something to do with it? Son Gohan shook his head blankly. Trunks' appearance at this time really surprised him. I have never seen anything like this before. And he just noticed now that there is a red tail deep inside Trunks. This is something that hasn't happened before. Damn it! Are you kidding me? What has become of that brat? The aura just now was too powerful. Vegeta was already frowning and clenching his fists tightly. Although he didn't want to admit that Trunks was stronger than him. But that's the fact, and he knows it better than anyone else. At this time, his son truly had strength that completely surpassed him. Although this is a very bad thing for him. Trunks, what the hell is going on? Does this count as your Super Saiyan transformation now? Why have we never seen this before? Never even heard of it. Son Gohan couldn't help but walked up to Trunks curiously, looked at Trunks a few more times, and said. Trunks' pupils are light blue with red eye sockets. He looks more determined. The youthfulness and childishness that he had when he was fighting side by side have completely faded away. At this time, Trunks also completely realized that Trunks had grown up. And it has become stronger. He is fully capable of protecting this earth. Forehead. Trunks touched the back of his head awkwardly, and then said to Son Gohan, Brother Gohan, this is indeed Saiyan's transformation. My current form is the Super Saiyan 4 form. I relied on Master Carlo's guidance to achieve this form. After smiling at Son Gohan, Trunks looked at Carlo gratefully. If it weren't for Lord Carlo, I would never have become so strong. Although he was a little unaccustomed to the weird looks from his father, Brother Gohan, and Uncle Goku. But he felt that he quite enjoyed this kind of gaze. Because he is stronger than they imagined, it can be seen that Brother Gohan is very pleased. It was my father's expression that seemed a little wrong. Super Saiyan 4. Wow! Is this the first time I've heard of it? It looks like it's very powerful, it's really exciting. Son Goku couldn't help but stepped forward, and then said with an excited smile. Every time he saw a strong person, he couldn't help but get excited. Maybe this is Saiyan's instinct. Or maybe it's just Son Goku's instinct. TCH. BD. Vegeta's fists clenched loudly. The color is already very ugly. He didn't feel relieved that his son was so strong. Instead, I felt particularly humiliated. Maybe Vegeta's emotions, or his personality, are still in the early stages of Dragon Ball Z. So I didn't feel happy at all because of Trunks' strength, but instead felt extremely jealous. You must know that he is the genius prince of Saiyan. But now he has been surpassed by his own son. This kind of thing is such a BD. Chapter 46. Hey! Kid! Come on and fight me! What Super Saiyan 4 is, it's just a fancy, useless transformation. What we have in our hands is the true transformation of Super Saiyan. Seeing the excited expressions of Son Goku and Son Gohan, Vegeta yelled at Trunks with great humiliation. In the spotlight, it should be him as Prince Saiyan who lives under the spotlight. But now, his son has actually replaced his halo. This is something he will never allow. Dad, let's stop here. I think you should be able to feel that the aura I am releasing now is simply not something you can handle. Trunks looked at Vegeta firmly, and then said calmly. After becoming Super Saiyan 4. Dad's Super Saiyan 2 is no longer enough. Even if he also becomes Super Saiyan 2, he can still defeat his father. After all, under Whis training, his basic strength has been greatly improved. After becoming Super Saiyan, his strength will definitely become stronger. If Lord Carlo hadn't asked him to show off his full strength, he may not become Super Saiyan 4 yet. Trunks actually means well. He didn't want to beat his dad directly in front of everyone. This is a great humiliation for his self-esteem. But he obviously doesn't understand Vegeta's character very well. When he said this, it even made him feel more uncomfortable and humiliated than defeating Vegeta directly. "Se, you damn brat! What are you talking about? You actually said such a bd thing that you are better than me. I can't forgive you. I must teach you a lesson today." Vegeta was completely angry, and scarlet cracks appeared in his eyes. "I didn't expect that after so long, the first time I would be angry would be because of my BD son." Along with Vegeta's anger, the golden flames around his body surged even more. This may be Saiyan's characteristic. Anger allows them to unleash greater power. Forward. Trunks looked confused. "I didn't expect that his good advice would make my father so angry. It seems that today's battle is unavoidable. Perhaps only by defeating Dad can he reflect properly. Super Saiyan 2 is definitely not the limit of Super Saiyan. Just like Master Carlo said, Saiyan has no limit, and Dad's current strength is far from enough. In that case, let's do it." Trunks gritted his teeth and instantly felt the desire to fight. After the voice fell, Trunks also made fighting movements. "You must take this game seriously, this is the best respect for your father. Call out." Vegeta's body flashed out and he shouted loudly, "Get down here, you brat!" His body instantly turned into a golden lightning bolt, and he was in front of Trunks. Then a heavy punch was thrown out, and the wind howled. Trunks simply extended his right hand easily. Snapped. The next second, Trunks directly blocked Vegeta's attack. The terrifying wind force directly caused two destroyed trenches to appear on both sides behind Trunks. But Trunks' body remained motionless. Obviously, even if it has exerted all its power, the gap between Vegeta and Trunks is still obvious. It's impossible to regenerate Trunks with an attack of this magnitude. Nanny. Vegeta is fooled again. Was his full blow blocked so easily? But it only took 0.01 seconds for Vegeta to retract his fists, and his fists were like machine guns, constantly attacking Trunks. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Trunks just kept swinging his right hand back and forth, creating countless afterimages. It just blocked all Vegeta's attacks. Obviously, Vegeta's attack cannot pose any threat to Trunks at all. Whether it's speed or strength, the gap is too big. Son Goku and Son Gohan were completely stunned. You must know that when they were in the underworld, Vegeta was very powerful. Among all the dead masters in the four galaxies of Southeast, Northwest, and Northwest, Vegeta's strength is among the best. Even some time ago, even the pork rib rice was defeated by Vegeta. It can be said that he is the first person besides Son Goku. But he didn't expect that he would have no advantage at all in front of Trunks. Call out. After feeling that melee attacks are completely ineffective against Trunks, the struck feet touched the ground, and the body retreated directly, appearing in mid-air. Both palms were aimed at Trunks. The energy ball condensed instantly. Adada-da. Then a set of coherent and skillful prince's tactics followed. Energy balls continued to explode on the ground, and air waves spread around in circles. Vegeta's attack has no effect at all. If this continues, it will only consume his physical energy quickly. Son Goku, who knew the law of smoke and no harm, saw the huge mushroom cloud rising from the ground and knew that Vegeta had no chance of winning this game. Ho-ho! After bombarding him with energy balls for 2 minutes, Vegeta finally stopped. By now he was starting to pant. Brutal attacks like bombing with ability balls consume a huge amount of energy and physical energy. Even Vegeta has been able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Nor can it withstand this kind of consumption. As Vegeta stopped, the thick smoke on the ground dissipated little by little. The surrounding area had been blown to pieces, and a huge sinkhole appeared. However, Trunks' body still stood there, motionless. Even the ground beneath his feet was not affected at all. In the middle of the huge sinkhole is a straight stone pillar. And Trunks was standing on top of the stone pillar. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This time, Vegeta was completely dumbfounded. He just bombarded indiscriminately, an attack that consumed almost all his physical energy. It didn't affect Trunks at all. There wasn't even a speck of dust on that brat's body. Chapter 47. Is Trunks really that awesome? I really didn't expect that in just 5 years, his strength would have such a breakthrough improvement. It seems that the reason why Trunks has become so powerful must have something to do with the Lord Carlo he talks about. Son Gohan looked at Trunks, who was like a god of war at this time, then looked at Carlo beside him, and said, "Although I couldn't feel any breath from their bodies. But what is certain is that the two of them are definitely not as calm as they seem. Maybe they were too powerful, so I couldn't feel their energy at all." Well, you're right, Gohan. That's how it should be. Otherwise, even if you and Trunks have been together for more than 10 years, he won't even be able to turn into a Super Saiyan. How is it possible that in just a few years, I can directly become the Super Saiyan 4 he calls me? Son Goku also thinks this must have something to do with Carlo. It seems that the strength of the two guys in front of me is definitely exaggerated. Of course, maybe their coaching ability is very powerful. Thinking about it this way, it made him even more excited. I really want to see how strong they are. At this moment, Vegeta went completely crazy. He roared at Trunks and then rushed over again. A storm of fists once again greeted Trunks. But at this time, he had problems with his physical fitness. Therefore, both strength and speed can no longer reach their peak. Trunks was able to catch his fist with ease every time. And this kind of thing makes Vegeta feel particularly humiliated. Especially with so many people watching them play. Damn brat! What do you mean by hiding like this? Do you look down on me? Hurry up and fight with all your strength. I saw that Trunks was only passively fighting, and never took the initiative to attack. Vegeta roared again. It was obvious that Trunks was completely humiliating him. As a genius warrior of Saiyan, he was so despised by his own son. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Okay, Dad. There is no need to continue this battle. Trunks also nodded seriously. If Dad is not completely defeated, this battle may not end so easily. Although it might be a bruise on his self-esteem for him to be daddy. But if he doesn't do this, his strength probably won't be able to rise to a higher level. Because he understands better than anyone that with the pressure of surpassing others, he will have the motivation to improve his own strength. The moment the words fell, Trunks' body turned directly into a ghost. Before anyone could react, Trunks appeared behind Vegeta. The hand knife was raised high, and then gently lowered. Snapped. There was a slight sound, and the hand knife fell on Vegeta's neck. Forehead. At that moment, Vegeta's eyes suddenly widened. The entire body seemed to have completely lost control in an instant. Her originally blonde hair had turned back to black. The body fell heavily in front. It was obvious that Vegeta had passed out. You must know that there is an insurmountable gap between Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 4. Trunks could defeat Vegeta in an instant if he wanted to. Vegeta! Son Goku also screamed in surprise when he saw Vegeta, who was unconscious. Then he turned his attention to Trunks. Although he had always known that Trunks was ridiculously strong. But it was actually able to make Vegeta completely lose his fighting ability in an instant. This kind of strength seems to be a bit beyond his imagination. You know, even if he transforms into Super Saiyan 3, there is no way he can defeat Vegeta so easily. It looks like Super Saiyan 4's fighting form is indeed very terrifying. He has become more and more interested in this. Uncle Goku, Dad, he was just temporarily unconscious. If we don't knock him out, this matter won't end easily. Trunks said to Son Goku. Ah! You really amaze us with your abilities, Trunks. Son Goku smiled and nodded, and he didn't care much about Vegeta. Because Trunks is Vegeta's son, he will definitely not be cruel to Vegeta. Hey! This is all the result of the training of Master Carlo and Mr. Whis. If not for their training, it's impossible for me to have such a powerful mission today. Trunks touched his head, then said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. You must know that before meeting Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis, I had just mastered the second form of Super Saiyan. And it was Super Saiyan 2 who broke through when Supreme Kai was killed and extremely angry. My strength at that time was definitely not as strong as my father is now. But after being trained by Mr. Whis and Master Carlo turning himself into Super Saiyan 4, he has reached the level of the strongest human being in the 7th universe. Ah! Are you, really a god? Son Goku walked up to Carlo and asked doubtfully. Because the only gods he knew were the god of heaven and the king of Kai. But in Son Goku's impression, these gods are all weaklings. Why is this god in front of me so powerful? This made him suspicious. Uncle Goku, please watch your attitude. Of course Lord Carlo is a real god, and Lord Carlo is the gods of destruction in the entire universe, possessing the most powerful strength in the entire universe. No, it's the strongest strength including all the gods of destruction. Trunks immediately said to Son Goku. See the nervous look on Trunks. Son Goku smiled easily and said, but I can't feel the slightest bit of power from his body, not even the breath. Master Carlo, can you challenge me? Chapter 48. According to the information provided by Trunks, he knew that Lord Carlo, the gods of destruction in front of him, seemed to be Trunks' master. Even Trunks is so powerful, then as a master, Master Carlo's strength must be even more unfathomable. He can almost 100% guarantee that he will never be Carlo's opponent. But how strong Carlo was made him very curious and wanted to find out. Maybe this is Son Goku's character. Uncle Goku, please stop joking. This is an absolute no-no. Although you are also very powerful, Lord Carlo is definitely something you can't imagine, because no one can imagine how strong Lord Carlo is. After hearing Son Goku's ignorant and somewhat stupid words, Trunks immediately said to Son Goku. He looked very serious at this time. I didn't expect even Uncle Goku to be so confused. He actually wants to challenge Lord Carlo of Gods of Destruction. This is nonsense. Except for Mr. Angel Whis, there is absolutely no one in this universe who can compare with Master Carlo. And Uncle Goku's so-called challenge is just asking for trouble. And it is very likely to anger Mr. Carlo. The situation at that time will be completely out of my control. Dad, please believe what Trunks says. He will never lie to us. The strength of Lord Carlo is absolutely unfathomable. He is a strong man that we cannot afford to offend. Son Gohan on the side also immediately said to Son Goku. They had just been resurrected, and someone else had resurrected them. Since Lord Carlo, the gods of destruction, can resurrect them, he can also kill them. After returning to the long-lost Earth, he didn't want to go back to the underworld again. Ma! You two don't have to worry, Trunks and Gohan. I just had a simple beating battle with Carlo to get a feel for how strong Mr. Carlo is. This will also be very helpful for my future training. Son Goku smiled relaxedly. Then he looked at Carlo and said, You think so? Master Carlo. His thoughts are very simple, that is, he wants to compete with the strong. Preferably the most powerful person in this universe. The gods of destruction in front of him seem to be an ideal opponent for him. Because in the underworld, he has endured the loneliness of having no opponent for several years. So we met such a powerful opponent in front of us. If he doesn't fight a little, his psychology will be even worse than a cat scratching him. And he wants to see if Master Carlo, who is also a Saiyan, has a more powerful transformation than Trunks? You're right, Son Goku. I can compete with you, but you have to be mentally prepared to be hit. Because what Trunks said is absolutely right. You can't even imagine how strong I am. Carlo nodded, and then spoke to Son Goku calmly. Even if Son Goku breaks through Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue, he is still vulnerable to the Gods of Destruction. And Carlo is the most powerful being among the Gods of Destruction. It's even more unimaginable for Son Goku. Sir Carlo, please forgive Uncle Goku for his ignorance. Perhaps this is his character. He just wants to test your strength. Please don't be angry. Trunks immediately bent down and said to Carlo. He didn't want them to disappear again because of Uncle Goku's reckless behavior. Don't worry, Trunks. Since we just want to feel my strength, then I will satisfy him. Carlo still said in a calm tone, without the slightest hint of anger. If he was angry because of Son Goku's character, he wouldn't have resurrected Son Goku. Because this guy has a very stubborn personality and sometimes looks a lot like Vegeta. But not as annoying as Vegeta. Of course, Son Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super are another matter. Because in Dragon Ball Super, the two people's personalities seem to have been interchanged. Vegeta becomes more and more like an earthling, taking family and responsibilities very seriously. But Son Goku has become a real Saiyan who only likes to fight. That's good. Lady Carol didn't seem angry when she heard that. Trunks secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dad and Uncle Goku are really two troublemakers. Master Carlo, let's transform first. You are also a Saiyan, so you should be able to transform as well. After hearing Carlo's promise, Son Goku immediately said to Carlo. Because he had long discovered that besides Trunks, Lord Carlo was also a Saiyan. Because he also has Saiyan's unique tail. According to his guess, since Trunks can transform into Super Saiyan 4, then Lady Carol should be able to transform into a higher level. This was also the thing that intrigued him the most. What will be the form beyond Super Saiyan 4? That's not necessary. Carlo said lightly. In his current Gods of Destruction form, can easily defeat Super Saiyan warriors. It can be said that it can be done with the wave of a hand. And Son Goku obviously doesn't reach that level now. So even if it is normal, Son Goku can be completely tortured easily. Ah! Son Goku was stunned for a second, then he smiled and said, okay. Come on then. Then he clenched his fists. Golden arrogance instantly burst out from his body. Instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2. A wisp of bangs danced in front of her eyebrows. The sweat on my body is accompanied by crackling blue lightning. Apparently, Son Goku transformed directly into his Super Saiyan 2 form. If you haven't seen the power of Trunks just now, he will never become a super player right away. But after seeing Trunks' power, he didn't dare to overdo it. So it turned directly into Super Saiyan 2 to fight. Chapter 49. After seeing Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan 2, no one's expressions changed or fluctuated at all. Because this kind of strength is really too weak for Carlo. Sir Carlo, then I will attack. Son Goku also said very politely, and then he couldn't wait to launch the attack. After casting instant transmission, Son Goku's body appeared behind Carlo in an instant. Then he punched Carlo directly in the back. However, Carlo easily dodged Son Goku's fist on one side of his body. Whoosh! Son Goku continues his attack. But it was easily dodged every time. It's like Carlo has eyes on his back. It's amazing, I've used my strength to the extreme. I didn't expect that I still couldn't touch him. It's like his whole body is covered with eyes. Son Goku said in surprise after using instant transmission to conduct countless attacks from different directions. It was obvious that by this time he was fully aware of the gap between the two. Carlo didn't even bother to fight with him. Because in comparison, his strength is too weak. After countless attacks, Son Goku took a step back. Because the power of Super Saiyan 2 is completely different from Master Carlo. Ha! Afterwards, Son Goku directly improved his aura again, and his golden hair instantly became like a waterfall. Straight down to the waist. The facial features of the whole person are slightly evil, the eyebrows have disappeared, and the brow bones are more prominent. Amazingly, there are 3 forms of Super Saiyan. What? Dad can actually become like this. Why did I never see him like this when I was in the underworld? Son Gohan said in surprise when he saw Son Goku transforming into the 3rd form of Super Saiyan. I have been with my father and the others in the underworld for 5 years, but I have never seen my father transform into Super Saiyan like this. At this time, the unconscious Vegeta also regained consciousness and woke up. After seeing Son Goku transform into Super Saiyan 3, the whole person's face turned green instantly. BD Carlotta. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. At this time, he felt that he had been humiliated like never before. Obviously, this BD Carlo has already exceeded the limit of Super Saiyan 2. It's just that he has been lying to himself. What a BD! Originally, being resurrected was a good thing, but I didn't expect that today I would have to face a series of humiliations. One is his own son. However, the other one turned out to be Carlo, the card I hate the most. Sir Carlo, I won't hold back either. This is my strongest power, Super Saiyan 3's form. Son Goku raised his head and raised the corners of his mouth. I have to say that after turning into Super Saiyan 3, Son Goku's face does look a bit evil. No wonder he was disliked by Gotenks in the original work. Well, it looks good. Keep going. Carlo waved to Son Goku calmly. It's just that she has no interest in playing anymore. Son Goku and the others are too weak, and he needs a well-matched opponent to train him well. Whether it's Son Goku and Vegeta in front of you, or Son Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super. None of them have such strength. Haha. Son Goku roared angrily and rushed towards Carlo. The moment Son Goku's body flashed, a golden giant dragon appeared instantly. Then he hit Carlo directly. Dragon Fist. Carlo was slightly surprised. Because in Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku has never used the skill Dragon Fist. Dragon Fist has only appeared in the movie version in GT. While easily dodging Son Goku's Dragon Punch, Carlo put his right palm on Son Goku's shoulder. Then, tapped down gently. Snapped. It seemed like just a slight hello. But at that moment, Son Goku's pupils trembled. Then, the whole person was like a deflated rubber ball, and instantly returned to normal. Then, his body fell softly to the ground. So scary. Is this the power of Gods of Destruction? Son Goku is completely dumbfounded. Although he has not lost consciousness, he has completely lost his fighting ability. With just one tap, he, who had transformed into Super Saiyan, actually lost his fighting ability. It was so terrible, it was absolutely unimaginable to him. Beside the coach, Vegeta, Son Gohan and others were completely petrified. This gap is simply one in the sky and one on the ground. However, Trunks was relieved to see that Lord Carlo only defeated Uncle Goku easily. This farce should be considered over, right? The next time, Son Goku and Vegeta also returned to Capsule Company. Shishi has been waiting there for a long time. I saw my husband who had been dead for more than 10 years and my son who had been dead for 5 years. Shishi cried to vent his grievances. In the past few years, she has been so wronged. Living alone almost made her lose all her expectations for life. Fortunately, a miracle happened. Goku and Gohan are resurrected again. Both Bulma and Shishi expressed their gratitude to Carlo and Whis. If it hadn't been for them, none of them would have been resurrected. After a simple happy reunion, Son Goku and Vegeta soon found Carlo. Master Carlo, I apologize to you for my previous reckless behavior. Please, please you must guide me in my training. I also want to be as strong as you. Vegeta's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. This guy seemed to have completely let go of his pride, said to Carlo. Maybe the fact that Trunks and Son Goku surpassed him was a big blow to him. So proud that he put aside his pride and humbly asked for advice. Son Goku followed immediately, and he also asked to train with Carlo. Stop saying such wishful things, Vegeta. You can never surpass me. If you want to train with me, it's not impossible. However, you need to meet a condition. Carlo said calmly to Son Goku and Vegeta. As far as the strength of the two of them is concerned, they will never be able to surpass themselves. You must know that the current halo of the protagonist no longer belongs to them. What conditions? The two of them immediately asked impatiently. Looking at the two impatient people, Carlo replied calmly, it's very simple. In the next period of time, there may be a competition between universes. If you can defeat the opponents from other universes in this game, I can consider letting you train with me. Chapter 50. Because in Dragon Ball Super Original, the competition between the 6th universe and the 7th universe attracted the most advanced god in this universe, Zeno. Although because of this game, two universes were almost destroyed by Zeno at the same time. But it was precisely because of this game that Zeno became interested in this form of competition. That's why the power conference was held later. It would not cause 8 universes to disappear in a daze. Because Zeno's initial thought was that 12 universes were too many to manage. And there are several universes where the overall human level is relatively low. So he felt that there was no need for these 8 universes to exist. It was precisely because of the match between the 6th universe and the 7th universe that 8 universes were saved. If it follows the plot development of Dragon Ball Super, then, the 7th universe must be a universe with a lower comprehensive level of human beings. Because in the original work, the overall human level of the 7th universe is only second to last. It's only slightly better than Universe 9. Agreeing to compete with the 6th universe seemed to be an impulsive decision he made because he was provoked by Compa. But Carlo was also thoughtful. Because without this game, it would be impossible to get Zeno's attention. This time and space will most likely have the same ending as the main time and space. So it is very likely that it will be erased in a daze. Then there will be no place to reason. So this time, the competition with Universe 6 is somewhat risky. But it should be possible to avoid the fate of being directly destroyed by Zeno. Even Zeno, the real big shots, who can be contacted because of it. It is not a good idea to contact them as soon as possible. But if you don't contact them, I don't know what they will do next. Maybe at some point, the 7th universe will suffer disaster due to its low overall strength. Dying in a daze is something Carlo will never allow. Hey? Strong men from other universes. Son Goku and Vegeta looked puzzled. They have no idea about the universe. All I know is that this universe is very vast. There are many planets in the universe and many races. But it seems like this is the first time they have heard of the term universe. Seeing the confusion between the two, Whis on the side explained, yes. There are 12 universes in total. We belong to the 7th universe. In addition to our 7th universe, there are 11 universes. The other universes that Master Carlo just mentioned refer to the 6th universe, which is the universe corresponding to our 7th universe. Whis' explanation is very simple and clear. Son Goku and Vegeta finally heard it clearly. The general meaning is that there are a total of 12 universes in this world. And it's not just one universe they know about. But this time, the one competing against them was another universe, the one called the 6th universe. Then what is the level of humanity in the 6th universe? Vegeta asked curiously. Although Vegeta was a little arrogant at this time, he also knew it. Since it is a universe, there must be strong human beings in that universe. Just like the 7th universe. Yes, yes. Are there many strong human beings in the 6th universe? Son Goku couldn't hold back his excitement and asked. Being able to fight against strong men from other universes is definitely something exciting for him. And he has always been looking forward to and interested in unknown things. How should I say it? Actually, the 6th universe and the 7th universe are corresponding universes, and the distribution of the two universes is similar. Our 7th universe has Scions, so the 6th universe also has Scion's planet, as well as the Earth, including other races that our 7th universe has. Whis scratched his chin and explained. From the beginning, the 6th universe and the 7th universe were basically similar. But as time goes by, some universes will also be annihilated in these years. After all, the two universes have developed over hundreds of millions of years. So now, there must be some differences. But there are definitely some powerful races that have survived. I heard that without Vegeta, there is a Saiyan in the 6th universe. It's so exciting, isn't it? Son Goku was gearing up and said excitedly to Vegeta. He can't wait to see the Scions of Universe 6. How strong are they? Can he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Can he transform into Super Saiyan 4 form like Trunks? I don't have a def card, Carlo. You don't need to remind me. Vegeta glared at Son Goku and said with a look of disgust. But he was also very curious. What does Saiyan from Universe 6 look like? Are they also very powerful? Sir Carlo, we agree to participate in this competition. Also, when can we compete with the strong men of the 6th universe? Son Goku looked at Carlo impatiently and asked. Vegeta was obviously very curious as well. Compared to fighting against the strong men of the 6th universe, he is even more looking forward to becoming Carlo's apprentice and then becoming Super Saiyan 4. Even a more powerful form than Super Saiyan. After half a month, so you still have half a month to improve your strength. This is what Compa told himself later. Half a month later, go to the unknown planet for a competition. The nameless planet is a desolate planet sandwiched between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. This planet has existed for billions of years. Half a month. Okay. Son Goku nodded immediately. Can't wait to go to training. Vegeta also quickly returned to the capsule story, and then created a gravity style in Bulma for training. As for Trunks, he continued to follow Carlo and Whis back to the God realm. Because he knows his current identity very well. It is the Gods of Destruction connected to Lord Carlo's name. Therefore, he must stay with Master Carlo at all times to ensure their safety. It doesn't matter if he dies, but if Master Carlo is also killed, the matter will be very serious. Besides, Dad, Brother Gohan and Uncle Goku are all resurrected now. Protecting the Earth is no longer a matter of oneself alone. After returning to the world of Gods of Destruction, Whis looked at Carlo and asked, Sir Carlo, including the three of them, there are only 4 of us. But according to Lord Compa's previous request, each universe needs 5 contestants to participate. When asked by Whis, Carlo replied confidently, I have already thought about the last contestant. Now let's go to the planet Vampa. There, lives the most perverted Saiyan. Chapter 51. Abnormal. Is there a Saiyan more perverted than Lord Carlo in our 7th universe? Being able to increase his strength to a level that surpasses all Gods of Destruction in just over 2 years. Whis expressed great disbelief in this. Lord Carlo is definitely the most talented Saiyan, bar none. Even Trunks, whom Son Goku and the others think is very powerful, is completely incomparable to Carlo-sama. So he doesn't quite believe that there is a Saiyan in the 7th universe who is even more perverted than Master Carlo. The most important thing is that in the past hundreds of millions of years, he had never felt any powerful aura. This means that there is no Saiyan in the 7th universe, which is too powerful. If there was, he would definitely be able to feel the powerful aura. I know you don't believe it. You will believe it when you get to that planet. Trunks, take us to planet Wampa. Looking at Whis' questioning expression, Carlo didn't even want to explain. Broly's current strength is indeed average, so Whis can't sense the powerful aura at all. But Broly's strength lies in his talent. He originally had the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. And it can become stronger as the battle progresses. In Dragon Ball Super Broly Theatrical Edition, Broly's improvement speed can definitely be described as perverted. Okay, Master Carlo. Trunks nodded immediately. Then he used the ability of instant transmission and reached the Wampa planet directly in a split second. Just like described in Dragon Ball Super Broly. This is a very hot, fringe planet with a very harsh environment. The grey and turbid air is so hot that it makes people feel uncomfortable. Oh! This is really a bad planet. But there are still people who survive. While Whis felt surprised, he also felt 2 human breaths. It is obvious that humans do exist on this planet with a terrible environment. This was something he didn't expect. Because generally such planets are Death Stars. Except for some indigenous creatures, it is difficult for humans to survive in this environment. A planet like this is worse than the Earth at its worst. It's unimaginable that we can survive on this kind of planet. Trunks also expressed his surprise. Even Carlo was also very surprised. When I watched it in Dragon Ball Super Broly, I didn't have that feeling of experiencing it in person. But when I got to this place, I realized that it was simply not a place where humans could survive. The temperature was extremely hot and the environment was ridiculously bad. If I were not the Gods of Destruction, I would not have been able to stay in a place like this for less than 2 minutes. It is very likely that you will suffocate to death. Let's go, I can already feel their anger. Carlo said to Whis and Trunks. Then his body flashed and disappeared instantly. By the time they appeared this time, 2 strange figures had already appeared in front of the 3 people. One of them is wearing an old Saiyan battlesuit. Beside him was a shirtless young man. His eyes looked very clear and innocent. They are indeed all Saiyan. The moment Trunks saw the 2 of them, he recognized them. The slightly older one has Saiyan's unique tail. The other, younger one was obviously also a Saiyan, although he didn't have a long tail. But the aura they release is not strong at all. Trunks said confused. Because even if he doesn't have to transform into Super Saiyan, his aura is still more powerful than the 2 of them. Could it be that Mr. Carlo was wrong? Whis also expressed surprise. Because their auras are completely incompatible with the perverted Saiyan that Mr. Carlo calls him. At this time, Broly and his father Paragus also discovered Carlo's appearance. While shocked, Paragus' face suddenly showed an unparalleled expression of excitement. Human, human. Are you Saiyan too? The moment he saw the tail behind Carlo and Trunks, Paragus immediately asked in surprise. They have lived on this planet for 40 years. Never seen a human being. Why do humans suddenly appear, and they are Saiyans of their own race? Broly looked at everyone with a wary expression. Your name is Broly, right? Carlo ignored Paragus and looked at Broly and asked. Broly nodded naively. How about I take you out of this place? Carlo didn't talk nonsense, but went directly to the topic and asked. Broly hesitated in response to Carlo's question. Because he has been living on this planet for as long as he can remember. It's quite familiar now. So whether he leaves here or not, nothing will change for him. But he still looked at his father Paragus. It seems that he is waiting for his father to make a decision. Broly, hurry up and promise him. Paragus naturally said impatiently. I have stayed in this place where birds don't shit for more than 40 years. He wanted to leave here every second. Now that I have this opportunity to leave, I can't miss it. Broly nodded again with a naive expression. Seeing that the 2 agreed, Carlo directly brought them back to the world of Gods of Destruction. Although I don't like Paragus, I don't want to take this guy with me at all. But he is Broly's only relative, and he is also Broly's respected father. If they didn't bring him with them, Broly probably wouldn't go with them. After returning to God Realm, Whis and Trunks are still very doubtful about Broly's talent. His strength is so weak now, even if he is given half a month to train. It is absolutely impossible to reach such a high level. It's possible that even Super Saiyan won't change. How can we participate in a competition between two universes? Master Carlo, are you really sure that the Broly in front of you has a very powerful talent? Can he transform into Super Saiyan in the next half month? Whis asked with a suspicious look on his face. Chapter 52. Of course, I'm absolutely sure. Carlo nodded firmly. He has no doubts about Broly's talent. Then, he said to Trunks, Trunks, you and Broly have a fight. I believe you will be able to see his potential soon. Broly's talent is indeed amazing. But it needs stimulation to lead it out. Trunks can now transform into Super Saiyan 4's form. So for Broly, he is a very good opponent. That's okay. Trunks obviously hesitated. Because he felt that Broly could not be his opponent at all. Even without changing into Super Saiyan form, he can easily defeat Broly. Broly, you accompany Trunks and have a good fight. If you're ready, I can give you something to eat later. It's something as good as you've never had before. Carlo smiled and said to Broly. Perhaps for ordinary people, food is not very attractive. But for Broly, who has been living outside the planet Wampa for a long time, it is definitely a very good thing. After hearing about the delicious food, Paragus' eyes straightened instantly. Because he hasn't eaten serious food for a long time. Then, he quickly said to Broly, Broly, fight with all your strength. We must help Dad eat delicious food. Whether he can eat good food or not depends entirely on his son's hands. Yeah, okay Dad. Broly nodded and said seriously. After all, father and son have lived together on that kind of planet for decades. That feeling is extremely deep. Whether it's Broly versus Paragus, or Paragus versus Broly. At first, Paragus really just wanted to use Broly's super talent to take revenge on King Vegeta and the others. But after more than 40 years of getting along, even Saiyan has no family ties at all. Changes have already occurred. Don't worry, I will be lenient. Trunks looked at the two people who had a good relationship and said. Chiji. Trunks' words obviously made Broly a little unhappy. Instantly turning into a bared grin, glaring at Trunks. Aha! Trunks also instantly transformed into Super Saiyan form. Although I won't hurt him, it is safer to become Super Saiyan. It would also be good for him to experience a transformation like Super Saiyan. Sure enough, Paragus and Broly were surprised. Because they never knew Saiyan could actually transform. But soon, Broly became more motivated to fight. Call out! At the same time as his body flashed, he took the lead in launching an active attack. Broly's speed is average. Trunks was able to dodge each time with ease. After dozens of attacks, the attack has no effect. There was no way to touch Trunks' body. Broly, this game can be over. You still need to train well with Mr. Whis. Trunks also didn't want to continue this fight because the gap between them was too big. There is no point in continuing to fight like this. More importantly, he can't help Broly improve. The moment the words fell, directly punched out. It hit Broly hard on the abdomen. Boom! Broly's body immediately flew out. Paragus was shocked speechless. He always thought that his son was the most powerful Saiyan. But I also feel that this Saiyan can not only transform, but is also ridiculously strong. It was simply not something Broly could handle. Whis also shook his head. It seems that Lord Carlo made a mistake in his judgment this time. This Saiyan is not that powerful at all. Just when everyone thought the game was over, Broly struggled out of the rubble, with an angry look in his eyes. The breath is also increasing explosively. What? Broly's reaction surprised everyone. Unexpectedly, when they thought Broly was defeated, this guy actually stood up and burst out with even more power. Trunks immediately fought. This time he didn't hold anything back and used Super Saiyan's strength to the extreme. But then, Trunks was surprised to find out Broly's learning ability is really strong. He continues to learn his skills and becomes more and more powerful. And he uses the skills he learned very skillfully, as if he had been practicing for countless years. Whis and Trunks were finally shocked. As the fighting continues, Trunks had to transform into Super Saiyan to fight. Because of Super Saiyan 1's form, it is no longer possible for him to be Broly's opponent. What a terrifying learning ability! This is what Master Carlo calls talent. I have never seen such a terrifying learning ability. Trunks was shocked in his heart. It's just that Loli once again launched a violent attack. Trunks, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, knocked Broly away with one punch. But this time, it completely angered Broly. Ho ho ho! A roar like a beast came from his throat. A grass-green flame instantly burst out from Broly's body. Immediately afterwards, the aura like a strong wind and huge waves spread in all directions. Paragus was blown away directly. Whis's face was also full of shock, and this aura continued to expand. And it has reached the level of Super Saiyan 4 Trunks. Roar! There was another roar, and the grass-green flames formed a jet shape. It bloomed directly like fire. Brush! Broly's pupils also shattered in an instant, and the black pupils instantly turned golden. And his aura also improved tremendously in an instant. The earth-shattering aura caused the entire Gods of Destruction world to tremble. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Trunks already felt the fear. This guy's improvement is too incredible. Chapter 53. Ho ho! Broly was roaring crazily. Although his hair was still black, his whole body was filled with grass-green arrogance. The whole person is like a completely runaway beast. A scarlet light shot out from his eyes. Then glared at Trunks. Gulu! Seeing Broly's appearance at this time, Trunks swallowed hard, then subconsciously stepped back. Fear had arisen in his heart. Because he has never seen any Saiyan like Broly. When angry, he becomes a beast. The moment Trunks stepped back, Broly's body rushed directly towards Trunks. The speed was ridiculously fast, and he was in front of Trunks in the blink of an eye. Then he punched out. The air shook. Seeing this, Trunks quickly raised his arms to block. But at this time, how could he be on par with Broly in strength? Boom! The moment a low collision sounded, Trunks's feet scraped against the ground and his body flew over 100 feet in an instant. After his body hit a hill heavily, he stopped. Such terrifying power! What's going on with this guy? It's obvious that he hasn't turned into a Super Saiyan at all, but his power is unimaginable. Trunks felt like his arms had lost all feeling. He has never even experienced this kind of power. It's so strong that it's impossible to defeat him in Super Saiyan's second form. Roar! At this time, Broly roared again, and then rushed towards Trunks. It's like Trunks is his father-killing enemy. Looks like I can only become Super Saiyan 4. Trunks made up his mind. He originally thought that he would be able to defeat Broly easily without transforming into Super Saiyan 4. But judging from the current situation, even if he becomes Super Saiyan 4, he may not be able to win. Oh! Mr. Carlo is really good at judging people. I didn't expect that this Broly is really ridiculously strong. And his strongest thing is not his fighting ability, but his ability to learn in battle, and his talent. While surprised, Whis also affirmed Broly's fighting ability and talent. Trunks was able to completely overpower Super Saiyan 2 in just a few minutes. This is definitely not something ordinary humans can do. Even if Master Carlo is very talented. But it does seem a bit dim compared to the Broly in front of me. This is not Broly's limit. If Broly really reaches his full potential, even I don't know how strong he will be. But in order to prevent him from completely losing control, let the battle end after a while. Carlo smiled and said to Whis. You must know that in the original Dragon Ball Super Broly, Broly can fight Super Blue Gogeta. Although he lost the game in the end, his talent and fighting ability have been affirmed. Ha! While Carlo and Whis were talking, a roar sounded. Trunks also successfully transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. At this time, his eyes were firm. Although Broly is very strong, Trunks' self-confidence has also skyrocketed after becoming Super Saiyan 4. Call out! At this time, Broly rushed towards Trunks like a bull. Cut! Trunks gritted his teeth and punched him as well. Boom! Buzz! The moment their fists collided, their bodies flew backwards. The ground exploded instantly, and rubble was shot out in all directions like bullets. Trunks fell back dozens of feet. Broly, on the other hand, only fell back more than 10 meters. The difference can be seen at a glance. Even after becoming Super Saiyan 4, Trunks can no longer suppress Lolita. Oops, I have no chance of winning if this continues. Trunks frowned at this moment and thought to himself. Under such absolute brute force, he couldn't think of any way to win. Roar! At this moment, Broly roared again. Then he launched an attack on Trunks. Bang bang bang! Broly's fists were like raindrops, constantly greeting Trunks. And Trunks could only passively parry, retreating steadily. If this continues, Broly will soon lose the battle. Call out! At this moment, Whis' body suddenly appeared. Then, a finger directly blocked Broly's fist. Even Broly, who was completely berserk, suddenly froze at this moment. There was an angry look in his eyes again. Subsequently, the target of the attack was directly changed. Facing Whis, there is a burst of crazy output. Whis just used one finger to easily block all Broly's attacks. Game over, Mr. Broly. Whis smiled slightly, and then his body suddenly disappeared, reappearing already behind Broly. Then the hand knife lightly slashed, landing on Broly's neck. Broly completely lost consciousness. The body fell heavily to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Whis. If you hadn't taken action, I would have been a little helpless. Trunks thanked Whis. Then he looked at Broly and said, this Broly is really, as Mr. Carlo said, ridiculously strong. He was still a little shaken up to this day. If this is a life and death battle, then he will be killed by Broly soon. He had no doubt about this. Because this guy's strength is constantly improving during the battle. And this rapid improvement seems to have no limit. You're welcome. This is what Mr. Carlo meant. Whis smiled and said. He glanced at Broly as well. If trained properly, Broly's future achievements will be absolutely unimaginable. It definitely won't take long to reach the level of Gods of Destruction. Chapter 54. Masters, is Broly okay? You didn't kill him, did you? At this time, Paragus emerged from the demolition rubble and looked at the three of them in embarrassment and asked. He didn't expect that his son could be so powerful. But he was motionless now, and he didn't know if he was killed by them. After all, he is just a Saiyan who cannot sense breath. Don't worry. Broly is a true Saiyan genius, Master Carlo is reluctant to kill him. Whis glanced at Paragus and said calmly. You must know that with Broly's strength and talent, he is very likely to single-handedly improve the overall human level of the entire universe. Paragus relaxed after hearing that his son had not been killed. But he and his son have lived together for decades. But he never realized that his son had such a powerful talent. After a while, Broly also woke up. After waking up, Broly is no longer as violent as before. He regained his former kindness and simplicity. Carlo also fulfilled his previous promise and gave Paragus and Broly some food brought from the earth. Sir Carlo, it is undeniable that Broly is indeed very powerful. But he seems to be unable to control this kind of power. It seems inappropriate to participate in the competition. Glancing at Broly, who was devouring food, Whis said to Carlo. He has no doubt about Broly's strength now. There are absolutely few people in the 6th universe who can defeat Broly. But the problem is that Broly has no control over the power in his body. By then, it might turn into a beast that only destroys. It's really a bit inappropriate. So I leave this matter to you. In the next 15 days, no matter what method you use, you must allow Broly to maintain his sanity after transforming. Carlo smiled at Whis. After saying that, he walked directly towards Broly and the others. Ooh. It seems like I'm a bit too talkative. I guess I won't have any leisure time in the next 10 days or so. Whis complained, blaming himself for talking too much. Time passes day by day. Trunks and Broly are training with Whis. Carlo is also working day and night to improve his strength. Because there is a good chance that we will meet the real big names in Zeno and Grand Priest soon. Before meeting them, it is best to improve your own strength. Make sure you have the ability to protect yourself. Half a month passed almost in a flash. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan have also been brought to the Gods of Destruction world by Whis and Trunks. Son Goku was particularly excited. Because he can't wait to compete with the masters of other universes. In fact, during these 10 days, he was excited every day. Vegeta was incredible after meeting Broly. But he no longer had the arrogance and self-righteousness before. Because he knew it very well. Those who can follow Carlo are definitely not just ordinary people. It is not an existence that the current self can provoke. Especially that guy's body contained a feeling that made him fearful. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you briefly. The one we are competing against this time is Universe 6. As Whis said before, the 6th universe also has a very powerful Saiyan, and there are even more powerful beings than Saiyan. So in this competition, we must not take it lightly. If you lose the game, I will punish you well when you come back. Carlo's eyes swept across the faces of the 5 people, and although his tone was calm, he was not angry or authoritative. Perhaps this is the majesty of Gods of Destruction. Everyone listened very carefully. Trunks and Broly, in particular, acted more seriously. Don't worry, Lord Carlo. We are almost ready. Son Goku said excitedly and eagerly. During these 15 days, the 3 of them were training hard. Therefore, the strength of each of them has been greatly improved. To be honest, you are the one I worry about the most. When fighting, it's best not to test others' strength. If you can win the game in an instant, don't do meaningless things. Seeing the excited Son Goku, Carlo said coldly. This guy is the least bothersome. Forward. Hearing this, Son Goku looked embarrassed. Okay, I have nothing special to explain. Enjoy the game. It's not terrible if you lose the game, but if you lose by mistake, you will feel better when you come back. After Carlo finished speaking, everyone entered the universe shuttle box. Then, head to the unnamed planet. According to the previous agreement, Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th universe will arrange all the venue in advance. This time, except for the contestants. Shishi, Bulma, Dende and Cat also acted as spectators. 2 hours later, everyone arrived at the nameless planet. At this time, the venue is almost ready. Although the aesthetics seem a bit indescribable. But after all, with Compa's aesthetics, we can only design something like this. At this time, everyone in the 6th universe has arrived. Gods of Destruction Compa, Angel Vados, 5 players, and Supreme Kai. Yo! I didn't expect you, a hateful BD, would actually dare to come here. Not bad, your courage is commendable. As soon as they met, Gods of Destruction Kampa looked at Carlo proudly and said, "I'm just a defeated general, but you have the nerve to say such a thing. If it were me, I would have been so ashamed that I bought a piece of tofu and killed myself." Looking at Kampa's provocative eyes, Carlo said calmly, "I don't know where this guy gets his confidence. Because I took a look at the contestants in their universe. They are Killer Hit, Frost, Saiyan Gabe, Caulifla, and Botomo. Except for Hit, the strength of these guys is very average. So he really didn't understand what arrogance this guy had." Chapter 55. Tofu. Kampa was stunned. He had never heard of such a thing. But it could be seen from Carlo's tone and expression that he seemed to be humiliated by this guy again. After all, he had been defeated by him personally, this was an indisputable fact. Humph! What's the use of bringing up things from the past? Today I will let you understand how rubbish your 7th universe is. We humans from the 6th universe will push all the contestants from your 7th universe to the ground and rub them." Kampa suddenly said, feeling guilty. After all, losing to the guy in front of you is not a glorious thing. And today's game is precisely because of losing to Carlo before. So he wants to win. Is he the Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe? Why does it look like an overnourished cat? Son Goku pointed at Kampa and asked with some confusion. Could it be said that animals can become gods of destruction after becoming spirits? Kampa listened to Son Goku's mutterings. Naturally, he was also very annoyed. But he didn't say much. Anyway, after a while, the humans from the 6th universe will press the 7th universe hard to the ground and rub it. Afterwards, all the players from the 2 universes return to their seats. Kampa, tell me, what are the rules? Is it a one-on-one duel? Or is it a melee with 5 people together? Carlo asked calmly. No matter which mode it is, as long as Trunks and Broly are around, the 6th universe has no chance of winning. Of course it's a one-on-one fight. After 5 games, the universe with the most wins will be the winner. Kampa said coldly. Hit is the number 1 killer in their universe. Ridiculously strong. In 12 universes, it is absolutely impossible for a human to defeat Hit. Because he already has the same control over time as Angel, and he can use this ability in battle. Can have unexpected effects. You must know that the ability of time is something that even Gods of Destruction has not mastered. However, the Frost of their universe is also very powerful. This guy is an elite warrior who has won 3 Universe Peace Awards. As for Botomo, he can ignore all physical attacks. Those guys from the 7th universe can't cause any harm to Botomo at all. The last 2 Saiyans are said to be very powerful as well. No matter what, their 6th universe will definitely win. Sir Carlo, let me play in the first game. Hee I can't wait. Son Goku could no longer hold back his excitement and said to Carlo. He has been looking forward to this game for half a month. Now I feel even more itchy. Don't be careless. Carlo nodded. Then Son Goku couldn't wait to jump onto the ring. And on the contestant stage of Universe 6. Gods of Destruction Kampa looked at the 4 people except Hit and asked, who among you 4 will fight in the first game? You must know that Hit is the ace player of their universe. Naturally, it is impossible to appear first. Let me. That should be Saiyan from the 7th universe. Let me see what power their Saiyan from the 7th universe has. Saiyan Caulifla took a step forward, raised the corners of her mouth, and said confidently. Although it seems that the Saiyans in the 7th universe are all very strong. But having a strong body doesn't mean you are strong. She is the best among Saiyan. Those Saiyans from the 7th universe definitely cannot be her opponents. Okay, then you should be the first one to play. Kampa nodded and said. Except for Hit, it doesn't matter if the other 4 people appear one after another. After receiving the permission, Caulifla flashed her body and was on the ring in an instant. Hey, this guy is also a Saiyan, right? Caulifla asked with a high tone, looking at Son Goku. Ah! That's right. So my opponent is you. Son Goku nodded and looked up and down at the skinny Caulifla. Although I don't mean to look down upon it. But he felt that Caulifla was too weak and could not be his opponent. TCH. What's that expression on your face? Seeing Son Goku's expression, Caulifla also understood that this guy looked down upon her a little too much. He must be taught a lesson. Let him know that the Saiyan of the 7th universe is not comparable to the Saiyan of their 6th universe. At this time, Vados also became a referee. Just yelled to start. Humph! How dare you look down on me, I will beat you to pieces. After the voice fell, Caulifla's face suddenly showed an excited look. She has a very similar personality to Son Goku. Being able to fight against strong men from other universes is something that makes her very excited. The moment he finished speaking, his body was hidden, and Son Goku rushed over. I have to say that Caulifla's strength is also very good. The power erupted by normalcy at this time does not seem to be weaker than Son Goku at all. Brush! The attack was sharp, and his fist hit Son Goku directly on the cheek. Son Goku retreated backwards and easily dodged the attack. Caulifla followed closely and launched another series of attacks. Boo-hoo-hoo! The fists kept scratching Son Goku's left and right cheeks. The wind roared, but Son Goku was not hit. UBD, what's the point of fighting if you keep hiding and hiding? After dozens of attacks, Son Goku was not hit. Caulifla suddenly became a little annoyed. The speed of the 7th universe guy is not weaker than his own at all. If he keeps dodging like this, it will be difficult to determine the outcome of this battle. Call out! Son Goku did a backflip and landed firmly in a corner of the ring. Then, with a slight smile on his face, he said, "Didn't you fight with all your strength? Hurry up and become Super Saiyan. That will be a fair fight." After hearing Son Goku's words, Caulifla was stunned, and then asked with a puzzled look on her face, "What is Super Saiyan?" It was the first time she heard the name Super Saiyan. Even the Gods of Destruction Compa in the 6th universe arena looked confused. Then he looked at Saiyan Gabe and asked, "Hey, what exactly is Super Saiyan that the guys from the 7th universe are talking about? Can you change it?" To be honest, he hadn't heard of Super Saiyan either. I don't know. Saiyan Gabe also shook his head with a puzzled look, and then continued, "Like Caulifla, I have never heard of the name Super Saiyan. So what is it?" Chapter 56. TCH. You're a piece of trash. We've already lost a place to the 7th universe on this point. You don't even know what Super Saiyan is. Gods of Destruction Compa suddenly said with an angry look on his face. He suddenly had a bad feeling. This first game was unwinnable. In the arena. Don't you know what Super Saiyan is? Isn't there anyone in your 6th universe who can become a Super Saiyan? Son Goku asked with a surprised look on his face. You know, it's been decades since they were able to turn into Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, the Saiyan of the 6th universe not only cannot become a Super Saiyan, but also does not even know what a Super Saiyan is. This really surprised him. While being shocked, Son Goku also muttered in a low voice, "Hey! Then you are too weak." This kind of dislike is mainly because he may not be able to have a hearty battle next. I originally thought it would be a competition with masters from other universes. But now that she can't even change into Super Saiyan, how strong can she be? Certainly. Hearing Son Goku's muttering, Caulifla gritted her teeth tightly. How dare this guy dislike her? But, what exactly is Super Saiyan? Then she couldn't help but ask, "Hey! What is this Super Saiyan you just mentioned? There's no reason why Saiyan of their 7th universe doesn't know things that Saiyan of their 7th universe knows." The so-called Super Saiyan is a transformed form of Saiyan. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, your strength and speed will increase dozens of times. Although I feel that there is no sense of expectation for this battle. But Son Goku still spoke to Caulifla very seriously. How could such a thing happen? Strength and speed increased dozens of times. Caulifla obviously couldn't believe what Son Goku said. Because she had never heard of anything so outrageous. Let me give you a simple demonstration. Great, that's it. Son Goku is very honest. With both fists clenched, golden flames instantly burst out from his body. It is very easy for him to become Super Saiyan at this time. Brush. Whisper, rustle. In an instant, the golden hair was tied up high, and the golden flames made a rustling sound. The light green eyes are much firmer than before. Here. This is the form of Super Saiyan. But there are many more powerful forms above Super Saiyan. Son Goku said without any secret. At this time, Caulifla and the other people in the 6th universe looked straight. Because they have never seen Saiyan transform. And after the transformation, her hair will turn golden. Vados, do you know what's going on? Why can Saiyan from the 7th universe transform, but our Saiyan from the 6th universe doesn't even know about transformation? Gods of Destruction Kampa could only turn his head and look at Vados and asked. This is so embarrassing. Master Kampa, didn't Master Carlo know how to transform before? So this is no surprise. Besides, although many things in the two universes are similar, they are not exactly the same. After hundreds of millions of years of time precipitation, each universe naturally has its own unique characteristics. Just because a Saiyan from the 7th universe can become a Super Saiyan, doesn't mean that a Saiyan from the 6th universe can too. Besides, as far as I know, the Saiyan of our 6th universe could also transform in the past. At that time, he had the same tail as the Saiyan of the 7th universe. But why he couldn't transform later? I don't understand. No. Vados explained calmly from the side. Vados was not too surprised that Saiyan from the 7th universe was able to transform. Because he had seen Master Carlo transform last time. Moreover, Master Carlo's transformation is completely different from the Son Goku just now. It can be said that there is simply no comparison. TCH. Such a thing could happen. Xiang Peng, who was originally extremely confident, had begun to worry now. The opposing players all seemed to be Saiyans. If each of them could become a so-called Super Saiyan, doesn't that mean that the 6th universe has a very low chance of winning this time? After all, no matter how strong it is, he can only participate in one competition. And the rules of this kind of competition are made by myself. How is this possible? This is definitely a lie. It's impossible for your power to increase so much in an instant. You actually used such despicable means to deceive me. This method will not work in front of me. Caulifla didn't know if she didn't want to believe it, or if she really didn't believe it. Then he attacked Son Goku again. But at this time, her speed and strength were even slower in Son Goku's eyes. The body kept dodging, avoiding all attacks. You are really weak. I originally thought it would be a very good battle, but it seems my expectations were a bit too high. Son Goku said a little disappointed. Because Caulifla's strength is too weak. BD, you are too complacent. Aren't you just relying on your speed to be faster than me? Even if I can't hit you, you can't beat me. Caulifla was so angry that her teeth itched. This guy's speed was indeed too fast. He simply couldn't remember. A leg sweep sweeps out. Son Goku easily grabbed her ankle. What? Caulifla was shocked. Why is this guy's power so terrifying? He caught his charged blow so lightly. Okay. This game can be over. Son Goku said lightly, and then his arm suddenly exerted force. Dumped Caulifla directly. For such a weak player, he really doesn't have much desire to fight. If he was a little stronger, maybe he could enjoy the battle. Under this terrifying power, Caulifla was unable to control her body at all. He could only watch his body fly out of the ring. Then it landed on the 6th universe player bench. Boom! Her body hit the ground hard, and Caulifla was knocked unconscious. His eyes were filled with rage. How could that BD from Universe 7 be so strong? But all this is over. Oh! Miss Caulifla has been eliminated. Master Compa, our 6th universe lost this first game. Vados said to Compa without any surprise. She had predicted this outcome when Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan form. There is nothing surprising about the expected ending. But, it's a shameful thing. We actually lost the first game. If we can't win the final victory this time against the 7th universe, I will destroy you all. Gods of Destruction Compa said through gritted teeth. You must know that this battle was initiated by him. You can't fight the 7th universe if you initiate a fight. That will definitely be laughed at by everyone. And from then on, in front of the Gods of Destruction Carlo of the 7th universe, he could not really hold his head up. After Compa's words fell, everyone's faces showed solemn expressions. Gods of Destruction would never joke with them about such a thing. And he has the qualifications and abilities. With Angel Vados announcing the results, the first game officially ended. Next is the second game. Sir Carlo, let me do this second game. Those guys in Universe 6 are too weak. Vegeta said confidently. As for the group of Saiyans just now, he could defeat her with just one hand. Presumably those other guys are as vulnerable as Saiyan just now. Chapter 57. Carlo nodded. As long as Vegeta didn't meet Hit, he wouldn't lose the game. Even if they let Hit play in this game, it doesn't matter. Because after Hit participated in this game, they would not be able to win any next game. And this time in the auditorium. 6th Universe's Supreme Kai Hua and the Supreme Kai candidates looked at Dende and Cat. Prepare to give the two new Supreme Kais of the 7th universe a showdown. Then, he asked with some disdain, you two seem to be from Namek, right? I didn't expect you to be able to become Supreme Kai. It seems that the 7th universe really has no good candidates. Only you will be chosen to become the Supreme Kai of the universe. That tone of voice was obviously full of provocation and ridicule. Although the Namekians all have some superpowers. But they have no business being Supreme Kai. Even the candidates for Supreme Kai are not qualified. This. That. After seeing Supreme Kai from other universes, Dende was obviously a little timid and overwhelmed. After all, he has only become Supreme Kai not long ago, and his character is already a bit timid. At this time, facing Supreme Kai from other universes is somewhat unnatural. Such a timid Supreme Kai looks exactly the same as the previous Supreme Kai. Fuwa, Supreme Kai of the 6th universe, continued to speak coldly. Supreme Kai Xin of the 6th universe is also an out-and-out softie. Dende is timid though. But Cat on the side is not a vegetarian. Because he is a warrior-type Namekian. So his character is completely different from Dende. Facing the ridicule, Carter said coldly, didn't your 6th universe also choose you too? How good do you think you are? You look like a pig. By the way, and there is this thin bamboo pole next to you. Are you 6th universe so poor that you can't afford to eat? It's really pitiful. Even if you are poor, the overall strength of human beings is still so poor. I don't know how you became the Supreme Kai. But looking at you, I already know the answer. With Supreme Kai and Gods of Destruction being so bad, how can the level of human beings be improved? Although Carter's tone was relatively calm, it was like a knife that stabbed into Foy's heart. You actually said that about us. Foy gritted his teeth in anger. I didn't expect that two guys who had just become Supreme Kai would dare to talk to me like this. And looking at this guy's earrings, he's just a candidate for Supreme Kai. Dende also looked at Carter in disbelief. I didn't expect Carter to be so fierce and dare to directly angrily attack the Supreme Kai opposite him. That's what I told you, what can you do to me? Do you dare to attack me here? So, what are you pretending to be? Kot looked at Foy with a look of disgust. Dende on the side did not speak but felt very comfortable. Shishi and Bulma also praised Carter. I didn't expect their universe's Supreme Kai to be pretty awesome. A few words left the 6th universe's Supreme Kai speechless. Of course, these are just some episodes in the audience. Vegeta has fallen onto the ring. At this time, Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th universe looked at the three of them with a gloomy face and asked, "Who among you three will go on this time? You have to win this game no matter what. If you lose again, I will destroy you without hesitation." After Compa's words fell, everyone's hearts tightened. Gabe knew very well that if the other Saiyan on the opposite side could also become a Super Saiyan. With my own strength, I simply cannot defeat him. Because he and Caulifla are about the same strength. Let me do it. Let me experience the strength of the 7th universe Saiyan. Just in time to end this chatting game as soon as possible. Frost took a step forward and said in a cold tone. Okay, then come on. But remember what I told you, if you continue to lose the game, be prepared to be destroyed by me. Compa still sounded cold. Frost said nothing. Instead, he jumped directly and landed on the ring. TCH. You guy, your face is really annoying. The moment he saw Frost, Vegeta clenched his fist tightly. Obviously, the guy in front of me is the 6th universe version of Frieza. Although I don't know him personally, I don't have any issues with him. But this face makes me angry when I see it. When I meet this guy this time, I can give him a good beating. The other contestants of Universe 7 were also surprised when they saw Frost. Because this guy looks so much like Frieza. Sir Vegeta, you seem to have some misunderstandings about me. Seeing Vegeta's unkind gaze, Frost said with a smile. Could it be that this guy knows what he is doing behind the scenes? But it shouldn't be. He is a human in the 7th universe, and he has been in the 6th universe. They are a type of people who have no intersection at all. I have no misunderstanding about you, but your face makes me very angry. So wait a minute, and I'll beat you up. Vegeta clenched his fist and said coldly. I can only blame this guy for his bad luck. Who gave him the face of Frieza? Oh, I think I understand. It seems that your 7th universe guy who looks a lot like me offended you, so you are planning to take your anger out on me, right? Frost was also a smart man and quickly understood Vegeta's inner thoughts. Very smart. So it's better to be aware of it. Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth, showing a confident arc. Then, please give me some advice. Frost was still smiling. But in the depths of his eyes, there was an extremely cold light. It's been such a long time, but no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. Because the person who talked to him like this had already been killed by him. Even their clansmen are gone. TCH. Your expression makes people even more irritated. Vegeta's expression changed and he gritted his teeth. Then golden arrogance burst out from his body instantly. Transformed directly into Super Saiyan form. Because he can't wait to do a good job with this guy who looks like Frieza. The only fault is that he has this face. Vegeta's transformation once again surprised everyone in Universe 6. They finally understood at this time. All Saiyans in the 7th universe can transform. And every Saiyan is ridiculously strong. Compa seems to have begun to regret who he destroyed. Frost's eyes became even more solemn. Because he could feel the energy in Vegeta's body, far beyond him. It seems that I have to change into the ultimate form to be able to compete with this guy. Although I don't want to show off all my strength in front of everyone, I'm afraid that guy from Compa will do it for real. Frost glanced at Compa with a cold look. That guy is the Gods of Destruction, although he is jealous and annoying. but he does have the ability to make himself disappear on the spot. After making up his mind, Frost said to Vegeta, "In this case, I will use all my strength to compete with you." After saying that, purple arrogance instantly burst out from his body. In a moment, Frost directly transformed into his ultimate form. In fact, the form he took just now was just to better hide his Li Huang. "I just sealed my power in that form." Shout, "It looks exactly like Frieza, it's really annoying." After seeing the complete form of Frost, Vegeta became even more annoyed. This face lingered in his mind. "Bring it on. Let me see what you call the ultimate form." Vegeta waved at Frost dismissively. "If you can't become Super Saiyan, his ultimate form may be a great threat to himself. But now, he is really too weak. Something that gets carried away. If you were in a deserted place, I would have killed you 100 times. Looking at Vegeta, who was so complacent, Frost thought angrily in his heart. Then his body flashed and he rushed towards Vegeta. Although he is fast and powerful, but in front of Super Saiyan Vegeta, he is still no match. After all, he has been training in hell for more than 10 years. Vegeta's basic combat power has also been greatly improved. The moment Frost rushed over, Vegeta turned slightly to one side. He easily dodged Frost's fist. Without any hesitation, he directly pushed forward with a strong knee. Boom! There was a low collision sound, and his knee hit Frost's abdomen hard. Wow! A mouthful of acid water spurted out of his mouth. The body immediately exploded and retreated. It's not over yet. The corners of Vegeta's mouth were the same, and he had an unprecedented confident smile on his face. His body flashed and he was directly behind Frost. Then, he kicked Frost hard on the waist. He wasn't given any chance to react at all. The body has been thrown into the air. Vegeta also followed closely, surpassing Frost's body in an instant. He clenched his fists and then hit Frost's chest hard. Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded directly from Frost's chest. Then the body fell like a meteorite. Boom! Rumble! When it hit the ground, a huge crater was created in the ground. And Frost was lying at the bottom of the pit, seemingly completely losing his fighting ability. TCH. Vulnerable. Glancing gently at Frost, who had completely lost his fighting ability, Vegeta said contemptuously. The body fell on the ring. Seeing that Frost had completely lost his fighting ability, Gods of Destruction Compa's expression became extremely gloomy. Unexpectedly, I already lost the first 2 games. And the universe also have a useless scion. With the result announced by Vados, the second game officially ended. This ending was completely within Carlo's expectation. Except for Hit, the 6th universe is relatively powerful. The other players have nothing to worry about at all. But with Trunks and Broly around, Hit is no threat. Chapter 58. The third match was between Son Gohan and Saiyan Gabe from 6th universe. The ending can be imagined. Although Son Gohan was not very strong at this time, nor had he mastered the mysterious form. But Gabe can't even transform into Super Saiyan, so he can't be Son Gohan's opponent. After a few rounds, Gabe was eliminated directly. 3 wins out of 5 games. In fact, the 7th universe has won the final victory. After being defeated, Compa's face became extremely gloomy. Damn! Damn it! These useless trash actually made me such a big embarrassment. Compa clenched his fists tightly and glared at several people. An angry voice burst out from between his teeth. It seems that they may be destroyed at any time. Master Compa, our 6th universe has lost this competition. There are 2 games left, do you think it is necessary to continue? Vados asked from the side. In fact, if winning or losing is determined, there is no need to hold the next 2 games. Because their 6th universe has lost 3 games in a row. According to the previous rules, they had already lost the game. Compared, it must be compared. Kampa suppressed the anger in his heart and said in an extremely low voice. The rules were set by myself before. Now you can overturn this rule yourself. Because their 6th universe's Hit hasn't played yet. Hit is the ultimate ace. As long as he can defeat all the Saiyans in the 7th universe. Then you can naturally mess around and change the rules. Oh. Vados nodded. He seemed to sense what Master Kampa was going to do next. After all, he has never been just a peaceful and rule-abiding person. Then who do you decide will appear fourth? Vados continued to ask. Because of the 5 players in the 6th universe, only Bodam and Hit are left. Although Bodamo has some special abilities, this ability is obvious and does not have much advantage in front of the powerful Saiyan. It is a bit impossible to achieve final victory. I guess Master Kampa's last hope is Hit. However, Hit's strength is indeed bat-like. And he has mastered the power of time like Angel. If he doesn't follow the rules, Hit is very likely to defeat all the players in the 7th universe. Hit, this time it's your turn to play. We have already lost the previous 3 games, and we must not lose this game no matter what. You are our 6th universe's last hope for victory, do you understand? Kampa said to Hit very seriously. As long as Hit can win the 4th game, then he will have a way to continue this game. Until Hit defeated all the players in their 7th universe. Isn't this game already lost? Hit asked in a somewhat silent tone. Because according to the rules established before, the 6th universe has lost 3 games. Logically speaking, the chance of winning has been lost. You just do your own thing. You don't have to worry about whether you lose or not. Kampa said calmly. Although Richter usually has a rather arrogant personality. But in front of the Gods of Destruction Kampa, he must also put away his arrogance. Because in this universe, no human being can compete with the Gods of Destruction. Even if he masters the Time Flash Kung Fu, even if he is the most powerful human being in the 6th universe, he will never be able to compare with the Gods of Destruction. Call out! Hit jumped up and appeared directly on the ring. And on the 7th universe side? Is Hit finally going to play on the opposite side? Broly, this game is up to you. Hit in the 6th universe is pretty good, and this is a good opportunity for you to practice. Carlo said to Broly. Hit's strength should be the ceiling for humans in the 6th universe. So Broly is indeed a good candidate for training. Sir Carlo, according to the rules set before, we have won 3 games. In fact, there is no need to compete at all. Haven't we already won? Trunks looked at Carlo and said. For a person who doesn't like fighting very much, he feels that there is no point in continuing this game. Hit from the 6th universe is pretty good, and he can let Broly practice his skills. And the Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe probably has other plans. If he defeats all the players in their universe, all his little ideas will be shattered. Carlo said calmly. At this time, Kampa has not given up yet, which means that he must have some small calculation in mind. Perhaps, he placed all his hopes on Hit. As long as Hit is completely defeated, all his hopes will be shattered. Oh. Trunks nodded in understanding. And Broly also responded. Then his body jumped and appeared directly on the ring. Then, let's start the 4th game. Vados's voice sounded. Hit in the ring put his hands in his trench coat pockets. With extremely calm eyes, he raised his head and glanced at Broly slightly. Then he said in an indifferent tone, admit defeat, don't waste time, you can't be my opponent. Hit's tone and posture were very arrogant. But he does have arrogance. Because he believed that if the Broly in front of him could only become a Super Saiyan, he was able to defeat Broly in a split second. Even if all the players from the 7th universe came together, he was not afraid at all. Broly didn't speak, but raised his eyebrows slightly. Because this guy looked down on him before. It seems you are not ready to give up the fight. In this case, hurry up and transform. Seeing that Broly didn't speak, Hit said in an indifferent tone again. He didn't want to waste his precious time in this place. Participating in this boring competition mainly involves Vados committing himself to the universe shuttle block. He was very interested in that thing. If there is a universe shuttle block, it will be much easier for him to perform tasks. Giggle. Broly gritted his teeth. The posture of the guy in front of him made him feel very disgusted. When he started to get angry, light green flames were released around Broly's body. A huge wave of aura spread instantly. Buzz. As Broly's mood changed, the entire arena and even the entire planet began to shake violently. You actually, look down on me. A low voice came from Broly's throat. The breath continued to explode, and veins began to pop up on his forehead. The super green arrogance became more and more turbulent. What's going on with this guy? Why does his body contain such a powerful aura? He seems to be completely different from the previous Saiyans. After feeling the energy released from Broly's body, Hit's expression suddenly changed. Originally, he thought that the Saiyan in front of him was the same as the previous 7th Universe Saiyan. It's just some boring transformations. But now it seems completely wrong. He hasn't transformed yet, and his aura is already ridiculously strong. It can be said that the previous Saiyans are completely incomparable with the Asian man in front of them. It's not just Hit. Everyone in the 6th universe had a look of horror on their faces. Okay, such terrifying energy. What's going on with that Broly? He seems to be completely different from the previous Son Goku and the others. Caulifla and Gabe were also extremely shocked. Because the aura released at this moment alone is already ridiculously strong. It far exceeds the energy that Son Goku and the others had when they became Super Saiyan. Vados, what the hell is going on? Why does that guy from Universe 7 have such terrifying energy before he has transformed yet? There is no doubt that this guy's power has reached the level of a god. Gods of Destruction Kampa asked with an extremely solemn expression. Judging from the energy, that guy's energy seems to be no weaker than Hit's. I don't know either, Lord Kampa. But I feel like Broly is different from Son Goku. Even if they are both Saiyans, there are certain differences in blood. Vados shook his head and then guessed. Because she really doesn't know much about Broly. Even for Saiyan, she didn't study it well. Ouch! Is Broly's aura so powerful? Even before he turns into Super Saiyan, the entire nameless planet is already shaking. Son Goku and Vegeta were also surprised. You know, today is also the first time they see Broly. I originally thought he would also become Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan 4. But he didn't expect that Broly hadn't started to transform yet, and the aura he had erupted was already 3 levels beyond his Super Saiyan level. Is that guy a monster? Vegeta also frowned tightly and said. Although he doesn't want to admit it, this guy seems to have a talent that they can't compare to. Broly is very strong. Even if I become Super Saiyan 4, I will never be his opponent. After seeing the surprised Son Goku and Vegeta, Trunks on the side opened his mouth to explain. After half a month of training from Mr. Whis, Broly was not only able to successfully control his own mind, and his strength has also been greatly improved. And Trunks' words shocked everyone again. Can't even defeat Super Saiyan 4? Roar! At this moment, a roar came from Broly's throat. Immediately afterwards, the grass-green flames all over his body exploded again. In an instant, it shot up into the sky like a beam of light. At the same time, Broly's pupils changed from black to golden. Obviously, this is Broly's angry form. It can be clearly felt that Broly is stronger at this time than when he turned into his angry form half a month ago. Are you kidding? What kind of monster is this guy? Even Hit, who had vowed before, began to panic. Because the aura released by Broly was completely beyond his expectation. GG. After transforming into his angry form, Broly bared his teeth and showed a cold smile towards Hit. Although Broly has been able to control his reason at this time, but after transforming into this form, the powerful power inevitably made him feel excited. Therefore, the violent factor belonging to Saiyan in the body will also be infinitely amplified. And almost at the moment the smile fell, Broly's body rushed directly towards Hit. Call out! The body flashed and turned directly into a grass-green beam of light. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hit and punched out. The fist pierced Hit's body directly. But it was obvious that it was just the afterimage of Hit. Hit had already used the time dodge technique to hide aside. Grumble. Broly turned around and rushed towards Hit again. Boo-hoo-hoo. He kept attacking, but he seemed to be hit every time. Even after dodging all the attacks, Hit did not relax his vigilance, let alone be careless. Because of the moment he used the flash time kung fu, Broly was able to determine his location in a very short period of time. This was before he understood flash time kung fu. If this guy knew the flash time kung fu, it is estimated that he can judge his position faster and more accurately. Damn it! How could there be such a monster? It seems that hiding blindly like this is not the answer. I have to take the initiative and eliminate this guy as quickly as possible. Hit thought with some heavy heart. Blindly avoiding this is not the character of a killer. And if you keep hiding like this, you will definitely not be able to win the game in the end. Chapter 59. After thinking of this, Hit began to launch an active attack. For a killer, this passive defense is a huge shame. The momentum of that guy just now was too strong, so he actually put himself at a disadvantage for a moment. At this time, Broly attacked with another punch. Hit reused his time dodge technique to dodge. While dodging, once again used the time dodge skill to attack. Boom! Without giving Broly a chance to react, Hit punched Broly hard in the chest. But such an attack seems to have no effect on Broly. Broly's body just took a dozen steps backward. Obviously, Hit's offense is a little too weak. Come on, Hit! Give that guy a good beating. After seeing Hit taking the initiative to attack, Gods of Destruction Beerus shouted loudly. It's just that he doesn't care about his image anymore. Hit is now their only hope for the 6th universe. If even Hit loses, then their 6th universe will completely lose. There is no chance at all. After a successful blow, Hit continued to attack. Every attack hits Broly with precision. But it is obvious that although his accuracy is sufficient, his power area is much worse. Maybe it's because there are rules that prevent you from killing your opponent. That's why Hit couldn't exert his power as a real killer. Such power did not cause any harm to Broly, but made Broly even more angry. This feeling is like a nasty mosquito that keeps buzzing and biting you. From time to time it will come up and bite you, which makes you a little upset. At this time, Hit's expression was not too relaxed. Although he temporarily gained a little upper hand. But he knew that his attack just now did not cause much harm to Broly. If you continue like this, your physical energy will be depleted very quickly. It seems that the battle must be ended as soon as possible. Hit made a decision immediately in his heart. This battle must be ended as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may have some problems with your physical fitness by then. Although the flash time kung fu does not consume too much physical energy, it still requires a lot of physical energy to attack to the extreme. With this thought, Hit once again used the flash time kung fu and launched an attack on Broly. In this attack, he used almost all his strength. One blow is bound to seriously injure Broly. And Broly seemed to feel a sense of danger. A violent look instantly appeared in his eyes. Ho ho ho! Immediately afterwards, a beast-like roar came from his throat. An unparalleled terrifying arrogance instantly erupted from his body. The solid arena was instantly torn open with cracks under Broly's powerful momentum. And Hit, who just got close to Broly's body. He was directly blown away by that powerful momentum. He didn't expect Broly to have such a powerful power. The breath released was actually able to knock him away. Grumble. Seeing Hit's body appear, Broly showed a cruel smile on his face. Then his body flashed and he grabbed Hit's ankle. He also realized that this guy Hit was really annoying. Although every attack on yourself will not cause any major damage. But running over and punching him from time to time still made him very uncomfortable. So his speed must be limited. It's bad. The moment his ankle was grabbed, Hit's expression suddenly changed. You must know that his flashing skill is a sneak attack skill. Now his ankle is being grabbed, which is undoubtedly a fatal danger for him. After Broly grabbed Hit's ankle, he threw him heavily to the ground. Boom! Hit's body came into direct contact with the ground, and the ground was instantly cracked. Hit also felt that his whole person suddenly became confused. Bang bang bang! There were another series of explosions, and the ground was already in dilapidated condition. The big windbreaker on Hit's body was also in tatters, and there was purple blood on his face. The breath began to become wilted. Under this beast-like beating, Hit had completely lost his fighting power. After all, his flash time skill is very powerful. But his physical strength is still far behind. Broly's power is far superior to him. In this case, as long as his body is caught, Hit has no chance of winning. Boom! Another hard slam. Hit's body was completely embedded in the ring. At this time, his consciousness had begun to blur. Fighting was obviously impossible. Dal. After easily getting rid of Hit, Broly roared again. He seemed to be venting the anger in his heart. Gilu. Seeing such a scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Broly, after the transformation, he feels like a gorilla that has been running rampant. But even so, Broly is still able to fully control his consciousness. After Hit lost his fighting consciousness, he gave up the attack. Although he still looks very excited. Carlo was not surprised at all by this expected result. Hit's flash skill is indeed very strong, but when he meets Broly, there is no chance of winning. Of the 5 players in the 6th universe, there is now only one Botomo left. I think that Compa guy should give up too. After all, even their universe's seeded player, Sight, had already lost easily. What good can a useless guy be left with? By this time Compa's face was livid. That fat body was trembling a bit. Waste, useless waste. An extremely angry voice burst out of his throat word by word. Purple flames began to rise all over his body. He must completely destroy these useless wastes. You must know that after losing the game against 7th universe this time, it was not just about embarrassing yourself. And their previous bet was, after taking it away, I have to obey Carlo on everything. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Master Compa, the game has been lost. Even if you kill them now, they are useless. I think that's it, okay. Bados on the side spoke calmly to dissuade him. After all, she was the one who started this competition. Now you can't blame anyone for shooting yourself in the foot. Zero, please ask for flowers. Stop talking nonsense to me, goodos. These useless wastes have no value in existence anymore. Compa hissed angrily at Vados. Unexpectedly, Vados is still speaking for them. At this time, the faces of the 5 players participating in the competition were already very ugly. He even showed a look of fear. Although they are all top powerhouses on various planets. But Gods of Destruction is the incarnation of the rules of a universe. No human being can defeat the Gods of Destruction. Looking at Compa, who looked angry, Carlo jumped up and appeared in the audience of Universe 6. Then he smiled and said to Compa, Compa, it seems that your 6th universe lost this game. Do you still remember the bet we made? Their bet at the time was that if Carlo lost, they would not continue to Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. This is nothing to him. And Carlo is very confident that as long as Trunks and Broly are there, the 6th universe will not be able to defeat the 7th universe. If Champa loses, then he has completely lost himself to Carlo. 0. From now on, he will do whatever Carlo says. Oh. Gods of Destruction. Champa gritted his teeth tightly. How could he not remember such a thing? He always kept the bet in mind. But the problem is, he never thought that the 6th universe would be defeated by the 7th universe. Of course you remember. Champa said stiffly. In fact, he was also very worried. What kind of things would Carlo, ABD, let himself do? You won't let yourself be used as a cow or a horse for him, right? Vados, the 6th universe, and the 7th universe all looked curious. What kind of request will Carlo make? After all, Champa is also the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. It shouldn't be done, it's too much. What kind of thing do you want me to do? Champa asked with a worried look on his face. It's very simple. From now on, you will be my pet cat. Carlo raised a cold smile on his lips and said lightly. He never had a good impression of this guy. Besides, Champa provoked him last time. This time, Champa asked for it. He took the initiative and got himself kicked out. Carlo wouldn't miss this opportunity. If you let this guy go easily. Then Carlo felt so sorry for himself. What did you say? UBD, you actually asked me to be your pet cat, damn it. Don't go too far. Champa clenched his fists instantly, and the anger in his eyes became even more raging. I didn't expect this guy to be so hateful. Pet cat. Although he is indeed a cat, he is the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. How can I be someone else's pet cat? This is absolutely impossible. I'm so sorry for bullying you. You have to do it or not with this pet cat today. The smile on Carlo's face gradually solidified, and he spoke in an extremely cold tone. As for friends, he has a very good personality. But for this kind of enemy who comes to provoke oneself from time to time, he will be merciless and show no mercy. Chapter 60. Carlo, do you really want to do this to such an extreme degree? It was just a simple contest between two universes. The so-called bet at that time was just mentioned casually. Don't be so serious. Champa said with a very ugly expression. This BD actually said such ugly things. In front of so many people, let a god of destruction become his pet. This is definitely the biggest humiliation for him. But there was nothing he could do. He initiated the competition and agreed to the bet himself. Oh? If I lose, will you still think so? Carlo asked calmly. If I were the one who lost the game today, I guess this guy will give up his position as gods of destruction immediately. Champa was speechless. Indeed, if Carlo loses, then you will definitely be ridiculed crazily by yourself today. Then remove himself from the position of gods of destruction. He never even thought that he would lose. But now the facts are before our eyes. He simply had to admit it. Carlo, these are gods of destruction, are you sure you want to be so awesome? Seeing Carlo's determined look, Champa narrowed his eyes and asked with a frown. So much nonsense. After Carlo's cold voice fell, he suddenly punched out like lightning. Then he punched Champa hard in the abdomen. Boom! There was no time for Champa to react, and he flew out directly. Then it fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of acidic water spurted out from his mouth, and Champa was stunned. Unexpectedly, this guy took action as soon as he said it, without giving him any chance to react. Sir Carlo, is this a bit too much? Lord Champa is also the gods of destruction of the 6th universe after all. Vados on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Such humiliation, a universe of gods of destruction. This is obviously a bit unreasonable. Although this incident itself was initiated by Mr. Champa. But seeing him being so humiliated, Vados felt a little uncomfortable. After all, they have been together for hundreds of millions of years, and it would be a lie to say that they don't have any feelings at all. Ever. He initiated the incident, and he also made the bet. Sorry, I think this matter is not enough. Carlo didn't give Vados face at all, but said with an indifferent expression. He and Vados didn't know each other. Even if he admires Vados, he can't influence his own behavior. At this time, Campa stood up with pain on his face. Angry. His eyes have become completely red, and cracks have appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect to be humiliated by this guy again today. Damn BD! I will never let you go today. The angry roar fell, and purple flames instantly appeared around Campa's body. He has left everything behind. I must take care of this BD today. Want to fight? He's just a defeated general. Kato looked disdainful. He was no match for him before. Now my Gods of Destruction device has reached the second level. He was even more vulnerable in front of him. As the voice fell, purple flames also rose around Carlo's body. This time, he doesn't intend to use his super harmful form to deal with Campa. He wants to use the power of Gods of Destruction to knock Campa down completely. Whoosh! And at the moment Carlo burst out with breath. He suddenly felt a very dangerous feeling. Although there is no breath, there is a sense of fatal threat. The moment I felt the danger coming, Carlo turned back sharply and looked at the shabby arena. Because that moment of danger appeared, he realized that it might be Zeno who appeared. Sure enough, the moment he turned around, 3 figures appeared on the broken arena. In the middle is a little man less than 1 meter tall, with a somewhat gaudy color. His expression was dull, like a painted puppet. On his left and right sides were 2 tall and thin men. He was also wearing flashy clothes, and his waist was very serious. There is no doubt that these 3 guys are Zeno and his 2 guards. Sure enough, it still showed up. After seeing Zeno and his 2 guards, Carlo frowned tightly. Although he had already planned it. But when you really see this god standing at the forefront of the universe, I still couldn't help but tremble inside. Because small things can make the entire universe disappear in an instant. The Gods of Destruction are even more afraid of them. This time it's a match against the 6th universe. His main purpose was to meet Zeno in advance. Then avoid being cleared without knowing it. But now, he is also facing huge problems. That is a private competition between 2 universes, so the Gods of Destruction of the 2 universes are likely to be punished. And Zeno's punishment is most likely to be completely destroyed. That's when Carlo found out. Whis and Vados also immediately noticed Zeno's appearance. Campa was still grinning and raising his divine aura. Lord Campa! At this moment, Vados immediately spoke up to remind him. Shut up and listen. I will deal with this arrogant and ignorant BD no matter what today. Even if 2 universes die together, I will never suffer this humiliation. Campa yelled loudly. Today, I and this BD will definitely fight to the death. Master Campa, just take a look at the arena. Vados reminded again. They can still stop the fight between Master Campa and Master Carlo. But if Zeno-sama is made angry, no one can stop it. Even his father, Grand Priest, can never change Master Zeno's decision. Although Campa was very angry, he still glanced at Wei Ziu. But at this glance, the arrogance around his body suddenly disappeared due to fright. The whole body started to tremble. All. Master Zeno. The fat body was shaking violently, and Campa called out the name with great fear. Why does Zeno-sama appear in this place? Campa was stunned and extremely frightened. Although he could choose to die with Carlo. But in front of Master Zeno, he would never dare to have any unnecessary thoughts. This is the suppression of class. Lord Zeno is the absolute supreme being in their minds. Call out. At this moment, Angel Whis also flashed his body and appeared directly in front of Carlo. Then, looking at Carlo, he reminded, Master Carlo, that is Master Zeno I told you before. The supreme god who stands at the top of this universe. Obviously, Whis meant for Carlo to go over and say hello. Carlo nodded. As a time traveler, how could he not know Zeno? This guy is the most powerful being known in Dragon Ball. No human or god can compare to Zeno. Let's go. Let's go say hello. Whis tried to speak calmly because he was afraid that Master Carlo would be nervous. Carlo just nodded with a calm expression. Although my heart is not so peaceful. But it cannot be shown on the surface. After seeing Carlo's expression, Whis also breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The two of them jumped up and appeared in front of Zeno instantly. Whis then greeted him respectfully, Sir Zeno, I'm here to welcome you. I apologize for missing you so far. Zeno nodded and made a kawi sound. His expression is also smiling. Master Zeno, this is Master Carlo, the new gods of destruction of our 7th universe. I've mentioned it to you before. I asked to take him to the temple, but you were busy and didn't come. Whis continued to speak. Actually, Carlo had just become gods of destruction. He just wanted to take Carlo to meet Lord Zeno and Lord Grand Priest. It's just that the two of them were busy at the time. So this matter is over. Okay. It's a little different from other gods of destruction. Zeno nodded, looked Carlo up and down one last time, and still said with a childish tone. Carlo is indeed completely different from the other gods of destruction. Because in the previous 12 gods of destruction, only gods of destruction race from the 2nd universe is somewhat human. The other 11 gods of destruction can be described as snakes, ghosts, and cows. Yes. Mr. Carlo is quite special. Whis smiled and nodded. I've met Lord Zeno. Carlo cupped his fists and saluted Zeno, and said politely. Logically speaking, after the gods of destruction saw Zeno, they should have knelt down and worshipped. But Carlo couldn't kneel down at all. Okay. Zeno didn't seem to care and nodded. At this time, everyone else standing in the 6th universe was completely confused. Especially Son Goku and Vegeta were even more surprised. Isn't Lord Carlo the most powerful being in the world? The supreme god who stands at the tip of the universe. But the little man who suddenly appeared seemed even more powerful. Because after Master Carlo saw him, he seemed to be somewhat respectful. Who the hell is that little guy? Why is Mr. Whis so respectful to him? Even Mr. Carlo is very reserved in front of him. Son Gohan couldn't help but asked curiously. Look at that little man, he looks like a toy doll. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. But why can Mr. Whis and Mr. Carlo act so reserved? I know. He is Master Zeno. Looking at the surprised people, Trunks suddenly said. Because Mr. Whis and Lord Carlo once told me about Lord Zeno before. Master Zeno? Who is that? Son Goku and Vegeta were once again puzzled. Never heard of such a title. Is such that? Before, Lord Carlo and Mr. Whis once told me that they are not the most powerful beings in the world. There is such a god in this world, who is the strongest god standing at the forefront of all universes. He has the ability to make the entire universe disappear in an instant. It is an existence that all gods of destruction are extremely afraid of. And the other appearance is also that of a small man. Trunks explained to everyone. Seeing the restrained and respectful expressions of Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis, you must be right. The little one in front of me is Zeno-sama, who stands at the forefront of all universes. Chapter 61. What? Is there anyone more powerful than Master Carlo in this world? Wow! It seems that we didn't understand this world at all before, Vegeta. I didn't expect that there are so many people stronger than us in this world. It seems that we need to train harder. Son Goku clenched his fists and said excitedly. Being able to see so many strong men, think about what it would be like to fight against these strong men. That was so cool. But Vegeta doesn't think so. He said to Son Goku with a straight face, what are you so excited about? Carlo, are you so happy that so many people have surpassed you? He doesn't think this is something to be happy about, after all, he has been surpassed by so many people. For him, a Saiyan prince, the blow to his self-esteem was quite severe. Hehe, that's all true. Because there are no opponents in the underworld. Those years without opponents, I think you also know how painful it is. Son Goku smiled and said to Vegeta. Fortunately, Master Carlo and the others resurrected him, otherwise he would have been suffocated to death. Of course, he is already dead in the underworld. And after getting to know Mr. Carlo, it was like opening the door to a new world. Each one of them was a strong man that he had never heard of before, and each one made him tremble with excitement. You know, whether it was Broly from their universe or Hit from the 6th universe. The strength is ridiculously strong. There is no way he and Vegeta can compare to him now. 01 Uncle Goku, please don't say anything stupid right now. And you must never do stupid things. Master Carlo once said that Master Zeno can make the entire world disappear in an instant. And he has a moody personality, so you must not mess with him. Seeing Son Goku getting ready to make a move, his face was filled with excitement. Trunks on the side immediately reminded him. After getting to know Uncle Goku, he felt that Uncle Goku was a serious fighting maniac. He doesn't care at all whether his opponent is strong or not, he really enjoys fighting with the strong. But everyone he faced at this time was definitely not something he could compare to. Don't worry, Trunks. I naturally have a sense of proportion in my heart. My current strength is too weak. I can't even reach 1% of Master Carlo's strength. The one named Master Zeno is even more powerful than Master Carlo. I will definitely not challenge him. Son Goku smiled and said very knowingly. Although he was very much looking forward to meeting such a strong person. But he also knows that with his strength, he simply cannot compete with those truly strong men. Only after training well and improving one's strength. Only then are you qualified to challenge them. After hearing what Son Goku said, Trunks felt a little more relieved. Then, Kata and Dende said to the side, you two should also go and pay homage to Master Zeno. Because the two of them are Supreme Kai on the surface. And he can't reveal his identity as Supreme Kai now. So there is no need to go there to pay homage. But even Master Carlo is so afraid, then Supreme Kai must also go to say hello. Dende nodded quickly. Then Kot and his body were separated next to Carlo and the others. Then he knelt down and said respectfully, see Master Zeno. Because they don't know anything about Zeno at all. I just heard from Trunks that the little guy in front of me is called the Heavenly Being. And it is so powerful that it can even scare Lord Carlo. Whis, is this the star of your 7th universe, Supreme Kai? Zeno glanced at Dende and Carter, and then asked in a sweet voice. Yes, Master Zeno. This is Dende, and his candidate Kot, they are the new Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Whis also answered honestly. They are both so cute. It seemed that he saw creatures that were different from ordinary humans, so Zeno was a little interested. Or maybe it was the name Kian looks like Kot and Dende that Zeno liked. If you have time in the future, come to the temple to play with me. Zeno said to the two of them with a smile. The two of them did not dare to refuse the boxing champion's warm invitation and quickly agreed. As for whether or not to go in the future, this kind of thing will naturally be discussed later. And this time, Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe is still in shock and fear. It seems that he still hasn't come back to his senses. Because from anger to shock to fear, this requires a slow transformation process. Master Kampa, is it really okay for us to look down at Master Zeno like this? Vados on the side saw Kampa with a frightened look on his face and reminded him. Of course, there are problems, and there are big problems. Damn BD, why didn't you remind me earlier? Gods of Destruction. Kampa quickly shook his big head. Then, he cursed quietly at Vados. Big drops of sweat continued to flow from his forehead, and his body suddenly appeared in front of the Lord. Then without hesitation, he fell to his knees with a plop. All. Master Zeno, I didn't know that you were here, but we couldn't welcome you. Please forgive me, Master Zeno. Kampa's voice was almost trembling. He is simply afraid from the bottom of his heart towards Master Zeno. In other words, all gods of destruction are like this. Even if they are not afraid of death, they are absolutely afraid of Zeno. Such is Zeno's crushing power over gods of destruction. Zeno just nodded lightly. At this time, Vados and Whis were also standing beside Carlo and Kampa. Then, Whis asked, Master Zeno, do you have any orders for your visit this time? Yes, Master Zeno. You rarely left the temple in the past. How come you have time to come to the nameless planet today? Vados also asked closely behind. Normally, Lord Zeno would never leave his temple at all. And he won't even explore other universes. This kind of thing is usually reported by Angel, and even if there is a routine spot check, it is still conducted by Grand Priest. Master Zeno came in person. This kind of thing has almost never happened before. It's too boring to stay in Zeno Temple. I've already played all the games I should play. So I came out to get some air. But I didn't expect that when I came here, I suddenly found that you two universes were having a duel between you last time. When Zeno said this, his tone and expression had changed somewhat. The smile on his face disappeared. This made Carlo's heart skip a beat. Although Zeno's words seemed to have been said in Dragon Ball Super. But now it is reality. My life and death lie in the hands of this little person in front of me. It is absolutely impossible to say that you are not afraid. No one is afraid of death or imminent death. As for Kampa, big drops of sweat have completely fallen to the ground. The ground was already wet. The same goes for Supreme Kai from the 6th universe. Because they have been doing Supreme Kai for a long time, they are even more afraid of Master Zeno. I'm extremely sorry, Master Zeno. Please forgive me, Master Zeno. Kampa laid his body directly on the ground, his fat body trembling uncontrollably. Because of the competition between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. 477. It can be said that he picked it up entirely by himself. If I hadn't insisted on challenging Carlo, if I had insisted on making him look embarrassed, I would have even given up my position as the 7th universe Gods of Destruction. It won't be discovered by Master Zeno either. It is even possible that their two universes will be destroyed because of this. When I think of this, I feel extremely scared. Private duels between universes are absolutely not allowed. This is a rule that all Gods of Destruction are familiar with. Maybe Carlo became Gods of Destruction not long ago and doesn't know this rule. But don't you know the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe? Zeno looked at the trembling Kampa, his face suddenly filled with a bit of coldness. The tone was also a bit cold. Kampa had nothing to say. Because he didn't have any rebuttal. Of course he knows this rule. But he felt that Lord Zeno would never leave his temple. How could he have thought that Master Zeno would suddenly come out today? And he was hit hard. These were completely unexpected things. Master Zeno, I was wrong. Please forgive me, Master Zeno, I will never dare to do it again. Gods of Destruction. Kampa felt like he was almost crying from fear. You must know that when he threatened to die with Carlo just now, he didn't show such fear. Carlo's expression on the side was also very ugly. Although it looks calm on the surface. I was actually panicking. Even if you don't know this rule, there is absolutely no reason to be forgiven. Since you are Gods of Destruction, you have mastered the ability of Gods of Destruction. Then it will definitely be restricted by Gods of Destruction. Zeno paused, seeming to be thinking. After thinking for 3 seconds, he said calmly, then, let's change to Gods of Destruction. Chapter 62. After Master Zeno's voice fell, even Angel Whis and Vados showed surprised looks on their faces. Because they didn't expect that Lord Zeno would directly ask for Gods of Destruction. This was something they didn't expect at all. As for the Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe, and the Supreme Kai Fua of the 6th universe, they were already scared to death. I almost fainted from fright. You should know that changing to another Gods of Destruction means that they may be removed like garbage. What Master Zeno said about replacing Gods of Destruction is definitely not as simple as replacing Gods of Destruction. But it will be completely eliminated. To put it more simply, it will kill them. As for Dende and Carter, they were too stupid to understand. After all, they had just become Supreme Kai and had no idea what Zeno meant by replacing the Gods of Destruction. Anyway, for them, whether they are Supreme Kai or not does not have much impact. Even if they don't do Supreme Kai, they can still be a happy Namekian. Because the people of Namek have a relatively good mentality. Sir Zeno, please forgive me. We no longer dare to engage in private contests between universes. Master Zeno, please forgive us this time. Kampa's head had hit the ground. He was really scared, and it was the kind of fear that came from his soul. Even Carlo on the side was extremely nervous. If the 6th universe's Gods of Destruction were punished, then there is absolutely no way that the 7th universe, who is also competing privately, can escape unscathed. Although he is the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, he has very powerful strength. But that's only relative. For ordinary people, his strength may be very strong. But in the eyes of Zeno and others, there is no difference between themselves and a little insect. They can just raise their hands or stamp their feet and completely disappear from this world. Looking at the horrified people, Zeno suddenly smiled. He said, I'm just kidding, it's not that serious. Originally I planned to punish you a little, but seeing how you competed just now seemed very interesting. So this time, I plan not to punish you for now. In fact, from the time the 6th universe and 7th universe started competing, they had been hiding in the dark to watch. I have to say that this kind of competition between the two universes seems quite interesting. If more than a dozen universes compete together, will it be more interesting? Anyway, he didn't have anything to do all day long. The only thing he had to do was to have some fun for himself. Someone is confused here. Unexpectedly, this guy just made a joke with them. But he didn't dare to relax at all. Because maybe what he said was a joke. In the end, there is no way to escape the fate of punishment. Let all universes participate in such a competition next time. Zeno continued. How can anyone dare to refuse at this time? He could only nod his head like a chicken pecking at rice. By the way, Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe. Zeno looked at Carlo. He continued, the last time I heard your universe's guide, Angel Whis, said that you are a Gods of Destruction with great potential. Be able to have a very powerful force area in a short period of time. I just saw you defeat the Gods of Destruction from Universe 6 in one go. You seem to be really strong. He saw everything just now. Naturally, I also saw Carlo punch Kampa and knock him away. Although that was when Kampa was completely unprepared. But this is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Master Zeno, Whis is exaggerating. My strength is actually very weak. Just now, the Gods of Destruction from Universe 6 did not have any precautions, so I succeeded in sneak attack. This does not represent my strength. Carlo also said modestly. In front of Zeno, he didn't dare to show off too much. Although this kind of thing may not happen to you, it is always right to take precautions. You are too modest. My guard just said that you have very powerful power in your body. And this power has surpassed all gods of destruction. I believe that their perception is not wrong, and they dare not lie to me. Zeno pointed to a guard beside him, and then said with a smile. Forward. Carlo stopped explaining. Because Lord Zeno's guards can feel his own power, which is normal. Even if he continues to defend himself, it will be of no avail. Let's do this, you and my two guards will have a good discussion. Let me see how strong you are. Speaking of which, among all the gods of destruction, none of them can make my two guards look at each other. You're the first. Zeno said in a very childish tone as before. This. Sir Zeno, although Lord Carlo is stronger than the other gods of destruction, how can he be the opponent of your two guards? This is impossible. Whis said immediately. He knew very well that Lord Quan's two bodyguards far surpassed Angel. Even if he and his sister join forces, they may not be able to beat one of them. Even though Lord Carlo is strong, he is definitely not at the level of Angel. It's even more impossible to fight Master Zeno's guards. This is almost like a joke. Master Zeno, Whis is right. My strength is indeed a little stronger than other gods of destruction, but there is a huge difference between me and Angel. How can we be their opponents? Carlo also said immediately. Being able to fight with such a master has actually always been Carlo's dream. But he is in a bit of trouble now. Because there is a system hidden in his body. If you are discovered by Zeno-sama during the battle, it will definitely be a big deal. Therefore, you must be very cautious when dealing with these people. Once some clues are discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. No problem. Don't worry, they too won't dare to hurt you. You just have a simple contest and stop at that. Zeno seems to have made up his mind. Then he smiled and said to Carlo, if you are really that strong, you can crush all the gods of destruction. When the time comes, I can let you take up other higher positions. There's something tempting. But Carlo wasn't interested at all. Because the higher his current position, the greater the chance that he will be exposed to Zeno and the others. Before you have strong strength, it is very dangerous to deal with them. This time he was helpless. In order not to be eliminated unconsciously, he just agreed to this power conference. But if you get too close to them, it is very dangerous. Especially his identity is completely different from other gods of destruction and Angel. But now it's no longer a question of whether he wants to or not. Zeno has said it twice. If you continue to refuse, it is likely to make him angry. By then it will be out of control. So Carlo could only grit his teeth and agree. Okay, since Lord Zeno wants to see my strength, I have no choice but to obey. Now he can only hope that the three of them cannot discover the system in their bodies during the battle. At the same time, I also hope that my system can live up to expectations. Although this was a gamble, he had no choice at the moment. Oh, that BD actually wants to fight Zeno's beating guard. Great, let Master Zeno's bodyguard teach you a lesson for this arrogant guy. Kampa was naturally very happy when he heard the news. He couldn't wait to see Carlo being ravaged by Master Zeno. Oh! Whis could only sigh quietly. This situation was no longer something he could stop. But it's okay, I'm going to compete with Master Zeno for such a peerless master. Perhaps it is also a good practical training for Lord Carlo. After all, I have been unable to exert all my strength to fight Master Carlo. So in Mr. Carlo's mind, it's more or less, Qian Zhao's, suppressed lie. At this time, he was in the auditorium of Universe 7. When I heard that Master Zeno actually asked his guards to fight Master Carlo, Son Goku and the others showed excitement on their faces. Because in this way, they can see Carlo's true strength area. Great, it seems that Lord Zeno's bodyguards should be very powerful. When the time comes, Master Carol will definitely use all her strength to fight. I'm really curious about how strong he is. What form can it take? Son Goku said with excitement. Although Trunks is more or less worried about Lord Carlo. But he was just as curious as Son Goku. How strong is Master Carlo? From beginning to end, he had never seen Lord Carlo use all his strength. What form can he take? Super Saiyan 4? Or maybe a higher level of transformation? Vegeta is also eagerly looking forward to the outbreak of this battle. Because the power Carlo will exert next is also the height they yearn for and pursue. On the other side, after seeing Carlo agree, Zeno ordered the guard on his right, go and compete with Carlo. Remember, this is a simple battle, don't hurt Carlo. Chapter 63. And keep it up. If you hurt Carlo, be careful as it will disappear. Although Master Zeno's voice is still very calm, you can feel an unparalleled sense of oppression. The accused guard's expression suddenly changed, showing a look of fear. Then he nodded quickly and said, "It's Lord Zeno, I will definitely not hurt Lord Carlo." Neither of them seemed to be able to figure out why Lord Zeno was so concerned about the new gods of destruction in the 7th universe. Is it really because of his extraordinary talent? But every gods of destruction has very powerful potential. It's just that after they became gods of destruction, they didn't have much training. But being curious, they naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. If Zeno-sama is made angry, they will also disappear. You guys, get up quickly and go to the auditorium to watch. Don't get in the way here. Zeno pointed at Kampa and Supreme Kai who were kneeling on the ground, and said in a cold tone. It seems that the tone of dealing with them is completely different from the tone just now. Gods of Destruction Kampa really can't figure out why even Lord Zeno speaks harmoniously and kindly to this guy Carlo? What kind of charm does this guy have? It's just that he doesn't dare to think too much at this moment. Thoughts are fleeting. Then he quickly returned to his auditorium in despair. The Supreme Kai of the two universes also hurried back. Accompanied by Angel Whis and Vados, Zeno also appeared in the audience of Universe 7. It's just that his appearance made everyone nervous. You must know that this little thing sitting in front of them is an existence that can destroy the world at the snap of a finger. In the eyes of this little person, they may not even be comparable to a small mosquito. On the ring, Carlo was ready to fight. Please advise. Then, he clasped his fists at the guard opposite and said. This guy must be incredibly strong. Carlo absolutely cannot 847 be his opponent. Carlo, I have watched the game between you two universe before. You look like a Saiyan too, right? Just like the Saions in your universe just now, you can transform, right? The guard opposite looked at Carlo and asked. Because of the previous battle between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, they could all see it clearly. The contestants of Universe 7 are all Saiyan. And each of them can be transformed, and their strength will change dramatically after transformation. So he knew that Carlo, as the gods of destruction, could definitely undergo transformation. And it is definitely stronger than those players who just participated in the competition. Well, I do need to transform. Carlo nodded. The opponent in front of him is ridiculously strong, if he doesn't transform. I'm afraid I won't be able to last even a few rounds. Aha! Along with a deep roar, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Circles of ripple-like air waves spread in all directions. The gravel on the ground was blown away instantly. The entire nameless planet began to shake violently. The guard opposite looked at Carlo and shook his head slightly. Then he commented lightly, the energy is indeed quite strong. It's just that the aura leaking out is too serious and I can't keep all the energy in my body, so I can't exert 100% of my strength. For them, dodge and attack within the smallest range. Knocking down the enemy with the least consumption is the best attack method. Although this transformation feels very powerful. But the breath was wasted too much. Even after transformation, I can't exert 100% of my strength. It seems that Angel's guidance is no more than that. Oh, Oh my god! Is this the aura of God from the 7th universe, Gods of Destruction? I feel that both universes are turbulent at the same time. How could there be such a powerful aura of God? When Fuhua, Supreme Kai of the 6th universe, felt Carlo's powerful divine energy that shook the universe, his face changed drastically in an instant, and there was even a look of horror on his face. They have never felt Lord Kampa's presence. But it is certain that Master Kampa is definitely not as strong as the Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe. It was even the first time that they felt such a powerful breath of God. Not only the people in the 6th universe, but also everyone in the 7th universe were shocked by the shock caused by Carlo at this time. Even Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't feel Son Goku's energy. But they felt the sense of danger shrouded by death very clearly. They have never felt this way before. They didn't even need to sense the breath to know that Carlo's strength was beyond their imagination. Aha! Just when everyone was shocked, Carlo directly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan's 4 full energies. He has already mastered this form. After transforming into this form now, he is no weaker than when he first transformed into Super Saiyan Gotoku. The reason is very simple. That is after this period of training, although it has only been a few months outside. But training in that special space, they've been training for several years. In addition to the improvement in basic combat power, Carlo has also mastered the Gods of Destruction skills to the 2nd level. His own strength has naturally improved qualitatively. It's really good. It seems that calling you the most powerful Gods of Destruction is not an exaggeration at all. With your current power, you have indeed surpassed other Gods of Destruction. The guard opposite commented calmly. But there was no surprise on his face. Because such strength is still very weak to him. It is no exaggeration to say that this kind of strength is as inconspicuous as a small insect in his eyes. So how could it surprise him? But it is certain that he has completely surpassed other Gods of Destruction. I guess even the former Gods of Destruction Beerus could only reach this level. But the guard Hua changed the subject, and then asked Carlo, I know this is not all your power, because I feel the greater power hidden in your body, take it all out. With your current form, there is no way you can be my opponent. Don't underestimate me too much. As Zeno's bodyguards, their status can be said to be that one person is inferior to 10,000 people. Gods of Destruction are not taken seriously by them at all. So their character is also extremely proud. Absi, maybe he was submissive when in front of Zeno. But when in front of other people, they naturally maintain their arrogance. But these guys also have their arrogance. After all, he has abilities second only to Zeno and Grand Priest. It seems like you really can't hide it. Carlo could only smile lightly and thought to himself. Originally, he just wanted to transform into Super Saiyan 4 to get through this battle. After all, even after becoming Super Saiyan 4, his strength has reached the level of Gods of Destruction. Even stronger than other Gods of Destruction. And even Carlo already felt that she had hidden the energy in her body very well. But he was still discovered easily. Sure enough, these guys are very scary existences. Afterwards, Carlo could only exert all his strength. The moment when both fists clenched, the originally dark red hair suddenly flashed with a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, the hair began to grow messily. In a moment, it was hanging straight down from the waist. The previous Super Saiyan's dark red hair has completely turned into silvery white. The red body hair on his body also turned silver. The golden pupils turned red. A long bang fell straight down between her eyebrows. At this time, after seeing Carlo transform again, everyone was once again shocked and opened their mouths. Hey! Carlo seems to have become very powerful. His appearance has changed so much. This is the first time I have seen such an interesting thing. Zeno seemed very interested in Carlo and quite shocked. Especially the transformations into Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 he just had. The pair of round eyes also shone with light of surprise. Indeed, it's very powerful. Vados on the side also looked directly at Carlo, nodded and agreed. The last time they met, she thought Carlo was very handsome after transforming into this form. Even if she is angel, she is still amazed by Carlo's transformation. And now, just over a month has passed. Unexpectedly, after Carlo transformed into this form again, his strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. When we last met, Carlo in this form was only slightly better than Lord Kampa. But now, they are not on the same level at all. It is no exaggeration to say that Lord Carlo has the power to defeat Kampa in an instant. Whis, how on earth did you train Master Carlo? In a short period of time, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. At this rate of training, maybe in another 100 years, he will have a chance to reach the level of our angel. Vados asked in surprise as he looked at Whis. This speed of improvement really shocked her. Except for the previous gods of destruction who relied on absorbing fear to enhance his strength, no gods of destruction has such potential as Carlo. Sister, this actually has nothing to do with training, it's mainly because Master Carlo's talent is too strong. A person who is both talented and willing to work hard will definitely be blessed by luck. Also, I don't think Lord Carlo will be satisfied with 100 years to reach our level. He is a very ambitious gods of destruction. Whis said with a smile. There was more or less pride in his tone. Moreover, last time I and Mr. Carlo also discussed the issue of surpassing Angel. But it is obvious that Lord Carlo is not satisfied with the result that it took him 100 years to surpass Angel. That's right. After Vados nodded, he looked towards the ring. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, I was so surprised that I could almost fit an ostrich egg in with my mouth wide open. Special Trunks, is Master Carlo's current form also the transformation of Saiyan? In shock, Vegeta couldn't help but ask. The system transformation Master Carlo is currently performing is definitely more powerful than Trunks Super Saiyan 4. Sorry, Dad, actually I have never seen this form. Maybe so. Maybe this is the exclusive form of Gods of Destruction. Trunks shook his head and replied with no ambiguity. Because he has never seen Lord Carlo look like this. Too strong. It's the same Saiyan, but the gap is so big. Vegeta frowned and whispered to himself. Even though I really don't want to admit it, I am the Saiyan Prince. I am afraid that I will never be able to surpass Mr. Carlo. Chapter 64. Not bad. The power you have in your body really surprises me. Among all the gods of destruction, you are the most powerful. Even Zeno's guards felt a little weird. You must know that the new gods of destruction in the 7th universe have only been gods of destruction for less than 3 years. He was actually able to surpass all gods of destruction and become the most powerful, gods of destruction. This is enough to illustrate the strength of his talent. You must know that every gods of destruction has been practicing for at least tens of millions of years, and he only spent less than 3 years. Come on. Let me experience the strength of Zeno-sama's guard. Carlo's desire to fight suddenly surged. Since this battle is unavoidable, enjoy the fun brought by this battle. Although I definitely can't beat this guy. But fighting against him will definitely make you feel extremely comfortable. This is the most powerful opponent he has faced besides Whis. The guard did not continue speaking, but stretched out his right hand and waved to Carlo. It was obviously a sign that he could take the initiative to attack. And it was obvious that he didn't take Carlo seriously at all. What can even the most powerful gods of destruction do? Compared with them, there is a huge gap. This gap is simply irreparable. Carlo frowned slightly. Although this guy is ridiculously strong. But being so arrogant also made him somewhat annoyed. Call out. Boom. His feet touched the ground, and the hard arena floor beneath his feet instantly collapsed. The gravel was shot out in all directions like bullets. Almost in the blink of an eye, Carlo was behind the guard. Without any hesitation, she swept her leg towards his face. Carlo didn't have any reservations, but directly increased his power to the extreme. The guard raised a sneer on his lips. Then he lightly stretched out his right hand. Snapped. It directly blocked Carlo's attack. His body stood motionless, as if Carlo's full blow had no effect on him. Carlo was not surprised at all by this expected result. Then came the attacks one after another. Bang bang bang. He kept kicking out his kicks, but he could be easily blocked every time. The guard's body remained in place, and he didn't even turn to look at Carlo. This huge difference left everyone stunned. For Angel, Whis and Vados who know Zeno's guards better. In fact, they are completely understandable. But for Son Goku and the others, this gap is simply unimaginable. Because from Carlo's transformation just now, this strength has far surpassed Super Saiyan 4. It can even be said that the two transformations are not on the same level at all. What's more, Carlo himself is the Gods of Destruction. With such great strength, Zeno's bodyguards were able to handle it with ease. This time Carlo was not taken seriously at all. This kind of strength is beyond their imagination. Is the strength of just the guard of the boxing champion already reaching this level? Then what level of strength has he reached? This world seems to have become very strange. After Son Goku saw this battle, he secretly glanced at Zeno, feeling extremely shocked. This was completely on a level they had never thought of before. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that there would be such a guy in this world. It seems that although Master Carlo is very powerful, there is still an insurmountable gap compared to Master Zeno's bodyguards. Vados glanced at Whis, then whispered softly. Yes. After all, it's an existence that even us angels can't handle. Whis nodded. In fact, this result was completely within their expectations. Master Carlo has not even reached the level of angel now. Beings more powerful than angel were naturally not something he could handle. And now in the ring, Carlo was still attacking crazily. The body is constantly moving. At this time, in Son Goku's eyes, Carlo's body had turned into hundreds. Attack from different directions. But Zeno's bodyguard just stood there, motionless. He blocked all attacks with just his hands. His expression was calm and his body was motionless. This difference can be seen at a glance. Damn it! Is the gap actually so big? I have just carried out thousands of attacks, but it has not had any impact on him at all. Every time he was able to block it easily. After so many attacks, I have some physical problems, but this guy's small-scale movement will not consume any physical energy at all. While attacking, Carlo frowned and thought to himself. Although so many attacks have not achieved any results. But Carlo also discovered something special about the guy in front of him. That's all, his offense and defense are not as wide open as a Saiyan. Instead, every block and dodge was carried out within a very small range. Especially when blocking, he will not rely on brute force to remove the knot, but will borrow and unload force. This reminded Carlo of the martial arts in his previous life. What about using strength to fight, or 4 birds lifting 1,000 pounds? It seems to be very consistent with all the defenses of the guard in front of me. So in this case, he almost doesn't have to take action to kill himself. Although there are many thoughts in my mind. But Carlo continued to attack and look for opportunities. Okay. It seems like it's time to end this exhibition match. At this moment, the guard suddenly smiled and said. Obviously, he has announced the end of this competition. Almost the moment his voice fell, his body was like instant transmission. Appeared directly in front of Carlo. Then he punched out lightly. The speed was so amazing that even Carlo only saw an afterimage flash past and had no time to avoid it. Zero, please give me flowers. Boom. The next moment, the fist landed on Carlo's chest. Call out. And Carlo's body flew out like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. After breaking through 7 or 8 hard hills in an instant, the body stopped. His throat felt so sweet that he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. But Carlo swallowed it back forcefully. There was a heart-breaking pain in my chest. He knew it very well. The guard just now didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. Otherwise, this punch is enough to kill him. Taking a long breath of relief, Carlo adjusted his breathing. The punch just now was indeed very heavy. But it won't make him lose his fighting ability. Call out. After adjusting his breath, Carlo launched another attack. Oh? You actually still have the ability to attack. It seems that not only his talent and strength are great, but his physical strength is also a bit outrageous. The guard said, slightly surprised. You have to know that in other Gods of Destruction, even if you punch yourself like this, you won't be killed. It will definitely be seriously injured and lose combat effectiveness. But Carlo didn't seem to be too hard-pressed. And his offensive speed hasn't diminished too much. Carlo continued his attack. But this time, his offense has obviously improved a lot. Every attack is no longer as open and close as before. Because such an attack consumes too much physical energy, especially under such an all-out attack, physical energy will be consumed faster. If this is a real battle, rapid physical energy consumption is definitely a fatal weakness. Boo-hoo-hoo. Sounds piercing the air continued to sound. Son Goku and Vegeta, including Hit, were unable to see Carlo's body clearly. You can only see ripples appearing one after another on the stage. It seemed that the entire space was distorted by his blow. Can we still continue to fight? Tisk tisk tisk. Master Carlo's endurance and physical strength are really good. Vados stared at Carlo with burning eyes and said. Unexpectedly, he attacked so many times and received a heavy punch just now. Carlo's speed and strength haven't diminished much. If it were other Gods of Destruction, they probably wouldn't have the energy to fight at this time. Stamina. Whis was stunned, obviously not expecting his sister to say something so easily misunderstood. You can still drive on this broken road. Looking at Whis' incredible look, Vados gave him a big eye roll. This guy Whis seems to have followed the anthropology of the 7th universe and gone bad. Chapter 65. Carlo is pretty good. Right. Zeno looked at the guard on his left, and then asked. The heavy blow just now was clearly visible to all of them. Although for his bodyguard, it was just an easy punch. But it is definitely not something Gods of Destruction can take on. Not only did Carlo continue, but it seemed that Li Huang had not weakened. Yes, Master Zeno. As we estimated before, Carlo has more power than other Gods of Destruction. He may be qualified for a higher position. The guard on Zeno's left nodded and said. He was able to increase his strength to this level in less than 3 years. The Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe are indeed very powerful. Ha! After countless attacks, Carlo's desire to fight has skyrocketed. With a roar, a golden whirlpool suddenly formed around his body. Lightning crackled around the body. It seemed that at this moment, his energy increased again. Even the silver-white hair is shimmering with a golden halo. At this time, Carlo, 390 really looked like a god descending from heaven. Haha! After roaring again, Carlo rushed towards the guard again. After raising his strength to the limit, he punched again. This guy is really weird. As the fighting time increases, his strength seems to be constantly improving. But I haven't encountered anything like this for a long time. Even the previous Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe did not have such powerful combat capabilities. The guard said in surprise. The 7th one he spoke of, the Gods of Destruction of the universe. Not Beerus, naturally. Because of Beerus's strength, he didn't take it seriously at all. It's about the Gods of Destruction before Beerus, the guy named Nobu. Although he is very powerful. Even more powerful than Angel. But that guy will quickly consume physical energy during the battle, and will not improve his strength as the duration of the battle increases. But the Carlo in front of him was completely different. He is able to continuously learn in battle. Just like his own avoidance method and small-scale movement, it seemed that he had learned all of it. After being slightly surprised, he stretched out another palm to block Carlo's fist. Boom! The moment the fists collided, the entire ground suddenly collapsed. The sky was flashing with giant dragon-like lightning. Click! This time, the guard's body was no longer motionless. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked, and his body fell back more than 10 centimeters. Although such regression has no impact on him. But for Carlo, after improving his aura, his attack worked. After the first blow was effective, Carlo launched another violent attack. The power of each punch seemed to be more powerful than the last. Bang bang bang! The fists kept hitting the guard's palms, and the guard's feet also retreated a little bit. Just kidding. This guy seems to be getting stronger and stronger. The guard's face showed surprise. You know, at the beginning, Carlo had no effect on his offense. Even if he stood like this, he couldn't shake his body. However, after only fighting for less than 10 minutes, this guy's strength has actually increased to this level. Every attack made him feel a solid blow. Enough is enough. It's time to end this battle. The guard felt that if he continued to consume it like this, unexpected effects might occur. The speed of Carlo's improvement in front of him surprised him, and it also made him feel a little strange. In just a few minutes, this guy can have a slight impact on himself. If you give him a longer time, who knows what will happen. When the time comes, it will be very shameless for me to be embarrassed in front of Master Zeno. Of course, life is more important than face. It would be a big loss if Master Zeno accidentally cleared it out by then. Is it over? Not necessarily. Carlo's eyes suddenly became extremely calm. Although the guy in front of him is much stronger than him. However, he felt that it was not that easy to forgive. Dick! Almost as soon as the guard's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed. Disappeared directly. Suddenly, a ghost appeared in front of Carlo. Then, the diary uppercut hit Carlo in the abdomen. This punch, although he did not exert all his strength. But he was certain that this power was enough to prevent Carlo from getting up. So, it's time for this contest to come to an end. The moment he punched, a silver light suddenly flashed in Carlo's arms. Just like two silver crescents passing through. Then, Carlo's body subconsciously hid to the right. The speed was very astonishing, and in almost a moment, countless after-images were transformed. The guard's fist pierced through Remnant's body, but did not hit Carlo. LT. Plus. The guard's expression changed, and he suddenly showed a look of extreme horror. The punch I just gave was prepared to completely defeat Carlo. But I didn't expect that at the most critical moment, that guy would escape. Carlo's speed just now, why was he so fast? He was indeed shocked. Logically speaking, with Carlo's speed just now, there was no way he could avoid his attack. But this guy hid. And in an instant, countless after-images appeared. This is enough to show that his speed is extremely fast. Just after dodging the guard's attack and taking advantage of his moment of shock, Carlo also landed an uppercut. The speed is astonishingly fast, as if the fist is being played back frame by frame in slow motion. Boom! The next second, Carlo's fist landed heavily on the guard's chin. With a crisp sound, the guard's body was directly knocked out. And at that moment, a layer of silvery white light suddenly appeared around Carlo's body. A flash of silver crescent moon flashed in his eyes again, and his originally red pupils suddenly turned silver white at this moment. Then, what's going on? Carlo's attack worked. After seeing what happened in front of me, the most surprising thing was Zeno's other guard and two angels. Because they know best how big the gap is between Carlo and Zeno's guards. Unexpectedly, Carlo not only dodged the attack just now, but also launched an attack with his backhand. Successfully hit the guard. He also directly knocked him back 7 or 8 meters. This is something they have never thought about, or even thought about before. Hey! What's going on? What's going on? Carlo seemed to have hit him just now. Zeno said with excitement. Yes, Master Zeno, Carlo's attack just now did work. And looking at the silvery light around his body, it seems a bit familiar. The guard on Zeno's left spoke. Although he still felt unbelievable. Vados on the side seemed to understand something instantly. Then he looked at Whis and asked in surprise, Whis, what Master Carlo looked like just now, could it be Ultra Instinct? Look at the silvery white light on Mr. Carlo's body. It is indeed a bit like Ultra Instinct Mega that has just stepped into the Ultra Instinct threshold. But she couldn't be 100% sure. After all, Lord Carlo has transformed into Super Saiyan form. How is it possible to awaken Ultra Instinct in this form? Logically speaking, this should be completely impossible. It seems so, sister. Whis also nodded uncertainly. It does look very similar. But Mr. Carlo has been training 5.6 for several years before. But he never understood Ultra Instinct from beginning to end. I even thought for a time that Lord Carlo was not suitable for training Ultra Instinct at all. Moreover, every transformation of Super Saiyan is considered to be a relatively violent one. Want to add Ultra Instinct to this transformation? It's obviously a bit unrealistic. Only so similar. I also think it's Ultra Instinct, but Master Carlo seems to have just realized it. Master Carlo is really a genius. In just a short time, he can even master Ultra Instinct. Vados clicked his tongue in surprise, stared at Carlo and said. This kind of talent is indeed evil. And on the other side, Carlo was also very surprised at his changes. Because at the moment when the guard attacked, his brain did not react. But the body spontaneously made judgment and avoidance movements. Obviously, this is a feature of Ultra Instinct. Then he looked at his body and saw that the aura around him had changed from gold to silver. Carlo said to himself lightly, is this Ultra Instinct? Chapter 66. But it's obvious that what he has now is definitely not the perfect Ultra Instinct. It just happened that at that moment, I touched the threshold of Ultra Instinct. It is the so-called Ultra Instinct Mega. Super Saiyan 5 is actually a form that consumes a lot of physical energy. The imperfect Ultra Instinct Mega consumes a lot of physical energy. Therefore, he cannot persist in this form for too long. The guard 10 meters away rubbed his chin. Carlo's attack just now actually made him feel a little bit of pain. This is a long-lost feeling. Because it has been a long time since anyone has allowed themselves to feel pain. The attack you just performed was really good. Your evasion is also very beautiful. I have to say, you surprised me once again. It is indeed very difficult for Gods of Destruction to reach your level. He affirmed Carlo. Every strong person with extraordinary talents deserves to be respected. This is true even if he is Master Zeno's bodyguard. Thank you. It was just a coincidence. 01 and I know that you probably haven't even used 1/10 of your power. Carlo is naturally self-aware. Although I happened to hit him just now. But that was the result of his own sneak attack when he was surprised. And the Ultra Instinct he understood instantly made him unable to defend against it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hit him at all. Even if you really understand Ultra Instinct. Don't be too modest, you are indeed very strong. But then I'm going to get serious. After the guard said this, his expression instantly became indifferent. Although there are no changes in the body. But Carlo knows the upcoming battle, and he will definitely take it seriously. And even if you have understood the threshold of Zai's Wiji Yigong, you will no longer be able to effectively attack him. ATT. The moment the words fell, the guards took the lead in launching an attack. In the blink of an eye, the body appeared in front of Carlo. Then he punched out. When Carlo saw this, his body spontaneously evaded. Even the imperfect Ultra Instinct is still able to spontaneously make dodge movements before the brain reacts. Wow! Boo-hoo-hoo! After missing one blow, the guards launched another series of attacks. Carlo could only evade hastily. Every attack was directed against Carlo's body. Although he was not hit from the front, the power of the fist still made Carlo feel a burning pain on his skin. Boom! Just after carrying out countless attacks, the guard's fist finally hit Carlo's chest. Click! The ground cracked instantly, and Carlo's feet scraped the ground and retreated several hundred feet away. Two shocking marks were pulled out on the ground. Before Carlo could react, the body of the guard had appeared behind Carlo. Another kick swept out, right from Carlo's back. Snapped! Carlo's body was swept away again. The body smashed into a mountain before stopping. Even a gentle kick made Carlo feel as if his internal organs had been displaced. Ho ho ho! After suffering two heavy blows, Carlo was already panting. This may be a side effect of the imperfect Ultra Instinct. The physical energy consumption is very huge. And the next second, the silver flames around Carlo's body disappeared. The pupils that had turned silver once again turned red. Obviously, this is pure Super Saiyan 5. The Ultra Instinct realized at the critical moment has expired. Why is Master Carlo's physical energy depleted so quickly? He was only hit twice, and his body seems to be completely unable to support this form at this time. Seeing Carlo, who was already out of breath, Son Goku said in surprise. Because of the Ultra Instinct just now, Son Goku just thought it was the 5th higher level form of Super Saiyan. I am not sure as well. But it seems that the guard's strength is really outrageous. Master Carlo is no match for him at all. Trunks and the others were also frowning at this time. I wonder if Mr. Carlo will be punished after losing the game? So everyone feels very heavy at this time. The same is true for the 6th universe. Oh! The form of Ultra Instinct has expired. It seems that Master Carlo only realized that state in critical moments. It may take some time to master the truly perfect Ultra Instinct. Vado said with a pity tone. Okay. But now that Master Carlo has entered this realm, it will be easier to train to perfect Ultra Instinct in the future. Whis nodded and said. As long as you step into that threshold, the next things will naturally be much easier. Hey? Carlo is out of breath. Are you going to lose? Zeno looked at Carlo and said in a sweet voice. It seems so. Master Zeno. Carlo temporarily gained that mysterious power just now, and it seems that the side effects are quite strong. That kind of power seems to consume a lot of physical energy. The guard on the left nodded and said. With Carlo's current physical strength, he simply cannot last 3 rounds. In this case, let the game end. Zeno said calmly. He had just seen Carlo's potential. So there is no need to completely defeat him next. If Carlo is completely defeated, it will hurt his self-esteem to some extent. It's not easy to create such a powerful Gods of Destruction. You still need to take good care of it. The guard nodded. After 180, he winked at the guards on the ring. The two seemed to have a great understanding. The guards on the ring also understood that this battle was over. Then he walked up to Carlo, smiled and said, the game is over. You are indeed very strong. Your strength shocked me. If I give you enough time to train, I might lose to you by then. Judging from the current situation, Master Zeno seems to appreciate the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe. Just like I used to appreciate the Gods of Destruction. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. But I know that the gap between you and me can only be described as a world of difference. Carlo also smiled, but there was a bit of helplessness in his smile. This feeling of being crushed is really unspeakably uncomfortable. But one day, he will definitely surpass everyone present. And this day will definitely come sooner than any of them imagined. Whoosh! Then, the two of them flashed and returned directly to Master Zeno. The guard returned directly to Lord Zeno's right side. Carlo, you are so awesome. I like you very much. And you looked really handsome after you transformed just now. Are you right? Zeno looked at Angel Whis and Vados and said. Okay. He's really handsome. Vados quickly replied with a smile. This is the truest thought in her heart. Chapter 67. Thank you, Master Zeno, for the compliment. But compared to your guards, my strength is still too weak. Carlo replied awkwardly. Being appreciated by Zeno, I don't know if it's good or bad. Because your ages are different. If you train well, you will definitely be as big as them. So you have to work hard. Zeno said with a kind face. Yes. Carlo nodded. In front of Zeno, he really didn't dare to say no. Okay. Then you have to prepare for all the competitions between universes I told you before. I'm looking forward to your performance next time. Zeno said with a smile. He looks like a harmless child, but he has the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Okay. Carlo continued to nod. At this time, Zeno said such words, which made him feel more at ease. This time I participated in the competition between the two universes, which was considered to be on the right track. As long as Zeno is still thinking about the universe competition, then he won't destroy other universes. At least until after the Tournament of Power. In that case, let's leave first. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. By the way, the next time we meet, be sure to bring your universe's Supreme Kai with you. I like them both very much too. Zeno said to Carlo. After saying that, he glanced at Kot and Dende. Maybe it's because they are more innocent, or maybe they look weird. So Zeno, who is also tall and weird, has a favorable impression of the two of them. Definitely. Then, Master Zeno takes his leave. Carlo naturally hopes that Zeno can leave soon. Because the longer he stays here, the higher the chance they will make mistakes. Once they make the slightest mistake, it is likely to be the reason for their disappearance. Although Zeno now shows a little bit of affection for him, he didn't think that this kind of love would allow him to do whatever he wanted. I don't even think that this thing can be my talisman. Okay. Zeno smiled and nodded. It can be seen that Zeno is in a pretty good mood at this moment. Lord Carlo, you indeed have talents far beyond those of other gods. I hope you can train well and don't waste this powerful talent. I'm also looking forward to meeting you next time. How about we have a good competition then? The guard who fought with Carlo just now also said to Carlo with an unusual smile on his face. In hundreds of millions of years, he has not fought for a long time. Because it is impossible for anyone to fight with him. Although Carlo was vulnerable in front of him just now. But he also showed his super fighting talent. As long as you train well for a period of time, maybe he can become a good opponent in the future. Okay, definitely. Carlo nodded heavily. I will never stop training, and after what happened this time, he will train harder and harder. Because there are too many opponents stronger than him in this world. There is a huge difference between his strength and Zeno's bodyguards. Then, the strength of Zeno and Grand Priest is even more unfathomable. Or an existence he couldn't imagine. After a few more brief goodbyes, Zeno left with two guards. After seeing Master Zeno leave, Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th Universe breathed a sigh of relief. I almost scared him to death today. Especially when I heard Master Zeno say that he wanted to replace Gods of Destruction. He felt like his heart was in his throat. Fortunately, Master Zeno didn't seem angry today. Oh. Is it really dangerous today? Just a little bit, maybe 2 universes will disappear. However, it seems that Master Zeno really appreciates Master Carlo. Vados said to Whis. As angels, they understand Master Zeno's terror better than anyone else. If Zeno-sama is really angry, one thought can make 2 universes disappear. Yes. It seems like it's been a long time since I saw Master Zeno appreciating a Gods of Destruction. Whis also nodded and said. Speaking of appreciating Gods of Destruction, it probably happened more than 1 billion years ago. At that time, Lord Nobu was also the Gods of Destruction of their 7th universe. Master Zeno also appreciates his talent very much. That's why he made an exception and made him a demon to become the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. But later, Master Nobu got a little too crazy, so he asked Master Zeno to seal it. At this time, on the player bench of the 6th universe, Kampa no longer has the murderous intention at this moment. Then, he said to the 5 people, "You losers, you saved a small life today. Originally, I planned to completely destroy you, but now Mr. Boxing Champion is going to hold a competition across the universe, so you are temporarily useful again. Perform well when the time comes. If you lose again, I will destroy you without hesitation." Although Kampa's words were very unpleasant, but for a few of them, their lives were finally saved. "Hey Vados, come here quickly. Don't you know which universe's angel you are?" Seeing that Vados was still with the 7th universe, Kampa shouted angrily. "Ever since I met Carlo from Universe 7. This guy Vados seems to prefer going to the 7th universe." This made him very angry. Isn't he inferior to Carlo? Apart from his strength, what else does Carlo have that can compare to him? Okay. Master Kampa. Then, take my leave, Lord Carlo. Vados could only nod and said. After all, his current identity is the angel of the 6th universe. Now everything seems to be over, so it's time to return to Universe 6. After returning home, prepare well for the next universe-wide competition. Wait a moment. Kampa, do I give you permission to leave? You haven't forgotten that you lost to me just now, have you? You want to leave before our bet has been executed. Are you thinking too well? Carlo drank Kampa immediately. This guy actually wanted to fish in troubled waters, and took advantage of Master Zeno's appearance to make him forget about the bet. How can this be? Carlo, you. Kampa's face was filled with anger. I didn't expect this guy to be so unrelenting. What do you want to do? After all, I am also the Gods of Destruction. Do you have to humiliate me to the point of being worthless? Kampa gritted his teeth tightly. Humiliation. Huge humiliation. He has already suffered huge humiliation by saying such words. Because saying such words was equivalent to him begging Carlo for mercy. But in this situation, he must do this. As the Gods of Destruction, there is absolutely no way he could be Carlo's pet. Moreover, I could clearly hear the previous conversation between Master Zeno and Carlo. People at Zeno seem to really appreciate this BD. And there is an intention to put him in a higher position. Once he is given a higher position, or directly becomes his own leader, then when the time comes, he will hold a grudge and he will probably be killed. At this moment he had to give in. Snort. Carlo smiled, it seemed that Kampa was also convinced. Just now he said that he wanted Kampa to be his pet cat, but that was just to humiliate Kampa. Now the effect has been achieved. And if you really want the Gods of Destruction of the 6th universe to be the pets of the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, if this kind of thing spreads to the ears of Zeno and the others, it will probably not do him any good. Seeing that you are quite pitiful, I will take back what I said before. But I won't let you go like this. Starting from now, Ma Zhao, I will ask you to find all 6 super wishing beads within half a month. If you find them all and send them to me, then the grudges between us will be wiped out. If you can't find it within the deadline, then one day I will kill you. Carlo smiled coldly at Kampa and said. Now Carlo has been in contact with Zeno and the others. So he must have some skills that can save his life. Super wishing beads claim to be able to fulfill any wish. Maybe it can help him acquire some life-saving skills. The Super Dragon Ball is distributed in 2 universes, so it will take a long time for him to find it. This will delay his training. Now let Kampa find the Super Dragon Ball for himself. It's the best of both worlds, negative. I promise you. Without hesitation, Kampa nodded in agreement. Because in the past few years, in order to defeat Beerus in the food competition, he has secretly collected several super wishing beads. As long as we find a few more, we can make up to 6. As for why Carlo only wanted 6 instead of 7, he no longer wanted to think about this kind of thing. Collecting super wishing beads is much better for him than becoming Carlo's pet cat. Chapter 68. The next time, Kampa took Vados and the others back to their own universe in despair. It was completely different from the high-spirited mood when I arrived. He never imagined that today would be her most humiliating day. Master Carlo, and his sister have gone back, let's go back too. Whis said to Carlo. Because this place is too desolate and there is no food. It's so boring to stay here. Wait a minute, I have some other things to do. Carlo said something to Whis, and then let the others enter the universe shuttle box. Because of his identity as Gods of Destruction, his body contains the power of God. So you can survive in the universe. But it is absolutely impossible for others to do so. Whis took them into the universe shuttle block. Carlo stood on the surface of an unknown planet. Then he tapped the ground lightly with his toes. A layer of purple light instantly enveloped the entire planet. Click! Click! Immediately afterwards, crisp sounds exploded in wuxing. The hard surface began to crack, and cracks spread in all directions. And in the cracks, golden rays of light shot out. So, what's going on? Why is there so much golden light? Is this planet a golden mountain? Trunks and Son Goku, they were both extremely surprised. If this planet was a golden mountain, then it would be normal for the surface to break and emit golden light. Other than that, there seems to be no other explanation. Oh! It doesn't seem like a golden mountain. Whis seemed to have discovered something. Master Carlo definitely knows what kind of secrets are hidden inside 090 here. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the solid skin on the surface of the nameless planet has completely fallen off. At this time, a huge golden sphere appeared in everyone's sight. The golden sphere is also inlaid with 4 orange-red stars. That's the 4th planet. Why is it so big? Because of his special feelings for the 4 planets, Son Goku recognized the huge sphere in front of him at a glance as the 4 planets. But why are the 4 planets so big? It feels like the size of the entire Earth. What a big 4-star! Son Gohan and Vegeta were also shocked by the 4 stars in front of them. They have all seen Dragon Ball. Earth's Dragon Ball is only the size of a table tennis ball, and even Namek's Dragon Ball is only as big as a rubber ball. But the 4 planets in front of us are even bigger than the Earth. This is completely beyond their imagination. Oh! It's indeed a super wishing bead. What a surprise! Why does Carol know that the nameless planet is the 4th planet? Did you just discover it, or did Lord Carlo know about it before? Whis also said to himself with a confused look on his face. You know, even I, the angel, don't feel that this planet is a super wishing bead. Master Carlo actually knows. But logically speaking, Mr. Carlo has never been to this place. He shouldn't know about the nameless planet at all. At this time, Carlo had already put the 4 planets into his system backpack. Then returned to the universe shuttle block. Whis asked curiously, Sir Carlo, do you really surprise me? Why do you find that the nameless planet is, a super wishing bead? This really surprised him. As Master Carlo's strength improved, he felt that he understood Master Carlo less and less. My intuition told me. Okay, let's go back. Carlo just said casually. Whis stopped asking further questions. Because there was no need for him to get to the bottom of this matter. After returning to the 7th universe, Kano also fulfilled his previous promise. Leave Vegeta and Son Goku in the world of Gods of Destruction for training. Because the intensity of training was different, Carlo did not practice with them. He is constantly working on Ultra Instinct. Theoretical knowledge Whis has been completely handed over to him. Now he just needs to understand it on his own. Coupled with the sudden realization of the ultimate intention, he will be able to master the perfect Ultra Instincts soon. Son Goku and Vegeta are too weak, so Whis needs to train them well. If it were in the past, Carlo would not think it was necessary. But now that the power is strong, the meeting has been determined. Then, their 7th universe must also find a way to gather 10 players. When Son Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, they are naturally the core candidates. In everyone's hard-working training, time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month passed quickly. This made Carlo wonder, has Zeno forgotten about the Tournament of Power? Do you need to think of a way to remind him? Because when he was in Dragon Ball, Zeno almost forgot about the Tournament of Power. In the end, it was only after Son Goku reminded me that I remembered it. During lunch, Carlo finally couldn't help but looked at Whis and asked, Whis, do you think Master Zeno has forgotten about the universe competition? Why has it been a month and I haven't received any information? If he really forgot about this matter, then he must find a way to remind him. Otherwise, it may still be eliminated without anyone noticing. Is this the case? To be honest, I almost forgot about it. After all, Zeno-sama just mentioned it casually at the time. For Master Zeno, such an incident will most likely be forgotten. Whis replied. Master Zeno only mentioned this matter at that time. He didn't pay much attention to it. So he almost forgot about it. Then it is very likely that Master Zeno has forgotten about it long ago. After all, Zeno-sama is busy with various things every day. So he had probably forgotten the promise he made a month ago. Is that so? After hearing Whis' words, Carlo frowned slightly. This is a bit bad. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance of being destroyed, he would definitely stop it. So the only way to stop it now is to go to Zeno Temple. Remind Zeno of this. Whis, Trunks, after we finish eating we will go to Zeno Temple. Carlo immediately made up his mind. As long as you are careful, there should be no problem even if you go to Zeno Temple. But if you don't go, it's no different than just sitting there and waiting for death. He must not die in a daze. Master Carlo, why do you suddenly want to go to Zeno Temple? Whis asked in surprise. Because he could feel that Mr. Luo didn't actually want to meet Mr. Zeno. Not just Lord Carlo, but every Gods of Destruction is the same. Every time you meet Master Zeno, there is a certain risk. Sometimes even if you say a wrong sentence, it may be completely eliminated. So if it wasn't a direct summons, the Gods of Destruction wouldn't go to Zeno Temple at all. It is a place that all the Gods of Destruction avoid. Master Carlo is also so afraid of Master Zeno, why would he take the initiative to go to Zeno Temple? Go and say hello to Master Zeno. By the way, it reminded him of the universe-wide competition. Carlo replied calmly. This seems, not a wise decision. Whis said doubtfully. What if the universe-wide competition was organized by Zeno-sama himself? Then, the properties are completely different. Since it is a competition, there must be winners and losers. There will most likely be a reward and punishment system for winning or losing. For Master Zeno, punishment may be something the universe cannot afford. I know too, but... Carlo hesitated to speak. Then he said, let's go. Of course I have my own plans. It's not that Carlo doesn't want to explain to Whis, but that he doesn't know how to explain this matter. The more he explained, the more Whis suspected that he knew a lot of things. So it's better to just deal with it casually. Anyway, most of the time, Whis won't get to the bottom of things and ask questions that he doesn't like to answer. And this time in Zeno Temple. There is a chessboard in front of Zeno, with planets on it. He was currently sitting on the throne, playing these marble-like things out of boredom. Every time two marbles collide, it means that two planets will disappear from the universe. For the 12 universes of Nuda, the disappearance of a few planets is simply insignificant. Especially in the eyes of Zeno and Grand Priest, these are just toys he usually plays with. As for how many creatures would die if the two planets collided, this was not something they considered. They would never consider such a thing. So boring. Grand Priest, come with me to play chess. It seems like we haven't played chess together for a long time. Zeno knocked over all the planets on his desk. The planet immediately rolled to the ground and then broke into pieces. At this time, in the corresponding universe, the same number of planets disappeared instantly. Okay. Master Zeno nodded. There are only 12 of these chess pieces. And there are 12 universes marked. Apparently, the way they play chess is with 12 universe pieces. After a few minutes, there are only 4 universes left on the board. Hey! It seems like there are too many universes. Grand Priest, what is the level of human beings in the 12 universes now? Zeno looked at the chessboard and asked. The first universe still maintains the highest level of human beings, and the 12th universe has reached the second place through hard work and rapid improvement. As for other universes, the rankings don't seem to have changed much. Grand Priest spoke. No improvement at all. There are too many universes. Let's reduce them appropriately. Chapter 69. Zeno said in an extremely calm tone. It seems that annihilating several universes is just a few words to him. Then, Master Zeno, do you think it is more appropriate to leave a few universes at the end? Grand Priest stood aside and asked. He knew that Master Zeno was planning to destroy some universes that had not been promoted. In fact, Lord Zeno did this a long time ago. But at that time I thought we should give them some more time to see if there was any improvement. But now tens of millions of years have passed, and the human level in some universes has not improved at all. There are even some universes where the human level has actually regressed. This is something that Master Zeno does not allow. 4, please. Leave the 4 universes with the highest comprehensive level of human beings, and the other 8 universes can be destroyed directly. Grand Priest, what do you think? Zeno said in a very calm tone. To him, destroying the universe is as simple as eating and drinking water for ordinary people. No problem at all. Zeno-sama, you just have to decide. Grand Priest replied with a respectful smile. In fact, his identity is just Master Zeno's servant, so naturally he cannot make decisions for Master Zeno. Moreover, that is not his responsibility. In that case, let's destroy it. After Zeno's voice fell, he slowly raised his right hand. As long as he clenches his fist, he can instantly destroy the universe that wants to be destroyed. And right now, Grand Priest's expression suddenly changed. Then he said to Zeno, Master Zeno, it seems that a guest is here. Because at that moment, several people arrived at Zeno Temple. Obviously Gods of Destruction, Supreme Kai, an angel. Guest? Who is it? Zeno was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. The fist that he originally wanted to hold was quickly withdrawn. Who is it? Who is it? Grand Priest. Zeno couldn't wait and asked curiously. It's been a long time since outsiders came to Zeno Temple. Unexpectedly, there was no summons this time, but someone actually took the initiative to come to the temple. Please wait while I take a look, Master Zeno. Grand Priest said something, and then took out a staff similar to angels out of thin air. He stared at the crystal ball of the staff and then said, "Master Zeno, the new gods of destruction of the 7th universe, Master Carlo, Whis, and the new Supreme Kai." Whis reported this to him before. So Grand Priest naturally knows the new gods of destruction of the 7th universe. As for Supreme Kai and the others, Grand Priest doesn't care at all. Because there is no need to be remembered. Their replacement cycle is too frequent. It's impossible for Grand Priest to remember them all. After all, some Supreme Kai will never have the chance to come to Zeno Temple until they die. The new gods of destruction in the 7th universe? I remembered it. I met him some time ago. Only then did Zeno suddenly remember that he seemed to have met Carlo before. I still have a good impression of him. But after I came back, I forgot about it. Let them in quickly. Grand Priest. Zeno said impatiently. I remember that the next time we met on the nameless planet, I was still very impressed with Carlo. Okay, Supreme King Heavenly Witch. I'll go and welcome them in. Grand Priest smiled and nodded. Then he walked out of the hall directly. When I walked outside the main hall, I saw Carlo and Whis. See Grand Priest. Whis quickly saluted Grand Priest, very respectfully. Because in addition to his identity, Grand Priest is also their father. So every angel respects him very much. Meet the Grand Priest. Carlo, Trunks, Dende, and Carter also saluted the Grand Priest at the same time. After all, we are now on someone else's territory. And this guy's strength should be ridiculously strong. According to Whis' introduction in the Dragon Ball Super comic, the Grand Priest is the most powerful god he knows. Is this the new gods of destruction Carlo of the 7th universe? He is indeed a talented person, and he seems to be very strong. That's great, Whis, it seems you have chosen an incredible gods of destruction for the 7th universe this time. Grand Priest looked at Carlo with the same harmless smile. He looked very kind, and even Carlo couldn't help but feel a little fond of him. After all, this smile is indeed very warm, and it doesn't look like a forced smile or a professional smile at all. Grand Priest, thank you very much. Carlo also answered modestly. In a place like this, being immodest is an absolute no-no. After all, in the eyes of Grand Priest or Zeno, he is nothing more than an ant. If they wanted to, they could probably destroy themselves in an instant. So before you have absolute strength, you must remain absolutely humble in front of them. Whis, on the other hand, doesn't seem so low-key. Instead, he replied with a smile, Master Grand Priest is right. Master Carlo's talent is indeed very strong. Maybe he will be able to reach the level of our angel in the future. Grand Priest is his father. As a father, I will definitely not harm them. Even if all the universe is destroyed, their angel will not die with them. This is the privilege of being an angel. Grand Priest knows it, and they understand it very well. This is a very lucky thing for the 7th universe and our dimension. It's really good. Master Carlo, please come inside, Master Zeno is already waiting for you. Grand Priest still maintained his warm smile. It's also quite a pity for Carlo's tone. Of course, in Dragon Ball Super Original, Grand Priest also maintains this courtesy towards Son Goku. Then Grand Priest will lead the way. Carlo also said with a smile. Then, Grand Priest led the way. Carlo, on the other hand, has his roots in the back. After walking for a few minutes, we arrived at the main hall. Seeing the arrival of Carlo and the others, Wang walked forward excitedly. Carlo, and you too, finally came to see me. I'm so happy. I've been playing boring games all this time, and I'm a little tired of it. You guys are here just in time, let's play games together. Zeno has the character of a child. The innocent smile on his face makes it difficult to connect him with the top gods in the universe. Okay, Master Zeno. Carlo and Dende both nodded. Next, there is a dull, boring, and even depressing hide-and-seek game. This boring game takes more than 10 hours to play. Carlo felt like he was going to throw up. But there was no way to stop it. Fortunately, Zeno is tired of playing with it. I also know that Carlo came here for something more important. Carlo, you came to me this time, is there something wrong? Zeno finally returned to the topic and asked. Yes, Master Zeno. Some time ago, on the nameless planet, Lord Zeno said that he would hold a competition for the entire universe. I don't know about this matter, Zeno-sama, what do you think? Have you decided when to hold it? Carlo also said straight to the point. After all, this is the purpose of my coming here this time. It was just after Carlo finished speaking. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Grand Priest's face. Looking at Carlo in disbelief. Then he thought to himself, the new gods of destruction of the seventh universe seems a bit extraordinary. Just now Master Zeno was about to destroy 8 universes including the 7th universe, and the next second he appeared. Did he already know that Master Zeno had such a plan? But he has only been a Gods of Destruction for 3 years. Logically speaking, he does not have such an opportunity. Grand Priest was puzzled. Does he have the ability to predict the future? But this is obviously unrealistic. But if it is just a coincidence, it will be even more impossible. Chapter 70. However, this matter was just his speculation, and Grand Priest did not feel the need to delve into it further. Even if Carlo has mastered some superpowers, why not? After all, his identity is now Gods of Destruction. If Lord Zeno really appreciates him, maybe his position will be promoted in the future. So if you know some superpowers, there is no need to make a fuss about it. A competition between the entire universe. It's really bad. After I returned to the temple, I forgot about this matter. Speaking of which, the last competition between you two universe was really exciting, and it was very interesting for me to watch. In that case, let's put this matter on the agenda, Grand Priest. Zeno seemed to have completely forgotten about it. After Carlo reminded me, I finally remembered that there was such an interesting thing. He just said it to Grand Priest. Of course, although it seemed like he just mentioned it casually. But he also has his own ideas in his heart. Some powerful and selfish universes don't need to exist at all. Originally, he was going to destroy the other 410 universes. Maybe this time can give them a test, if their strength has increased and they are not so selfish. Maybe he could reconsider the idea of clearing out the other 8 universes. If the universe that wins in the end is a selfish universe, then there is no need for the 8 universes to exist. A competition across the universe. Okay, Supreme King Heaven. Then let's discuss it again then. After all, if the whole universe has to participate in the competition, things may be a little troublesome. I still need to study some specific steps carefully. Grand Priest smiled and answered. It seems that a competition between the entire universe has never been held before. This time can be regarded as an opportunity to test the strength of the 12 universes. By the way, I remember you said that there are 4 universes with relatively high human comprehensive index, right? Zeno pondered for a while and then asked. Yes, Master Zeno. Compared to other universes, the comprehensive level of human beings in the first universe, the 12th universe, the 5th universe and the 8th universe is much higher. Grand Priest replied respectfully. Among these universes, the overall strength of Universe 12 has improved the fastest. If this is the case, then these 4 universes do not need to participate in the competition. It's enough for the 8 universes with lower levels to participate. Zeno said without thinking. Because this game can be regarded as a test for the other 8 universes. Okay, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded again. In the following time, Zeno and the Master will briefly discuss the rules of the competition. Some rules for the competition were soon worked out. And these rules are very similar to those in Dragon Ball Super. I wonder if such a game will be exciting. Zeno dragged his chin with his index finger and thumb, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and asked with some doubt. I always feel that if there are too many people, it seems to be very crowded. And this kind of big brawl game mode seems a bit too confusing. If Lord Zeno is doubtful, we can hold a demonstration match in advance. It can also be called a comprehensive game. After watching this game, we can make some more detailed rules. Grand Priest suggested. What a great idea! Zeno said excitedly. Watching the conversation between the two, Carlo suddenly had a bad feeling. Then he quickly said, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, if there is nothing else, let's take our leave first. It's also quite troublesome to prepare candidates for the competition after we go back. You know, they only have 5 players now. The other players didn't know where to pick. You can't bring ordinary people to a competition involving 10 people. Therefore, selecting the other 5 players is still a relatively troublesome task. Don't leave yet, Carlo. I have one more thing to discuss with you. By the way, I can ask Grand Priest what he means. Zeno immediately stopped Carlo. This made Carlo stunned, and Grand Priest seemed a little surprised. But soon, the surprise on his face disappeared. It seems that he has already predicted what Zeno wants to say. Master Zeno, do you have any other orders? Carlo could only stop and then asked respectfully. Although he really didn't want to talk to them in this tone. But in this situation, Luo has no choice at all. Because of these guys, one finger can crush him completely to death. As a human being for the second time, and also as the gods of destruction of the universe, he could never die so cowardly. Actually, there are no more instructions. You don't have to be so formal. After our last meeting, I felt that you were completely different from the other gods of destruction, and my 2 guards also expressed their great approval for you. You have a very powerful predecessor. Being just a gods of destruction is a bit too unfair to you. So after I returned to the temple last time, I thought about making you a higher level god. It's just that I have completely forgotten about this matter recently. Zeno was talking non-stop. Carlo had a question on his face. Do you want to upgrade yourself? Although his current strength has surpassed all the gods of destruction. But he had little interest in a higher position as a god. The higher the position, the more dangerous it is for him. Because the more opportunities they have to get in touch with Zeno. I want you to become the god of time and space. Of course, you can also keep your identity as the 7th universe gods of destruction. The identity of the god of time and space is more noble than that of the gods of destruction. In short, the god of time and space is the direct leader of the gods of destruction. Zeno said with a very serious look on his face. With the power Carlo possesses now, he can definitely become the god of time and space. And what makes Carlo great is not his strength, but his talent and his training methods. Able to increase strength to a level that surpasses other gods of destruction within 3 years. This is a very rare thing. This. Carlo was stunned and said in disbelief, this is not good, Lord Carlo. I have only been working as gods of destruction for 3 years, and my experience is far from enough. If I want to become the god of time and space, I may not be qualified enough. He doesn't know what the god of time and space is used for, and what responsibilities and rights it has. However, the higher the position, the closer he is to Zeno and Grand Priest. This is what worries him the most. Master Zeno, I also feel that this matter is not appropriate. Each of the 12 gods of destruction has the qualifications to become the god of time and space. If Master Carlo is now allowed to become the god of time and space, the other gods of destruction will definitely be dissatisfied. Grand Priest also spoke calmly. After all, each of the 12 gods of destruction wants to be a god of time and space. But their cultivation speed is too slow, and no one can stand out to Master Zeno. Therefore, so far, none of the gods of destruction is qualified to become the god of time and space. It can also be seen from this that Master Zeno really values the new gods of destruction Carlo of the 7th universe. It has to be said that Yin Luo does have extraordinary talent. It's just that with such a hasty decision, the other people who destroyed it were naturally a little unconvinced. Who is it? If anyone is not convinced, then I will just clear him out and replace him with gods of destruction. Zeno said with a naive expression. That seems to be correct. Because Zeno does have such power. If you don't like anyone, you can completely eliminate them. No one can resist. Gods of destruction, naturally the same is true. Forward. Grand Priest was stunned for a moment, then said, 0.0 Having said that, I think there is a more secure way. Didn't Master Zeno have doubts in his mind just now? So a game is needed to verify it. Now is the perfect time for Master Carlo to compete with other gods of destruction. If Sir Carlo can overwhelm the heroes and defeat the gods of destruction in other universes, then they will naturally be convinced of the position of the god of time and space. Master Zeno, where is Tao De Zeo? Grand Priest's tone and expression were very warm. He feels that since everyone is the gods of destruction, then it should be fair. Use your own strength to fight for the position of the god of time and space. Grand Priest seems to have a point. Carlo, what do you think? Zeno nodded in understanding. Then he looked at Carlo and asked. Because he felt that Carlo was completely different from others. So he has the qualification to become the god of time and space. But since Grand Priest said so, there is no problem in doing so. After all, he knows Carlo's strength very well, and other destructors cannot possibly be his opponent. His guard had told him this a long time ago. Chapter 71. Again. Fine. Carlo could only nod helplessly. He has no interest in these gods of destruction at all now. Because their strength is too weak, the little time he has to fight with them is not as practical as training properly. He was even less interested in the so-called position of the god of time and space. I don't know what abilities the god of time and space has. It seems that I have never heard of this position in the original version of Dragon Ball. It seems you don't want to. Zeno asked after seeing Carlo's helpless expression. Of course not, I'm looking forward to it. Carlo had no choice but to answer without conscience. That's good. Zeno said happily. Looking at Carlo who looked helpless, Grand Priest could only hold back a smile. In front of Master Zeno, gods of destruction is indeed very aggrieved sometimes. But there is no way. Especially when he saw Lord Carlo's wry smile, he felt even more amused. Master Carlo, I think you still don't know what the god of time and space should do. Or maybe you don't know the responsibilities of the god of time and space. Then let me tell you. Grand Priest is quite considerate. He also knows that Carlo, who became the gods of destruction for the first time, must have never heard of the position of god of time and space. And he definitely doesn't know what responsibilities the god of time and space has. I really don't know, so thank you Grand Priest. Carlo also didn't expect Grand Priest to be so considerate, and it was a sincere thank you. Sir Carlo, you don't need to be as polite as 01. The so-called god of time and space, as the name suggests, is the god in charge of time and space. Actually, it's similar to gods of destruction. Gods of destruction is only responsible for managing a universe. But the god of time and space can be responsible for managing the parallel time and space lines of a dimensional universe. In other words, the god of time and space not only has the destructive ability of gods of destruction, but also has the ability to travel through time and space. Whenever there is some crisis in time and space, it is the time when the god of time and space needs to calm it down. I don't know if Lord Yeluo can understand what I say. Grand Priest's explanation can be considered quite serious. But he thinks these are relatively professional terms. Carlo, who has just been a Gods of Destruction for 3 years, may not understand what he means. But that's okay. As long as he roughly understands the meaning, he's close. As for some specific details, I will let Whis tell him when the time comes. Just when Grand Priest was thinking, Carlo nodded indeed and said, I almost understand. But I also want to ask Grand Priest and Master Zeno, if you become the god of time and space, will you be able to travel to the future or past time and space? This is what Carlo is more concerned about. If you can travel to the future or past time and space, then you can just go and see the past time and space. In that time and space, Gods of Destruction should still be Beerus. He can find guys to spar with. Try the strongest Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 7th universe. How strong is it? This is something he has always been curious about. However, according to what Grand Priest just said, time travel can be carried out in the time and space line of a dimensional space and time. That means that you should be able to travel to the future or the previous time and space. As long as it doesn't appear in other parallel time and space, there should be no problem. And after hearing Carlo's question, Grand Priest also knows that Carlo has heard it more clearly. Because for ordinary humans, they may not even know what parallel time and space is. Then he replied, of course, as long as it is the time and space of this dimension, the time and space god can travel through time and space at will. Just like Supreme Kai's time and space ring can travel to the future time and space. But it's best not to change the history of a time and space. Because once the history of a time and space is changed, it means that there will be an additional parallel time and space. In fact, for people like them who are high in the clouds, no matter how many parallel times and spaces appear, it won't be a problem. But for ordinary people, it will have a great impact. Therefore, allowing parallel time and space to be born has become a crime. I almost understand, thank you Grand Priest for the introduction. Carlo nodded and said. From this point of view, becoming a time and space god has some benefits. If Zeno or Grand Priest wants to attack him, he can also use the power of time and space to escape. They just don't know whether this kind of power of time and space is a relatively powerful ability in their eyes. If that's the case, then I'll call the other Gods of Destruction over too. What do you think, Master Zeno? Seeing that Carlo had almost understood, Grand Priest said to Zeno. All Gods of Destruction participate together, it is a fair competition. Even if other Gods of Destruction will not be elected later, they will also be convinced to lose. Okay. Hurry up, I can't wait. After hearing about the competition, Zeno was very excited. I don't know if he is really excited or just pretending. After all, Carlo didn't believe it if the Supreme God in a world was just ARD. I guess most people wouldn't believe it either. Yes, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded. Then he grasped it out of thin air, and the angel staff appeared in the hands of Grand Priest. Then, the Grand Priest said to the staff, Attention, angel, the guide of each universe, please summon the Gods of Destruction from all universes within 1 minute. I will bring everyone to the temple in 1 minute to inform you of something important. The great god just said a simple sentence and ignored it. After waiting for a minute, he asked the staff again, Are you ready? Naturally, the angels and Gods of Destruction from the 11 universes would not dare to carry them. Already prepared. They did not dare to neglect the summons of Lord Zeno and Grand Priest. Because even if you are late for a second, you may be eliminated. Even the entire universe may be destroyed. Yes, Grand Priest, the first universe is ready. Grand Priest, the second universe is ready. Master Grand Priest, the third universe is ready. Back to Grand Priest, the 12th universe is ready. Angel's voice kept coming out. All the Gods of Destruction and Angel Lords of the universe are ready. The Grand Priest also used his superpower to have angels and Gods of Destruction from 12 universes arrive in an instant. I have to say that Grand Priest's ability is still very bad. See Master Zeno, see Master Grand Priest. All the gods of destruction knelt respectfully before Zeno and the Grand Priest. All angels also saluted very respectfully. The faces of every gods of destruction are full of doubts and confusion. I don't know what's going on, why Zeno-sama and Grand Priest are so eager to let them come over. This made them very uneasy. Because every time I come here, there is almost no good news. All the gods of destruction came in time. In this case, I won't waste everyone's time. The purpose of bringing everyone here today is to discuss with you the ownership of the God of Time and Space. Master Zeno has decided to select the candidate for the God of Time and Space from all the gods of destruction today. After seeing all the doubts in gods of destruction, Grand Priest spoke calmly. And 630 after Grand Priest's voice fell. Everyone's faces suddenly showed a look of extreme surprise. Of course, while being surprised, some gods of destruction also showed great excitement on their faces. Because they are relatively strong, they all have a high possibility of assuming the position of space-time gods. After becoming the gods of time and space, they have the power to override the gods of destruction. Using this power, you can change the gods of destruction that have offended them before. Among them, the most confident one is Gods of Destruction Vermit from the 11th universe. Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe, and Gods of Destruction In of the 1st universe. Their strength is considered very powerful among Gods of Destruction. Awesome! Are you finally going to choose the God of Time and Space? The position of the 10 Gods of Time and Space must belong to me. No one is qualified to be my nephew. Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe is extremely confident. Then he glanced coldly at Carlo, who was standing not far away. Although I don't know why this guy arrived at the temple early. And in the last arm wrestling match, this guy defeated him with an absolutely overwhelming advantage. But when it comes to actual combat, that BD is definitely not his match. Today he not only wanted to get the position of God of Time and Space, but also wanted to ravage that thing that didn't know how to live or die. Then he knew that compared to them, the veteran gods of destruction, he was just a rookie with no brute strength. Hey! I was originally planning to retire in the near future and let Topo take this position. But since I have to choose the god of time and space, it looks like I can still reach the gods of destruction that are tens of millions of years old. Vermit also thought confidently. The greatest threat to him in the past was the Gods of Destruction Compa from the 7th universe. Gods of Destruction Quitella of the 4th universe. But now 7th, the Gods of Destruction Beerus of the universe has disappeared. As for Quitella, I am not afraid of him. Chapter 72. Although other gods of destruction think that their strength is not strong, who can say for sure? It's not like things like picking up leaks never happen. I saw an excited smile on every Gods of Destruction's face. Only Gods of Destruction Compa from the 6th universe does not look very good. There didn't seem to be the smiles on the faces of other Gods of Destruction, but instead they looked a little lost and panicked. Keep looking towards Carlo. But Grand Priest doesn't care about this kind of thing. The so-called fair competition, in fact, in his opinion, is just a formality. As a Grand Priest, he can naturally feel the strength of every Gods of Destruction. Although each Gods of Destruction is the most advanced god in the universe, it can be said that no human being can be their opponent in their respective universes. But there are also strengths and weaknesses among Gods of Destruction. If it were before, other Gods of Destruction might still have a chance to win. But now that Carlo from the 7th universe is here, the Gods of Destruction from other universes have no chance of winning. Let them participate, just to convince them to lose. To avoid unnecessary troubles in the future. Sir Zeno, how do you think we should let these Gods of Destruction compete next? Do you need 12 Gods of Destruction to fight together, or do you need to draw lots one-on-one to decide your opponent? Grand Priest asked, looking at Zeno respectfully. Let them all fight together. Whoever can stand on the stage in the end will be the final winner. That is, the future candidate for the god of time and space. Zeno said calmly. In fact, they all understand it very well. Carlo is definitely the one standing at the back. Because no gods of destruction in the universe can compare to Carlo. Okay, Master Zeno. After Grand Priest responded respectfully, he turned his head and looked at all the gods of destruction. The staff in his hand tapped the ground gently, and the originally huge palace turned into a giant arena. Surrounded by some auditoriums. His tone obviously changed, and he said, Master Zeno just said that it takes 12 gods of destruction to compete on the same stage, and the one who can stand on the stage intact in the end will be the final winner. He will also be the successor of the god of time and space in the future. So, please invite the 12 gods of destruction to the stage. After the Grand Priest's voice fell, the gods of destruction Quitella from the 4th universe and the gods of destruction Vermit from the 11th universe took the lead in leaping forward and appeared directly on the stage. Boo-hoo-hoo! Then there were several more piercing sounds, and gods of destruction appeared in the ring one after another. Carlo also jumped up and stood on the ring. In fact, he was somewhat interested in the position of the god of time and space. Being able to travel through time and space is already worth fighting for this position. Although living under the noses of Zeno and Grand Priest, there are definitely some dangers. But compared with the power of time and space, this kind of danger can be avoided as much as possible. Call out! At this moment, the body of Kampa, the gods of destruction from the 6th universe, appeared in front of Carlo. Then he lowered his voice and said, Carlo, I have found 6 super wishing beads for you. Originally I wanted to find all 7, but I couldn't find the last one. It's just a little later than the deadline you said. After this period of time, I returned to my thoughts on the 6th universe. He feels that this guy Carlo must not be messed with. Although he still hates Carlo in his heart, and even still wants to step on him. But the strength that Carlo possesses is completely beyond what he can compare with. It is no exaggeration to say that Yin Luo can defeat or even kill himself in an instant. And regarding today's matter regarding the god of time and space, he felt that Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest had probably already made a decision. Now it's just a formality. Because the last time he was on the nameless planet, Master Zeno had already shown his appreciation for Carlo. Therefore, the position of God of time and space belongs 100% to Carlo. And even if it was purely a matter of strength, the other gods of destruction would never be Carlo's opponents. Even if they were added together, it would be difficult to defeat Carlo. The extent to which Carlo was able to fight Lord Zeno's guards last time was enough to illustrate his strength. It is far from comparable to other gods of destruction. So it is a certainty that Carlo will become the god of time and space. He used to have a lot of grudges with Carlo. After Carlo became the god of time and space, he became his direct superior. If he goes over old scores, he may get into trouble for himself. At that time, I will be mute and unable to explain the pain of eating Coptis chinensis. Now, please curry favor with Carlo, lower your posture as much as possible, and maybe get leniency. Not bad. It seems that your efficiency is quite high. Carlo just glanced at Kampa and said. You must know that in the original version of Dragon Ball, Gods of Destruction Kampa only found 6 Super Dragon Balls after searching for 10 years. Now he's able to find 6 in a month's time. This was already something that surprised him very much. After all, the Super Dragon Balls scattered across 2 universes are not so easy to find. Ago. Kampa gritted his teeth tightly. For a Gods of Destruction with a strong self-esteem, it seems to be a very difficult thing to say an apology. But in the end, he gritted his teeth tightly and said, what I did in the past was wrong, and I was blind. I hope that Kayaotai can forgive me for my stupidity and ignorance. From now on, if you have any questions, you can give me direct instructions. I have to say, this guy Kampa sometimes seems to have no brains. But at this time, he still acted very smart. He has completely seen the form at this time. Oh? It seems that not only have your abilities become stronger, your mouth has become softer, but your eyesight has also improved. It seems that you have grown a lot in this month. Carlo glanced at Campa, smiled, and said teasingly. But it was just teasing, but he was indeed a little surprised. After all, a month ago, this guy still wanted to eat his own flesh. But the mere gods of destruction is no longer taken seriously by him at all. Now that Campa has found 6 Super Dragon Balls for himself, he has already admitted his mistake in such a low profile. There is no need to continue to embarrass Campa. Yes, it is. In the past, I was too stupid, ignorant, and arrogant. So please forgive me, Lord Carlo. Campa said again in a low profile. Comparing his self-esteem with his fate, today he chose to give up his self-esteem. Good. Next, just perform well. Carlo said lightly. And with the Grand Priest's order, all the gods of destruction instantly fought together. Because in the subconscious of all gods of destruction, the most powerful gods of destruction are Culinary of the 4th universe and Vermit of the 11th universe. So at the beginning of the battle, the two of them became the targets of all gods of destruction attacks. As for Carlo, he was at a leisurely pace. It seemed that no gods of destruction except Campa, the gods of destruction from the 6th universe, took him seriously. This is also true. How could they take this person seriously who has only been a gods of destruction for 3 years? It is no exaggeration to say that even if they stomp their feet, they can eliminate Carlo. That's what they think in their minds. Boom boom boom. Rumble. There were constant explosions and waves from all directions in the arena. The strength of gods of destruction is indeed very strong. With 12 gods of destruction fighting together, the scene is even more shocking. Zeno just squinted at the battlefield. It's obvious that Zeno didn't see gods of destruction's movements clearly at all. On the contrary, I watched it with gusto. This is completely different from what is shown in the Dragon Ball Super animation. How could the majestic ruler of the world not see clearly the movements of gods of destruction? This is simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. Call out. Boom. Accompanied by 2 low collision sounds. Gods of destruction Herace from Universe 2 and Sidra from Universe 9 have been knocked out of the ring. The other gods of destruction are still fighting to the death. This battle is the battle that determines the ownership of the god of time and space. So everyone got up to 12 points. At this time, several gods of destruction in the ring were already bruised, but they were still fighting with charm. After seeing these people, Campa couldn't help but feel funny. Gods of destruction already has a home. It's just that these guys are still pitiful and don't know it. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Most of the gods of destruction have long since been eliminated. There are only 5 gods of destruction left in the ring at this point. In addition to Carlo, gods of destruction Campa has not been eliminated either. Perhaps in the eyes of other gods of destruction, Campa does not pose any threat to them. And Campa, who knew the outcome from the beginning, naturally did not use all his strength to fight. This is also the reason why he has been able to persist until this point unscathed. In addition to the 2 of them, there are also the 4th universe's god of destruction, Culinary, the 11th universe's gods of destruction Vermit, and the 12th universe's gods of destruction Jin. All 3 of them possess super strength. In the past, except for the destruction of the 7th universe, god Beerus, the 3 of them should be considered the most powerful gods of destruction. All 3 of them had bruises on their noses and swollen faces, and injuries to varying degrees on their bodies. Especially the gods of destruction Vermit from the 11th universe, the clown's face is all purple and blue, making it look even uglier. Hoo! All 3 people were breathing heavily. In this kind of all-out battle, the consumption of physical energy is very huge. The 3 of them have also stopped. Because they realized that the Gods of Destruction Kampa from the 6th universe and the new Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe had not participated in the battle from beginning to end. Hey, it seems it's not easy for the three of us to decide the winner. I propose to eliminate the two Gods of Destruction from the 6th universe and the 7th universe first, and then the three of us will have a showdown. No matter who becomes the God of Time and Space in the end, don't embarrass the other two. What do you think? Gods of Destruction from Universe 12 finally noticed Carlo and Kampa, who were not involved in the battle at all. Although it is said that a skinny camel is better than a horse. Big. But after all, they are both Gods of Destruction and should not be underestimated. Especially Kampa, who is also a Gods of Destruction who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. If the three of them continue to fight, their physical energy will be almost exhausted by then. Maybe these two guys will reap the benefits. I agree. Vermit nodded immediately. It is indeed difficult for the three of them to tell the winner for a while. So first deal with the two guys who are going to pick up the leaks. No matter who becomes the God of Time and Space, they can also follow the agreement not to harm the other two. This is a very good idea. Good Wang Zhao, I agree too. Quitella replied with a proud look on his face. Then, the three of them finally looked at Carlo and Kampa with bruises and bruises. Looking at the three people with bruises on their noses and swollen faces, and their eyes covered with lumps, Carlo burst out laughing. This is so. A clown, a fish, a mouse. So funny. Kampa couldn't help but laugh. TCH. Two things that don't know whether to live or die. Soon you two won't be able to laugh anymore. Looking at Carlo and Kampa, who were laughing so hard, their expressions turned extremely cold. In their opinion, these two bastards are just fish on the board. I didn't expect that they would dare to laugh at you. This is simply asking for death. No matter who among us becomes the God of Time and Space in the end, we must deal with these two bastards who don't know how to live or die. Gods of Destruction, Quitella said in a cold tone. Especially since he and Carlo had some issues before. So even if Carlo doesn't laugh at him today, he will never let Carlo go after he becomes the God of Time and Space. Yet, with just 3 of you rotten eggs, do you think you are qualified? Withdrawing his smile, Carlo suddenly had a cold look on his face and said this in a disdainful tone. Just the 3 of them are too weak. Nanny! Are you looking down on us? You don't know how to live or die. You've only been working on Gods of Destruction for 3 years. Are you so arrogant? Jin, the Gods of Destruction from Universe 12, also said with an extremely gloomy expression. Come together and deal with them. Quitella said something to the 2 of them, and then took the lead in dodging his body and launching an attack. Vermit and Kim were not far behind. Chapter 73. And at the moment when the Gods of Destruction Quitella from the 4th universe appeared, a figure flashed past. He stood directly in front of Carlo. It is surprisingly the Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe. He blocked Quitella's attack with one punch, then turned to Carlo and said, Sir Carlo, you go deal with the other 2, and leave Quitella to me. At this time, he was so confident mainly for 2 reasons. First of all, after the fierce battle just now, Quitella's physical fitness has seriously declined. If it were Quitella at his peak, Kampa would definitely not be his opponent, and he knew this very well. But after the fierce battle, Quitella's physical fitness and energy have declined greatly. So in this case, he still has the ability to defeat Quitella. After all, they are all Gods of Destruction. Even if there is a gap, it will not be so huge. Even though he was injured, Kampa was not afraid at all. The second most important reason. It's that he has seen through everything. The so-called fair competition is nothing more than a gimmick. In order to convince all Gods of Destruction to lose. The final winner, the one who finally obtained the position of God of Time and Space, was only Carlo. When he helps Carlo now, he is actually helping himself. I hope Carlo won't continue to embarrass him after becoming the god of time and space. After all, the two of them had had holidays before. I have to say that Kampa was quite smart and very sensible at this time. Yes, children can be taught. Carlo also smiled slightly after seeing Kampa's performance. Although this guy had some grudges with himself before. But it was obviously very wise for him to take sides today. And after Kampa and Quitella collided, both of their bodies took a few steps back. Quitella looked at Kampa in disbelief, and then said with a gloomy face, "Damn fat pig, do you know what you are doing? You actually helped the gods of destruction in the 7th universe resist my attack. Your mind isn't broken, right?" He was surprised. I remember that in the past, the gods of destruction of the 6th universe and the gods of destruction of the 530th universe were always different. And they are still brothers. Unexpectedly, now that there is a new gods of destruction, Kampa will behave as if he is a new person. It's simply unbelievable. Humph. My brain is not broken, but I am very awake. It's just that I think the three of you are completely out of your mind. You can't seem to see the current situation clearly at all. Kampa raised the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly, and said contemptuously. These guys are just things with well-developed limbs and simple minds. Don't they realize the problem yet? Their 11 gods of destruction have no chance of becoming the gods of time and space. Otherwise, within hundreds of millions of years, this position would have been filled by someone long ago. Have you really lost the face of gods of destruction? He actually took the initiative to help a gods of destruction who had been in office for less than 3 years. If you choose wisely, maybe I won't embarrass you after becoming the god of time and space. But your choice just now was too stupid. After I become the god of time and space, I will definitely take good care of you. An extremely cold expression appeared on the face of Quitella's rat. Now that Xiang is afraid of going against him, after Deng becomes the god of time and space, he will definitely torture him well. Tisk tisk tisk. What a rat with no IQ. To be honest, you still say things like this, which makes you very pitiful and pitiful. Kampa shook his head sympathetically. Until now, I still have some thoughts about the position of the god of time and space. I have to say that this guy is indeed stupid and pitiful. Damn fat pig. Just give me enough is enough. Soon I will make you realize how foolish and ignorant your choice was. After Quitella's voice fell, his body flashed and he attacked Kampa again. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even after the fierce battle just now, his physical fitness and energy have declined. It is definitely not comparable to a dead fat pig like Kampa. Bang bang bang. Soon the two were fighting anxiously together. However, Quitella, whose physical fitness had declined, was unable to defeat Kampa for a while. On the contrary, Kampa, who was at the peak of his strength, fought extremely fiercely. It seems that he is also showing his loyalty. Forced Quitella to retreat steadily. Oh! It seems that the gods of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe is not that stupid after all. I used to think he had no brains, but now it seems that he chose Ting wisely. Grand Priest also said with a smile after seeing Kampa's performance. Apparently, the other gods of destruction didn't realize the problem at all. Why can Carlo come to Zeno Temple in advance? Why in the past billions of years, Master Zeno never wanted to choose the god of time and space from among them? These two questions are enough to explain the issue of electing the god of time and space today. But they didn't realize it. Only the 6th universe gods of destruction Kampa are aware of this problem. So he chose to stand on the same front as Carlo. Undoubtedly, his choice was very wise. The last time the two universes competed, he seemed to hate Carlo. But now it seems that their relationship has been reconciled again, and it has a good ending. Zeno also nodded and said. Yes, Master Zeno said so. It's a really good ending. After Grand Priest finished speaking, he looked towards the battlefield. At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit from Universe 11 and Gods of Destruction Jin from Universe 12 had already rushed in front of Carlo. The two used their remaining strength to the fullest. Because they don't have much energy left in their bodies. After just eliminating the other 7 universes, a lot of their energy was also consumed. It is necessary to eliminate Carlo at once. This way you can save more energy for the next battle. Whoosh! The two of them were still very fast, rushing towards Carlo from left to right. Carlo's expression was very dull. He didn't take them both seriously at all. Then his hands suddenly spread out from side to side. Bang bang! Directly blocking the attack of the two men. The body was motionless. It was obvious that such a soft fist had no effect on him. What? Are you kidding me? Vermit and King were shocked. He looked at Carlo as if he had seen a ghost. This guy can actually resist the attacks of both of them at the same time. Abed, you have to know that he has only been Gods of Destruction for less than 3 years. Why can it prevent 2 Gods of Destruction from attacking at the same time? Although after the fierce battle just now, their physical energy has been exhausted. But it should be easy to eliminate a guy who has only been playing Gods of Destruction for 3 years. But this guy actually resisted their attack with ease. This is simply incredible. It wasn't just the two of them who were shocked. Even the Gods of Destruction and Angel from other universes looked surprised. What is going on? Vermit and Jin joined forces and didn't eliminate the Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe. Didn't he only take office for less than 3 years? Could it be that those two guys let it slip? Gods of Destruction in of the 1st universe said with a surprised look on his face. But it shouldn't be. In this case, the winner should be determined as soon as possible. There will never be any deliberate release of water. How could they let go? Didn't you see their surprised expressions, as if they had seen a ghost? Hoorays! The Gods of Destruction from the 2nd universe, spoke. It seems that the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe are unfathomable. In just 3 years, we have reached the level of Gods of Destruction. It might even be stronger. Gods of Destruction Likir of the 5th universe also said calmly. Then he continued, it's a pity those 3 Quitella guys, because if they join forces and eliminate all of us, the God of Time and Space will be born among the 3 of them. Now it seems that things are far from being as simple as imagined. For the other Gods of Destruction who were eliminated together, it seems to be a very good thing to see Quitella, Jin, and Vermit defeated. Especially since they've all been doing Gods of Destruction for at least tens of millions of years. There will also be some connections between each other. Naturally there will be some differences and contradictions. If those 3 guys were allowed to become the Gods of Time and Space, they might come up with some old ideas and try to deal with them. But if Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe is elected, then they actually feel better. First of all, they have no connection with the Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe. Never even met. So if he is elected, he can just flatter him as much as possible in the future. There was no conflict at all before. This also avoids their own crisis. The 7th universe has definitely won this game. But Master Kampa's decision today really surprised me. Vados said calmly from the side. Like Kampa, he has already seen through everything. The so-called fair election of the time and space god is just a formality. They are still fighting to the death for this cutscene, which is really stupid. Relatively speaking, Master Kampa's choice this time was much wiser. Maybe this can resolve the grudge between him and Lord Carlo. By then, the 7th universe and the 6th universe will be in close contact, and he can also have more in-depth exchanges with Mr. Carlo. Of course, it's an exchange of delicious food. Along with everyone's shock. Carlo on the ring grabbed both of their bodies. Then, the corners of his mouth raised a cold arc, and he said to the two of them, things that don't overestimate their own capabilities are really stupid. The location of the God of Time and Space has not been discovered so far. Isn't it something you can get your hands on? As soon as the voice fell, Carlo used all his strength and slapped the two of them together hard. Boom! Puff! The moment their bodies collided, a mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths. Then his breath wilted instantly and he lost his fighting ability. With a flick of his hand, the two of them returned directly to their respective auditoriums. Campa and Quitella were left fighting fiercely. Carlo's body flashed and he appeared in front of Xiang Pan. Catch Quitella's fist. With a scornful smile on his face, he said lightly, "Little mouse, you'd better stay down there well. Your strength is too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Carlo slapped him hard on the face. Snapped. Then, the body flew out directly. The audience of the fourth universe was instantly shattered. Quitella passed out immediately, without even a chance to react. In a moment, only Carlo and Campa were left in the ring. Carlo's strength has improved so fast. After a moment of shock, Campa immediately raised his head and said to Zeno and Grand Priest, "Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest, Master Carlo is really too powerful. I voluntarily admit defeat and give up the opportunity to compete for the God of Time and Space." Chapter 74. In fact, every Gods of Destruction covets the position of the God of Time and Space. As the Gods of Destruction, Campa is naturally no exception. But he had already seen through everything, and the position of the God of Time and Space had already been booked. Other Gods of Destruction are simply not possible. As someone who is almost at the bottom of the list of Gods of Destruction, it is even more impossible for me to become the God of Time and Space. As soon as the game started, he made his choice. Taking the initiative to admit defeat now is the best choice. Although the other Gods of Destruction are saying that Campa has no ambition. But only he knows that this is the most correct choice he made. Oh? Are you giving up the game? In that case, let Grand Priest announce the results. Zeno glanced at Campa and said to Grand Priest. He didn't even pay attention to the Gods of Destruction in other universes. Otherwise, the position of Time and Space God would not have been vacant for such a long time. Okay, Master Zeno. Grand Priest nodded, then looked at all the Gods of Destruction and announced, according to our previous competition rules, the Gods of Destruction who finally won the 10 times will become the God of Time and Space. The results are very obvious. Lord Carlo, the Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe, has superior skills to all the others, so he is a well-deserved candidate for the God of Time and Space. Are there any Gods of Destruction who are not convinced? After the words fell, Grand Priest glanced at all the Gods of Destruction. All of them lowered their usually noble heads. Even if you are not convinced, what can you do? Each of them is scarred and there is no way they can be Carlo's opponent. Moreover, they have already seen Carlo's strength at the top level. Able to eliminate Quitella, Vermit, and Jin in an instant. Even the three of them can be affected by some effects on their bodies. But it can also fully prove Carlo's strength. Seeing that all the Gods of Destruction bowed their heads in silence, Grand Priest announced directly, "Then I declare that Lord Carlo will teach to assume the position of God of Time and Space." At the same time, the position of the 7th universe Gods of Destruction will also be retained. After all, at this moment, it is impossible to find a more suitable candidate for Gods of Destruction than Carlo. Congratulations, Master Carlo. Campa immediately spoke to congratulate. The other Gods of Destruction immediately spoke in agreement. From this moment on, Carlo has become their immediate boss. If they don't curry favor now, they probably won't have much chance in the future. Master Zeno, please grant me the power of the God of Time and Space. Grand Priest reminded Zeno. Becoming the God of Time and Space is not just a title. And also be given corresponding abilities. It is the power of time and space of the God of Time and Space, as well as the power of advanced destruction. Because now Carlo has become the leader of the Gods of Destruction. Naturally, they should also master higher levels of destructive power. Okay, Zeno nodded, then pointed. A silver-white light group instantly entered Carlo's eyebrows. And almost at that moment, Carlo suddenly understood the power of time and space and the advanced power of destruction. Is this the power of time and space? Finally, I can go to other time and space to have fun. After feeling the power of time and space appearing in the body, Carlo was naturally very excited. Because he has always wanted to meet the most powerful gods of destruction. Beerus became the god of time and space, after mastering the calendar of time and space. He has enough reason to go to other time and space. Thank you, Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest. In his excitement, Carlo quickly thanked Zeno and Grand Priest. The power of time and space is the ability that I need now. You deserve this. Okay, the candidate has been decided, then. Gods of Destruction, please return to your respective universes. By the way, Carlo will be your boss from now on. You must listen to Carlo carefully. Otherwise, we are qualified to completely destroy you. Zeno looked at all the gods of destruction and reminded him calmly. And Zeno's calm tone frightened all Pobuletinchuo. Because Master Zeno would never joke with them. If they disobey in the future, they will definitely be destroyed. They understand this very well. Yes, Master Zeno. Everyone immediately nodded respectfully. Every gods of destruction has an extremely solemn expression on their face. Especially some of the gods of destruction who were against Carlo before. His face became even more ugly. Because they are now constantly worried about being destroyed. If only after a few simple words. Carlo took Whis and Trunks and they left Master Zeno. This time there was finally no danger. Not putting the entire universe in danger. Moreover, he was also called the god of time and space. Although Carlo doesn't care much about such a title. But the power of time and space and the power of advanced destruction are still very useful to him. After walking out of the temple, Whis smiled and said to Carlo, "Congratulations, Sir Carlo, for being promoted to the god of time and space. You must know that Angel's identity will also increase with the improvement of gods of destruction. He is now the angel of the god of time and space. That means that my current status is a little higher than other angels. Zero, please ask for flowers." What an unexpected surprise, there is nothing worthy of congratulations. Let's go. Go back quickly. Carlo said calmly. Sir Carlo, just now I suddenly felt uneasy. Could something happen to the earth? Trunks said with a serious look on his face. Because a few minutes ago, he felt uneasy and always felt that something bad had happened. The emergence of this feeling is definitely not something out of thin air. It seems that something must have happened on Earth. Go back and have a look. Carlo responded calmly. He didn't feel anything at all. Maybe it's because he has no direct relationship with the Earth. Under instant transmission, several people quickly arrived on Earth. The moment he arrived on Earth, Carlo also felt two divine powers. 0. Both of these divine powers are relatively weak. Son Goku and Vegeta's energy seemed a little weak at this time. It was obvious that he had been injured. Dad and brother Gohan's breath has become very weak. Who injured them? After feeling the weak breaths of Vegeta and Son Gohan, fire instantly surged out of Trunks' eyes. There are actually blind things that dare to cause trouble on Earth. I think I should know who it is. After feeling the two relatively weak breaths of God, Carlo said calmly. During this period of time, there were no gods in the entire 7th universe except them. Because this is the future time and space. The breath of God that appears here. Then there is only one possibility, which is Zamasu, the Supreme Kai candidate who traveled from other time and space. Sir Carlo, do you know? Trunks was surprised. Well, let's go and have a look. Carlo said lightly. Then several people used instant transmission and appeared directly on the battlefield. This is Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan have been completely defeated. There were injuries of varying degrees on the body. Almost completely lost combat effectiveness. The entire city has been devastated and devastated. At this time, two familiar figures stood in the sky. That's Uncle Goku. Seeing the man in black clothes in the sky, Trunks immediately screamed out in surprise. Because that guy looks exactly like Uncle Goku. Then he looked at Uncle Goku lying on the ground. Except for the different clothes, his facial features were exactly the same. Even the breath in the body is indistinguishable. Chapter 75. That's not Mr. Goku. Although their auras are very similar, they are completely different. Mr. Goku's aura is very pure and peaceful, but the aura in Son Goku's body in black is very evil. And you should also feel the power of God from his body. After seeing Trunks' surprise, Whis explained from the side. Although the two people have the same face and body, but the person in front of me is definitely not Mr. Goku. The energy in their bodies is almost at two extremes. Well, Mr. Whis is right. It's really completely different. After feeling it a little carefully, you can feel the big difference. Let me help them heal. Dende said quickly, and then ran over to heal his injuries. As descendants of the Dragon Clan of Namek, they have the ability to heal. And coupled with Supreme Kai's ability, there is no problem in healing the three of them. Zamasu, I didn't expect them to show up so soon. It really surprised me. Although Carlo said he was surprised, there was a smile on his lips. Because of the appearance of these two guys, she can legitimately go to Dragon Ball Super Dimension. Sir Carlo, do you know those two guys? Trunks asked in surprise. Whis also had a surprised look on his face. Because 957 didn't even recognize him, these two guys in front of him. Master Carlo seems to be very familiar with them. Yes, I do know both of them. Carlo nodded and replied. This guy can be considered a big boss in Dragon Ball Super. In the Dragon Ball Super comic, he went to this time and space mainly because Beerus of the 7th universe has disappeared. Maybe he didn't expect that another Gods of Destruction would appear at this time. Even more powerful than Beerus. Just when Carlo and Whis appeared, Zamasu and Black Goku also looked over immediately. There was also a look of extreme surprise on his face. Amid surprise, there was also a bit of fear. That's Angel Whis from Universe 7. Black Goku stared at Whis in surprise. Then, Zamasu looked at the side and asked, what is going on? Hasn't the Gods of Destruction Beerus in this time and space disappeared? Why can Angel still stay in the 7th universe freely? He was really confused. As a candidate for Supreme Kai, I naturally know that Angel also has a bond with Gods of Destruction. After Gods of Destruction dies, Angel will not die. But all of Angel's abilities will cease. But the Angel of the 7th universe can appear freely on the earth, which means that his abilities are not limited. Gods of Destruction, isn't Beerus dead? Beerus must be dead. Look, the guy next to Whis is wearing the exclusive uniform of Gods of Destruction. Could that guy be the new Gods of Destruction? Zamasu immediately looked at Carlo. Because he knew that what Carlo was wearing was the exclusive uniform of Gods of Destruction. It looks right. The Gods of Destruction Beerus of the 7th universe has indeed disappeared, but the new Gods of Destruction have appeared. That's why Angel can freely use Angel's abilities. Black Goku nodded and said. The surprise and fear on his face disappeared little by little. Anyway, the one that scares him the most is the Gods of Destruction Beerus from the 7th universe. Now Beerus is dead, if only a newly appointed Gods of Destruction. It poses no threat to him. The immortal body that has been granted by the Super Dragon Ball cannot be destroyed by ordinary things. Even the destructive energy of Gods of Destruction may not be able to destroy the immortal body. He looks a bit like Saiyan. In my time and space, in order to obtain Son Goku's body, I specifically searched for a lot of information about Saiyan. Pure-breed Saiyans have tails, and the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe appear to be Saiyans. Black Goku looked at Carlo and said firmly. In order to obtain Son Goku's body and freely use Saiyan's body. He has worked hard in this area. Regarding Saiyan, he has naturally studied it for a long time. He even found out the information that Saiyan would gain great strength after recovering from serious injuries. That's why his strength was able to become so powerful in such a short period of time. If this is the case, then there is no need to worry at all. A Gods of Destruction who has only been in office for a few years can't do anything to us. Zamasu said arrogantly. Their plan to clean up humanity is absolutely impossible to be stopped by anyone. At this time, Dende had fully restored Son Goku and Vegeta's energy. A few people's bodies flashed and they were in front of Carlo and the others. Dad, Brother Gohan, Uncle Goku, what on earth is going on? Why are you in such a mess? Trunks asked immediately. You know, Uncle Goku has been able to transform into Super Saiyan III's form. Under the guidance of Mr. Whis, the strength of Dad and Brother Gohan has also improved by leaps and bounds. In this case, there are very few people who can defeat them. But even the three of them were in such a mess, it seemed that the opponent's strength was indeed terrifying. Son Gohan pointed at Zamasu and Black Goku and said, originally, we were training on the earth smoothly, but after those two guys appeared, they started to destroy the earth unscrupulously. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, and I can only fight them. At the beginning, their strength was ridiculously weak, but as the fighting time increased, the guy who looked like my father became stronger and stronger. And that green-skinned guy, he has the ability to recover. The guy who looks a lot like his father seems to be a Saiyan too. Every time he recovers from an injury, his strength will improve by leaps and bounds. After several injuries, his strength has completely surpassed ours. That's right. They just claimed to be gods of justice and said they wanted to destroy all humans. Son Gohan explained seriously. They all know that it is Saiyan's characteristic that his strength increases greatly after he recovers from serious injuries. Obviously, the guy who looks like Son Goku is Saiyan. How come there are Saiyans like Uncle Goku, and they are actually gods? Trunks was surprised again. Because he had never heard of such a god. Maybe I am ignorant. Sir Carlo, I'm so sorry for embarrassing you. Son Goku looked at Carlo and Whis with an apologetic look and said. After all, they've been training with Whis for a while. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by others. Carlo didn't speak. Instead, he glanced at Trunks and said coldly, Trunks, kill them for me. Since these two guys dare to appear in the future time and space, then let them never come back and stay here completely. Feeling that there was trouble in the seventh universe, he let them feel the despair. Yes, Lord Carlo. After hearing Lord Carlo's order, Trunks did not hesitate. He nodded immediately. The body flashed and appeared directly in front of Black Goku. Because he knew that this guy was the strongest among the two of them. As long as he is defeated, the remaining green monster is nothing to worry about. Oh! Those ant-like things actually want to kill us. Tisk tisk tisk. Damn Saiyan, you can actually become gods. This is simply the greatest blasphemy against God. As the God of justice, I will definitely wash away all the filth in this beautiful world, and all of you reptiles will go to hell. Looking at Trunks and Carlo in front of him, he could feel the energy of God from their bodies. Black Goku said in an extremely cold tone. Since being defeated by Son Goku in the Gods of Destruction world of Universe 10, his hatred for humans and Saiyan has penetrated deep into his bones. From that time on, he vowed to eliminate all humans. Because human beings are dirty, their living in this world is the greatest pollution to this world. That's nonsense. You bastards are the most evil and filthy. Although I don't like fighting or killing, but I must send you back to hell. Trunks clenched his fists tightly and said in a cold tone. He will never tolerate anyone who destroys the earth. These two bastards in front of me actually dare to destroy the earth wantonly. As the warriors of the earth, they are the supreme Kai of the universe. He will never tolerate such a thing happening. Before Black Goku and Zamasu could speak, Trunks clenched his fists, and golden flames instantly burst out from his body. Almost in the blink of an eye, Trunks had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. There were streaks of golden lightning flashing around the body. Because at this time, Trunks has been able to master the 4 full energy forms of Super Saiyan. Nani. After seeing Trunks transform into Super Saiyan 4, Black Goku and Ma suddenly had a look of horror on their faces. Because they have never seen Saiyan become like this. Although in another time and space, they had seen Son Goku's hair turn into blue form. But red hair grew all over his body, a form they had never seen before. However, the explosive energy in Trunks' body can be felt. And it is the energy of God. This is definitely not something that can be compared to Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku. Just kidding. This dirty BD. Zamasu's face instantly turned dark. Human reptiles really surprised him again. Not only has he mastered the breath of God, but he also possesses such powerful power. This is where the Creator God fails. They are just some dirty reptiles, but they are given such powerful power. This power has even surpassed Shen Zero. This is the biggest mistake. Let him put an end to these mistakes. Zamasu, that guy's energy is too strong. If I start a fight with him, I don't know what chance I have of winning. Maybe I will be killed in an instant. Black Goku's expression was extremely ugly. After feeling the explosive energy in Trunks' body, he started to feel a little scared. Although he can quickly learn the opponent's moves during a fight. And after each injury is healed, you can gain great strength. But the Saiyan in front of me is too powerful. Maybe he could kill himself in an instant. Then there will be no way to become stronger. More importantly, although his strength is stronger. But there is no immortality like Zamasu. Zamasu also turned very ugly. The appearance of this guy in front of them put them in a dilemma. If a fight begins, the other Zamasu may be killed instantly. And although he has an immortal body, if he doesn't have the powerful strength of another Zamasu to cooperate, it is a bit impossible to eliminate all human beings. Chapter 76. How about, get ready to merge. There must be no mistakes in the human clearing plan. Now we have no way back. Although the dirty human in front of us is powerful, as long as we unite, we can definitely defeat him easily. Black Goku said to Zamasu standing aside. Because they all know that Supreme Kai's earrings can be fitted. And if the same person is combined, the itching will increase infinitely. By then, let alone just a dirty human being, even Angel would probably be helpless against them. As for the new Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, they have never paid attention to it from beginning to end. You're right, Zamasu. In order for our plan to proceed smoothly, it seems that we must merge. Zamasu on the side also nodded in agreement. There must not be any mistakes in their plan. This group of dirty and stupid humans must be completely destroyed. Only then can we build a paradise without humans. This is also their common goal. Although I don't know what you two guys are planning. But I will never let you succeed. Because soon I will make you completely disappear from this world. Trunks' personality is different from Son Goku's. He doesn't like crazy temptations. But I like to completely eliminate the enemy in an instant. This is closely related to his past experience. Trunks, who knows the future time and space, is also known as the only Saiyan who does not wander. The moment he finished speaking, Trunks' body appeared in front of the Black Goku like a ghost. Without any warning, he punched him directly. At this time, Trunks is in Super Saiyan's 4 energy form. How could Black Goku, who was just a little stronger than Super 3 Son Goku and the others, be his opponent? He didn't even have a chance to react before he was punched in the cheek. Boom! Call out! With a precise punch, He Wukong 01 Kong's body formed a straight line like a meteorite and hit him. Rumble. When it hit the ground, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the ground. Rubbles flew everywhere, shooting around like bullets. No. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could something like this happen? Zamasu was defeated in an instant. Seeing Black Goku being punched and sent flying, Zamasu's face suddenly changed as he ran away. Extremely surprised and horrified. Although I have long felt that the Saiyan in front of me may be very powerful. But he didn't expect that Zamasu, who had obtained Son Goku's body, was instantly defeated. Didn't even have time to react. This gap is really too big. Naturally, it was not only Zamasu who was surprised, but also Son Goku and Son Gohan. Also very surprised by Trunks' strength. Because they know Black Goku is stronger than anyone and fight to the end. The three of them teamed up, and they were no match for Black Goku, which was enough to prove how powerful he was. However, this ending was completely expected by Carlo and Whis, so there was no trace of emotion on their faces. The lingering green smoke dissipated little by little, and a huge sinkhole appeared in everyone's sight. There were still wisps of blue smoke lingering in the sky. Zamasu's body lay at the bottom of the pit. A trace of bright red blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. It stands to reason that Supreme Kai's blood is purple. Perhaps because he obtained Son Goku's body, his blood is also purple. Are you kidding me? That filthy thing actually dares to treat the great god like this. Zamasu clenched his fist tightly, but the punch just now was too hard. The bridge of his nose had been beaten to the point of collapse. You must know that he is not immortal. An attack of this level can already make him temporarily lose his combat effectiveness. Damn it! Hateful! You ignorant little bugs actually dare to leave your dirty fist marks on the body of the great god. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Black Goku's hysterical roar echoed in the surrounding ruins for a long time. Anger, endless anger surged in his chest. He felt like his body was about to burst with anger. As the Supreme God, I must use your dirty blood to wash away this shame. After Zamasu's crazy roar fell, his body suddenly jumped up. But before he could fly out of the pit, Trunks' body appeared above his head again. He clenched his fists and smashed them down hard. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Trunks' clenched fists hit Black Goku hard on the head. This time, his head collapsed a bit. Blood even flowed down the tips of his hair. Black Goku, who had just taken off, was knocked back to the bottom of the pit again. This time, the pit is even bigger. But Trunks didn't give him a chance to breathe at all, and his body dived down. He directly pressed down Black Goku's head. Stupid little bug, get your dirty hands away from God's face. Do not soil the greatest of gods with your dirty hands. As if what he cared about most was being trampled upon by others, Black Goku once again let out a hysterical roar. But Trunks didn't pay him any attention. The difference in strength is too big. Trunks felt like he could eliminate the guy in front of him in an instant. God! A person like you who treats human life as trivial is worthy of being called a god. As a god, even if you don't want to benefit the common people, you shouldn't treat human beings so simply. You keep talking about being a dirty human being, and you keep talking about being a great god. Are you worthy? Trunks was also filled with anger. As he spoke, his palms suddenly increased and he directly pressed Black Goku's head into the hard stone. This kind of god who looks down on human beings is the one who should be destroyed the most. A hole, damn it! Black Goku could only roar in anger. Because he simply can't resist Trunks' power. How could he be able to compare with the power of Super Saiyan 4? After all, at this time, he cannot become the so-called Super Saiyan Pink. In my heart, you are even more hateful than the androids. For the sake of the peace and stability of the entire universe, you'd better disappear completely. Trunks' tone slowly returned to calmness. But there was a strong murderous intent in his calm tone. Although he doesn't like killing people very much. But he showed no mercy to these demons who only knew how to kill humans. After the voice fell, a terrifying energy ball condensed in the palm of his hand. Rumble. The next second, the energy ball exploded instantly. The huge pit once again expanded more than 10 times. Mushroom clouds rose into the sky again. And Black Goku's aura also disappeared without a trace at that moment. No, I cannot. Absolutely not. How could the greatest god die while being guarded by such filthy humans? Just kidding, this is something that should never exist. After feeling that Black Goku's energy had completely disappeared, Zamasu's voice trembled and his body subconsciously took a few steps back. Another Zamasu has become so powerful. Why is it not a match for this human being? He was even killed instantly by him. Shame, this is definitely a huge shame for a great god. But now he has no way to save it. In his time and space, the Super Dragon Ball has been completely destroyed by him. In the shocked eyes of Son Goku and Vegeta, Trunks and Black Goku's body appear again. Trunks jumped up and appeared directly in mid-air. At this time, Black Goku looked quite miserable. At this time, there was only one section of his body left, and his head had completely disappeared. I can't even feel the breath at all. Trunks killed Black Goku, and he did so in a split second. This is indeed a very shocking thing for Son Goku and Vegeta. But when I saw the fourth form of Trunks Super Saiyan, the shock in my heart was relieved. At the same time, they are even more yearning for Super Saiyan 4. ODT. Trunks appeared directly in front of Zamasu. At this moment, he turned into a killing god. There was killing intent in his eyes. He said in an extremely cold tone, "It's your turn next. You guys are wearing the cloak of gods, but you are doing things worse than animals. These hypocrites who talk about justice and are sanctimonious are even more hateful than those real villains." When he saw Trunks' murderous eyes, Zamasu subconsciously took a few steps back. There was even more fear in my heart. He was indeed afraid. Although he is immortal, he can't do anything without the help of another Zamasu. Don't get carried away, you dirty bug lord. Even if you kill him, do you think you can deal with me? I might as well tell you that you can never kill me, and no one can kill me. Zamasu could only show his last bit of stubbornness. Immortality is his last trump card. As long as there is immortality, no one can kill him. Yet? Trunks asked coldly. Zamasu was never given a chance to speak again. Then he charged directly at Zamasu. A heavy punch instantly pierced Zamasu's chest. Only. When Trunks retracted his fist, the guy's wound healed quickly. What's going on? 287. Impossible. I've obviously pierced his chest. How did this guy heal automatically? And his divine aura has not weakened at all. Trunks was suddenly confused. He knew that some races had the ability to heal automatically. But automatic healing also requires chi consumption. But the aura of God in front of this guy has not weakened at all. And the resilience is amazing. See? Humans. This greatness, this immortal body. How can you, filthy people like you, possibly kill the great god? After seeing Trunks' surprise, Zamasu pretended again. And others also expressed. I was shocked. This kind of healing ability is indeed too terrifying. Although the previous Piccolo could also heal wounds on its own. But healing wounds consumes a lot of energy. But the guy in front of him didn't consume anything at all. Seeing everyone's shock, Moss's face didn't look good. Immortality can only save his life. There was no way to get him out of trouble. It is even less possible to help him realize the Zero plan for mankind. After thinking for a moment, Zamasu looked at Carlo. That guy is the Gods of Destruction in this universe. He definitely doesn't have much strength, and he can't feel the powerful power of God from his body. As long as you catch him, you can let him use the power of destruction to eliminate all humans. This plan is simply perfect. After thinking about it, Zamasu dodged his body and rushed directly towards Carlo. It's just that he hasn't reached behind Carlo yet. Then Carlo pinched his neck. It's like carrying a little chicken. A huge momentum instantly burst out from Carlo's body. He looked at Zamasu with cold eyes. Zamasu's body was completely unable to move in an instant. Only fear spreads rapidly in my heart. Why does this BD have such an amazing momentum? Just one look made me unable to move at all. This guy is more terrifying than Beerus. Zamasu panicked, completely scared. It was obvious that the Gods of Destruction Beerus of this universe had disappeared, so he chose to start here. Why? This new Gods of Destruction has more power than Beerus. Chapter 77. Things like ants actually have an idea for me. Do you even think of me as a soft persimmon? It really makes people a little angry. Carlo slowly exerted force with his right hand. Zamasu had difficulty breathing, and his face turned red instantly. It seemed that at this moment, his so-called immortality had completely lost its effect. But he couldn't say anything. It's impossible. How could you be so strong? The voice popped out of his throat one word at a time. Zamasu felt that death was so close to him at this time. This guy has not yet used it to destroy the energy zone. It was as if his immortal body had been frightened, and it had no effect. You claim to be a great god, but in fact you are the most disgusting clown. Disappear. You are no longer qualified to stay in this world. After Carlo's calm voice fell, Zamasu's feet began to melt little by little. A little bit of it made purple light spots. Under the power of high-level destruction, the mere immortal body has no stopping power at all. Ah! Zamasu let out a heartbreaking scream as his throat was strangled. The cry was extremely miserable. But his body couldn't struggle at all. I can only feel my body disappearing little by little. Fear. Despair. Regret. All sorts of emotions flooded his mind. The fear and despair of death, the regret of coming to this time and space. And the regret of not completing Project Zero for humanity. If he had known that coming to this time and space would end like this, he would never have come here. Not only did he fail to realize his ideals and ambitions, but he lost his life in vain. In that shrill cry, Zamasu's body disappeared bit by bit. 10 seconds later, Zamasu had completely disappeared. Although this ending was a bit too relaxing for him. But at this time, Zamasu did not kill the humans on Earth. It's not really a big crime. It's enough to make him disappear as punishment. Sir Carlo, who is that guy just now? Looking at his clothes and his divine aura, he seems to be a Supreme Kai from a certain universe or a Supreme Kai bodyguard or something. Whis looked at Carlo and asked. The Zamasu just now must be a candidate for Supreme Kai in some universe or something. Because he knows all the Supreme Kais of the 12 universes. But when it comes to being a candidate for Supreme Kai, sometimes it's a bit hard to take care of. After hearing Whis' question, Carlo directly spread his hands. Lying quietly in his hand was a space-time ring. This is something only Supreme Kai can have. They can watch some things happening in future time and space through the time and space ring. This is Supreme Kai's space-time ring. It seems that the guy who was killed just now is not the god of this time and space. After seeing the space-time ring, Whis understood instantly. Generally, Supreme Kai will keep this kind of space-time ring. It won't be used to travel through time and space until it's needed. But the guy in front of me is obviously not Supreme Kai. He is holding the space-time ring now, which means that he stole the space-time ring. Then I traveled through time and space and came to this place. In this way, he has committed a serious crime. It was only natural for Mr. Carlo to destroy him. Well, he is indeed not the god of this time and space. So I have to go to another time and space to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Carlo smiled and said lightly. For Zamasu, even after the merger, he has no interest at all. Because it's too weak. One of his hands shook enough to make him regret it completely. He is very interested in guys like Beerus, Son Goku and Vegeta from another time and space. Well. You are now the god of time and space. That's really your job, too. Whis nodded, and instantly felt that in addition to training, Master Carlo was also very attentive to his responsibilities and obligations. But he didn't know that Carlo simply wanted to go to another time and space. He has no interest in the so-called responsibilities of the god of time and space. However, there is no need to go there so early. Carlo, Whis, and the others took Son Goku and the others directly to the Gods of Destruction world. Because Son Goku and the others are a bit too weak at this time. If they could become Super Saiyan 4, then they would never be in such a miserable state today. And he also made a promise when he competed with 6th Universe before. As long as they win the game, they will be guided to train well. Now is the time to turn them into Super Saiyan 4. Nanny. Mr. Carlo, do you really want to teach us to become Super Saiyan 4? Gods of Destruction, Vegeta asked excitedly. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Every time he sees that his son can become Super Saiyan 4, but he himself cannot, he feels very uncomfortable. This feeling of being surpassed by his son may only be experienced by him. I do have such plans. Your current strength is too weak, and you simply cannot deal with slightly stronger opponents. And in the next period of time, there will be a power conference among all universes. When the time comes, with your power, you will be eliminated in minutes. So now I want you to become stronger so that you won't embarrass me in the conference. Carlo replied calmly. This is indeed his idea. Hit from the 6th universe is also quite strong, and every player in the 11th universe is very strong. If Son Goku and the others cannot become Super Saiyan 4, they will probably be eliminated in minutes. So it is imperative that they become Super Saiyan 4. One so awesome. I can finally become Super Saiyan 4. It's so exciting, isn't it? Vegeta. Son Goku almost jumped up with jealousy. Especially after seeing Trunks take out Black Goku in one go. He longs for the Super Saiyan 4 form even more. That kind of power really made him salivate. Ah! That's right, Carlo. Vegeta also rarely agrees with Son Goku. Then Trunks, you go to Namek now and make a wish to make all 3 of them have tails. If you still have any extra wishes, make a wish so that they can maintain their sanity after becoming giant apes. By the way, if your wish is not enough, you can mention my name to Shenron of Namek, it might help. Carlo said to Trunks. Because Trunks is already familiar with Namek. So it was enough for him to make a wish alone. Yes, Lord Carlo. Trunks nodded quickly. From the fear Shenron showed after seeing Master Carlo last time, we know that Shenron is also afraid of Gods of Destruction. Afterwards, Trunks left the God realm directly, zhao. After instant transmission, he arrived at Namek in a matter of seconds. And right after Trunks left, a brilliant light descended directly on the world of Gods of Destruction. Everyone looked over quickly. After the light disappeared, the face of the person who came was clearly seen. None other than Gods of Destruction Kampa of the 6th universe and Angel Vados of the 6th universe. Gods of Destruction Kampa quickly ran to Carlo in small steps. Then he saluted very respectfully and said, I've met Mr. Carlo. You know, Carlo is now his immediate boss. I've met Master Carlo. Vados also greeted politely. After all, Carlo is now the god of time and space. The status is much higher than Gods of Destruction. Okay, no need to be so polite. Kampa, what are you doing in the 7th universe? Carlo asked straight to the point. Although I no longer hold this guy responsible. But I don't have much affection for him after all. Sir Carlo, as soon as we arrived at the 6th universe, we immediately brought all the super wishes here. Kampa replied respectfully. Chapter 78. After finishing speaking, Kampa looked at Vados again. Vados also understood it immediately, and then waved the staff gently in his hand, and 6 super wishing beads appeared in the sky above the world of Gods of Destruction. Each super wishing bead is as big as a planet. It looks like a decorative planet embedded around the world of Gods of Destruction. Well, you did a good job on this matter. Although it is beyond the time I booked before, I can see that you are already looking hard. And you did very well in the last match between Gods of Destruction. After taking a look at the 6 Super Dragon Balls in the sky above the Gods of Destruction world, Carlo said calmly. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. It seems that Kampa has finally come to his senses. Fortunately it's not too late. Thank you, Lord Time and Space God, for your compliment. Kampa immediately said respectfully. It can be seen that he is still very happy at this time. Because he saw that Carlo's face was not angry. That means Carlo is not planning to kill himself. For him, there is actually no big ideal. Being a salty fish in the 6th universe is already pretty good. Well, if you have nothing else to do, go back first. I still have some important things to discuss here. I think in your 6th universe, the contestants for the Wanchang conference haven't been selected yet. I'm watching you do something by the way. I'll let you know if it's good. Choose the contestants who participate in the Tournament of Power carefully, because this Tournament of Power may be related to the life and death of every universe. Carlo said in a calm tone. Because next he wants Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan to all become Super Saiyan 4. Naturally, this method cannot be told to Kampa. Maybe the 6th universe can also create some Super Saiyan 4 strong men in this way. After all, according to the Dragon Ball Super manga, there was also Tails 930 in Saiyan, the 6th universe a long time ago. Through Dragon Ball, maybe they can grow their tails again. A matter of life and death for the universe. After hearing this, Kampa's face suddenly showed a look of fear. Since these words came from Carlo's mouth. With his identity as the god of time and space, he shouldn't lie to himself. Maybe he got some precise information from Lord Zeno or Lord Grand Priest. Lord God of Time and Space, can you help us in the 6th universe when the time comes? You also know that the overall strength of our 6th universe is very low. Kampa asked anxiously. Because if only one universe remains in the end, then it's definitely not their 6th universe. Because the overall strength of the 7th universe is much stronger than their 6th universe. There are even more powerful universes participating in the competition. The 6th universe will definitely be eliminated by then. Let's see then. Go back first. Carlo continued speaking calmly. Do you know that there are strong people in other universes? Their 7th universe may not be able to achieve the final victory. Even if he wants to help some universes, the first thing he has to do is to survive in the 7th universe. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. Kampa was afraid that Carlo would be angry, so he nodded quickly and said. If you make the god of time and space angry, then everything you have done before will be in vain. But at this time, Vados suddenly said, Lord God of time and space, do you still remember the last time you said you would take me to eat some delicacies from your 7th universe? When will this promise be fulfilled? Vados had a smile on his face. That kind of look is a bit charming. Carlo even felt that Vados was simply seducing him. For him, Vados is indeed very tempting. It's just that he is Grand Priest's child. Serious angel. With his current identity and strength, he probably won't be able to get his hands on them. If you want to defeat them, you must have strength stronger than them, even comparable to the Grand Priest. Certainly. It's just that I'm still a little busy right now. When this period of time is over, I will naturally fulfill my promise. Now he does have a lot of things to solve, but he doesn't have time to accompany Vados to eat delicious food. After the tournament of power, maybe they can get together for a little while. Okay. Lord God of time and space, you must remember this. Vados said again in a very charming voice, and then left the seventh universe with Vados. 3 days flew by. Trunks made a wish to make Son Goku and Vegeta's tails grow back. Then he used the artificial moon to turn all 3 of them into Super Saiyan 4. This time, the entire 7th universe has 4 strong Super Saiyan 4. Plus a word from the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Even the 11th universe probably cannot be their opponent. As long as Broly is properly trained, he will be as strong as Jiren. In addition to Jiren, some of the other players in Universe 11 are also considered experts. But it is definitely no match for Super Saiyan 4. The next few players can be selected from other universes at will. Anyway, they are just going to fight for their heads, and there is no expectation that they can persist until the end. Let Son Goku and Vegeta all turn into Super Saiyan after 4. Carlo let them continue to practice in the world of Gods of Destruction. If the 4 of them train with each other, their strength will improve very quickly. In particular, Broly's powerful power can inspire Son Goku and Vegeta's desire to become stronger. After settling them down, Carlo felt that he could travel to the past time and space. That is the main time and space of Dragon Ball Super. Sir Carlo, do we really want to go to another time and space? Whis asked with some uncertainty. Because if you go to other time and space, it is very likely that more future time and space will be created. Because after they pass, it is impossible to do nothing. Just do something that changes history. Then parallel time and space will be born. Obviously, this is not a good thing. Certainly. Supreme Kai candidates from other time and space have come to our time and space to cause trouble. If we don't educate them properly, such things may happen again in the future. Carlo was serious and nodded. After this time passes, Zamasu must have no such desire at all. At the same time, his main purpose was to see Beerus and the others. I wonder what the scene would be like when 2 gods of destruction from the 7th universe of time and space meet? Then, Carlo continued, I know you are worried about the possibility of future time and space. But don't worry, I have become the god of time and space now. So no matter what happens in the time and space we go to, no matter what happens to us because of us, I will not let it create unnecessary parallel time and space. Carlo's voice is very confident. Because as the god of time and space, he does have the ability to prevent these things from happening. Otherwise, if he travels through time and space at will, he will definitely create more parallel time and space. Fine. Whis nodded. Maybe the god of time and space does have such an ability. But he didn't know. Because the position of the god of time and space has been vacant in the past, he is not very clear about the abilities possessed by the god of time and space. Sir Carlo, do you want me to go with you? Trunks asked. Certainly. You have to go too. I am still the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, and the bond between the 2 of us has not been broken. So for safety's sake, you have to stay with me at all times. Carlo nodded without hesitation and said. As his strength grows stronger and his status rises, he becomes more and more afraid of death. Maybe this is a common problem for everyone. Because she gained such strength, she knew how hard she had trained. Therefore, such hard training must not lead to complete destruction due to some external factors. Okay, Master Carlo. Trunks nodded immediately. Maybe he has been with Carlo for a long time. So he has already adapted to this kind of life. Anyway, Dad and Uncle Goku have already transformed into their Super Saiyan 4 forms. The Earth no longer needs its own protection. They can definitely protect the Earth. Let's go. After Carlo said this, he directly used his ability to travel through time and space. It didn't take long to go through the time tunnel. Just a few minutes later, the three people had already appeared in the past Dragon Ball hyperspace. Is this Earth? After the three bodies appeared, Whis and Trunks asked in surprise. Because the buildings in front of us are much more advanced than those in the future time and space. After all, the future time and space has encountered so many disasters. After reconstruction, it will naturally be inferior to the Dragon Ball Super Earth that has been developing. That's right, it's the Earth. Carlo nodded and said. I felt something familiar. It seems to belong to Dad and Uncle Goku. But in the breath of these fathers and Uncle Goku, I actually feel the breath of God. How is this going? Trunks asked in great surprise. Isn't this too strange? Dad and Uncle Goku are obviously only mortals. How is it possible to have the breath of God? But his perception shouldn't be wrong. Because this scent is so familiar, it's hard to feel wrong. I feel it too. I don't know what happened in this time and space. Whis also said with some confusion. Mr. Goku and Vegeta can release the breath of God. This really surprised him. Don't be so surprised. Wait a while, they will definitely find us. Because they must be able to feel our breath too. What we have to do now is to go to the earth and have a good meal. It's been a long time since I've eaten fresh food from the earth, right, Whis? Carlo looked unconcerned and said calmly. Son Goku and Vegeta in this time and space are obviously able to turn into super demi-human blue. So it is not surprising at all that there is the breath of God in the body. And Son Goku and Vegeta, who have the breath of God, will probably feel their presence soon. Yes, Master Carlo. It's been a long time since I've tasted Earth's delicacies. Carlo's eyes started to light up when he heard about the delicacies of the Earth. Then he immediately put everything behind him and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 79. In the end, the three of them calmly arrived at a restaurant and ordered a large table of dishes. For Trunks, a second-generation rich man, these dishes are nothing. Although the Earth has encountered many disasters in future time and space, Bulma's mechanical genius craftsmanship has made it possible for the Earth to survive. It is still possible to reorganize the capsule company in minutes. So as long as the Earth will not be destroyed, then the richest man in the Western capital must belong to their family. At this time, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, suddenly felt a very powerful aura of God. Beside him, there was another relatively strong aura of God. Even the aura that wasn't too strong seemed to be stronger than him and Carlotta. What's going on? The breath just now seemed to be from Gods of Destruction. It's Lord Beerus, are they here? Vegeta immediately stopped practicing, and then said to himself. But didn't Beerus and the others just leave 2 days ago? And I have to go to the God realm to do some things. It's time for Wuxia to clone himself and come to Earth. And the breath of God just now is very similar to Gods of Destruction. But there seems to be some difference from Lord Beerus. What is going on? Vegeta was puzzled. Then he quickly changed into his battle uniform. He had to go see it, if not the Gods of Destruction Beerus. Then he is definitely not a good person. And he has always felt that Gods of Destruction are not good people to begin with. Especially Gods of Destruction from other universes. He had just put on his combat uniform and walked out of the gravity room. Son Goku suddenly appeared. Hey Carlo, what are you doing here at my house? Vegeta's tone was as cold as ever and he looked at Son Goku and asked. Even if he has no hatred towards Son Goku now. But this indifferent tone has been deeply ingrained, and it is definitely not a good tone for Carlo. Especially this guy, who suddenly ran into their house. This made him even more annoyed. I always feel like Carlo is plotting against his wife. Vegeta, did you feel a very powerful aura of God just now? And the aura is very similar to Gods of Destruction Beerus-sama. Son Goku also didn't talk to Vegeta and spoke straight to the point. He was training with Piccolo in Bayazai Mountain just now, but suddenly he felt a very powerful aura of God. And it's very similar to Gods of Destruction. He didn't act rashly, but came directly to Vegeta. Because he felt that this aura of God was ridiculously strong, if not Lord Beerus, then it was definitely not weaker than Lord Beerus. With his own strength, there is no way he can win. So I came to Vegeta to discuss countermeasures. Well, I do feel the breath of God. Maybe Lord Beerus. This matter is quite serious, Vegeta nodded and replied. This is just his guess. After all, this aura is only suitable for the likeness of Gods of Destruction. But it's a little different from Beerus's. But considering this is the 7th universe, there should be no Gods of Destruction coming from other universes. Even if it comes, Lord Beerus should be able to feel it. No, although it feels somewhat similar. But there is absolutely no way it's Lord Beerus's anger. It seems that this time, the Earth has another incredible opponent. I don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend. Son Goku immediately denied Vegeta's statement. Although it feels similar, he is definitely not Beerus-sama. And if Lord Beerus comes to Earth, then he has only one purpose. Just enjoy the food of the Earth. Definitely find Bulma the first time. So this is why he ran over quickly. Now that Lord Beerus and the others are not here, it means that the aura just now was not theirs. Vegeta also understood what Son Goku meant. Then, looking at Son Goku, he mocked, Carlo, are you scared? I didn't expect that besides Lord Beerus, there are other beings in this world that make you feel scared. It's really a curious thing. Can Carlo take the initiative to discuss this matter with him? This shows that the opponent this time is definitely very powerful. That's fine, except for Beerus. Even if it is any powerful opponent, I will definitely have a chance to fight him. You must know that his current strength has reached Super Saiyan Blue full power. In the entire 7th universe except for Beerus, Whis, and the annoying card Carlotta. Absolutely no one can be your opponent. It's not that I'm afraid. This smell is so similar to Gods of Destruction, so I was a little surprised. Come and see if Lord Beerus is here, or if you know something about this aura. Son Goku smiled and said. For the strong, he is only excited and not afraid. He has always wanted to challenge stronger opponents. The opponent in front of me seems to be very suitable. Snort. Carlo, no matter who the opponent is this time, I must be the first to play. I will prove to everyone that I am stronger than you. I am the most powerful Saiyan. Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth, pointed his thumb at the tip of his nose, and then said with great confidence. Although in his heart, he has admitted that Son Goku is stronger than him. After all, that guy can add 10 times the Kaioken to the Super Saiyan blue color. But it is absolutely impossible to admit such a ridiculous thing. Ah! You are indeed strong now, Vegeta. So, when you see your opponent this time, go ahead. Son Goku didn't reject Vegeta's planet either. After all, if he had to go first every time, Vegeta would definitely feel very uncomfortable. And this time the opponent seems to be extremely powerful. Maybe it's really difficult to win with the strength of myself and Vegeta. If Vegeta is the first to play, can you observe the strength of your opponent? At that time, we can also make some targeted responses. Oh? It's really surprising, Carlo. This time, you actually gave me your first chance to play. Vegeta also looked at Carlo with surprise. You know, no matter what kind of things he did in the past, Carlo was the first to do it. He simply didn't give himself a chance to make the first move. But this time, he actually agreed so easily. It's really weird. However, it doesn't matter what Carlo thinks. Then, Vegeta said very confidently, Carlot, then I'll be the first to play and you won't even have a chance to take action. Zero, please give me flowers. After all, his current strength is indeed ridiculously strong. Ma. It doesn't matter, Vegeta. If you can deal with this opponent with your own strength, that would be the best thing. Son Goku said disapprovingly. He actually hoped that Vegeta could win for once. After all, every enemy is dealt with by oneself. And Vegeta ended up in embarrassment every time, which made him feel embarrassed. If Vegeta wins once, it might be an incentive for him. Let's go. After Son Goku said something, his body flashed and disappeared. Vegeta followed closely behind. Soon, the two came to the bustling Satan city. Because the two powerful breaths of God just came from here. The sultry final step stopped at the door of a sushi restaurant. Vegeta, the breath of God just came from here. Son Goku said to Vegeta in a cautious tone. Because he subconsciously felt that this time his opponent might be very different. Definitely not that easy to deal with. So be sure to proceed with caution. No need for your reminder card, Carlo. I have already felt it. After Vegeta said something, he strode into the sushi restaurant. Son Goku and Vegeta can feel Carlo's aura. Then Carlo can naturally feel their chi easily. Just when the two of them came together, Yuluo had already felt it. Trunks naturally felt it too. Trunks looked very unnatural while eating. He really doesn't want Uncle Goku and his father from this time and space to come here and cause trouble. Because if you make Master Carlo angry, the consequences will be disastrous. But his prayers didn't seem to have an effect. Just now he felt the breath of his father and Uncle Goku coming. And Dad has already walked into the sushi restaurant. Oops. I hope Dad and Uncle Goku in this time and space aren't so stupid. Trunks could only pray in his mind. I pray that the two of them are not troublemakers and fighting madmen. Otherwise, today's affairs may be a bit troublesome. Trunks quickly looked to the door. Vegeta strode over. I immediately locked onto Carlo and Trunks. The moment he saw Trunks, a look of surprise appeared on Vegeta's face. Trunks? How could it be you? Vegeta's face suddenly showed an extremely surprised look. Why did that divine aura just now come from Trunks' body? How come Trunks from the future time and space suddenly appears here? And he has become so powerful that his body contains the breath of God. And Whis. When looking at Whis, Vegeta became even more surprised. Why is Mr. Whis on Earth? But what about Lord Beerus? Vegeta was completely confused. Why are Trunks and Mr. Whis together in the future? And it looks pretty good. But as angels, should they always be by Gods of Destruction's side? Lord Beerus is not here, and he came to Earth 6 alone. Chapter 80. At this time, Son Goku also followed closely behind. After seeing Trunks and Whis, he had the same surprised and confused look on his face as Vegeta. What's going on? Vegeta. Why is Whis here, and with Trunks? Son Goku also looked at Vegeta with confusion and asked. How do I know, Carlo? Vegeta replied coldly. Because he was more surprised than Carlotta. Logically speaking, there should be no intersection between Trunks and Whis in future time and space. But now they are having dinner together, and they seem to have a pretty good relationship. This really made him puzzled. Vegeta, look, the guy with Whis and Trunks, the clothes he's wearing seem to be very similar to Lord Beerus. Is he also a Gods of Destruction? Finally, Son Goku set his sights on Carlo. Then, he said to Vegeta even more surprised. Because Carlo is wearing an exclusive suit from Gods of Destruction, the good intentions are all Gods of Destruction from the 7th universe. So Carlo's suit is more or less similar to Beerus's. Don't tell me that I haven't noticed yet, but that guy is indeed wearing the same clothes as Lord Beerus. But look at Carlo. The tail behind him is exactly the same as our 350 Saiyan. No matter his hairstyle or facial features, he looks no different from our Saiyan. Vegeta was also shocked to find that the person in front of him was wearing the same clothes as Gods of Destruction. And he looks exactly like Saiyan. He also has the iconic tail and that iconic hair. It is almost 90% certain that the guy in front of me is Saiyan. It seems to be true. He is really a Saiyan, but the big divine aura just now also came from his body. Son Goku pondered for a while, and then immediately said loudly, I know, the breath of God just now belongs to him. He is also the gods of destruction, but he is the gods of destruction from other universes. This is Son Goku's guess, he is even sure. The Saiyan in front of him is wearing a Gods of Destruction suit, and his body exudes the aura of God that is very similar to Gods of Destruction. He is the Gods of Destruction from other universes. Vegeta also agreed with Son Goku's speculation. Other than that, there is no other explanation. A body that can release the breath of God similar to Gods of Destruction. And the guy wearing the Gods of Destruction exclusive suit is obviously the Gods of Destruction from other universes. Can we Saiyan also become the Gods of Destruction? Never heard Lord Beerus say that before. And he has been looking for the Super Saiyan God. Doesn't he know that there are demi-humans in other universes who are Gods of Destruction? Son Goku was confused again. Because when Lord Beerus first came out, he was searching for the Super Saiyan God all over the world. Even later, they used Shenron's power to learn how to become Super Saiyan God. Isn't the Gods of Destruction from other universes in front of us the ready-made Super Saiyan God? No one knows what's going on. And haven't you noticed? That Whis doesn't seem to recognize us. He is following the Gods of Destruction in front of him. Could it be that Whis is not the Whis we know? Vegeta said while staring at Whis. If it was Whis they knew, they would definitely say hello. But the Whis in front of him actually remained indifferent after seeing them. It was obvious that he didn't recognize them. Yes. It's really strange. Son Goku touched the back of his head, also puzzled. At this time, Trunks stood up from the table. Then, with a warm smile on his face, he greeted, Dad, Uncle Goku, I'm so happy to see you again. Indeed, they have not seen each other for a long time. When I first came to this time and space, artificial humans were wreaking havoc in the future time and space. He had no choice but to travel through time and space on the time machine made by his mother. Came to this time and space to ask for help. With the help and training of his father and Uncle Goku, he also successfully reached the second stage of Super Saiyan. And easily defeated the artificial man, and also killed Cell. Solved the crisis of future time and space. So when I saw them this time, I was naturally very excited. Without their help at that time, the Earth in future time and space might have been destroyed by artificial man. So for them, Trunks is grateful. Yo! It's really you, Trunks. Son Goku also spoke immediately. It looks like the Trunks in front of me are real Trunks. Looks can't deceive. But why is Trunks with Gods of Destruction and Angel Whis from other universes? Let them fall into doubt again. Hey Trunks, what the hell is going on? Who is that guy next to you, and why are you with Whis? Vegeta's straightforward character meant he asked questions directly. Although Trunks is quite strong, he can actually hang out with gods. It shows that this guy is pretty good at it. Dad, this. Trunks hesitated. I glanced at Carlo, because if I didn't, I got Carlo's approval. He would definitely not dare to tell his father Carlo's true identity. Hey? They are the Son Goku and Vegetas of this universe. It seems that their cultivation speed is amazing. Both of them have the aura of God in their bodies. Why? And both of them are very powerful. Whis was also a little surprised, looking at Vegeta and Son Goku and said. They are just humans from the 7th universe. You can actually have the power of God in your body. This shows that I must have received guidance from God. This is indeed very good. And the way they looked at themselves just now, it was obvious that they had been in contact with the Whis of this time and space. Trunks, what the hell is wrong with you? Why don't you tell us who these guys are? And that guy, he must be pretending to be Whis. Vegeta pointed at Whis and said very firmly. Because they have a very good relationship with Whis. This guy actually doesn't seem to know them very well. It looks like a fake at first glance. No, Dad, how could Mr. Whis be an imposter? He's a real angel. Trunks immediately explained. Obviously, Dad regarded the previous Whis as the Whis of this time and space. However, from this information, we can also know that the father and Uncle Goku of this time and space have already dealt with Whis and the others. Trunks could only look at Carlo again. He hoped to gain Master Carlo's recognition and allow him to introduce their identities. Carlo nodded. There is actually nothing that cannot be said about his identity. Besides, he is not a smuggler here now. He is now a serious god of time and space, possessing the right and ability to travel through time and space. Stop being so pretentious, Trunks, tell us what's going on. Son Goku also asked anxiously. He was indeed very interested in the Saiyan in Gods of Destruction costume in front of him. Dad, Uncle Goku. Then let me introduce it to you. The Lord Carlo in front of me is the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe of our future time and space. Of course, just some time ago, Lord Carlo was successfully promoted to become the God of Time and Space. After getting Carlo's approval, Trunks introduced it with a proud look on his face. To know the position of the God of Time and Space, it is not comparable to Gods of Destruction. That is the direct superior of Gods of Destruction. What? You said he is the Gods of Destruction in your future time and space. Isn't the Gods of Destruction in your future time and space Lord Beerus? How is this possible? Vegeta and Son Goku were immediately shocked. Unexpectedly, in the future time and space, not only the Earth will undergo changes, but also the candidates for Gods of Destruction will also change. This is indeed something they did not expect. And from the look of Trunks, it definitely didn't look like he was lying. No. In our future time and space, Beerus has disappeared with the disappearance of Supreme Kai. Master Carlo in front of us is the Gods of Destruction of our 7th universe. Trunks replied seriously. The Gods of Destruction in their time and space, he only recognizes Lord Carlo. As for Gods of Destruction Beerus, although he has heard of it, he will never admit it. Master Carlo is the only Gods of Destruction in his mind, and he is also the most benevolent Gods of Destruction. Although I don't know what happened, it's really surprising news. I wonder what Lord Beerus will look like when he finds out that the Gods of Destruction in the future time and space is not him. Vegeta said with a surprised look on his face. But Son Goku on the side knew that Trunks was telling the truth. Because Gods of Destruction has a fatal weakness. In fact, it is very simple to kill them. As long as a Supreme Kai of the universe is killed, the Gods of Destruction will also disappear. It's something Whis said before. It seems like what Trunks 2.0 said, the Supreme Kai adults in the future time and space have been killed. That's why the selection of Gods of Destruction will be changed. That's right, Trunks. We know about the Gods of Destruction, but this is the first time we have heard of the God of Time and Space. What exactly is that position? Son Goku asked curiously. Know that he now knows more than just Gods of Destruction, Angel. At the same time, I also got to know Lord Zeno, the god who stands at the forefront of the universe. But I have never heard of such a title as the God of Time and Space from their mouths. Simply put, the God of Time and Space is the supreme God who controls the normal operation of all time and space. Also the direct superior of all Gods of Destruction. And the main purpose of our coming to this time and space this time is that the future time and space has been affected by this time and space, so we want to trace some of the reasons. Trunks also explained very seriously. Such an explanation is enough for both Son Goku and Vegeta to understand. I see. The two nodded. I wonder what kind of reaction Master Beerus will have when he sees the Master of Time and Space in front of him? And they were even more surprised. As a Saiyan, Lord Carlo, How strong is he? Only then can he serve as the gods of destruction and at the same time be the so-called god of time and space. It really makes people want to move. Chapter 81. Trunks, I feel like the power in your body has become much stronger than it was 10 years ago. And you actually contain the power of God in your body, which really surprises me. I didn't expect that in just 10 years, your strength would improve so much. A smile suddenly appeared on Vegeta's lips. He looked at Trunks and said. That smile clearly revealed the desire to fight. Although Trunks on the opposite side is a good son, after feeling the powerful power in her body, the fighting factor in Vegeta's body also began to rise rapidly. You must know that when I separated from Trunks 10 years ago, his strength was on par with mine. Even if he is weaker than himself, he is not much weaker. 10 years later, Trunks' improvement surprised him. So he couldn't help but want to see how far Trunks has grown now. Is it possible to become a Super Saiyan god like them? Yes, Dad. My strength has indeed improved a lot, and this is all the result of the help of Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis. Without the help of Mr. Carlo and Mr. Whis, my strength would never have reached this level. Trunks said very modestly. Of course, he was telling the truth. Without the guidance of Carlo and Whis, Trunks would never have been able to reach Super Saiyan 4. It is also impossible to have the power of God. At best, he is just the second Super Saiyan in the early stage. But all of this is his opportunity. Since he can be promoted to the current state, it can be regarded as his strength. It seems that the Lord Carlo you are talking about is also very powerful. I just don't know how it will compare with Super Saiyan God. A smug smile appeared on Vegeta's lips. Although their strength is not as powerful as Gods of Destruction Beerus. But the guy in front of me has obviously not been a Gods of Destruction for a long time. With the strength of Super Saiyan Blue, it should be more than enough to deal with him. Dad, I advise you not to have such dangerous thoughts. Uncle Goku too. Because Master Carlo's strength is definitely beyond your imagination. Even the Gods of Destruction Beerus of your universe can never be a match for Lord Carlo. Seeing the excited Vegeta and the eager son Goku, Trunks said directly. He knew that as Saiyan's father and Uncle Goku, he would be extremely excited after seeing Lord Carlo. But this excitement can harm them. Because Lord Carlo's power is definitely beyond their imagination. Although he doesn't know what form Super Saiyan God is. I don't know what this transformation means. But any transformation of Li Hu Shao is completely vulnerable to Super Saiyan Wu. Even if you have the power of God in your body, the same is true. You brat, what are you talking about? You have no idea what Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue colors mean. This is Saiyan's ultimate power. It is definitely not comparable to any Saiyan. How dare you look down on us? You must have a good understanding of the power of Super Saiyan God. After hearing Trunks' firm tone, Vegeta immediately became angry. Trunks is his son. Now he actually talks to himself in such a tone. And he was also sure that he was not the so-called Carlo's opponent. This kind of thing really made him feel angry. Don't be impulsive, Vegeta. We did feel that this breath of God was very powerful before, even stronger than us. Maybe Trunks is telling the truth. As the gods of destruction, he should have a stronger calendar than us. Although Son Goku was also very excited, he still maintained his rationality at this time. Being able to become gods of destruction means that he has the strength and qualifications to become gods of destruction. But at the same time, he felt that Trunks' statement was indeed a bit exaggerated. Lord Beerus is so powerful, although the other gods of destruction in front of him may be very strong. But he is definitely no match for Gods of Destruction Beerus. You must know that when he was training in the God realm, Lord Beerus got angry, but killed the Super Saiyan Blue full power Vegeta in an instant. That kind of strength is simply unfathomable. Stop joking around here, Carlo. Do you think among all Saiyans, there is anyone who can surpass the strength of the two of us? Vegeta said dismissively. Perhaps a year ago, he was not qualified to say such a thing. Because at that time he could only become Super Saiyan 2. But after Lord Beerus appeared, they opened the door to a new world. Knowing that Super Saiyan 3 is far from the limit of Super Saiyan. After they become Super Saiyan God. Only then did I realize how powerful Super Saiyan God is. The Super Saiyan blue color is the strongest form of Saiyan that they know. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to be more powerful than this form. The Gods of Destruction Carlo in front of me is why I feel so powerful. It is simply because his body contains the aura of Gods of Destruction. Perhaps out of anticipation for Gods of Destruction, they felt that the guy was unstoppable. But if there is a real fight, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. Trunks, I would like to ask, how long has Lord Carlo been the Gods of Destruction? Can he transform into the form of Super Saiyan God? Son Goku asked, looking at Trunks. Now that he can become the Gods of Destruction. That means you can definitely become a Super Saiyan God. Maybe like them, he can also transform into a Super Saiyan blue form. Uncle Goku, Master Carlo will become the Gods of Destruction probably only in the year of the Lord. As for the Super Saiyan God's form that you have been mentioning, I have never heard of it. I don't know if Lord Carlo will change. Trunks shook his head and said. Because he has never seen Master Carlo transform into the so-called Super Saiyan God. Carlo-sama's most powerful transformations are Super Saiyan 4, and Super Saiyan 5, which surpasses Super Saiyan 4. But he is very convinced of the so-called Super Saiyan God. There is absolutely no way to surpass Super Saiyan 5. Maybe not even to the level of Super Saiyan 4. This is weird. As Gods of Destruction, you can't become Super Saiyan God. Trunks was stunned for a moment, a little confused. But I clearly felt the powerful breath of God from his body. Could it be that as Vegeta said, it's just the expectation of Gods of Destruction? Is that why he feels strong? TCH. It turns out that other Super Saiyan forms can't be changed. The level of Gods of Destruction in your future time and space is really ridiculously low. Looking at it this way, if I go to the future time and space, I might be able to become the Gods of Destruction. Vegeta's mouth raised a hint of arrogance and he said sarcastically. You must know that he can now reach the full power form of Super Saiyan Blue. The so-called Gods of Destruction in front of me can't even beat the Super Saiyan God. There is no way he can be his opponent. Number 4. The level of Gods of Destruction in the future space and time is really ridiculously low. Dad, please be a little more polite when you speak. As I said just now, Master Carlo is at a height you can never imagine. You, the Gods of Destruction Beerus of the universe, don't even have a chance of winning in front of Master Carlo. If you continue to talk nonsense like this, something unexpected may happen that even I can't stop. Trunks frowned tightly and said to Vegeta. Why are fathers in every time and space so self-righteous? He obviously doesn't have much strength, but he is extremely arrogant. Doesn't he have any ability to judge strength, weakness, and danger? Since he can feel the breath of God. Then there is no reason why he can't feel Lord Carlo's power. In this case, since you still dare to speak nonsense. This is no longer a character that can be described as arrogant, it has even completely turned into stupidity. Who? Vegeta looked at Trunks teasingly and smiled. Then he continued, then I really want to see what the unexpected thing you mentioned is. Lord Gods of Destruction, please show me what kind of strength you have. See if you are worthy of the title Gods of Destruction. Vegeta glanced directly past Trunks, and then said to Carlo. A provocative look on his face. It's been a long time since he's faced an evenly matched opponent. Whether it's Beerus, Whis, or Carlotta, they are not something he can deal with. So when fighting the three of them, she felt very aggrieved. But ordinary people cannot be the opponent of Super Saiyan Blue. It's not easy to meet someone who can see through it, and it's Gods of Destruction. You must find a sense of presence from him. Looking at Vegeta, who was a little carried away in front of him, Carlo's expression changed slightly. It's just Vegeta who can turn into Super Saiyan Blue. He didn't take it seriously at all. It is no exaggeration to say that he can kill Vegeta with one finger. But there is no need for him to deal with such a group of 273 people. Because he is too weak. Carlo couldn't get the slightest bit of interest. But this guy's mouth really stinks. It's completely different from the Vegeta I saw in the Dragon Ball Super anime. He's a really unpleasant guy. Carlo glanced at Vegeta coldly. Then, he said to Trunks calmly, "Trunks, now I order you to take care of Vegeta immediately. If I don't tell you to stop, you will keep beating me. Of course, you can also let me go out. But by then, Vegeta's life may not be safe. This guy really has a bad mouth. If you don't teach him a lesson, he won't remember it long." "Yes, Mr. Carlo." Trunks hesitated for a moment, then immediately agreed firmly. Dad was just a little too stupid and ignorant. He knew that Master Carlo must be doing this for his own sake. No one took action. Otherwise, Dad would probably be lying here. Now asking him to teach his father a lesson would give him enough face. "Dad, you are so stupid." Trunks glanced at Vegeta with a serious expression. Although he didn't want to take action against his father. But he knew that once Master Carlo took action, his father would probably have no chance of survival. Aha! Vegeta and Son Goku were not given a chance to react at all. Trunks clenched his fists, and terrifying power instantly erupted from his body. Just skip all the previous transformations. Immediately transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Golden aura swirled crazily around his body. A layer of red energy also appeared on the black hair tips. At this time, Trunks' Super Saiyan 4th form has reached its peak. Nanny! What's going on? What kind of transformation is that? Watch as Trunks instantly transforms into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku and Vegeta were completely dumbfounded, their eyes as wide as bells. Looking at Trunks in disbelief. They have never seen this kind of transformation. But the aura that burst out filled the entire northern galaxy in an instant. Too strong. Chapter 82. Ha! Trunks once again improved his aura. In fact, he didn't want to fight his father, but in this situation, he had no choice. If Lord Carlo takes action, the situation will be very bad. Maybe both Dad and Uncle Goku will be killed. Because Dad was too arrogant just now. He didn't even take Master Carlo seriously at all. And Master Carlo has always been someone he respects very much. So even if he didn't want to at this moment, he still had to fight his father and defeat him head-on. Then don't let Master Carlo take action. Rumble. As Trunks raised his aura, the entire West began to shake. Inside the restaurant, the shaking became even more severe. Other customers began to flee in panic. I want to leave this place of right and wrong quickly. What a strong aura! What kind of transformation is this? Why have we never met? But at this moment, Trunks' aura is obviously not weaker than ours at all. Do you know what's going on? Vegeta. After feeling Trunks' overwhelming aura, Son Goku ran away and asked in surprise. Vegeta is Saiyan's prince. Maybe he knows a lot of things that he doesn't know. Maybe Vegeta will know about Trunks' current transformation. Faced with Son Goku's doubts, Vegeta ignored him. Because he has never seen this kind of transformation, let alone heard of it. He always thought that the Super Saiyan blue color was Saiyan's peak form. But the power that Trunks is erupting now is obviously not weaker than Super Saiyan blue at all. You brat, what the hell is going on? Is this considered Saiyan's transformation? While Vegeta was surprised, he couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, as Prince Saiyan, he didn't know that Saiyan had such a transformation. This kind of power is simply ridiculously strong. Yes. This is also the incarnation of Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 4. Trunks nodded and replied. After finishing speaking, he said to Vegeta, Dad, this is Western City. If we fight here, many buildings will be destroyed, and some innocent people will die. Come with me. After Trunks' voice fell, he walked out of the sushi restaurant directly. The body flashed and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Fighting in a busy city will definitely cause innocent casualties. This is something he doesn't want to see. What Super Saiyan 4, didn't you say that at all? But the fact that this brat's strength can actually be improved to this level already makes my blood boil. Vegeta pursed his lips, then followed suit in a flash. Son Goku follows closely behind. Carlo and Whis naturally wanted to go see the excitement. The duel between father and son, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue. This should also be a pretty exciting battle. Call out. After flying to the northernmost glacier world on Earth, Trunks stopped. Because he could feel that Vegeta's body contained very powerful power. It is not that simple to defeat him. The battle will definitely be very fierce by then. If we don't stay away from the city, it will definitely cause a devastating blow to the city. Soon, Vegeta and Son Goku could catch up. Carlo had already left in front of them. After all, Whis has the fastest speed in the universe. There is absolutely no way that Son Goku and Vegeta can be compared. You brat, are you finally not going to run away? Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth and said with a sneer. I thought Trunks didn't dare to fight him head-on. Vegeta, Trunks is also incredibly powerful. Even if we turn into Super Saiyan Blue, we may not be able to defeat him. So never underestimate Trunks' power. Looking at Vegeta who looked aloof, Son Goku on the side also reminded him kindly. Stop talking nonsense here, Carlo. Being surpassed by your own son will only happen to you, and it will never happen to me. Vegeta glanced at Son Goku indifferently and said in a flirtatious tone. You must know that for a while, Carlo's strength was completely surpassed by his son Son Gohan. But this kind of thing will never happen to him. Although Trunks is strong, he will definitely not be able to defeat him. Seeing such a confident and aloof Vegeta, Son Goku stopped talking. Because he knew that Vegeta would never listen to him. And what I like to do most is to go against my own suggestions and reminders. Dad, if you want to fight well, show me all your experience. Trunks looked at the aloof Vegeta, and then said calmly. After transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 form, Trunks' body exudes a cold temperament. Really? If you want to completely defeat this brat like you really need to use all your strength. You'll have to keep an eye on me next. This is Saiyan's most powerful transformation, the Super Saiyan that surpasses Super Saiyan God. Vegeta raised his lips, extremely confident. Then he clenched his fists, and a low roar came from his throat. Ha! As if on purpose, Vegeta's aura is constantly overflowing. The entire glacier world began to shake violently, and countless cracks appeared on the ice underfoot. It spread directly in all directions. Wow! The next second, flaming spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Vegeta's body. The same goes for her hair that turned directly into purple. Vegeta's body has become leaner, but full of strength. His expression was calmer, and his eyes were calm, as if there was no emotion at all. Ha! The past was just to show Trunks and the others the state of Super Saiyan God. The moment Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan, he began to improve his aura again. The flame-like aura around his body instantly turned into blue flames. Sieve. Then, the purple-red hair turned directly into blue. It is clearly the Super Saiyan blue color form. The so-called Super Saiyan blue color is the result of turning Super Saiyan God into Super Saiyan. Soon, all the blue flames around Vegeta's body were absorbed into his body. If all the breath is in the body, the breath will not be exposed. In this case, it can be called Super Saiyan blue color full power form. So strong. Is this the transformation of Super Saiyan God that Dad just said? It's really strong. No wonder Dad is so confident. After seeing Vegeta's transformation and feeling the powerful aura of God, Trunks said in surprise. The father of this time and space seems to be more powerful than the father of their time and space. How's it going, kid? Are you starting to get scared already? But this is to be expected, after all, this is Super Saiyan's most powerful form. After seeing Trunks' surprise, Vegeta said proudly. After a while, he will show the so-called Gods of Destruction in future time and space how powerful Super Saiyan Blue is. No. I'm excited. Trunks shook his head and replied. Super Saiyan Blue color is really strong. But it is impossible to make him afraid. In this state, it is impossible to defeat Super Saiyan's 4 full energy forms. UBD. You're so complacent. Hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta felt as if he had been humiliated. After turning into Super Saiyan Blue, this brat should feel scared. But looking at his appearance, he didn't take himself seriously at all. How can Vegeta not be annoyed by this? Without further nonsense, Vegeta directly hit Trunks with his body. He will tell this brat with practical actions and absolute power. Your dad will always be your dad. As for the Gods of Destruction Carlo he calls, he is even more vulnerable in the face of Super Saiyan Blue. After rushing towards Trunks, Vegeta punched him without any fancy punches. He wanted to see if that brat Trunks really had that arrogance. Trunks stretched out his right hand to block Vegeta's fist. Boom! The moment the fists collided, Trunks' body took a dozen steps back. I thought to myself, Super Saiyan God is indeed very powerful. Nanny! This brat, since you just took a few steps back. Vegeta was also extremely surprised. Although the punch just now was not with full force. But I also used 7 or 8% of my strength. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Trunks just took a dozen steps back. Not affected at all. Aha! With a roar, Vegeta rushed towards Trunks again. Then a stormy attack was launched. Boo-hoo-hoo! The fist instantly generated countless after-images and continuously blasted towards Trunks. Trunks dodged left and right, dodging all of Vegeta's attacks. Training with Mr. Whis for so long. Although it has not been mastered, it is very easy to practice. But his attack and dodge skills have been qualitatively improved. Therefore, Vegeta's attack at this time cannot cause a substantial blow to him. So strong. Vegeta used all his strength, but unexpectedly he couldn't hit Trunks. It seems that the Super Saiyan 4 that Trunks is talking about is also a ridiculously strong transformation. Son Goku looked at the fight between the two in surprise. From the beginning of the battle to now, Vegeta has always been the one taking the initiative to attack. Trunks was just passively fighting. But even so, Vegeta didn't achieve any results. This is enough to prove the power of Trunks. Damn brat, you keep hiding here and there, do you look down on me? After hundreds of attacks, Trunks' body was not touched. This made Vegeta gradually become irritable. Because in his mind, he should be able to completely defeat Trunks within 1 minute. But now after hundreds of attacks, this kid is able to dodge perfectly every time. So much so that his offense had no effect at all. This also made him gradually become irritable. And the moment Vegeta got angry, Trunks' body appeared like a ghost. Vegeta wasn't given a chance to react at all. Trunks punched Vegeta in the stomach as fast as he could. Boom! Wow! Wang Zhao, this sudden attack caught Vegeta completely off guard. A punch hit his abdomen, and acid water spurted out of his mouth. Vegeta's body was also directly knocked away by this punch. Boom boom boom! In an instant, 7 or 8 icebergs were smashed through. Then it stopped. Vegeta! Son Goku quickly looked towards Vegeta. At this time, Vegeta's body was embedded in hard ice. But he could feel the endless rage released by Vegeta. The ice cubes embedded around Vegeta melt directly at the fastest speed. Se. Damn it! Damn you brat! Absolutely, unforgivable! A heartbreaking pain shot through his abdomen, causing Vegeta to scream crazily. I didn't expect that this BD would cause such heartbreaking pain to me when he took action. Unable to forgive. Just say that this brat is his son, and he must be dealt with well today. Ha! After Vegeta stood up, an angry roar came from his throat. The surrounding icebergs were shattered into pieces by the released aura. Trunks' expression didn't change much. An attack like that just now can't really hurt Vegeta. Whoosh! No. Almost at the same second, their bodies flashed out at the same time. Boom! Then, there was a punch collision. The whole world seemed to freeze in an instant. Buzz! The next second, a huge shock wave was released from where the fist touched. Bang bang! The shock wave hit their chests hard, and Trunks and Vegeta flew out at the same time. Chapter 83. Trunks' body just fell back a dozen feet. But Vegeta directly retreated dozens of feet. A huge shock wave spread in all directions, and icebergs with a radius of thousands of feet were swept away by the shock wave. Instantly evaporated into nothingness. Son Goku also quickly put his hands in front of his face to resist Ki Blast. Even so, his feet still slid against the water for more than 10 meters before he regained his balance. What a terrifying power! It seems that Trunks is stronger than Vegeta. And his body seems to be more powerful than Vegeta. Son Goku frowned and whispered to himself. After all, under the powerful Ki Blast just now, Trunks regressed less than Vegeta. And at this time, Vegeta, who was on the other side, finally looked not so good. The confidence and strategizing just now have completely disappeared. It turned into a solemn expression. Because in the collision with Trunks just now, he almost exhausted his entire calendar. But he didn't gain the upper hand at all. And obviously, Trunks is a little stronger than himself. Now he felt unbearable tightness in his chest, and the shock wave just now had caused considerable damage to her. How could something like this happen? Am I going to lose at the hands of my own son today? What are you kidding me about? Vegeta said to himself with a very ugly face. He will never allow what happened this week to happen. Anyone can defeat himself, but his own son is definitely not included. After thinking of this, Vegeta launched another attack. The speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of Trunks in an instant. Once again, a stormy attack was launched. Every attack contains full power. Because at this moment he had already felt how powerful Trunks was, and he didn't dare to have any reservations. Bang bang bang! The two kept bumping fists. This time, Trunks did not dodge, but directly took the initiative to attack. Sonic boom circles flashed continuously in the sky. Every time there was a collision, a sinkhole would be blown out of the ice. As the fighting time gets longer and longer, the advantages of Trunks are obviously getting bigger and bigger. Although the Super Saiyan blue color can be upgraded to Super Saiyan, the full power form of blue. This form can save more physical energy. The transformation can also be maintained for a longer period of time. But even so, locking all the breath in the body will cause some damage to the body. Super Saiyan 4, on the other hand, is a very stable transformation. Even if you are injured or even unconscious, you may not be able to exit this form. Physical fitness is the norm and there is no difference. Therefore, there will be no situation where the transformation cannot be maintained as the battle increases. It seems that Vegeta has no chance of winning this match. In contrast, the Super Saiyan-like transformation Trunks mentioned is more stable. Looking at Vegeta, who was slightly at a disadvantage, Son Goku commented from the sidelines. Even if he lets himself fight Trunks, the end result should also remain unchanged. There was no way he could defeat Trunks. Oh! It seems that Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta in this time and space are well trained to be able to fight Trunks to such an extent. Whis also said a little surprised. You know, I've been training Trunks for a long time. Unexpectedly, Vegeta could not be defeated in such a short period of time. Vegeta in this time and space seems to be more powerful than in their time and space. Really? They are quite strong. It's just that until the end of the fight, Vegeta has no chance of winning. Although the Super Saiyan blue color is very powerful, it has too many disadvantages. The long-lasting battery life is too poor. Carlo said calmly. This result was completely within his expectation. Because when Vegeta didn't show up, he knew that Vegeta would never be Trunks' opponent. Although Son Goku's aura is stronger than Vegeta's, if he fights in the end, he couldn't defeat Trunks either. Boom! And while Whis and Carlo were talking, a low collision sounded. Everyone looked around and saw Vegeta being punched away by Trunks. The body flew backwards for several dozen feet before finally stopping. A trace of blood also overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Reply. Absolutely impossible, how could such a bad thing happen? Am I actually going to be defeated by my own son? Vegeta seemed to be in a state of madness at this time. In fact, he knew better than anyone else that he could no longer defeat Trunks in this game. Along with constant injuries, he had big problems with his physical fitness and body. But on Trunks' side, his physical energy has not been exhausted and he is still at his peak. If you continue to fight, you will definitely lose. But on the other side, Trunks obviously didn't give Vegeta much chance to think. Call out! The body flashed, and the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Trunks' body appeared behind Vegeta like a ghost. A merciless kick hit Vegeta's back hard. Boom! There was another muffled sound, and Vegeta's body rushed out. After gliding on the cold ice for tens of meters, shocking marks were left on the ice. After the body stopped, Vegeta's chin and face had bruises of varying degrees. Even the battle suit made of special materials has tatters on the chest. Absolutely unforgivable! The group roared wildly. His fist hit the ice hard. Large areas of ice directly cracked and then collapsed. Trunks obviously didn't want it to end like this. Although he didn't want to humiliate his father like this. But he was too arrogant just now and already made Mr. Carlo angry. If I don't let him lose his fighting ability, his crazy father may do something stupid by then. When the time comes, Master Carlo will be really unhappy, and the consequences will be disastrous. So in order to prevent Dad from being killed, he must completely make his father lose his fighting ability. Just as Vegeta roared, Trunks had appeared and shook the sky above Vegeta. His hands condensed into a huge blue energy ball. Dad! I'm sorry. I have no choice. Staring at Vegeta lying on the ground and roaring crazily, Trunks also had guilt in his eyes. But now he must do this. Aha! With a roar, the huge energy ball hit Vegeta directly. The energy ball is falling rapidly. The ice surface has collapsed in large areas, and the ice cubes are melting rapidly and evaporating little by little under the scorching energy. Boom! Vegeta wasn't even given a chance to react. The huge energy ball instantly blinded Vegeta. Rumble! Then, the energy ball suddenly exploded. Thousands of miles of glaciers began to collapse. Just a few seconds later, the original glacier world has turned into a red barren area. Trunks looked down anxiously. Then, Vegeta's body fell heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Fortunately, although Vegeta was seriously injured, his life was not threatened in any way. I just passed out. So good. After feeling Vegeta's breath, Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the ki blast just now was too heavy and that his father would not be able to resist it. Vegeta! Son Goku shouted, and then quickly flew in front of Vegeta. helped Vegeta up. Although Vegeta lost consciousness, his life was intact. He actually had fairy beans on his body, but he didn't eat them for Vegeta. Because Vegeta suffered great humiliation today. If he regains consciousness, he will definitely become even crazier. At that point, the situation will be out of your control. So Vegeta still needs to have a good sleep. After waking up, maybe his mood can ease a little. Trunks also immediately fell in front of Vegeta. Trunks, you're really strong now. Vegeta and I seem to be no match for you anymore. Son Goku stood up, smiled and said to Trunks. He wasn't angry because Trunks knocked Vegeta unconscious. Because he knows Vegeta's character. If you don't knock him out, this matter will never end. Hearing Son Goku's compliment, Trunks could only scratch his head in embarrassment. After confirming that Vegeta was okay, Trunks came to Carlo. Then he said respectfully, Master Carlo, my father always talks like this, please don't take it to heart. All he did just now was just hoping that Lord Carlo wouldn't be angry. Don't worry, I won't do anything to Vegeta even for your sake. Besides, now he has received the punishment he deserves. This should be a pretty big blow to him. Carlo still said in a calm tone. He didn't take Vegeta's strength at all. He was so weak that Carlo didn't even have the interest to deal with him. Thank you, Master Carlo. Trunks immediately said excitedly. It's just that he is thinking now, if his father wakes up by then, how should he explain to him when they meet again? At this time, Son Goku walked towards Carlo and the others. He said with a smile, Trunks' strength is indeed ridiculously strong, far beyond what Vegeta and I imagined. But, Master Carlo, you should be Saiyan, right? Can I ask you for a few tips? Let's see how strong you are. Son Goku still doesn't give up. Although Trunks is very respectful to Carlo. And Trunks himself is also ridiculously strong. But he still wanted to see how strong Carlo, the god of destruction in future time and space, was. Is it really more powerful than Lord Beerus? Uncle Goku, why do you say such ignorant things? I've told you before, Carlo's big mouth is so powerful that you can never imagine. Trunks are like being stepped on. Like a cat with its tail, it can jump up in a flash. His father has just been settled. Now Uncle Goku is causing trouble again. Judging from his respect for Lord Carlo, couldn't he guess Lord Carlo's strength? These two guys are really capable of causing trouble. Hey! You don't have to be so nervous, Trunks. I just asked Master Carlo to give you a few tips. I think Master Carlo, as the gods of destruction, will not care about me. Son Goku said with a smile. When you see such a strong man, if you don't fight him a little bit, you will be able to defeat him. Then he won't be able to eat well or sleep well. Want to challenge me? Okay, I'll give you a chance. Son Goku looked eager to try, and Carlo also nodded. Although I have no interest in these guys. But if they want to know their own strength, let them experience it a little bit. Otherwise, this guy should be in trouble. Hey, that's great. Thank you, Master Carlo. I heard Master Carlo actually agreed to his request. Son Goku jumped up excitedly. But soon, his expression became serious. He must fight with all his strength. Otherwise, he might be killed instantly with one move. Ha! Son Goku didn't want to waste time this time either. Instead, it directly transformed into the Super Saiyan blue color form. Then along with the roar, another layer of red arrogance appeared outside the blue arrogance. Obviously, this is Son Goku adding Kaioken to the Super Saiyan blue color. Son Goku's aura is indeed much more powerful than Vegeta's. After all, the tenfold Kaioken bonus is no joke. So angry. Uncle Goku is much better than Dad. Trunks felt that Son Goku had a good temperament and said in surprise. He had felt before that Uncle Goku and his father were about the same strength. But looking at it now, the difference in strength between the two of them is still very large. It's just a skill that temporarily increases strength. This kind of skill should cause considerable damage to the body. Most people won't be able to use various skills. Whis commented lightly from the side. He could feel that Son Goku was very reluctant in this state. It is very likely that his body will not be able to sustain the two powerful energies. I have to say, this guy is really desperate. Master Carlo, this is the Super Saiyan blue color of tenfold Kaioken, which is also my most powerful form currently. Son Goku said with a forced smile while enduring the severe pain from every inch of his body. Cast Kaioken based on Super Saiyan. It was still a very reluctant thing for him. Then come on. Carlo waved to Son Goku. Then, a purple halo appeared around the body. This is the form of Carlo Gods of Destruction. Against characters like Son Goku and Vegeta, there's no need for him to transform into Super Saiyan form. Even in the form of Gods of Destruction, it can kill them in an instant. That's offending, Lord Carlo. Haha. With an angry roar, Son Goku moved directly towards Carlo. But just when his body was about to touch Carlo's body. Boom! There was a crash. Son Goku and Trunks didn't even see what was going on. Son Goku's body flew out directly. The pupil shrank, then dilated. The red and blue gas flames around the body completely disappeared. Son Goku became the norm. Boom! After falling heavily to the ground, he lost consciousness. In an instant, it was instantly killed. Even Son Goku didn't see what was going on. This is the difference. That's why Carlo has no interest in them. Chapter 84. Easily defeating Super Blue Son Goku with one move, Carlo's expression did not change at all. After all, this is completely an expected result. Even if Son Goku masters Ultra Instinct perfectly, he is vulnerable to him. What's more, at this time, he only mastered the Super Saiyan blue color form. Sir Carlo, are you a little too harsh? I didn't give Mr. Goku any fighting experience at all, and he was defeated lightly. This will probably be a big blow to him. Whis glanced at Son Goku, who was completely unconscious, and then spoke. This ending was originally expected. But Whis felt that Sir Carlo seemed to have acted a little too quickly. So much so that Mr. Goku didn't feel Lord Carlo's power at all. Don't worry, what I just did will not dampen Son Goku's desire to fight. On the contrary, it will make him more eager to become stronger. It's his character. Carlo looked at Whis and smiled and said. Although Son Goku and Vegeta are both fighting madmen. But Son Goku's self-esteem is not as fragile as Vegeta's. He will not lose his fighting spirit just because others defeat him easily. Instead, they will train harder. This is also the reason why Son Goku keeps getting stronger. Seeing that Vegeta and Son Goku were just unconscious, the medical doctors did not kill them. Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I also felt that my father and Uncle Goku were really disobedient. If I had listened to my own dissuasion from the beginning, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Master Carlo, it seems that Master Beerus will find us soon. What do we do now? Are you waiting for Lord Beerus from this time and space to appear? Whis then asked. Because he knows that Master Carlo has always been curious about Master Beerus. It can be said that I am very interested. In the few years since he became the Gods of Destruction, he has also talked to himself a lot about Lord Beerus. It is estimated that this time he came to this time and space, in addition to punishing the Supreme Kai who violated the balance of time and space without authorization. I also want to meet Lord Beerus. No. Anyway, we'll see you soon. Let's go to Universe 10 now and punish the guy who violated the order of time and space without authorization. Carlo is very curious about Beerus though. But why don't you stay here and wait for him to show up? Let's go to Universe 10 first and finish Zamasu first. Okay, Master Carlo. Whis and Trunks both nodded. Then Trunks cast instant transmission and left the Earth of the 7th universe directly. At this time, in the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe. Whis, what happened to that powerful aura of God just now? It feels a bit like the aura of Gods of Destruction. Goku and Vegeta seem to be fighting him too. Who is he? Which universe's Gods of Destruction are so bold and dare to come to the 7th universe to cause trouble? After feeling the breath of God coming from the direction of the Earth, Beerus frowned and asked. The powerful aura he felt just now must be from the Gods of Destruction. He was almost 100% sure. As a Gods of Destruction, I am very sensitive to the breath of Gods of Destruction. And Goku and Vegeta also completely lost their breath in just a few minutes. This means they have been defeated. After hearing Beerus' question, Whis shook his head with a heavy expression and said, Master Beerus, I also felt the powerful breath of God just now. It is indeed the breath of Gods of Destruction. But my ability was actually unable to detect which universe's Gods of Destruction it was just now. Looks like we need to take a trip to Earth to find out what's going on. Logically speaking, the Gods of Destruction of one universe should not appear in other universes without authorization. This is against the rules of Gods of Destruction. Something that surprised him. He used his angel ability and couldn't see clearly what was happening on the Earth at this moment. Even Goku and Vegeta couldn't see what was happening. This really surprised him. Neither Gods of Destruction nor angel from other universes can achieve this level. After all, this is the 7th universe, and angel is the 7th universe. He has the ability to monitor the entire universe. Is this ability not restricted by other angels? Unless a more powerful god appears. For example, Master Zeno and Master Grand Priest. What? You can't even see clearly what's happening on Earth. What a joke, the Gods of Destruction of that universe still have such magical powers. Beerus was instantly shocked by what Whis said. Although Gods of Destruction is strong, there is a huge difference between them and angel. Being able to prevent Whis from seeing the Earth clearly is definitely not something Gods of Destruction can do. Angels from other universes can't do it either. You must know that Whis is among the best in strength among angels. Yes, I really can't see the launch from Earth. But I can feel that Goku and Vegeta lost their breath despite breaking their promise. But they weren't killed. Whis nodded and said seriously. If you want to know what specifically happened on the Earth, you must go to the Earth to see and investigate for yourself. Damn BD! How dare you cause trouble in my 7th universe? No matter which Gods of Destruction in the universe dare to despise my existence, I will never forgive him. Beerus clenched his fist tightly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and shot out a sharp light. He was originally a rather cautious person. If you dare to cause trouble on his territory, the matter will not end so easily. Moreover, they actually started the matter in the first place, so that would be easy to handle. He hasn't caused trouble to other universe Gods of Destruction in thousands of years. This time, I can teach those guys a lesson. Whis, take me to Earth right now. Ask Goku and Vegeta what happened. Beerus said eagerly. In all the universe, there are very few people who can defeat Goku and Vegeta. The one who can easily defeat the two of them must have at least the level of Gods of Destruction. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded. For the food kingdom of Earth, he would not find it troublesome even if he went there 10 times a day. Then the staff in his hand gently tapped the ground. A dazzling light directly wrapped their bodies in it, shooting out of the Gods of Destruction world like meteors. 20 minutes later. Call out! With the brilliant light falling, Whis and Beerus appeared directly in front of Son Goku and Vegeta. At this time, both of them were still in coma. Whis! Beerus just yelled Whis Whis and immediately understood. Then he waved the staff gently in his hand, and 2 beams of grass-green energy were directly injected into the bodies of Son Goku and Vegeta. In an instant, Son Goku and Vegeta immediately opened their eyes. The injuries on the body are completely gone. Ah! Shouting, My head hurts. After doing it, Son Goku held his head and groaned for a while. After Vegeta stood up, his face looked extremely ugly. Because he knew that he was defeated by his own son. And he lost to his son almost at an overwhelming disadvantage. This is definitely a huge humiliation for him who has a strong self-esteem. Hey! You two! Beerus shouted at the two of them. After Son Goku and Vegeta turned around, Beerus asked in a cold tone, "What happened? Who beat you like this?" Hearing Beerus's voice, Son Goku and Vegeta quickly turned back. "Ah! It's Beerus-sama and Whis. Why did you come to Earth?" Son Goku scratched his head and asked naively. This question made both Whis and Beerus frown. Does this guy really not know why they came? Beerus glanced at Son Goku with disgust. Then, staring at Vegeta, he asked, "Vegeta, what on earth is going on? Do you know which universe's gods of destruction hurt you? As long as he finds out who it is, he will definitely take good care of the gods of destruction of that universe. It's the gods of destruction from the 7th universe." Faced with Beerus's method of questioning, Vegeta could only answer weakly. Because they were indeed defeated by the gods of destruction from the 7th universe. It's just the gods of destruction in future time and space. He hasn't figured out how to tell Beerus about this yet? Do you want to tell him that Beerus in future time and space has disappeared? Hey! Whis and Beerus were both stunned. Then, a look of anger appeared on Beerus's face. TCH. Useless trash, being beaten into such a bird-like state, is your brain also beaten into confusion? Zero, please ask for flowers. When did I hit you too? Beerus immediately cursed. This guy must have been knocked out of his mind. Otherwise, how could you say such nonsense? In the past few days, he has not been to the earth at all. And except for training time, he will not hurt Son Goku and Vegeta. Hearing Beerus's scolding, Vegeta quickly explained, "Sir Beerus, it wasn't you who hurt us, it was the gods of destruction from the 7th universe in future time and space who hurt us." Just when he wanted to add something. But Beerus immediately said, "What did you say? You mean that I injured you in the future time and space? Are you kidding me? How could I come to this time and space in the future?" As for Vegeta, he felt that this guy was definitely out of his mind. That's why he said such stupid things. As gods of destruction, they know better than anyone else that traveling through time and space at will is a felony. Even the gods of destruction cannot travel through time and space at will. Because once discovered by Zeno-sama and Grand Priest-sama, he will definitely be punished. How could I be so stupid in the future time and space? To do something stupid like that? It seems that this guy Vegeta has been completely stupid. There is no hope at all. Then he could only look at Son Goku's iron-headed look and ask. "What's going on? You two should explain to me what happened just now." See Beerus' serious look. 0. Son Goku immediately replied, "Master Beerus, Vegeta is right. The two of us were indeed defeated by the 7th universe gods of destruction in future time and space. In fact, we are not the ones who should be defeated by Lord Beerus of future time and space, because the gods of destruction of future time and space are no longer Lord Beerus, but a scion named Carlo. Although this sounds a bit funny, but this is the truth. That guy must be the gods of destruction from the 7th universe of space and time. Otherwise, Angel Whis would not be able to stay with him. Nanny. The gods of destruction in the 7th universe of future time and space is not me. What BD words are you talking about? It seems like both of you have been brainwashed. To say such stupid BD things. You should really let Whis take a good look at your heads. A scion has become the gods of destruction? Are you scion worthy of becoming the gods of destruction? Beerus naturally didn't believe it. How in the world could anyone be able to kill the gods of destruction? The only one who can replace gods of destruction is Master Zeno. Lord Beerus, we are telling the truth. The gods of destruction in future time and space are indeed not you. His strength is ridiculously strong. Even if I added 10 times Kaioken based on Super Saiyan Blue, he would kill him in an instant. I didn't even see clearly how he did it. Son Goku explained firmly. Then he added, by the way, Whis is also with him, there is absolutely no mistake. Whis. Beerus was confused. Is it true? Could it be that he was really replaced by Master Zeno in the future time and space? It's not impossible. Adult Zeno behaves like a child. Nothing he does should be surprising. No one knows what he will do. Replacing the gods of destruction is as easy as drinking water for him. Lord Beerus, it seems that Goku and Vegeta are not lying. Perhaps the gods of destruction from the future time and space really came to us, so I can't find their whereabouts. Whis already believed what Son Goku and Vegeta said at this time. Because according to his speculation, the gods of destruction in other universes simply would not dare to do such a thing. Except Lord Kampa. But since Master Kampa lost to the 6th universe last time, it is estimated that he will not appear in front of Lord Beerus for a long time. He definitely didn't do this. And Goku and Vegeta also know Master Kampa. So obviously, Goku and Vegeta are telling the truth. The gods of destruction in future time and space are empty when they come here. B. What is their purpose? As Angel's other self, why not prevent the gods of destruction in future time and space from doing such a thing? Don't they all know that traveling through time and space at will is a serious crime? Damn it! Chapter 85. Beerus thought for half a minute. It seems that Son Goku and Vegeta are in quite normal spirits, so it's not like they said what they said after being stupid. Then it's very possible that what the two of them said is true. In the future time and space, it is very likely that I will no longer be the gods of destruction, but will be replaced by someone else. But they said that a Saiyan actually took his place, which was something he would never believe. He knew very well how much Saiyan weighed. Son Goku and Vegeta are already considered talented Saiyans, but they are still not worth mentioning in front of the gods of destruction. Even if Saiyan becomes gods of destruction, there is absolutely no way he will become that strong. TCH. What a hateful BD. Not only did you take my place, but you actually dared to come to my universe to act wild. When I find you later, I will definitely greet you well and beat you to pieces. Beerus clenched his fists tightly and his voice came out from between his teeth one by one. But while he was angry, he seemed to feel a little excited. It's been a long time since I met a truly strong person. Even Son Goku and Vegeta are still very different from her. Even if they join forces, he can defeat them in an instant. So there is no fun in fighting at all. If the so-called gods of destruction in future time and space are really strong, it would be a good thing. Oh! It's rare to see Lord Beerus so excited. Whis looked at Beerus and said lightly to himself. Even if I saw the so-called Super Saiyan God last time, Lord Beerus didn't appear so excited either. Hey! You two, tell me quickly, where did the BD Kyujuki who hurt you go? Why can't I feel his breath? Beerus immediately asked Son Goku and Vegeta. He could still feel the powerful aura of God before. But after arriving on Earth, he suddenly found that the aura was gone. And I can no longer search for it. Is that guy hiding because he is afraid of himself? If this is the case, it would be a huge embarrassment to the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. This, I don't know Lord Beerus either. Because I lost consciousness completely after I was knocked unconscious just now. So I don't know where they went. Son Goku could only answer awkwardly. He was knocked unconscious by others in an instant, and he didn't even see clearly how they acted. This is indeed a very shameful thing. Even Son Goku's cheeky face was blushing in embarrassment at this time. You must know that the last time I fought with Lord Beerus, I was not in such a mess. Vegeta was also extremely embarrassed on the side. Not only was he knocked unconscious, but he didn't even know where he had gone. It is indeed very embarrassing. Useless things. Whis has been training you for almost a year. I didn't expect you to be defeated. Now you don't know where you are. Beerus glanced at the two of them with contempt. However, after they were knocked unconscious, they really couldn't feel where the guy went. Then, looking at Whis, he asked, Whis, let's see where those two guys went. Are you still hiding in our 7th universe? He can't wait to teach those two guys a lesson now. Whis picked up his staff. He put the gem at the end of the staff in front of him. Then after watching it for more than 10 seconds, his face darkened slightly. Because he didn't even discover where they went. The 7th universe could not find their figures at all. Even their breath is completely insensible. This shows that they have probably left the 7th universe and gone to other universes. It is also possible that they have returned to their own time and space. If they have returned to the future time and space, they may not see each other again. Then he withdrew his staff and Whis said, Master Beerus, I can no longer detect their location, nor can I feel their breath. It is very possible that they have left the 6th universe, gone to other universes or returned to their own time and space. It's all possible. Nanny. Are you saying that BD has probably returned to his own time and space? Damn thing, after my universe did such a thing, it actually returned to its own universe. Beerus stamped his feet angrily. If you don't teach that reckless guy a lesson, he will probably have trouble sleeping and eating. But if that guy really returns to his time and space, then there is nothing he can do. Although that BD dared to disobey Master Zeno and travel through time and space privately. But Beerus didn't dare. What I said is possible. I think as Gods of Destruction, after traveling through time and space at will, it should not only be to teach Goku and Vegeta a lesson. He should have gone to other places, let's wait and see. Whis continued. Beerus could only nod. Because other than that, he had no other choice. Hopefully that guy doesn't go back to his time and space. In this case, you can teach him a good lesson. At this time, Beerus was thinking about Carlo and the others. We have arrived at the Supreme Kai world of the 10th universe. Zamasu, are you really getting better at making tea? Clear tea represents your heart, which is free of impurities. Truly the best, most brilliant Supreme Kai candidate. The Supreme Kai of the 10th universe looked at the clear and impurity-free tea on the tea table in front of him and praised Zamasu. Zamasu is the most talented and best Supreme Kai candidate in all of the universe. Because of this incident, he also felt very proud. In every trial among Supreme Kai candidates, Zamasu was able to outsmart the crowd and win glory for their 10th universe Supreme Kai. Therefore, he also admires Zamasu very much. The position of Supreme Kai of this 10th universe will sooner or later fall to Zamasu. And he also felt very relieved. Thank you Lord Gervis for the compliment. Zamasu just smiled gently. He really wants to be the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Then let this universe become the universe with the highest comprehensive level and quality of human beings. Eliminate all those barbaric, greedy, and selfish humans. Then the 10th universe will become a paradise. Okay, let's drink tea. Gervis said with a smile, and then began to taste the tea. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the Supreme Kai world, accompanied by bursts of spatial connections. Suddenly, light shot out from the crack. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures appeared. Angel Whis from Universe 7. You, what are you doing in my 10th Universe Supreme Kai world? The sudden uninvited guest put a surprised look on Gervis' face. He didn't know the other 2 people, but the one next to him was Angel Whis from the 7th universe. But why did he come to the Supreme Kai world of the 10th universe? He had never been here before. Are they both, also gods? I can feel the breath of God in their bodies. And one of them actually has the exclusive set of Gods of Destruction. What exactly is going on? Isn't the Gods of Destruction of the 7th Universe Lord Beerus? Why is that guy wearing the costume of Gods of Destruction? Gervis and Zamasu both looked at Carlo in surprise. This is considered a candidate for Gods of Destruction, and is not eligible to wear Gods of Destruction clothing. But that guy was not only wearing the Gods of Destruction costume, but he was also accompanied by Angel. What exactly is going on? The two of them didn't understand at all. Lord Gervis, let me introduce you briefly. We come from the 7th universe of future time and space. This is Lord Carlo, the Gods of Destruction from our 7th universe of future time and space. Whis introduced calmly. Then, he glanced at Zamasu next to Gervis. He is indeed the guy who disrupts the order of time and space in the future. Trunks also recognized him instantly. Although the aura in Zamasu's body was relatively peaceful at this time, there was no such evil aura at all. That's it, that's how it is. Gervis nodded in surprise, and then immediately said respectfully, I have met Mr. Carlo. No matter it is the Gods of Destruction in any universe, or the Gods of Destruction in any time and space. The Supreme Kai will maintain due respect. No. Carlo said lightly. Sir Carlo, I wonder if there is any important matter why you came to my place? Gervis asked. He felt that the Gods of Destruction in future time and space would definitely not come here for no reason. Certainly. I'm here for him. Carlo pointed at Zamasu and said calmly. The cold gaze frightened Zamasu so much that his heart skipped a beat. The body subconsciously took a few steps back. Because Carlo's eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. At that moment, Moss felt like he was surrounded by death. Zamasu. This. Excuse me, Lord Carlo, did Zamasu make any mistake? Gervis continued to ask. As his apprentice, Zamasu has done an excellent job in every aspect. He is a very strict person. Normally no mistakes are made at all. It is simply impossible to provoke the Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe, and the current Zamasu does not have that ability. Certainly. Whis. He looked at me and nodded, then glanced at Whis. Whis also understood it immediately. He waved the staff gently in his hand. A virtual projection appeared in front of me. The projected image is exactly what will happen in future time and space. Zamasu and Black Goku join forces to destroy the Earth. There's also Zamasu's spiel about the so-called human race, and the defeatism of the gods. This is impossible. My best son, Zama. How could he do such a thing? There is absolutely no way he would say such a thing. Gervasi was convinced, based on his understanding of Zamasu. There is absolutely no way Zamasu would do such a thing. How could he be the best Supreme Kai candidate? Hate humanity? We are going to exterminate humanity. But after Zamasu saw it, his expression changed slightly. He instantly understood that this must be what he did in the future time and space. Because he has always had a grudge against humans. As Zamasu said in the picture, humans are dirty, selfish, and stupid. They simply don't deserve to live on this beautiful land. I said it was him, it was him. Do you think I would travel from the future time and space just to frame such a small character? Carlo looked at Kvas coldly. Kvas was immediately frightened and shrank his neck. Indeed, Gods of Destruction as future time and space. There was no time to deliberately come to this time and space in order to frame Zamasu. And it suddenly occurred to him. Zamasu seemed to really dislike humans before. What did you say that human beings are very selfish? Is this true? Did Zamasu, who was unable to escape time and space, really do such a thing? Disappear. To avoid future troubles. Just when Gervis was still in surprise. Carlo raised his finger, and a burst of destructive energy directly pierced Zamasu's body. Not even a scream came out. Zamasu's body disappeared without a trace. Zamasu. You, how can you kill my disciple without my consent? Although Gervis was scared, he was also very angry at this time. Even if the opponent is Gods of Destruction, don't be too arrogant, right? He actually killed Zamasu and his most beloved disciple in his own divine world as if he was no one. Because he deserves it. If you continue to nag at 4.4, be careful and I will destroy you too. Carlo said coldly. Whis was immediately frightened. He is not afraid of death. The main reason is that after his death, the Gods of Destruction in their 10th universe will also die. The 10th universe will definitely be in chaos by then. This is something he doesn't want to see. Let's go. Whis. After easily disposing of Zamasu, Carlo didn't want to linger any longer. Because the Supreme Kai from the 10th universe has no appeal to him. Now it's time to go back to Universe 7 and see Beerus' expression. Presumably he already knew that he had appeared. Maybe Beerus is waiting anxiously at this time. Whis nodded. And just when they were about to leave. Suddenly there was another sound breaking through the air. A dazzling light fell directly in front of Carlo and the others. Then a deep voice sounded. You killed people in my 10th universe, Gods of Destruction, and you want to leave like this? Is it because there are no Gods of Destruction in Universe 10? Along with the sound, the brilliant light dissipated bit by bit. Two figures appeared in Carlo's line of sight. The leader is a pink elephant spirit. And standing next to him was Angel. Obviously, these two are the Gods of Destruction Rumsshi and Lowly Angels from the 10th universe.